Chapter 1. Lin Shishi's Rebirth. Sure, wake up, wake up. Call the house physician, quickly call the house physician. A woman's voice echoed, filled with distress. As Lin Shishi regained consciousness, she realized her attire was disheveled, her body half reclining against her aunt. Madam you. The words she heard were chilling. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Startled, she rolled away from Madam Yes embrace. Sure, I am your aunt. Do not be afraid, I am here, and no one dares to harm you. My poor child, subjected to such humiliation, our family in ruins. Whoa. Madam Yu wiped her tears and reached for Lin Shishi's hand, casting a fierce glance at the young man standing against the wall. Following her gaze, Lin Shishi beheld a tall figure, his posture straight, exuding an elegant demeanor despite his disheveled clothing. Lu Chong, I'm not dead, Lin Shishi blurted out. Madam Yes tears flowed even more freely. Sure, you will not die. The one who deserves death is not you, that I will risk my life to protect you. I owe it to deceased parents. Whoa. The several ladies standing in the room initially wore expressions of awkwardness. They had come to visit but stumbled upon such a disgraceful scene while accompanying the mistress of the house. Hearing Lin Shishi's cry of "Do not kill me," it was evident she had been wronged and nearly silenced forever. How brazen! They cast sympathetic glances at Lin Shishi and fiery glares at the standing Lu Chong. Yet, he remained motionless, his head bowed, facing the wall. Lin Shishi turned her gaze and noticed her maid, Chiyun, had reached the doorway, preparing to summon the physician. Wasn't this a scene from 6 years ago? Hadn't she been poisoned for 3 days by Shun Yujiao, ultimately succumbing to excruciating pain? Lin Shishi pinched her thigh. It hurt so real. This was no dream. She had been reborn. Those agonizing years trapped in the inner quarters, where life was worse than death, had replayed in her mind countless times. She had often pondered that if she could return to the past and unveil the schemes of those malicious beings, making different choices, perhaps her life would not have been so tragic. Thus, upon returning to this moment, despite the 6 years that separated them, she instinctively called out, Chiyun, come back. Chiyun hesitated at the threshold, then stepped back. A flicker of coldness flashed in Madam Yes' eyes as she grasped Lin Shishi's hand with great concern. Sure, let the physician examine you. I cannot allow you to suffer any harm. Lin Shishi silently scoffed. It was not her well-being she cared about, but rather ensuring this disgrace became widely known, nailing her and her stepson to the pillar of shame for her own manipulation. Yet, Lin Shishi maintained a facade of embarrassment, adjusting her loose clothing and feigning a shy demeanor, saying, Aunt, there was a misunderstanding with my cousin, causing everyone to witness this. Today is Uncle's 40th birthday. Please entertain the other ladies. Let Shiyun assist me. I shall explain these domestic matters to you later. The expressions of the ladies shifted to confusion. What was happening? Just moments ago, this Miss Lin had been wailing, a picture of innocence sullied and on the brink of death. Yet now she spoke as if it were merely a family affair, implying that they, as outsiders, should withdraw. Indeed, it was a matter of the inner quarters. Sure, do not fear regardless of his identity. I will stand for you. If your second cousin learns of this, how heartbroken he will be for you. Cough. Madam Yu wept, as though she were the one wronged. Lin Shishi found her performance repulsive. The other ladies, upon hearing this, abandoned their intentions to leave. One matron in her 50s, her hair streaked with gray, stepped forward. Miss Lin, if you have suffered any injustice, do not hesitate to share. In this world of justice, I, the wife of the Duke of Lu, will see this matter through. Count me in, and me, echoed the other women, their faces aflame with indignation. Lin Shishi lowered her eyes, suppressing a cold smirk. Her aunt was indeed astute, having summoned the esteemed and socially connected Duchess of Lu to bear witness to it all. No wonder, in her previous life, Lu Chong had been forced to relinquish his position as the heir and abandon his role as a general, retreating to the north in disgrace. Meanwhile, her own reputation lay in tatters, as her aunt's pity led her to marry her second cousin, Lu Su, as a concubine, stripped of her family wealth, which was deceitfully taken by her aunt, while allowing Lu Zu's legitimate wife, Shun Yujiao, to torment her mercilessly. Lin Shishi's mind flooded with memories of her past life, a brief existence marked by bloodshed and sorrow. All misfortunes had begun on this day. At that time, the head of the National Defense General's household, Lin Shishi, celebrated his 40th birthday with a grand banquet. Lin Shishi's aunt, Madame Yu, was Liu Weix's second wife and the matriarch of the household. Lin Shishi had grown up in Haining, her father, Lin Wei, a wealthy merchant. When she was 12, her mother, Yu Weiyao, sent her to her maternal grandfather's home in the capital to prepare for a future marriage to At-14. Her parents' ship met with disaster at sea, and her grandmother, upon learning the news, suffered a fatal heart attack. Madame Yu brought Lin Shishi into the National Defense General's household, where she had remained for 2 years. During this time, Lin Shishi and Madame Yu's son, Lu Su, had developed feelings for each other, and Madame Yu seemed pleased with their budding romance, leading Lin Shishi to believe she would marry her cousin, Lu Su. Who could have foreseen the sudden turmoil? On Liu Weix's birthday, a maid had come to inform her that Lu Su awaited her in the estate's annex. Without a second thought, Lin Shishi had gone. Upon entering, she found a room empty, assuming her cousin was playing a prank. She ventured further, reaching the inner chamber where, behind a low-hanging curtain, she glimpsed a man's silhouette. Suppressing a laugh, she approached, only to discover her cousin Liu Chong, carelessly dressed. Liu Chong was the legitimate son of Liu Weix's first wife, raised by his grandmother after his mother's death when he was just a toddler. At 8, he had accompanied his grandfather to the Northwest military camp, returning to the capital at 18 to join the elite guard, swiftly rising to the rank of general in just 2 years. Lin Shishi occasionally crossed paths with him in the household, but due to their complicated familial ties and his cold demeanor, she either avoided him or merely greeted him with a curt cousin. In her heart, her aunt's son, Lu Su, was her true cousin. Chapter 1. Lin Shishi's Rebirth. Shishi, wake up, call the physician. Hurry, call the physician, a woman's voice, filled with sorrow and urgency. As Lin Shishi regained consciousness, she found herself disheveled, half leaning against her Aunt Madame Yu. The words she heard were alarming. Do not kill me. Do not kill me. Startled, she rolled off Madame Yu's embrace. Shishi, it is your aunt. Do not be afraid. I am here, and no one dares to harm you. Why, poor child, to have been so wronged. Our family is unfortunate. Madame Yu wept, wiping her tears as she grasped Lin Shishi's hand, casting a fierce glare at the young man standing against the wall. Following her gaze, Lin Shishi beheld a tall figure, his posture straight, even in disarray, exuding an air of elegance. Liu Chong, am not dead? Lin Shishi blurted out. Madame Yu's tears flowed even more freely. Shishi, you will not die. You are not the one who deserves it. I will risk my life to protect you. I am so sorry to your deceased parents. The ladies present exchanged awkward glances, having come to visit, only to stumble upon such a disgraceful scene in the back courtyard. Hearing Lin Shishi's cries of "do not kill me," they realized she had been wronged and nearly silenced forever. How brazen! All eyes turned towards Lin Shishi with pity, while fiery glares were directed at the stoic Liu Chong. He remained motionless, head bowed, facing the wall. Lin Shishi turned and saw her maid Qiuyun at the door, ready to summon the physician. Wasn't all of this a memory from 6 years ago? Had she not been poisoned by Shan Yujiao with frigid drugs for 3 days, ultimately succumbing to excruciating pain? Lin Shishi pinched her thigh. The pain was vivid and undeniable. This was not a dream. She had been reborn. The torment she had endured in the inner courtyard, a life worse than death, had often replayed in her mind. She had once contemplated that if she could return to the past, discern the sinister plots, and make different choices, perhaps her life would not have been so tragic. Thus, standing at this moment, even after 6 years had elapsed, she instinctively called out, "Qiuyun, come back." Qiuyun hesitated, her foot halting mid-step. A glint of coldness flashed in Madame Yu's eyes as she grasped Lin Shishi's hand with feigned concern. Shishi, let the physician examine you. I cannot allow any harm to come to you. Lin Shishi scoffed inwardly. It was not her well-being she cared about, but rather to make this disgrace known to all, to pin her and her stepson to the pillar of shame for her own manipulation. Yet Lin Shishi maintained an outward appearance of modesty, adjusting her disheveled garments and feigning embarrassment. Aunt, there was a misunderstanding with my cousin, and I have caused everyone to witness this foolishness. Today is Uncle's 40th birthday. Please entertain the ladies at the banquet. Let Shiyin assist me in tidying up. I will explain household matters to you later. The expressions of the ladies shifted to confusion. What was happening? Just moments ago, this young lady was in despair, appearing like a chaste woman wronged and near death. Yet now her demeanor had changed. She implied that these were family matters, suggesting that they, the outsiders, should retreat. Indeed, it was a matter of the inner courtyard. Sure, do not fear regardless of his identity. Your aunt will stand for you. If your second cousin learns of this, he would be heartbroken for you, madam, you sobbed theatrically, as if she were the one wronged. Lin Shishi looked at her with disgust. The other ladies, upon hearing this, abandoned their intent to leave. One portly matron in her 50s stepped forward. Miss Lin, whatever grievances you bear, speak freely. In this vast world, regardless of who the villain may be, I, the wife of the Duke of Lu, shall see this matter through. Count me in. And I, echoed the others, their faces alight with righteous indignation. Lin Shishi lowered her gaze, suppressing the cold smirk in her eyes. Her aunt was indeed cunning, having summoned the renowned and socially connected wife of the Duke of Lu to bear witness to this spectacle. No wonder, in her previous life, Lu Chong had been forced to relinquish his position as the heir and abandon his role as a commander, fleeing to the north in disgrace. Meanwhile, her reputation lay in ruins, her aunt's compassion leading her to marry her second cousin Lu Su as a concubine, all while her aunt swindled her family fortune, allowing Lu's legitimate wife, Shun Yujiao, to torment her relentlessly. Lin Shishi's mind flooded with memories of her past a brief existence, marked by bloodshed and sorrow. All misfortunes had begun today on this day. The head of the National General's residence, Lu Huaishi, celebrated his 40th birthday with a grand feast. Lin Shishi's aunt, Madame Yu, served as his second wife and the lady of the household. Having grown up in Haining, Lin Shishi's father, Lin Wei, was a wealthy merchant there. At the age of 12, her mother sent her to her maternal grandparents' home in the capital to pave the way for a future marriage. Tragically, when she was 14, her parents' ship encountered a disaster at sea, and her grandmother, upon receiving the news, succumbed to a heart attack. Her aunt brought Lin Shishi into the National General's residence, where she had resided for 2 years. Lin Shishi had developed feelings for her aunt's son, Lu Su, and her aunt appeared to support their union, leading Lin Shishi to believe she would marry her cousin. However, fate took a cruel turn. On Lu Weixi's birthday, a maid informed her that Lu Su was waiting for her in the residence's side courtyard. Without a second thought, she went to meet him. Upon entering, she found the room empty, assuming it was a playful trick by her cousin. She ventured deeper into the inner chamber, where a silhouette of a man was faintly visible behind the draped curtain. As she approached with a smile, she pulled back the curtain only to find her cousin Lu Chong, his attire loosely arranged. Liu Chong was the legitimate son of the late Lady Cui, the first wife of Lu Huaishi. He had been raised by his grandmother and sent to the Northwest military camp at the age of 8, returning to the capital at 18 to join the Imperial Guard, swiftly rising to the rank of commander. Lin Shishi occasionally encountered him in the residence, but due to the complex relationship with her aunt, she would either avoid him or merely greet him with a cousin. In her heart, her aunt's son Lu Su was her true cousin. Chapter 1. Lin Shishi's Rebirth. Shishi, wake up, wake up. Call the physician. Hurry, call the physician. A woman's voice filled with despair. As Lin Shishi regained consciousness, she realized her attire was disheveled, her body half reclined in the embrace of her aunt, Madame Yu. The words she heard were haunting. Do not kill me, do not kill me. She jolted awake and tumbled from Madame Yu's arms. Shishi, I am your aunt. Do not be afraid. I am here, no one dares to harm you. My poor child, wronged to such an extent, our family is cursed. Sobi. Madame Yu wiped her tears as she grasped Lin Shishi's hand, casting a fierce glare at the young man standing against the wall. Following her gaze, Lin Shishi beheld a tall figure, his posture straight, and despite his disheveled attire, an air of elegance lingered. Lu Chong, I'm not dead, Lin Shishi blurted out. Madame Yu's tears flowed even more freely. Shishi, you will not die. The one who deserves death is not you. I would risk my life to protect you. I owe this to your deceased parents. Sob. The several ladies standing in the room initially wore expressions of awkwardness. They had come to visit, but stumbled upon such a disgraceful scene while following the mistress of the house. hearing Lin Shishi's cries of "do not kill me." It was apparent she had been wronged and nearly silenced forever. This was utterly outrageous. They gazed at Lin Shishi with pity while directing fiery glances toward the still Lu Chang. He remained with his head bowed, motionless against the wall. Lin Shishi turned her eyes past the ladies and spotted her maid, Chiyun, poised at the door, ready to summon the physician. Ah, was this not a scene from 6 years ago? Had she not been force-fed frigid medicine by Shun Yujiao for 3 consecutive days, ultimately succumbing to excruciating pain? Lin Shishi pinched her thigh. The pain was sharp and unmistakable. This was not a dream. She had been reborn. In those suffocating years trapped in the inner courtyard, she had often replayed this moment in her mind. She had once pondered that if she could return to the past, if she could see through the devious schemes of those malevolent beings and make different choices, perhaps her life would not have been so tragic. Thus, upon returning to this moment, despite the 6-year gap, she instinctively called out, "Chiyun, come back." Chiyun hesitated mid-step and returned. A flicker of cold light flashed in Madame Yes' eyes as she tenderly grasped Lin Shishi's hand. Sure. Let the physician examine you. I cannot allow you to come to any harm." Lin Shishi scoffed inwardly. Her concern for my well-being was a ruse. She aimed to publicize this disgrace, nailing me and her stepson to the pillar of shame, to manipulate us at her will. Outwardly, however, Lin Shishi feigned embarrassment, adjusting her disheveled clothing, and with a bashful expression, she said, "Aunt, there was a misunderstanding with my cousin. Let's not trouble everyone with this. Today is Uncle's 40th birthday. Please entertain the ladies. Allow Chiyun to tidy up for me. These matters can be discussed later." The expressions of the ladies shifted to confusion. What was happening? Just moments ago, this Miss Lin had been wailing, portraying a chaste woman wronged and nearly lifeless. Now, it seemed she was suggesting these were merely family matters, implying that outsiders should retreat. Indeed, it was a private affair. Sure, do not be afraid. Regardless of his identity, I will stand for you. If your second cousin learns of this, he will be devastated, pitying you, and cough. Madam, you wept, as if she were the one wronged. Watching her theatrics, Lin Shishi felt a wave of disgust. The other ladies, upon hearing this, abandoned their thoughts of leaving. One plump matron in her 50s stepped forward. "Miss Lin, whatever grievances you have, speak freely. This is a matter of justice, and I, the Duchess of Lu, will see it through." "Count me in, me too," echoed the others, their expressions aflame with indignation. Lin Shishi lowered her gaze, suppressing her cold laughter. Her aunt was indeed cunning, having summoned the renowned and socially connected Duchess to witness the spectacle. It was no wonder in her past life, Lu Chang had been compelled to relinquish his position as the heir and abandon his role as a general, retreating in disgrace to the northwestern frontier. Meanwhile, she had been left with a tarnished reputation, her aunt's compassion leading her to marry her second cousin, Lu Su, as a concubine, while her family's wealth was deceitfully seized, allowing her aunt to turn a blind eye as Lu Zu's legitimate wife, Shun Yujiao, tormented her mercilessly. The memories of her past life flashed before her, a fleeting existence, drenched in blood and sorrow. All misfortunes began on this day. At that time, the head of a National Guard's household, Lu Huaishi, was celebrating his 40th birthday with a grand banquet. Lin Shishi's aunt, Yu Ufu, was his second wife, the lady of the house. Lin Shishi had grown up in Haining, her father a wealthy merchant, at the age of 12. Her mother, Yu Weiyao, sent her to her maternal grandparents in the capital to pave the way for her future marriage. When she was 14, her parents' ship met with disaster at sea, and her grandmother, upon hearing the news, perished from shock. Her aunt Yu Ufu took Lin Shishi into the National Guard's household, where she had been for 2 years. Lin Shishi had developed feelings for her aunt's son, Lu Su, and it seemed her aunt was pleased with this development, leading Lin Shishi to believe she would marry her cousin Lu Su. Who could have anticipated such a sudden turn of events? On Lu Wax's birthday, a maid had come to inform her that Lu Su was waiting for her in the estate's separate courtyard. Without hesitation, Lin Shishi went. Yet, upon entering, she found the room empty. Assuming her cousin was playing a prank, she ventured further into the inner chamber, where behind the low-hanging curtains, a man's silhouette could be faintly discerned. With a smile, she approached. However, upon parting the curtains, she was met with the sight of her cousin Lu Chang, his attire in disarray. Liu Chong was the legitimate son of Liu Weix's first wife, born under the auspices of nobility. He had been raised by his grandmother, and at the age of 8, he followed his grandfather to the Northwest military camp, only returning to the capital at 18 to join the Royal Guard, where he quickly ascended to the rank of general. Lin Shishi occasionally encountered him in the household, but due to the delicate nature of their family's relations and his aloof demeanor, she would either avoid him or merely greet him with a nod, referring to him as cousin I. In her heart, her aunt's son, Lu Su, was truly her cousin. Chapter 1. A second chance for Lin Shishi. Shishi, awaken, please awaken. Summoned the physician, quickly. A woman's voice, laced with sorrow, implored. Lin Shishi regained consciousness to find herself disheveled, her body slumped against her maternal aunt. Madam, yes, embrace. The aforementioned words were the first to reach her ears. Do not kill me. I beg you, do not kill me, she cried, recoiling from Madam Yes hold. Sure, it is I, your aunt. Fear not. I am here, and no one shall dare harm you. My poor child, to be defiled in such a manner, a disgrace upon our house. Woe is me. Madam, you lamented, dabbing at her tears as she reached for Lin Shishi's hand, casting a venomous glance at the young man facing the wall. Following her gaze, Lin Shishi beheld a figure of imposing stature, his spine ramrod straight. Even in disarray, his noble bearing remained evident. Lu Chong, am I not dead? Lin Shishi blurted out. Madam Yes tears flowed even more freely. Sure, you shall not perish. It is not you who deserves to die. I shall protect you with my very life. I have failed your departed parents, alas. The other ladies present, initially displaying a degree of awkwardness, had been visiting when they stumbled upon this distressing scene in the rear courtyard. Upon hearing Lin Shishi's plea, do not kill me, they surmised that she had been violated and nearly silenced. Such audacity! They cast sympathetic glances at Lin Shishi and glared daggers at the stoic Lu Chong, who remained motionless, facing the wall. Lin Shishi turned her head, past the assembled ladies, and spotted her personal maid, Chiyun, poised at the doorway, ready to summon the physician, but a realization dawned upon her. Was this not a replay of events from 6 years prior? Had she not been force-fed frigid concoctions by Shen Yujiao for 3 consecutive days, ultimately succumbing to excruciating abdominal pain? Lin Shishi pinched her thigh. The pain was undeniable. This was no dream. She had been reborn. The years of confinement and misery in the inner court, she had repeatedly replayed this very scene in her mind. She had often pondered, had she returned to the past, recognized the machinations of those malevolent spirits, and made different choices, would her life have been spared such wretchedness? Thus, upon reliving this moment, even across the chasm of 6 years, she instinctively cried out, Chiyun, return. Chiyun paused, retracting her outstretched leg. A glint of coldness flickered in Madam Yes' eyes as she clasped Lin Shishi's hand, feigning concern. Sure, let the physician examine you. I cannot bear to see you suffer any further affliction. Lin Shishi inwardly scoffed. It was not her well-being she was concerned about, but rather the desire to broadcast this scandal far and wide, branding both Lin Shishi and her stepson with infamy, leaving them vulnerable to her machinations. However, Lin Shishi masked her true feelings, feigning embarrassment as she adjusted her loose garments, expressing her shame. Aunt, there was a misunderstanding between myself and my elder cousin, for which I apologize. Today is my uncle's 40th birthday. I implore you to entertain the ladies at the banquet. Allow Chiyun to assist me in tidying up. I shall explain the details of this domestic matter to you later. The expressions on the ladies' faces shifted to confusion. What was happening? Just moments ago, Miss Lin had been wailing, portraying herself as a virtuous maiden seeking death after her purity had been sullied, even feigning unconsciousness. Now, it seemed the situation was not as dire as it appeared. She even implied that these were private matters, suggesting that they, as outsiders, should excuse themselves. Indeed, it was a matter within the confines of the household. Sure, fear not regardless of his status. I shall stand by you. If your second cousin were to learn of this, his heart would be shattered. Alas for you and him. Ahem. Madam, you sobbed, as if she were the one who had been wronged. Lin Shishi, disgusted by her performance, could barely contain her revulsion. Upon hearing this, the other ladies abandoned their intention to leave. One of them, a portly woman in her late 50s with silvering temples, stepped forward. Miss Lin, if you have suffered any injustice, speak it forthrightly. Under the heavens, regardless of the malevolent forces at play, I, the Madam of the Duke of Lu's estate, shall see justice done. Count me in, and I, several other ladies echoed, their faces filled with righteous indignation. Lin Shishi lowered her gaze, concealing the cold amusement in her eyes. Her aunt was indeed cunning. Having summoned the influential and well-connected Madam of the Duke of Lu's estate to witness these events, in no wonder, in her previous life, Lu Chang had been forced to relinquish his status as the heir apparent, resign from his position as a commander in the Imperial Guards, and flee to the desolate northwestern frontier to AS for herself. Her reputation ruined, she was mercifully taken in by her aunt, who, with the aid of her parents' vast fortune, arranged for her to become a concubine to her second cousin, Lu Su. Confined to the inner court, her wealth was gradually pilfered by her aunt, who allowed Lu Zu's primary wife, Shun Yujiao, to torment her relentlessly. Lin Shishi's mind conjured images of her previous life, a brief existence stained with blood, misery, and despair. And all of this misfortune began today. On this day, General Lu Huaishi, the head of the state, celebrated his 40th birthday with a grand banquet. Madame Yu Yuefu, Lu Huaizi's second wife and the lady of the house. Lin Shishi had grown up in Haining, where her father, Lin Wei, was a wealthy merchant. At the age of 12, her mother, Yu Weiyao, had sent her to her maternal grandparents' home in the capital, where her grandfather was a county magistrate, to pave the way for her future marriage prospects. When Lin Wei and his wife perished at sea when she was 14, her maternal grandmother died of a sudden illness. Madame Yu Yuefu took Lin Shishi into the general's mansion, where she had been for 2 years. Lin Shishi and Yu Yuefu's son, Lu Su, had spent much time together, and they had developed feelings for each other that Yu Yuefu seemed to approve, and Lin Shishi had assumed that she would marry her cousin, Lu Su. However, a sudden change occurred on the day of Lu Huaizi's birthday. A maid told her that Lu Su was waiting for her in the mansion's courtyard, and Lin Shishi went without thinking. However, when she opened the door, the room was empty. Thinking that her cousin was playing a trick on her, she walked to the Shangfang, where she saw the faint shadow of a man behind the lowered curtains. She approached with a restrained smile, but when she lifted the curtains, she saw her elder cousin, Lu Chang, with his chest exposed. Lu Chang was the eldest son of Lu Huaishi and his first wife, Cui, who had died when he was a toddler. Lu Chang had been raised by his grandmother. At the age of 8, Lu Chang had followed his grandfather to the northwestern military camp, and he had returned to the capital at the age of 18 to join the Imperial Guard, where he had risen to the rank of commander in 2 years. Lin Shishi would occasionally run into him in the mansion, but because of his strained relationship with her aunt and his cold demeanor, she would either avoid him or simply greet him with a hello. Elder cousin that I inner mind, Yu Yuefu's son, Lu Su, was her cousin. Chapter 1. Lin Shishi's rebirth. Shishi, wake up, call the physician, quickly call the physician. A woman's voice echoed, filled with sorrow. As Lin Shishi regained consciousness, she found herself disheveled, half collapsing against her aunt, Madame Yu. The words she heard were chilling. Do not kill me, do not kill me. Startled, she tumbled away from Madame Yu's embrace. Shishi, I am your aunt. Do not be afraid. I am here. No one dares to harm you. My poor child. So brutally wronged. Our family is unfortunate. Madame Yu wept, wiping her tears as she grasped Lin Shishi's hand, simultaneously casting a fierce glance at the young man standing against the wall. Following her gaze, Lin Shishi beheld a tall figure, his posture straight despite his disheveled attire, embodying an elegance that was hard to ignore. Lu Chang, I'm not dead, Lin Shishi blurted out, disbelief flooding her words. Madame Yu and Appo's tears flowed even more freely. Shishi, you will not die. The one who deserves death is not you. I will protect you with my life. I owe your deceased parents this much. The other women present initially wore expressions of awkwardness, having come to visit but stumbling into such a scandal. Hearing Lin Shishi's plea, do not kill me, they realized the gravity of her plight. She had been humiliated, nearly silenced permanently. Such audacity was intolerable. Collectively, they cast sympathetic glances toward Lin Shishi while directing fiery glares at the motionless Lu Chang. He remained with his head bowed, unmoving. Lin Shishi turned her head, spotting her maid Xiaoyun at the door, poised to summon the physician. Ah, is all this not a scene from 6 years ago? Was I not poisoned by Shun Yujiao for 3 days, suffering agonies until my demise? Lin Shishi pinched her thigh, feeling the pain. This was undeniably real. It was not a dream. She had been reborn, trapped in the depths of the inner courtyard, enduring a living hell. She had often replayed this moment in her mind. She had imagined what it would be like to return to the past, to see through the schemes of those malevolent beings, to make different choices, and perhaps escape a life of misery. Thus, when she found herself back at this moment, despite the 6-year gap, she instinctively called out, "Xiaoyun, come back." Xiaoyun halted her steps, turning back. A fleeting glint of coldness flashed in Madame Yu's eyes as she tightly grasped Lin Shishi's hand, her concern palpable. Sure, let the physician check on you. I cannot allow you to suffer any mishap." Lin Shishi and Apos, heart harbored a bitter laugh. It was not my well-being she feared. She sought to make this disgrace public, to nail me and her stepson to the pillar of shame, allowing her to manipulate us at will. Yet, Lin Shishi's face betrayed none of her inner thoughts. She adjusted her loose clothing, adopting a bashful expression. "Aunt, I had a misunderstanding with my cousin, which has caused everyone to witness this farce. Today is Uncle's 40th birthday. Please entertain the ladies at the banquet. Let Xiaoyun assist me with the household matters. I shall explain everything to you later." Confusion swept over the faces of the ladies. What was happening? Just moments ago, this Miss Lin had been wailing in despair, appearing as a wronged and virtuous woman, and now she spoke of household affairs, implying that they, as outsiders, should retreat. After all, this was indeed a matter concerning the inner courtyard. Sure, do not fear. Regardless of his status, I will stand up for you. If your second cousin learns of this, he will be heartbroken for you. Madame Yu sobbed, as if she herself were the victim. Lin Shishi regarded her with disgust. The other ladies, upon hearing this, abandoned their intentions to leave. An affluent matron in her 50s stepped forward. "Miss Lin, if you have suffered any grievances, speak freely. In this world, regardless of the evildoers, I, the wife of the Duke of Lu, will see this matter through." "Come in," echoed the others, their faces filled with righteous indignation. Lin Shishi lowered her gaze, concealing her cold smile. Her aunt was indeed cunning, having summoned the esteemed wife of the Duke of Lu to witness it all. No wonder in her past life, Lu Chong had been compelled to relinquish his position as the heir and abandon his post, fleeing to the northwest. Meanwhile, her reputation lay in ruins, and her aunt's pity had led her to marry her second cousin, Lu Su, as a concubine. Trapped in the inner courtyard, her wealth had been deceitfully taken by her aunt, who allowed Lu Su's legitimate wife, Shun Yujiao, to torment her mercilessly. Visions of her past life surfaced, a fleeting glimpse of her tragic and sorrowful existence. All misfortune began on this day. At that time, the head of the general of the state, Lu Huaishi, was celebrating his 40th birthday, hosting a grand banquet. Lin Shishi's aunt, Yu Yuefu, was his legal wife and the head of the household. Lin Shishi had grown up in Haining, the daughter of a wealthy merchant, Lin Wei. At 12, her mother, Yao, sent her to her maternal family in the capital to pave the way for her future marriage. Tragically, when Lin Wei and his wife set out to sea, their ship met with disaster, and her grandmother succumbed to grief upon hearing the news. Madame Yu took Lin Shishi into the general and Apos' residence, where she had lived for 2 years. Lin Shishi had spent her days alongside her cousin, Lu Su, fostering feelings for one another. Madame Yu seemed pleased with this development, and Lin Shishi believed she would eventually marry her cousin. However, fate had other plans. On Lu Huaishi's birthday, a maid informed her that Lu Su awaited her in the villa. Without hesitation, she went. Upon entering, she found the place empty, assuming her cousin was playing a prank. She ventured deeper into the inner chamber, where a figure loomed beneath the draped curtains. As she approached, she was met with the sight of her eldest cousin, Lu Chong, in a state of undress. Lu Chong, the legitimate son of Lu Huaishi's late first wife, had been raised by his grandmother. At 8, he followed his grandfather to the Northwest military camp and returned to the capital at 18, joining the elite Feather Force Guard, quickly rising to the rank of colonel. Lin Shishi occasionally encountered him in the household, but due to the complex relationship with her aunt, he remained distant, leading her to regard her cousin, Lu Su, as her true brother. Chapter 2. You are only fit to be a concubine. Lu Chong and Appo's broad-mindedness was overshadowed by a flush complexion. Upon seeing him, Lin Shishi sensed something amiss and hastily turned to leave, only to find the door stubbornly locked from the inside. The spring rain fell gently. When the spring rain escorted her to the entrance of the other courtyard, she was called away by someone else. Now, no matter how she called out, not only could she not summon anyone back, but her naturally alluring voice only served to provoke Lu Chong further. His eyes burned with a fierce desire, and as a martial general, he was now in a state of uncontrollable frenzy. How could Lin Shishi hope to resist him? She was nearly overwhelmed, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. When Yu appeared, accompanied by several distinguished guests, she was engulfed in a mix of shame and rage. Feeling as if death was her only escape, coupled with her physical distress, she truly fainted for a moment. In a previous life, Qiu Yun had summoned the house doctor. Upon his arrival, he was followed by a dozen guests attending the feast, including the head of the Zhengguo general's residence, Lu Huaishi. Lu Chong was struck across the face twice by Lu Huaishi and confined to the ancestral hall. Yu apologized to the guests, explaining that an unfortunate incident had occurred at the residence, leading to inadequate hospitality. With the guests dispersing, this scandal spread throughout the capital overnight. Lin Shishi, feeling utterly humiliated, attempted to take her own life several times when the maidservants were not paying attention. Ultimately, it was Lu Su who knelt before her, pleading for her to live for his sake, promising that he would marry her regardless of what had transpired. Lu Huaishi, upon hearing of the incident, insisted that since neither the man nor the woman were married, Lu Chong should marry Lin Shishi. Lu Chong acquiesced. However, Lin Shishi resolutely refused, stating she would rather die than comply. Zhang Mama, who had raised Lin Shishi, privately advised her multiple times, "Miss, you and the second master are both good children, but heaven does not allow you to be together. Although the master may seem cold-hearted, his courtyard is untainted, and he is a handsome young man who has attained the position of a fourth-rank Zonglingjiang at such a young age. Marrying him would lead to a good life." Yet, Lin Shishi harbored nothing but hatred for Lu Chong, believing he had ruined her life and could never consider marrying him. She swore that even if it meant becoming a nun in a temple, she would never wed him. Yu comforted her, saying, Sure, we shall not marry him. He is a demon. Zhang Mama, do not mention this again. Once this matter has passed, I will ensure that Sewer marries you. Little did Lin Shishi know, Yu was merely placating her, using the situation to bring about Lu Chang's downfall. Upon seeing Lu Chong confined by Lu Huaishi with no further developments, Yu summoned Lin Shishi's uncle and grandfather, as well as the head of the Lu family, insisting on punishing the wrongdoer to provide Lin Shishi with an explanation. Lin Shishi's uncle, Yu Wanming, who is also Yu's brother, leaped to his feet, declaring that if justice were not served, he would go to Haining and summon the Lin family to come as well. The consensus among the elders, including Lin Shishi's grandfather, was that Lu Chong should marry Lin Shishi despite the mishap. However, due to Lin Shishi's adamant refusal, the final decision was to punish Lu Chong. He was subjected to the family's disciplinary measures, beaten nearly to death, and subsequently exiled to the northwest. Without imperial orders, he could not return to the capital, nor could he enter the family estate without his father's command. As for the position of heir to the Zhengguo general and Appo's residence, it was naturally no longer his. Chun Yu, who had failed to protect her master, was sold by the Yu family, and they sent their maid, Rindong, to replace her. The matter was settled, but the aftermath left a trail of devastation. Lin Shishi was filled with trepidation, yet harbored a glimmer of hope. Although she was a woman of tarnished reputation, her cousin had vowed to marry her. Furthermore, her deceased parents had left her a substantial dowry. Her mother had prudently acquired numerous properties in the capital before Lin Shishi's arrival, including houses, estates, and shops, with her savings in the treasury amounting to over 100,000 taels of silver. Seeing Lin Shishi's stubbornness, Zhang Mama could only sigh. "Aunt, Is my second cousin not at home today? Lin Shishi timidly inquired of Yu Yuefu, as ever since Lu Chang's departure from the capital, Lu Su had begun to avoid her. Before Yu Yuefu could respond, her daughter, Lu Shanshan, cast a disdainful glance at Lin Shishi and interjected, "Cousin, why do you keep seeking my brother? Are you not aware that he has just passed the imperial examination and has many social engagements? Besides, you are of marriageable age now and should avoid any misunderstandings." In the past, Lu Shanshan would not have dared to speak to her in such a manner. Now, with her boldness, Yu Yuefu did not reprimand her. This was a blatant expression of contempt. Lin Shishi, feeling wronged, returned to her courtyard and began to pack her belongings. Intending to leave, Yu Yuefu hurried to console her, saying, Shishi, you cannot leave. Others will think you have suffered a grievance here. Your cousin has been preoccupied with social obligations, which are crucial for his career. He does not mean to neglect you. You know that after the last incident. Your uncle has been upset with you. Just wait a little longer. Once Su enters the 6 ministries, your uncle may happily agree to your union. Lin Shishi's heart was solely fixated on Lu Su. How could she truly bear to leave? She was quickly calmed down. That very day, Lu Su returned home inebriated and stumbled into Lin Shishi's courtyard, roughly grabbing her and tearing at her clothing, exclaiming, "You were looking for me? I see you must be craving a man." Lin Shishi was immediately brought to tears by his words. Once sober, he returned to apologize, claiming that his drunkenness had led to his indiscretion. He expressed his daily torment at the thought of his beloved being claimed by another. Under the subtle hints from her aunt, Lin Shishi endeavored to win the favor of the entire Lu household, especially Lu Huaishi, by relinquishing the Lin family silk shop, which prospered daily, and 2 vast estates in the western suburbs to Yu Yuefu. She even invested 10,000 taels to renovate the Zhongguo General and Appo's residence inside and out. Yet even after such efforts, Lu Su continued to torment her with his words, and one day in the study, he forcibly took her, to which she resisted, only to have him harshly retort, "You have been with others before." Following this, he would apologize, claiming he was driven mad with jealousy, that he loved her too much. His demeanor turned rough, his mood swings unpredictable, and he often became elusive. The Yu family, downplaying the situation, remarked that a man's focus on his career was commendable, as his future success would inevitably bring glory to the woman by his side. Zhang Mama went out to fetch medicine for her, and returned with news that she had seen Lu Su accompanying the daughter of the Minister of War, Shun Yujiao, into a cosmetic shop. Shun Yujiao? Lin Shishi was taken aback. Shun Yujiao was a frequent visitor to the Zhongguo General's residence, openly enamored with Lu Su, while he had previously shown no interest in her, which had led to Shun Yujiao's animosity toward Lin Shishi. Now they were together? Lin Shishi immediately sought out Yu Yuefu. However, Yu Yuefu replied, Shishi, none of that is true. As for your relationship with your cousin, your uncle will never agree, and your aunt is in a difficult position. Ultimately, the implication was clear. Lin Shishi was expected to accept her fate as a concubine to Lu Su. Shishi, with your aunt's protection and the bond you share with your cousin since childhood, no matter who eventually becomes the matriarch of the household, you will not suffer injustice. Yu Yuefu's words were as sweet as honey, yet Lin Shishi replied with a sorrowful tone, "Aunt, when my parents sent me to the capital, they told my grandmother that no matter the wealth or power of any family I encountered, I must never become a concubine." Yu Yuefu's countenance darkened, and Lin Shishi mistakenly believed it was due to her rejection of the proposal, thinking it displeased her. But Yu Yuefu bitterly retorted, "Your mother and grandmother were unwilling for you to become a concubine. Yet what about the fact that they allowed me to be one?" Chapter 3. Expecting Lin Shishi was only aware that Yushi was the concubine of the general's family, but she was unaware of her status as a favored one. She gazed blankly at Yu Yuefu. Yu Yuefu, realizing her slip of the tongue, paid it little mind, noting that this matter must be approached cautiously, as Lu Huaishi held the authority and would need to relent. Mama Zhang urged Lin Shishi to move away from the general's residence, suggesting she return to her grandfather's home or back to Haining. However, Lin Shishi seemed enchanted, unwilling to depart, and in a bid to curry favor with the Lu family, repeatedly offered her parents hard-earned wealth. Mama Zhang sighed deeply. Yu Shi quietly advised Lin Shishi. Sure. Mama Zhang's persistent encouragement for you to leave the residence may harbor ulterior motives. You must be vigilant and not be deceived by a servant. Lin Shishi replied, Aunt, Mama Zhang is merely concerned for my well-being. She once saved my mother's life, and my parents entrusted her to me completely. Sure, you are still young and do not understand that hearts can change. It is wise to be more observant. Your aunt only wishes the best for you. Days later, a worker from a silk shop came to the general's residence, accusing Mama Zhang of embezzling the family's funds over the years. Naturally, Lin Shishi was incredulous. Yet, the worker had summoned someone from the capital's foremost gambling house, claiming Mama Zhang and Appo's son gambled there and, upon losing, would withdraw money from the silk shop, which was now nearly depleted. At merely 16, Lin Shishi lacked any concept of financial management. She knew her parents had established numerous shops, fields, and residences in the capital. Yet the management was handled by Manager Luo of Jinbao Building, with Mama Zhang overseeing the accounts. Lin Shishi was too lazy to even reconcile the accounts, which left Mama Zhang shaking her head each year. Thus, when she learned that Mama Zhang had secretly misappropriated funds, she was utterly bewildered. Yu Shi fanned the flames, suggesting that if Lin Shishi had not entrusted the silk shop to Mama Zhang, she would remain oblivious to the situation. Lin Shishi, unaware of how long she had been deceived by this old servant, was taken aback. Mama Zhang immediately knelt, saying, Miss, it is true that my son gambles, and I have only just learned of it. If you wish to report this, I bear no resentment, even if it leads to his demise. But I assure you, I have never harbored ill intentions toward you. Lin Shishi had shared a deep bond with Mama Zhang over the years. Typically, she would not allow Mama Zhang to refer to herself as a servant, nor would she ever permit her to kneel. Overwhelmed, Lin Shishi felt the weight of everyone's gaze urging her to address Mama Zhang's fate. Hesitant, she decided to confine Mama Zhang for further investigation. At this juncture, she discovered that her monthly cycle had not arrived for nearly 2 months. Upon mentioning this to Yu Shi, she summoned the household physician, who revealed that Lin Shishi was with child. Lin Shishi was struck with panic. Yu Shi remained silent for a moment before instructing the physician to keep this matter confidential. Lin Shishi contemplated terminating the pregnancy, but Yu Shi hesitated, suggesting they deliberate further the next day. The following day, Yu Shi returned to persuade her against the abortion, citing the adverse effects on one's health. Many women become barren after termination. After all, this is the bloodline of the Lu family. Consider it Lu Su's child, she remarked. However, this would necessitate her becoming Lu Su and Appo's concubine immediately. Lin Shishi instinctively wanted to consult Mama Zhang. Yu Shi interjected, Sure, if you trust Mama Zhang so implicitly, why not summon Manager Luo and hear his perspective on Mama Zhang's actions? Did your parents not advise you to seek Mama Zhang for internal matters and Manager Luo for external ones? Clearly, both are trusted by your parents. Lin Shishi pondered this suggestion. After all, Mama Zhang had the most contact with Manager Luo. When Manager Luo arrived, he initially remained tight-lipped, but eventually lamented, Miss, I am guilty of betraying your family's trust. Mama Zhang's son not only withdrew money from the silk shop, but often used Mama Zhang's name to procure funds from Jinbao Building. This statement sealed Mama Zhang's fate, prompting Yu Shi to declare her intention to punish this disloyal servant severely. Lin Shishi, unable to bear it, suggested simply sending her away. As Mama Zhang prepared to depart, she knelt before Lin Shishi, tears streaming down her face. Miss, it is my failure as a mother, but I have never betrayed you. You possess a vast fortune. I fear others may covet it. Please take care of yourself. Mama Zhang also presented Lin Shishi with 2 options: terminate the pregnancy and return to her grandfather's home, or return to the Lin family in Haining. With your considerable assets, even if you have a past blemish, finding a suitable husband should not be difficult. If you remain in the General and Appo's residence, you risk losing everything. Lin Shishi wept as she watched Mama Zhang being expelled from the General and Appo's residence. Now, only Chuyun and Rindan remained by her side, with Rindan being a gift from her aunt. Lin Shishi touched her belly, feeling utterly lost. She still wished to terminate the pregnancy. Otherwise, she would bear this shame for a lifetime. Lu Su, however, expressed surprise when she mentioned her intention to keep the child, stating that it was the blood of the Lu family. After all, my elder brother will not return, so consider it your child. Yet, he did not appear pleased, as though he had been coerced. Yusher also approached, saying, your uncle is aware that you carry the Lu family's child and has granted permission for you to become Lu Su's concubine. It seems she had previously lacked even the status of a concubine. Indeed, Lu Huaishi must harbor resentment toward her for ruining his eldest son. Qiuyun and Rindan urged her not to risk terminating the pregnancy. Lin Shishi, in a daze, allowed time to pass, and, as her belly gradually grew, the possibility of abortion faded away, leaving her as Lu Su's concubine without any ceremony. Half a year later, Shun Yujiao entered as the legitimate wife. On the second day of their marriage, she brought her maid to Lin Shishi's courtyard to humiliate her. Lin Shishi, a virtuous woman, does not marry a second husband. You, a tarnished shoe, are only fortunate that the second master is kind enough to lend you a hand. Do not mistake others in oppos. Kindness for weakness. He has given you this child. So you must remain here and behave yourself, lest you bring shame upon yourself. Chapter 4. The unresting eyes, Shun Yu Jiao, remained oblivious to the truth that the child was not Lu Su and oppos. Yes. Yet what did it matter? This would only amplify her hatred towards Lin Shishi. What woman, after marrying, would wish to witness another bearing her husband's child? Moreover, this individual was her husband's childhood companion. Shin Yu Jiao employed various methods to torment Lin Shishi. Initially, she was wary of her mother-in-law, Yu Fu, but soon realized that you merely turn a blind eye, seemingly indifferent as long as Lin Shishi was not killed. Thus, Shin Yu Jiao became increasingly unrestrained in her actions. After giving birth, Lu Su frequently visited her courtyard to stay the night. Shin Yu Jiao yearned to bear a child with Lu Su, but Yu forbade it, asserting that since she had already given birth to a son, the rightful wife could not conceive again. Consequently, after each union, she was compelled to drink the contraceptive concoction delivered by Rindong. Although Lu Su was diligent in their intimate encounters, he merely practiced evasive tactics in response to Shin Yu Jiao and Oppo's relentless torment. Eventually, he claimed to be overwhelmed with official duties and urged her to consult Yu for any household matters. Shin Yu Jiao's father, the Minister of War, was a formidable ally for Lu Su, who sought to appease Shin Yu Jiao rather than express disdain for the child, even going so far as to name him Lu Jin, an ominous name, indeed. It became apparent that Lu Su and Oppo's intentions were solely driven by his desire for her physical presence. In the stillness of the night, gazing at the sleeping visage of her child, Lin Shishi pondered if she had chosen to marry the elder. No matter how cold-hearted he might be, surely he would not reject his own flesh and blood. Now, all she could do was weep in silence. When Lu Jin was just over 3 years old, he fell gravely ill, languishing in bed for over a month without improvement, ultimately requiring the imperial physician and Oppo's attention. The physician diagnosed a congenital ailment, stating that to cure it fully, the blood of the biological father was essential. Yu, who usually disregarded the child, approached Lin Shishi and urged her to write to the man in the northwest, imploring him to return secretly for the sake of the child. Lin Shishi hesitated, but with the child's condition worsening, she feared for his life. Reluctantly, she penned the letter, uncertain if he would return for a child he did not even know existed. Half a month later, he returned, standing at her courtyard entrance, weary and travel-worn beneath the moonlight. What transpired next shocked everyone. After drawing blood from the child, Lu Chong was apprehended at the city gate the following morning as he departed the city. Shortly thereafter, news of warfare in the northwest emerged. The Tubo tribe had launched an incursion, and the commander of the great Shang dynasty, Lu Chong, had deserted his military post. The Northwest Army suffered a catastrophic defeat, with casualties numbering in the tens of thousands. The court was thrown into turmoil, with countless memorials calling for Lu Chang's impeachment. In the end, even the emperor could not shield him, and he was sentenced to death. Meanwhile, Lin Shishi remained ignorant of these developments, unaware that in just a few short years, He had risen to become the commander of the Northwest Army. All she knew was that after consuming his blood, Lu Jin had miraculously recovered. Initially skeptical of the physician's claims, she now realized that the so-called physician had colluded with others. One day, Shen Yujiao abruptly invited her to witness a public execution, claiming that a high-ranking official was to be executed for delaying military matters. Lin Shishi was disinclined to attend, but Shen Yujiao insisted, stating that the individual had connections to her, and that she would regret not witnessing it. Curiosity piqued, Lin Shishi followed her outside. Standing upon the execution platform was none other than Lu Chang. ISN and Oppose. He connected to you? I did not deceive you, Shen Yujiao mocked, pointing at the condemned man. Lin Shishi felt her blood turn to ice. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the child's biological father, as she wished for nothing more than his safety. Moreover, could his death be linked to his secret return? Ignoring the guard's attempts to restrain her, she rushed forward calling out, Lu Chang. With all her strength, she cried out. Upon hearing her voice, he turned and met her gaze, a look of bewilderment crossing his face, swiftly replaced by a faint, unconscious smile. His eyes held a concerned inquiry, as if asking, is the child well? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Lin Shishi began to weep. It was only in her final moments that she understood the entirety of this treachery. From the moment of her pregnancy, you had ensnared her deeper into this plot. Who would have thought that the fleeting couple would be willing to risk their lives for the child? How splendid it was to effortlessly eliminate a significant threat for the 8th prince, leaving the emperor with one less arm to wield. Lin Shishi, having been weakened by Shen Yujiao's 2 days of frigid concoctions, could barely lift her head. You dare to rebel? Lin Shishi's eyes widened in disbelief. Why should we not? Everything is in place. We merely await the favorable winds. However, you shall not witness that day. I must express my gratitude. All your dowry and wealth have been gifted to me. What can be done? After all, I have been instrumental in assisting the second master to ascend to greatness. At merely 22, he has already secured the position of Deputy Minister of Personnel. Once the 8th prince ascends, he shall be the youngest Minister of Personnel in the great Shang dynasty. Ha ha! With a hand on her visibly swollen belly, Shen Yujiao laughed with abandon. Shen Yujiao, you dare to kill me? My aunt and cousin will never allow it. Lin Shishi protested defiantly. Lin Shishi, do you truly believe your mother-in-law has your best interests at heart? She urged you to bear a child merely to use him as a pawn against Lu Chang. After all, Lu Chang is no ordinary man. At the tender age of 16, he could sever the heads of Tubo commanders. My father has proclaimed him a rare military talent. As for you, you have become utterly worthless. The moment you transferred the wealth from Haining to the capital, your value as a pawn diminished significantly. Now that Lu Chang is dead, you are even more insignificant. When Lu Jin was 2 years old, you instructed Lin Shishi to sell the properties and businesses in Haining, warning that if too much time passed, the Lin family there might seize them. Complying without question, Lin Shishi traveled to Haining, where her grandfather and uncle, upon learning of her marriage to her cousin and the birth of a son, expressed joy without any resentment, merely hoping she would return with the child sometime. All that wealth ultimately ended up in Yu's hands. She could hardly believe the extent of Yu's treachery. Was she not her aunt? You are truly foolish. Your mother and maternal grandmother are equally ignorant. How could they not inform you of these matters? No wonder your mother-in-law could so easily eliminate them. They simply brought about their own demise. Drink this medicine. Perhaps on the road to the netherworld, you might catch up with your son. You killed Lu Jin? He is barely over 3 years old. You fiends. Oh, did both parents perish, leaving him all alone? I am merely being kind-hearted. With his remains still warm, I offer companionship on the journey to the afterlife. Chapter 5. Sealing the lips. Lin Shishi, lost in thoughts of her past life, took a long while to regain her composure. Before her, several ladies had been incited by the Yu family to pursue a sense of justice, each eager to defend their own honor. Lin Shishi lowered her gaze, concealing the derision that flickered in her eyes. In this new life, she vowed never to allow the Yu family to lead her astray again. However, the current situation was decidedly unfavorable for her. Her reputation was undoubtedly tarnished due to her indiscretions with Lu Chang during the day. The challenge lay in preventing matters from spiraling into the worst possible outcome. "Aunt, ladies, you must uphold justice for sure. When I was summoned to this villa by my second cousin, my personal maid was coincidentally called away by Aunt's maid, Jean Dong. As soon as I entered this room, the door was locked from the outside, and I found my elder cousin drugged. To this day, Sure remains bewildered by the events." She sobbed, tears rolling down her cheeks like scattered pearls. Internally, she had already spun through a myriad of thoughts, contemplating how to articulate her words to salvage some semblance of the situation. She refrained from mentioning that it was a maid from the household who had summoned her, instead attributing her arrival to her second cousin. The maid who had taken Chunyu away was indeed from the household, yet she had mentioned that Jean Dong sought Chunyu, a detail Lin Shishi conveniently omitted, stating only that it was Jean Dong. Given that the door had been locked and Lu Chong had been drugged, it was evident that someone was orchestrating this scheme. The ladies were well aware that the eldest son was the stepson of the Yu family, not a biological child. Having spent years in the inner chambers, they needed little time to deduce that the Yu family was likely the mastermind behind this plot. Indeed, their expressions darkened. Though they spoke not a word, their disdainful glances towards the Yu matriarch were unmistakable. Yu was taken aback, clearly surprised. She had not anticipated Lin Shishi would voice such accusations, yet she found herself unable to refute her claims. "Shishi, your second cousin is preoccupied with entertaining guests. How could he possibly have called for you? Surely, you have been deceived. You are unaware of how appealing you are and how some men harbor vile intentions, resorting to any means necessary. You attempted to cast suspicion on Lu Chong. In such circumstances, Lu Chong had no opportunity to defend himself. In her previous life, he had remained silent, even refraining from disclosing that he had been drugged, thus bearing the weight of all accusations. Aunt, who is it that seeks to frame me? Please have uncle report this to the authorities. I am terrified that if they do not apprehend the wrongdoer, I will suffer greatly." Yu was momentarily stunned. A woman of ill repute rarely demanded an investigation by the authorities. What had come over Lin Shishi today? If a report were made, the methods of the constabulary would likely unveil the truth. "Shishi, do not be foolish. If the authorities intervene, your reputation will be ruined," Yu cautioned. "Aunt, what do you propose? So many are aware of this incident. If word spreads, how shall Shishi survive? I wish to cease existing." Lin Shishi wailed, collapsing into Yu's arms. Yu felt her head throb. Lady Han, the wife of the Duke of Lu, the eldest among the gathered ladies, was displeased and instructed Chuyun to secure the door. Afterward, she stepped closer and said, "Miss Lin, let us keep today's events confined to this room. A young lady's reputation is paramount. I assure you, at my age, I will not speak a word of this outside." The other ladies quickly echoed similar sentiments. Yu's face twisted in anger, yet she forced herself to adopt a maternal demeanor, reassuring Lin Shishi, "Fear not. Your reputation is of utmost importance. Your aunt will ensure the servants remain silent." At this point, Lady Han's discontent with Yu was palpable. She had concluded that Yu was indeed the one pulling the strings. This woman was willing to sacrifice her own niece to ensnare her stepson, dragging them all into this murky affair. Just moments ago, she had nearly fallen for Yu's scheme, becoming an unwitting accomplice. Lady Han spoke again, her tone markedly less cordial. "Madam Yu, in light of such events occurring under your roof, regardless of the true instigator, you, as the head of the household, cannot absolve yourself of responsibility. I am but an outsider, yet I have known your family for generations. Today, having encountered this situation, I must ask, is this how you manage your household? This has ruined 2 young lives. If this scandal spreads, your own children will be implicated as well." Lin Shishi felt a surge of gratitude towards Lady Han. Lacking the support of elders, she could not directly confront Yu. Lady Han's words felt like a powerful blow to Yu. Even if Yu was not the perpetrator, as the head of the household, she bore responsibility, and her offspring would inevitably be affected. Lady Han, of a status far superior to Yu and Appo's, had come today out of respect for their family's historical ties. Yu dared not retort in her presence, awkwardly conceding, "You are correct, dear cousin. I was careless. I will ensure this matter is thoroughly investigated, restoring the children's innocence." Lady Han was not swayed by Yu's hollow promises, Yet she acknowledged her public face and chose not to interfere further, as she had never met the two children before. Lin Shishi recognized the opportunity to secure a powerful ally, even if it was merely an fade. She quickly rose from her position on the bed and bowed deeply before Lady Han, her voice trembling with emotion. Lady Han, your earlier assurance to protect Shishi has filled me with gratitude. You remind me of my late grandmother, who spoke to me with such kindness. Alas, I am unfortunate. My parents are gone, and now this incident has marred my future. I fear the road ahead will be fraught with difficulty. But today I sincerely thank you, and I humbly bow before you. Lady Han, nearing 60, with a granddaughter of similar age to Lin Shishi, felt a pang of compassion for the orphan girl who had ventured into the Duke's household, now seemingly a lamb among wolves. Though she had intended to remain uninvolved, Lin Shishi's plight stirred her maternal instincts. With a sigh, she helped Lin Shishi to her feet, offering gentle words. Dear child, in the future, be more discerning in your dealings. Since this has occurred, consider your choices carefully. Should you find yourself in need of my assistance, send word to the Duke of Lu. This was precisely the assurance Lin Shishi desired. Nodding fervently while wiping her tears, she grasped Lady Han's arm and nestled her cheek against it. Lin Shishi then turned to the other ladies, bowing in gratitude for their willingness to remain discreet regarding today's events. With Lady Han's backing, the remaining ladies expressed their sympathy for Lin Shishi, pledging their commitment to silence. Finally, Lin Shishi cast a serious glance at Qiuyun, warning, if you dare to divulge today's events, I shall see you sold to the most desolate of places. Qiuyun quickly prostrated herself, repeatedly assuring her that she would not speak a word. The room was left with only Lu Chang, Yu, and the matron Zhuang. Lu Chang, of course, would not seek to broadcast his disgrace. Feeling the pressure mounting, Yu glanced at Zhuang and said, Zhuang is loyal to me. She knows what should and should not be said. Sure, your aunt will find a way to protect you. Thank you, aunt. Lin Shishi bowed again to you. Though she did not expect absolute silence from everyone, she was confident that should they choose to gossip, it would only be whispered behind closed doors, sparing her from further scandal. Chapter 6. Every word strikes home. You felt a deep sense of regret for having brought the Lady Han of the state of Lu along. She was clearly beyond Yu's ability to manage. And then there was Lin Shishi, a crystalline soul nurtured in affluence, who had always been obedient to Yu's every word. Today, for some inexplicable reason, Lin and Appo's every remark struck a nerve, rendering Yu speechless and compelled to pacify the situation. After plotting for so long, her unwillingness to concede was palpable. However, she could only feign the need to attend to guests, ushering the Lady Han and her entourage out. Once the banquet concluded, she would coax Lin Shishi alone. If necessary, she would summon Lu Su to charm her, ensuring she would remain steadfast against Lu Chang. When that time came, with the doors firmly shut, she would handle family affairs as she saw fit, with no concern for outside opinions. My lord, you have indeed erred today. Please return and await further instructions. The rest will be addressed after I inform your father, you stated. The man adjusted his robes and replied coldly, I acknowledge my fault and will accept the consequences. Yet, I will unearth the machinations behind this. With that, he walked away with a stony expression, his gaze unwavering. You trembled inwardly, watching Lu Chang depart from the scene of discord, a bitter resentment brewing within her. She hastily reassured Lin Shishi with a few words, then left in a flurry of unease. Lin Shishi sat at the edge of her bed, her face etched with concern. In her previous life, Lu Chang had never uttered such words. Instead, he had silently accepted blame. Qiuyun, observing from the side, felt a wave of anxiety. She sensed that today's Lin Shishi was markedly different from the past. Cautiously, she approached, saying, Miss, shall we leave as well? Of course, Lin Shishi replied, allowing Qiuyun to adjust her clothing and hair before taking a discreet path back to her quarters. In the courtyard, only a rough maid named Shier was present. Earlier that day, news had arrived that someone from Haining wished to see Mama Zhang, who had left with a young servant and a laboring maid. Chunyu had been called away, and after the incident in her previous life, you had sold Chunyu off, while Qiu Yun remained to serve her alongside Rendong. It was not until later that she discovered Qiu Yun had long been in Yu's employ. In light of this, it seemed Chunyu was indeed innocent, which explained Yu's decision to sell her off. Shi'er, go to Jinbao Tower and fetch Mama Zhang. Tell her there's an urgent matter at the estate and to return promptly. The household is busy today, so do not trouble anyone else. Go swiftly on foot. Lin Shishi instructed. Shi'er, a 15-year-old naive girl with large hands and feet, was quite adept at labor but seldom ventured beyond the estate. She was momentarily taken aback, thinking she had misheard. Was such a task not meant for Qiu Yun or Chunyu? Qiu Yun stepped forward, suggesting, Miss, she and Oppos, or has never been to Jinbao Tower. Allow me to go instead. Lin Shishi scoffed. Send you? I fear you would be the first to inform you. Mama Zhang and Oppos' departure today was likely orchestrated by you. However, it was not yet time to deal with Qiu Yun. Shi'er walked swiftly. You've reminded me. Here, take this token, Lin Shishi said, handing Shi'er a copper token. With this token, the staff at Jinbao Tower would be more accommodating. Otherwise, a maid like Shi'er would be unlikely to gain entry to such a noble establishment. Shi'er accepted it with trepidation, clutching it to her chest, realizing the weight of the responsibility bestowed upon her. She assured Lin Shishi she would handle the matter well. Qiu Yun, wishing to speak further, was interrupted by Lin Shishi. Qiu Yun, come with me. Qiu Yun dared not defy her. Once inside the room, Lin Shishi instructed her to select a new outfit and to heat water for her bath. Miss, I will have the kitchen send water over, Qiu Yun suggested. Today's banquet has the kitchen overwhelmed. They one team manage it. Lin Shishi scolded, her displeasure evident. Typically, she was quite agreeable, and both Chunyu and Qiu Yun, having followed her from Ninghai, were more like sisters than servants, rarely facing reprimand. Noticing Lin Shishi's ire, Qiu Yun refrained from further protest and returned to the kitchen to prepare the water. Moments later, she stealthily emerged, only to find Lin Shishi seated in the courtyard. Startled, Qiu Yun thought Lin Shishi would be in her chamber, providing her a chance to send a message to you. How is it that the water is ready so soon? Lin Shishi inquired pointedly. And no, I thought to fetch some better firewood from the kitchen to make the flames larger. Qiu Yun stammered. Qiu Yun, if you leave, I will be alone in the courtyard. Are you not concerned for my safety? Is firewood more important than your mistress? Lin Shishi questioned, pressing her. Qiu Yun fell silent, realizing she had forgotten that Lin Shishi had recently suffered a violation and would surely be frightened. Miss, I understand my mistake. I shall remain by your side today without fail, she promised, abandoning her plan to send a message, hoping that she and Oppos will be noticed when leaving the estate. Mama Zhang was Lin Shishi's most competent aide, and you had likely orchestrated her departure. If Zhang returned, U.S. schemes would surely falter. Why had you not sent anyone to check? Qiu Yun glanced at the main door, noticing it was bolted shut. Lin Shishi feigned ignorance of Qiu Yun's furtive actions, merely instructing her to hurry back and heat the water. With a mind full of concerns, Qiu Yun returned to her task. Once the water was ready, Lin Shishi instructed her to assist with the bathing, remaining by her side the entire time. Miss, I believe I heard a knock at the door, Qiu Yun said, while attending to Lin Shishi's bath. They both heard the sound of knocking at the courtyard gate. Let me finish my bath first, Lin Shishi replied, her tone curt, causing Qiu Yun's heart to race with anxiety. After successfully assisting Lin Shishi in dressing and styling her hair, when she opened the courtyard door, she was met by an anxious Lu Su. Why did it take so long to open the door? Are you deaf? Lu Su exclaimed upon seeing Qiu Yun. He had already sent a servant to fetch a ladder. Qiu Yun could only apologize. My apologies, second master. I was attending to the young lady's grooming. Lu Su, uninterested in quarreling with the simple maid, recognized Qiu Yun's close association with Lin Shishi and thus chose to overlook her blunder. He strode inside. Shishi, how are you? I heard from Rendong that you are unwell, Lu Su said, noticing Lin Shishi and Oppos' swollen eyes, though her makeup suggested she did not appear ill. Upon hearing this, Lin Shishi realized Lu Su was still unaware of the day's earlier events. Chapter 7. The manipulation's second master, Lu Su, donned a long crimson robe adorned with golden embroidery. With his rosy lips and pearly teeth, he exuded an air of elegance. Although he bore a slight resemblance to his elder brother Lu Chong, their temperaments were starkly different. Lu Chong, accustomed to military life, stood taller, his demeanor icy and sharp, with an intense gaze that spoke of depth and distance, embodying an aura that repelled strangers. In contrast, Lu Su, despite his martial lineage, had fully embraced the life of a scholar. Nurtured in the halls of learning and sheltered by doting parents, he radiated an aura of warmth and contentment, embodying the essence of gentility. However, it would be some time before Lin Shishi would discover the true nature of this man: greedy, lecherous, hypocritical, and self-centered. Far from the radiant image he projected. Second cousin, I'm all right. There are many people in the manor today, and I feel a bit dizzy, so I'll rest for a while, she said. Xiao Yun, prepare tea for second master, and then wait for me in the courtyard. Following her instructions, Xiao Yun exited. Once she left, Lu Su moved closer to Lin Shishi and gently inquired, Shishi, why are your eyes swollen? Who made you cry? Lin Shishi understood that at this moment, Lu Su's heart was entirely consumed by thoughts of her. Could she perhaps leverage his affections? Second cousin, she hesitated, tears glistening in her eyes. Seeing her distress, Lu Su grew anxious, his heart aching. Shishi, what has happened? Please tell me. Lin Shishi deliberately shook her head, turning away. In a moment of desperation, Lu Su positioned himself in front of her, speaking softly, Cousin, what grievance have you suffered? You must tell me. In this manner, I still hold some authority. A smile tugged at Lin Shishi's lips. He had never truly held authority. Like his father, he was powerless here. It was the Yu family that truly governed. Second cousin, I heard Miss Shan is here today, and Aunt specifically asked you to meet her. Isn't that so? She inquired, her tone heavy. Lu Su breathed a sigh of relief, realizing her jealousy. Sure, there's nothing between me and Miss Shan. You know my heart. She cannot compare to you. The moment I heard you were unwell, I rushed here. I knocked on the door so many times my hand went numb. He explained earnestly. Then did you meet Miss Shan? Lin Shishi pressed. Yes, but in front of so many people, I had no opportunity for unnecessary words. Although my mother has her own desires, she assured me she would respect my wishes. Indeed, the Yu family was secretly orchestrating opportunities for Lu Su and Shen Yujiao. How pitiable it was that in her past life, Lin Shishi had devoted herself to becoming Lu Su and Amp, Appo's wife, only to become a pawn in someone else and Amp, Appo's game. Second cousin, after today, I fear we may never meet again. Lin Shishi suddenly wept. Lu Su was taken aback. They had just clarified everything. Cousin, yes, you. I have no relationship with Miss Shan. If you disapprove, I shall not see her again. I will speak to my mother, but matters of marriage are dictated by our parents' wishes and matchmaking. Your insistence will only put Aunt in a difficult position. How can you know her true feelings if you pressure her? Lin Shishi replied sorrowfully. Sure, cousin, what is troubling you? Mother would never create difficulties for us. She mentioned Miss Shan only in passing. I swear to you, in this life, I shall love only you and wish to marry no one else, Lu Su declared, placing his hand over his heart. Seeing the atmosphere shift toward despair, Lin Shishi responded gently, I know your intentions are sincere, but many matters may not unfold as we wish. Our parents, in order to preserve familial bonds, may choose other paths. Aunt has but one son, regardless of circumstances. You cannot let her down. As for Miss Shan, she has been visiting the manor frequently, and I suspect she shares a deep bond with Aunt. Lin Shishi spoke in a way that obscured her true intentions, leading Lu Su to believe her jealousy stemmed from romantic matters. He remained steadfast in his declarations of loyalty, while she, an orphan, felt bound by fate in ways he could not comprehend. Ultimately, she feigned a headache to excuse herself, sending Lu Su away. With a heavy heart, Lu Su felt a surge of affection for Lin Shishi. Had it not been for the numerous guests present, he would have impulsively sought out the Yu family to solidify his engagement to her, dismissing Shen Yujiao entirely. As he departed, his silhouette cast a desolate shadow, and Lin Shishi felt a profound emptiness within her. She had once believed in the purity of youthful affection. In her previous life, her unwavering devotion had led her to this point of betrayal, used as a mere vessel for his desires, all while being subjected to humiliation. Now, having matured beyond the innocence of 16, she resolved to plant a few thorns in his heart before it was too late. As the guests departed and the gates of the general and Appo's mansion closed, the evening glow revealed the remnants of a lavish feast scattered across the hall. The servants busied themselves with cleanup, while the master of the house wore a grim expression, his face darkening with each passing moment. Bang, 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 Lu Huaiqi smashed 3 teacups in succession, still unsatisfied, clenching his fists and striking the table with fury. Wretched son, how could he commit such a disgraceful act? Bring him to me at once, he bellowed. Yu Shi, with a cold smirk in her heart, thought, if only you could truly punish him, I would not need to exert myself so. Standing nearby, a middle-aged man, resembling Yu Shi, bore a thunderous expression. He was Yu Shi's brother, Lin Shishi's uncle, Yu Wenming, brother-in-law, with Shi's parents deceased. It is my duty as her uncle to seek justice on her behalf. How will you handle this matter? You must decide. Yu Wenming, usually timid in his dealings with his brother-in-law, now spoke with newfound courage. He had recently achieved the status of a scholar, but still relied on his sister and brother-in-law for sustenance. However, this time was different. He had received encouragement from Yu Shi and knew what actions to take. Master, should we summon the clan elders? Yu Shi suggested, exchanging knowing glances with Yu Wenming. While Yu Shi did not genuinely wish to call the elders, she made the suggestion to pressure Lu Huaiqi. Upon hearing this, Lu Huaiqi's eyes bulged, glaring at Yu Shi. Why are you making these matters public? This is an internal affair of the general's mansion. Family disputes should remain private. We will resolve this behind closed doors. Yu Shi reminded him, Master, Shi is not a member of the Lu family. Although she resides in our manor, she contributes significantly each year. The general's mansion should not bully her, despite the Lu family still bearing the title of the general's residence. It had become a mere token of the imperial favor bestowed upon their forebears. By the time it reached Lu Huaiqi, it was already the 5th generation. He merely inherited a lowly rank. Unlike his ancestors who rode into battle to defend the nation, he barely managed to pass the imperial examination at 35, securing a minor position in the Ministry of Rights. The honor of the general's residence was earned by his ancestors. Lu Huaiqi merely lived in their shadow. Fortunately, both of his sons were promising. His eldest, Lu Chong, had ascended to the position of a military officer, while his younger son, Lu Su, had just passed the imperial examination with a bright future ahead. The general's mansion held the hope of flourishing under their stewardship. Chapter 8. Let him leave the manor. Lu Chong was called over, his face marked by exhaustion. You beast! How dare you commit such a disgraceful act at your father's birthday celebration? Kneel! Lu Huai reprimanded Lu Chong mercilessly upon his arrival. Lu Chong cast a cold glance at Yu Shi, but ultimately knelt down. Seeing him kneel, Yu Shi felt a significant weight lift from her heart. I have repeatedly advised you to settle down and marry, yet you ignore my counsel. Your mother painstakingly selected a concubine for you, only for you to drive her away. And now, you have committed such a foolish act. What shall we do? Lu Huai expressed his disappointment. My son has been foolishly ensnared. I have no words left to say, Lu Chong replied coldly. Ensnared? Good sir, you have engaged in such behavior, and you think you can simply shift the blame onto others? Shi is such a fine young lady, and you have sullied her, ruining her life. How could you bear it? You're a robust man, a military officer. Who could possibly ensnare you? Yu Wenming interjected, seemingly invigorated, as he approached Lu Chong. Upon hearing the words that Shi had been sullied, Lu Chang's eyes darkened, and he bit his lip, ultimately remaining silent. Yu Wenming, noticing his silence, felt a sense of triumph and glanced at Yu Shi as if seeking approval. Lu Huai cast a suspicious glance at Yu Shi and sighed deeply, contemplating. Reporting to the authorities was out of the question. It was, after all, a disgraceful matter. Moreover, as a 4th-rank official, Lu Chang's actions would undoubtedly attract the scrutiny of the idol censors, and he could face severe consequences, perhaps even demotion. If he truly had been ensnared, Then who was behind it? He cast a resentful glance at Yushur. No, we cannot report this. If we do, Shur and Amp, Oppo's reputation will be ruined. And how can she hope to marry in the future? This incident has already harmed her. We must not pour salt into her wounds. I propose that since Chang'er and she are of similar age and neither is married, we might as well let them wed, he suggested. Lin Shishi is an orphan and a merchant's daughter. Marrying Lu Chang would lower her status, but given the current situation, we might need to sacrifice Lu Chang for the greater good. Indeed, turn a major issue into a minor one, and a minor one into nothing. That has always been my approach, Lu Huai mused. While that may be true, I have asked Shishi, and she would rather hang herself than accept such a fate. Yushur interjected. She could never allow Lu Chang to marry Lin Shishi. That would be akin to facilitating her rival's ascent. In Yushur's eyes, Lin Shishi was merely a plump goose, and she would never allow her to escape to another and Amp, Oppo's pot. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang and Amp, Oppo's expression grew bleak, as if drained of life. Lu Huai, displeased, remarked, "She refuses? What does she lack that makes her unworthy of him? She has the fortune to marry into the general's household as the primary wife. That is a blessing she has earned from her past life." Though Lu Huai held a modest official position, he had been raised among the influential, mingling with the elite of the capital as a child. A merchant's daughter, especially an orphan, was beneath his consideration. Since Lu Chang had been promoted to a middle-ranking officer, many noble women sought to form alliances with him, leaving Lu Huai lamenting the lost opportunities for his son. How could a mere girl dare to refuse? Father, you are aware that Shishi and her cousin have always gotten along well, Yushur noted. Those two, after such an incident, are you still planning to allow the second son? Lu Huai faltered, taken aback by Yushur and Amp, Oppo's unexpected generosity. Presently, Su and Amp, Oppo's was accompanying Shishi without his comfort. She would scarcely wish to live. Father, how could I bear to separate them? Yushur feigned a sympathetic, yet helpless expression. And what shall we do now? Lu Huai thought Yushur intended to assist her niece in securing a match with his eldest son, only to realize that was not the case. Given the circumstances, it would be awkward for everyone to meet again. Since it is the elder who has erred, he must bear the consequences. We are family, so we cannot send him to the authorities. Instead, let him leave the general's manor and establish his own residence, Yushur proposed. Lu Huai chuckled, recognizing the cunning nature of his wife. Over the years, he had come to understand her desires. However, he had not anticipated that she would take such a convoluted path to achieve her goals, even at the expense of Lin Shishi and Oppo's honor. Lu Chang and Lu Su were both his sons. He held no preference regarding who would inherit the general's estate. However, emotionally, Lu Su was closer to him. For years, the position of heir had remained unrecorded in the family tree, as everyone vied for it. Lu Chang, being the eldest and currently a middle-ranking officer, had the protection of the matriarch. Meanwhile, Lu Su, as a legitimate son, had passed the imperial examination, with Yushur by his side. Thus, Lu Huai found himself unable to decide and continued to evade the issue. Yushur, I'm not dead yet, and Chang'er is not married. If you cast him out, how will others perceive him? How can he establish himself in the capital? A man abandoned by his family will bear a lifelong stain. Although Lu Huai held a lukewarm affection for this son, he was nonetheless his firstborn. He could overlook Yushur's petty grievances, but he would not agree to ruin Lu Chang. Father, simply allowing him to live separately does not equate to expulsion. Expulsion would require the clan leader and Amp, Oppo's intervention and a formal exclusion from the family records, Yushur countered. Turning to Lu Chang, she continued, Elder, given these circumstances, I believe neither Shishi nor Su and Amp, Oppo's would wish to see you again. If you remain in the manor, won't it be awkward for you as well? You have tarnished a woman and Amp, Oppo's honor. Had it not been for Su and Amp, Oppo's strong feelings, Shishi would be in a far worse plight. Lu Chang and Amp, Oppo's body slightly shifted, his previously upright posture now exuding a sense of desolation. It is my fault. I'm willing to bear all the blame. Lu Chang and Amp, Oppo's voice was as cold as ice. Yushur's spirits lifted upon hearing this. She had feared that Lu Chang would insist he had been drugged, though she completely trusted Granny Zhuang's actions. Yet, if Lu Chang were to pursue the matter seriously, it could become troublesome. To her surprise, he accepted responsibility so readily. Lu Huai gritted his teeth in anger. What a foolish son he had. Once he left the manor, rumors would spread throughout the capital, enough to drown him in a flood of gossip. He believed the best solution was to have Lu Chang marry Lin Shishi, but with Yushi involving Lu Su, he could not force the issue without risking Lu Su and Appo's lifelong resentment. Lu Huai found himself in a dilemma. Brother-in-law, since the elder has agreed, let him leave the manor and live independently. Once my father learns of this, he will have a proper explanation. After all, he holds Shishi in high regard. Yuan Ming brought up Lin Shishi's grandfather, who was also Lu Huai's father-in-law. The mention of his father-in-law gave Lu Huai a headache. The old scholar was notoriously unsympathetic. If he were to come to the manor seeking an explanation, it would be quite burdensome. Lu Huai scratched his head, contemplating whether to temporarily acquiesce. Just then, a maid entered and announced, "Master, madam, the old matriarch has arrived." Everyone in the room was taken aback, including the previously downcast Lu Chang, who lifted his head. Lu Huai hurried to the door to greet her. 3 young servants carried a grand chair, upon which sat an elderly lady with silver hair. Indeed, it was the matriarch of the household. "Mother, what brings you here?" Lu Huai took the matriarch's hand, escorting her inside with great care. Yushi and Yuan Ming quickly offered their respects. "Grandmother," Lu Chang called out, his voice tinged with emotion. Chapter 9. Taking charge, the old lady and Appo's armchair was set down, and Lu Chang crawled over. "Good grandson, rise," she addressed Lu Chang, ignoring everyone else. "Grandmother, I have disappointed you," Lu Chang replied, filled with guilt. "You are so old, yet you've been disturbed. I am aware of everything. This matter cannot be blamed on you. If anyone is to be blamed, it is I, an old woman, whose failing eyesight could not protect you." The old lady in Appo's face was pale, indicating her poor health, yet she still endeavored to raise her voice. "My mother, I feel ashamed," Lu Huaiqi said, bowing beside her. "You are the mistress of this household. I must ask you, who was it that administered the drug to Lu Chang?" The old lady's eyes widened as she suddenly turned to Yushi. Yushi trembled, realizing the gravity of the situation. Who had informed the old lady? Stammering, she replied, "Mother, there is nothing of the sort. I am unaware." She quickly glanced at Yuan Ming. "Old lady, brother-in-law, you cannot bully us like this. The eldest son of the Lu family, a mere martial general, how could he be drugged? No one would believe it, whether he was drugged or indulged in excess. He knows best himself. The eldest son of the Lu family cannot simply dismiss such matters with a claim of being drugged." Yuan Ming, upon catching Yushi and Appo's glance, hurriedly spoke, visibly angered. "Old lady, your health is paramount. Do not let the children's matters distress you. Rest assured, my lord is here and will handle this properly." Yushi also feigned concern, intending to order some servants to carry the old lady back. However, the old lady ignored her and addressed Lu Huaiqi. "Are you ashamed of your old mother? Such a significant matter, and you kept it from me?" "Mother, please do not be angry. I dare not," Lu Huaiqi said, trying to placate her. Lu Huaiqi's father had often been in the Northwest during his youth, and he was raised solely by the old lady. Though not particularly capable, he was very filial towards her. After Lu Taigong and Appo's death, the old lady had become frail and, in recent years, nearly bedridden. Had it not been for Lu Huaiqi's filial piety and the attentive care of the servants, she likely would not have survived to this day. Yushi understood that her mother-in-law was subtly criticizing her and did not dare to speak further. "Since circumstances have led to this, I shall take charge and approve their marriage. What do you think?" The old lady, having not managed affairs for many years, spoke with an unprecedented authority. Yushi's heart raced. "Old lady, my lord and I share the same thoughts. It is merely that Shishi is unwilling. After the incident, she's been intent on ending her own life. We cannot force her." Yushi quickly added, glancing at Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming stepped forward, bowing to the old lady, and said, "Old lady, when Shishi first arrived in the capital, her parents stated that her marriage must be of her own choosing. Though they have passed, Their words still hold weight with me. The old lady scrutinized Yu Wenming for a while. While others might be unaware, she was well aware of the Yu family and Amp, Oppos, as connections. Yu Wenming felt uncomfortable under her gaze and cleared his throat. Very well. If we are to honor the child's wishes, let us summon her and hear her thoughts. Old lady, Shishi has just undergone such a significant ordeal. She is unwilling to meet anyone, especially. Yushir said, casting a deliberate glance at Lu Chang. If she is called to the hall, it would be too cruel. I shall go and inquire about her intentions. Yushir continued, showing her understanding. However, the old lady ignored her, instructing the elderly matron beside her. Fanggu, you go and ask her personally. Fanggu walked slowly. Yushir bit her lip, clenching her handkerchief tightly. Silence fell in the hall as the servants waited outside. Chang and Amp, Oppos, rise and stand beside your grandmother. Lu Chang stood next to the old lady, his tall figure exuding a cold demeanor. As he passed by Yushir, she felt an inexplicable pressure that made her uneasy. The old lady grasped Lu Chang and Oppos' hand and patted it. After a moment, Fanggu returned with Lin Shishi, followed closely by Zhang Mama. The old lady, with her poor eyesight, waved in Lin Shishi and Amp, Oppos' direction. Good child, come closer so your grandmother can see you. When Lin Shishi first entered the household, she had greeted the old lady, but since then, due to the old lady's reclusive nature, they had seldom met. Lin Shishi's eyes were still red. Obediently, she walked over, allowing the old lady to scrutinize her for a long while. A girl as beautiful as a flower, she appeared intelligent and perceptive, leaving the old lady internally pleased. Good child, I ask you, your grandmother wishes for Chang and Oppos, or to marry you and take charge of this union. Would you be willing? The old lady asked directly. Lu Chang, standing beside her, lowered his eyes, gripping his fingers tightly until his fingertips turned white. Lin Shishi suddenly glanced up at Lu Chang. Yushir felt a chill run down her spine and stepped forward to take Lin Shishi's hand, saying, Shishi, do not be afraid. Your aunt is here. You need not subject yourself to any discomfort. Has your second cousin not come to find you? She mentioned Lu Su, knowing that in her past life, she had manipulated Lin Shishi through him. However, Lin Shishi had changed. During those years in the back courtyard, Lu Su had repeatedly used her as an outlet for his frustrations, all while pretending to be her savior. His so-called genuine feelings were merely to satisfy his own desires. On one hand, he enjoyed her body under the guise of love, while on the other, he used her loss of virtue as an excuse to marry Shen Yujiao. Thank you, Aunt. Lin Shishi expressed her gratitude to Yushir. Then she respectfully addressed the old lady, saying, Shishi appreciates the old lady and Amp, Oppos' decision on my behalf. Before I make a decision, I would like to hear my elder cousin's thoughts. Indeed, that is only natural, the old lady replied, growing fonder of her. All eyes turned to Lu Chang. Lu Chang was evidently surprised by Lin Shishi's words. Why did she wish to hear his opinion when she surely would not agree? He had no objections to the marriage, but it was up to his grandmother to decide. I shall defer to my grandmother, Lu Chang stated solemnly. Good. The old lady exclaimed thrice. Young lady, what is your stance? If you agree, I will ensure you are married into the Lu family as my eldest grandson and Amp, Oppos' wife. The old lady was genuinely pleased, her complexion brightening. Unacceptable. Lu Su suddenly barged in, storming through the door. Chapter 10. The Elder, a paragon of talent. Brother, is it true what they say? Have you truly committed such a heinous act? Lu Su confronted Lu Chang, having just learned the shocking truth from Granny Zhuang. Despite their lack of closeness, he had always admired his elder brother, never expecting such duplicity. Their mother had often warned him to be cautious, but he had dismissed her advice. Who would have thought that he needed to guard against his own brother? The very thought that Lu Chang harbored such intentions towards Lin Shishi left him in disbelief. In response to Lu Su's accusations, Lu Chang remained silent, though the regret in his eyes betrayed his guilt. How outrageous! The old matriarch scolded Lu Su. Lu Huaiqi hurriedly attempted to restrain him, but Lu Su paid no heed, his gaze aflame with fury directed at Lu Chang. You hypocrite! His fists clenched tightly, cracking with tension. Sure, come with me. He turned to Lin Shishi. his voice laced with anger and anguish. Lin Shishi, harboring a cold smile within, feigned sorrow, glancing at him and saying, "Second cousin, I shall always regard you as my cousin, and will surely arrange a suitable match for you." Lu Chang's eyes flickered at her words. Sure. Lu Su's heart ached. Sure. Yu Yuefu was taken aback. Yu and Ming approached Lin Shishi, expressing concern. Sure, do not despair. With your uncle and grandfather present, there is no need for you to compromise yourself. Yes, sure, you need not endure any humiliation. The fault lies not with you. Aunt will not hold this against you. You and Su and Oppos. Aunt, please be cautious with your words, Lin Shishi interjected. My mother always advised me to consult Zhang Mama when faced with significant matters, as she has cared for me since childhood and is like a second mother. Zhang Mama, may I ask for your perspective on this matter? Disregarding her aunt and uncle, Lin Shishi turned to seek Zhang Mama and Oppos' counsel, which infuriated Yu Wenming and Yu Yuefu. Zhang Mama was not just a caretaker, she was a formidable ally. The elder is young and accomplished, born of noble descent. Had Madame been alive, she would have undoubtedly approved of such a match, Zhang Mama stated with poise. Sure, this is a matter of great importance. We must not act rashly. Regardless, you must first inform your grandfather and the elders of the Lin family. Sure, you should return home with your uncle today. We shall discuss this later, Yu Wenming interjected. Lin Shishi cast an emotionless glance at him. In her previous life, this uncle had been peculiar. When she was in dire straits, her letters to him had gone unanswered. When she encountered him later, seeking solace, he had brusquely told her to endure. Now, he feigned concern while aligning with Yu's family, revealing their shared deceit. She exchanged a knowing look with Zhang Mama. Though puzzled by Lin Shishi and Oppos' sudden wariness towards her relatives, remained steadfastly supportive. Your uncle and Oppos' words hold merit. Matters of marriage require utmost caution and the approval of family elders. While your parents may no longer be with us, your grandfather and uncles in Haining are still present. Madam, you mentioned matchmaking. Is there no turning back from this decision? Zhang Mama inquired, seeking the old matriarch's affirmation. Certainly, I can take charge of this matter, the matriarch replied, with Lu Huaiqi nodding in agreement. In that case, I shall unilaterally agree to this union on behalf of Shishi's elders, with the understanding that her family will oversee the details thereafter. Sure, how can you marry him? Lu Su was overwhelmed, realizing that everyone was hastily finalizing the arrangement without considering his feelings. Second Master, Madam, while the marriage is not sought by Miss, it appears to be the best course of action under the circumstances. I believe no one intends to make her suffer further. She has endured enough. Zhang Mama defended Lin Shishi, preventing Lu Su from approaching. Yu Yuefu, however, was unwilling to accept this resolution. She could not fathom why Lin Shishi, who had once been so infatuated with Lu Su, would suddenly abandon her feelings. She chastised Zhang Mama, accusing her of overstepping her bounds, claiming that a mere servant should not dictate the terms of marriage. Bang! The old matriarch struck her dragon-headed cane against the ground, its dull thud resonating through the air. Who administered the drug? Who lured Shishi to the other courtyard? Who locked the gates? These matters must be investigated. There are far too many sordid affairs concealed within this household. You family, how do you manage this estate? The matriarch directed her ire at the Yu family, who were reluctant to relent. As Yu Yuefu sought to argue, Lu Huaiqi, typically indifferent to disputes, suddenly interjected, Madam speaks wisely. You family, you have overseen this household for nearly 2 decades. It appears that fatigue has led to severe oversights. Had these two not wished to be together, they would have been doomed. Just days ago, you lamented your health and the burdens of management. Perhaps it is time to entrust these responsibilities to Aunt Lu, allowing you some respite. Yu Yuefu's eyes widened in disbelief at Lu Huaiqi's audacity to strip her of authority. For Lu Huaiqi, this was a pragmatic decision. A union between Lin Shishi and Lu Chang seemed to benefit all parties, leaving the Yu family to bear the blame for any disruptions. Realizing Lu Huaiqi's anger had escalated and that she had committed dubious acts, Yu family felt a chill of guilt and ceased their opposition. Ultimately, the old matriarch no longer pursued the matter of the drugging, and Lu Huaiqi refrained from suggesting Aunt Lu take over the household. The Yu siblings dared not further contest the marriage between Lin Shishi and Lu Chang. Only Lu Su remained deeply wounded, struggling to comprehend how, in a single day, his beloved would become his sister-in-law, and Lin Shishi would not even glance his way. Even if everyone agreed, he had believed that Lin Shishi would oppose the union. Yet she seemed to acquiesce. Had she long harbored feelings for Lu Chang, or was she simply willing to accept any suitable man? And what of his mother, who professed her support for his relationship with Lin Shishi, only to deceive him? Chapter 11. A stone to kill 3 birds in the Furong courtyard. Yu Yuefu was seething with indignation, yet she had to temper her emotions and comfort Lu Su alongside Yu Wenming. Swear, Shishi's actions were merely a moment of desperation. A woman who has lost her virtue can find redemption. I will speak to her again later. If you can accept her, I will surely persuade her to return to you. Lu Su lay on the couch, his eyes lifelessly fixed on the beams above, muttering to himself, "You're all deceiving me. All of you. Both you and Yu Wenming were taken aback. Swear, how could your mother deceive you? We, along with your uncle, are doing everything we can to salvage this situation. How could I bear to hurt you?" You said, wiping the corners of her eyes. "Indeed, Swear, your mother is always considering your well-being." Lu Su recalled Lin Shishi's words and Yu Yuefu mentioning that his cousin, Lu Shanshan, was unwell, prompting him to check on her. Instead, he encountered Shen Yujiao, who had clung to him all morning. It became clear that Yu Yuefu had orchestrated this scheme to drive a wedge between him and Lin Shishi. Now that her plan had succeeded, she intended to play the benevolent figure in front of him. "I want neither Shen Yujiao nor Luo Yujiao. All I desire is my cousin. Do not think you can separate us this way." With that, Lu Su sprang to his feet in anger and stormed out, leaving Yu and Yu Wenming exchanging glances. "Let him go. He will calm down in time," you remarked, watching Lu Su's retreating figure. "Sister, what shall we do now? Are we truly to let Shishi marry him?" Yu Wenming, who usually followed Yu Yuefu's lead, inquired. "Certainly not. Shishi must have been influenced by Mama Zhang. I will find an opportunity to persuade her. If all else fails, we can use Shuer's engagement as leverage. She will surely agree. If she is willing to testify against Lu Chang, it would be the end of him. Sister, do you truly intend for Shuer to marry Shishi? Naturally not. Once we resolve this matter, we can still manage her future. But look at Shuer's attitude just now. I fear he will insist on marrying her. He is spoiled and believes he can have whatever he desires. If he insists on marrying her, let her be a concubine." You, having watched Lu Su grow up, understood him well. She instructed Yu Wenming to return home and keep this matter from the old master in the Yu family. After Yu Wenming left, you called for Granny Zhuang, asking her to investigate who had informed the old matriarch today and why Mama Zhang had returned so early. Soon, Granny Zhuang returned to report that it was Shier who had taken Lin Shishi's token to summon Mama Zhang from G-Man Tower. After Mama Zhang returned to the residence, she promptly went to the old matriarch's courtyard. You fell into contemplation, pondering how events had unfolded this way. Autumn Cloud had not come to inform her either. Nevertheless, she did not suspect Lin Shishi. After all, Lin typically sought out Mama Zhang for any assistance. She realized she had been careless, thinking that by sending Chunyu away and leaving Autumn Cloud to guard Lin Shishi, everything would be secure. Little did she know that Lin Shishi would send Shier out. Shier usually had a low profile, so nobody paid her much attention, and Autumn Cloud proved to be quite useless. As you fretted over the situation, a delicate voice called out, "Mother!" You looked up to see her daughter, Lu Shanshan. "Shanshan, what brings you here?" At 15, Lu Shanshan was just a year younger than Lin Shishi and of marriageable age. With her fair skin and beauty, she was pouting in displeasure. She had been bedridden for days due to painful menstrual cramps and had just learned of the happenings in the household. Her small face was pale, and she clutched a finely crafted copper hand warmer wrapped in an exquisite cotton cover, a gift from Lin Shishi. You approached her gently. "Shanshan, shouldn't you be resting in bed?" Lu Shanshan shook her head, insisting she was fine. "Mother, haven't you always wanted Shen Yujiao to be your daughter-in-law? With Sister Lin marrying elder brother, wouldn't that be to your satisfaction? Why then do you obstruct it?" You fell silent, contemplating how to respond. Lu Shanshan had a close relationship with Shen Yujiao, who had often used her connection to get closer to Lu Su. Although Lu Su got along well with Shun Yujiao, he treated her more as a sisterly friend, contrasting sharply with his feelings for Lin Shishi. Lin Shishi was generous, frequently gifting Lu Shanshan precious jewelry and clothing, which kept Lu Shanshan publicly neutral. Before you could speak, Lu Shanshan suddenly asked, "Mother, you don't intend for Shun Yujiao to marry second brother, while sister Lin becomes his concubine, do you?" You had indeed hinted at such a plan to Lu Shanshan earlier. But Mama Zhang had stated that Lin Shishi would rather marry Lo than be a concubine. "Mother, this plan of yours, it's truly remarkable. You wish to use this situation to have elder brother relinquish his position as the heir, allow second brother to marry Shun Yujiao, and then take sister Lin as a concubine?" Lu Shanshan's eyes gleamed with excitement. As they reached the door of the chamber, you glanced around, aside from her loyal maid, Rending, and Lu Shanshan's maid, Honke, both of whom were trustworthy. She shot Lu Shanshan a look of caution. Rending opened the door, and the two ladies entered, leaving Rending and Honke outside to guard. "Mother, your strategy is truly exceptional," Lu Shanshan said, her admiration evident. Shun Yujiao was the daughter of the Minister of War, wielding influence, while Lin Shishi possessed considerable wealth. With two such women by second brother's side, how could he not soar to success? Yu's heart swelled with pride as her daughter quickly discerned her intentions. "I have labored for the benefit of everyone, yet your father fails to understand my struggles, and your grandmother intervenes to suppress me. Then there is Shishi, who clearly has feelings for your second brother, yet is ready to marry another. Now even your second brother resents me. Tell me, what have I done to deserve this?" You felt that Lu Shanshan was truly understanding, empathizing with her difficulties. Indeed, Lu Shanshan quickly resonated with her feelings. If she were in Yu's position, she would have wanted to act similarly. Lu Shanshan, always full of ideas, thought for a moment and said, "Mother, this situation is not yet a dead end. I have a plan that could spell disaster for elder brother while also tarnishing the family's reputation. Hurry and tell me," Yu urged eagerly. Lu Shanshan leaned close to Yu's ear and whispered her scheme. As Yu listened, her eyes sparkled with excitement. For the sake of eliminating Lu Chong, the family's reputation could endure some temporary damage. In a couple of years, the external gossip would fade. "Shanshan, you are truly my good daughter," Yu said, embracing her affectionately. "Mother, I'll go out to find Shun Yujiao right away." He looked up at the sky. It was already late. "Shanshan, you should rest. I will handle this matter." Though it would have been better for Lu Shanshan to seek out Shun Yujiao, her health was paramount, and with night falling, you couldn't bear to let her suffer. After discussing the plan, you quietly left the residence with Granny Zhuang. Chapter 12. The Revelation in the Secluded Yinshu Courtyard. Lin Shishi sought to quell any suspicions that Xiao Yun might harbor, instructing both Xiao Yun and Chunyu to wait outside, while only Zhang Mama remained in the room to discuss matters. Previously, Shishi had seldom concealed her affairs from Chunyu and Xiao Yun. However, after summoning Zhang Mama, she succinctly conveyed the situation. Zhang Mama, alarmed yet quickly aligning with Shishi, concluded that marrying Lu Chong was indeed the most prudent course of action. Shishi required this union to safeguard her reputation with the status of the Lu family's young mistress. The Yu family would no longer be able to manipulate her through marriage. As for Lu Chong, she harbored no concern regarding his potential refusal, for the Yu family had directly targeted him this time. Comparatively, he had more to gain from this marriage, as it would shield him from the calamities wrought by their schemes. In her previous life, he had acquiesced to the match. Yet within this household, the Yu family matriarch held considerable sway. Although Lu Huaishi would not intentionally harm Lu Chong, he had always been a vacillating figure. Consequently, both Lin Shishi and Zhang Mama contemplated the involvement of old Madame Dong. Zhang Mama personally visited old Madame Dong in her Jing'an courtyard and swiftly persuaded her. Old Madame Dong timely intervened, catching the Yu family off guard and verbally securing the arrangement for the two young people's marriage. But would the Yu family acquiesce so easily? Shishi retained Zhang Mama for further deliberation on her next steps. "Miss, have you truly resolved to wed the young master? What explanation will you provide regarding the second master?" At this juncture, Zhang Mama still felt that many matters remained unclear. For instance, While she understood Shirshi's reasoning for marrying the young master after losing her virtue, how could she simply dismiss her feelings for the second master, which had developed over the years? Moreover, Shirshir had always been obedient to the Yu matriarch. Yet it was evident today that the matriarch did not wish for her to accept the match. Zhang Mama, this is a different time. Since I have chosen the young master, we need not dwell on the past. In this household, if we cling to old grievances, our future will be fraught with difficulties. Furthermore, do you not find today's events peculiar? Someone is targeting the young master, and that person has even ensnared me in their schemes beforehand. Though Shirshir refrained from naming the Yu matriarch explicitly, Zhang Mama was perceptive enough to grasp the implication. Having witnessed numerous intrigues in the inner quarters, she had previously overlooked the Yu matriarch's carefully concealed machinations, only to realize now that the moment of action was indeed lethal. Miss, in my humble opinion, since the engagement with the young master is imminent, it would be more prudent for us to resign from the household and return to your maternal grandfather's side. This way, your marriage can be overseen by him. Shirshir concurred, albeit with growing suspicion towards her uncle Yu Wenming. However, she felt that her maternal grandfather's house was preferable to this one. She desired a grand procession to the Lu residence. Unlike in her past life, when she simply had a red lantern hung at the gate without even moving her belongings. Zhang Mama, I suspect something is amiss with Qiu Yun, yet I have no concrete evidence. As we prepare to leave, we must inventory our possessions and take what we can carry. However, I do not wish for Qiu Yun to be involved. After a moment of hesitation, Zhang Mama inquired, why do you suspect her and not Chunyu? I recall it was Chunyu who directed you to the other courtyard. At present, Qiu Yun had not exhibited any overtly suspicious behavior, and Shirshir's intuition was influenced by events from her previous life. Qiu Yun's demeanor has been furtive. I instinctively feel she is untrustworthy. When surrounded by so many, she chose to leave me to summon the physician, which alone raises red flags. Zhang Mama furrowed her brow. Qiu Yun was typically sharp-witted, yet lacked discernment in critical moments, justifying Shirshir's doubts about her loyalty. Miss, if she indeed harbors treachery, I have my methods to deal with her. Shirshir whispered her thoughts into Zhang Mama's ear, leading Zhang Mama to summon both Chunyu and Qiu Yun into the room. She explained the day's events, admonishing them sternly. The engagement of the miss has been established. You both are privy to certain details and must remain tight-lipped to preserve a miss and her future husband's reputation. The young master is a high-ranking official. Should any rumors arise to undermine him, it would jeopardize both his career and the engagement, thus endangering the Mississippi. Chunyu and Qiu Yun nodded fervently, pledging not to hinder the Mississippi. At that moment, Shi'er returned from outside, announcing, Zhang Mama, I have brought back the items. Today, Shi'er had been entrusted with significant tasks. Go prepare the medicine, Zhang Mama instructed Chunyu and Qiu Yun. The medication was a contraceptive that Lin Shishi had sent Shi'er to procure. Chunyu and Qiu Yun took the herbs to the small kitchen, while Shi'er busied herself with other chores in the courtyard. Zhang Mama expressed her intention to visit old Madame Dong and exited. Standing by the window, Lin Shishi discreetly observed the front door. After a while, she indeed saw Qiu Yun carrying a basket filled with soiled clothes as she headed outside. Lin Shishi snorted softly and returned to her couch. Chapter 13. You must make your own decisions. After Autumn Cloud walked a short distance towards the servants' quarters behind the court, she noticed no one was following her. She then turned right, stealthily heading towards the Farong courtyard. Upon reaching the entrance, she glanced around and, seeing no one, raised her hand to knock on the door. Just as her knuckles met the wood, a familiar voice rang out. Autumn Cloud, why are you not accompanying the young lady in the courtyard? What brings you here? It was Zhang Mama, who had unexpectedly emerged from the roadside, her eyes harboring a hint of coldness, yet her demeanor seemed somewhat vague. Startled, Autumn Cloud hastily composed herself and replied, Zhang Mama, this outfit I'm wearing is too small. I promised to give it to that maid, Xiaohuan. I thought I might take the opportunity to deliver it. Oh, I see. Zhang Mama's expression remained impassive. At that moment, the courtyard door swung open, revealing Xiaohuan. To dispel Zhang Mama's suspicions, Autumn Cloud quickly reiterated her previous statement and handed the clothes to Xiaohuan. With keen perception, Xiao Huan accepted the garments with gratitude and addressed Zhang Mama. Zhang Mama, are you looking for the mistress? She is not here at the moment. If there is anything, I can convey it. I'm merely passing through, and I have many tasks to attend to. You may continue your conversation, Zhang Mama replied casually before turning to leave. Upon hearing that Madame Yu was absent, Autumn Cloud promptly set down the clothes and followed Zhang Mama. Zhang Mama cast a sidelong glance at her, deliberately advising Autumn Cloud. The young lady's situation is special these days. She requires assistance. Stay vigilant and ensure the young lady is well looked after. Relieved that Zhang Mama seemed oblivious to any ulterior motives, Autumn Cloud responded quickly, offering further explanations. When Chun Yu brought the medicine, Lin Shishi casually inquired, "Where is Autumn Cloud?" Miss Autumn Cloud said her clothes were too small and went to deliver them to a friend in the rear courtyard. She will return shortly, Chun Yu replied, concerned that Lin Shishi might be displeased. She added, I advised Autumn Cloud to stay in the courtyard today, given the unusual circumstances. But she insisted that she had promised her friend and would be back soon. Seeing that Chun Yu was somewhat clueless and unaware of the underlying tensions, Lin Shishi did not press further. Please set the medicine down. Chun Yu extracted a few candied fruits from the box and offered them to Lin Shishi. She gently touched her stomach, which remained flat. Child, I am sorry. I truly am unprepared and do not wish for you to suffer alongside me. Please seek a better mother elsewhere. In this life, she sought vengeance, not wanting him to become a target on her path to retribution. She could not guarantee her ability to protect him. The medicine was consumed in one gulp. Zhang Mama and Autumn Cloud returned. Zhang Mama closed the bedroom door firmly and exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Shishi, who understood that Autumn Cloud had indeed betrayed her loyalty. Miss, I have a plan regarding this matter. I shall deal with her tomorrow, Zhang Mama declared solemnly. Early the next morning, Zhang Mama announced her intention to go out on business, instructing Autumn Cloud and she to accompany her. Autumn Cloud, unsuspecting, regularly accompanied Zhang Mama on errands to settle accounts, making her well aware of Lin Shishi's assets. Likely the reason, Madam, you had favored her. Once prepared, the trio set off in a carriage. Shortly after their departure, Madame Yu arrived at Yinshu courtyard, feigning concern for Lin Shishi's well-being. Eventually, she shifted the topic to Lu Su, stating that he had become reclusive, remaining in his room since yesterday without eating or drinking. Neither she nor Lu Shanshan could gain entry. Sure, as your aunt and Su Er's mother, I cannot bear to see you both in such distress. Please visit Su and try to persuade him. Let's discuss the current situation amicably. Aunt, I feel deeply for my second cousin's plight, but I am at a loss for what to do, Lin Shishi replied, her heart heavier than Su's. Yet, she had no parents to rely on, and regardless of the difficulties, she had to maintain her composure. Leaning weakly against the bed frame, Lin Shishi spoke with a lack of energy. Her words left Madame Yu momentarily speechless, rendering Lu Su's masculine distress seem overly sentimental. Sure, your aunt regards you as a daughter. Do not belittle yourself. Speak your heart to me. If your uncle consents, would you be willing to consider a match with Su Lin Shishi's eyes glimmered momentarily before dimming again. Aunt, a woman cannot serve two husbands, especially when they are brothers. Such a notion must not be entertained. My fate is already unfortunate. I dare not ask for more. Sure, you are a victim in this matter. Your aunt does not blame you, and the others in the household would not dare to speak against you. As long as Lu Chong leaves the household and you never cross paths again, we can treat this incident as if it never happened. By the time you have a child, who will remember these past grievances? Aunt, sending the eldest master away would mean his expulsion from the family. How could the old matriarch ever agree to such a thing? Lin Shishi feigned astonishment. The old matriarch favored her eldest grandson and would naturally oppose it. Yet what if the decision lay beyond her control? Sure, I ask you directly, would you wish to be with Su Madame Yu gazed at Lin Shishi eagerly. Aunt, what difference does it make whether I wish for it or not? I have no other path to choose. Sure, as long as you are willing, your aunt will find a way. You need only assert that he forced you into it, Madame Yu stated confidently. Lin Shishi merely responded with a soft "oh," furrowing her brow in silence. It was unclear whether she grasped the implications, And before Madam, you could elaborate further, Zhang Mama returned. Following Zhang Mama was only Shier. Zhang Mama greeted Madame Yu and deliberately addressed Lin Shishi. Miss, your marriage must be settled. We need to inform the family in Haining. Autumn Cloud is from Haining, and I have taken the liberty of sending her back. She just boarded the ship. Madame Yu tightened her grip on the handkerchief, then smiled. Zhang Mama, you truly are impatient. When the Lin family sent Shishi to the Yu family in the capital, it was with the understanding that the Yu family would arrange her marriage. Now, with such a long distance, why trouble them again? Madam, I cannot agree with you on this point. I only know that the young lady's grandparents are alive, and her lifelong matters must have their consent or a handwritten letter. The young lady's household registration and dowry are also with the Lin family. Madam Yu was momentarily caught off guard by her words, but found it difficult to contest them. She turned to Lin Shishi and said, Shishi, remember what your aunt just told you. I will have Su come speak with you. Once everything is clarified, it will be better for everyone. You are a clever child. For certain matters, you must make your own decisions, and only then can your aunt assist you. Lin Shishi nodded ambiguously. In Madame Yu's eyes, this gesture signified Lin Shishi's tacit agreement. In her mind, as long as Lu Su was the bait, she had never considered that Lin Shishi might refuse. Chapter 14. Is mother playing me? You had departed. As long as Zhang Mama was present, you could not linger for long. Last time, Lin Shishi managed to send Zhang Mama away, but now, Zhang Mama served as her shield. Before long, Lu Su indeed arrived, his face a portrait of grievance, as if his beloved toy had been snatched away. He awaited Lin Shishi to speak, for she had always been accommodating towards him. Yet, the current Lin Shishi, devoid of the inclination to soothe him, treated him with mere politeness, which unsettled him greatly. Shishi, do you not realize how distressed I am? Speak to me quickly. Tell me that you harbor no feelings for him, that you are merely a victim of circumstance. Am I not right? To his inquiries, Lin Shishi refrained from answering. Cousin, given the current situation, it seems inappropriate to discuss such matters further. I fear Aunt may not fully grasp her own intentions. Lu Su felt an overwhelming urge to swear that his mother had fully acquiesced, provided she rejected Lu Chong. Zhang Mama interjected, Second young master, do not press the young lady. There are some matters she cannot articulate. Last night, the lady was concerned that Miss Shun might be heartbroken and had taken the trouble to explain things. The implications of that conversation, second young master, should be evident to you. Today, Zhang Mama had discreetly inquired about U.S. whereabouts from the coachman. Thus she was well aware that you had sought out Shun Yujiao last night. Lu Su's complexion paled dramatically. Could it be that his mother was trifling with him? Just moments ago, she had urged him to mend things with Lin Shishi, asserting that as long as Shishi was willing, she, as a mother, would rejoice in her son's happiness. Lin Shishi, beside him, bore a look of melancholy and helplessness. Shishi, this cannot be. There must be some misunderstanding. Lu Su Chenba, his lips quivering, his face growing wan. Cousin, if Aunt can secure our engagement with the authorities, only then can Shishi find peace. If there is no misunderstanding, you should ascertain this for yourself. If Aunt cannot accomplish it, then there is no need for further discussion. Seeing Lin Shishi relent, Lu Su quickly brightened, exclaiming, I shall go find my mother. We must go to the authorities. However, after an extended absence, Lu Su did not return. Lin Shishi had anticipated this outcome. You would never agree to a formal betrothal. At that moment, a servant approached, announcing that someone from the court had come to see Lin Shishi. She understood instantly. Lu Chong had been impeached in the court, and the emperor had personally dispatched someone to inquire. In her previous life, she had wept and lamented, firmly asserting that Lu Chong had sullied her virtue, rendering him unable to stand in the court thereafter. Lin Shishi instructed a maid to fetch a cloak, donned it, and made her way out, having already prepared for this moment. Upon reaching the grand hall, she recognized the same eunuch from her past life, with Yu smiling beside him, and Lu Su present as well. After exchanging the customary greetings, the eunuch, with a shrill voice, addressed her, Miss Lin, I come on behalf of the court to inquire. You must respond truthfully. There are allegations against Lieutenant General Lu Chong, claiming he sullied your virtue yesterday. Is this true? From the moment Lin Shishi entered, You had been watching her with an urgent gaze, and now she seemed to be on the brink of speaking for Lin Shishi. Yes, this is indeed the case. Lin Shishi replied respectfully, eliciting a look of joy from you. But it is said that you and he had mutual affections, a moment of impulse, and that the two of you are already discussing a marriage? The eunuch queried. Yes, this is also true, Lin Shishi affirmed once more. The eunuch frowned, displeased. Miss Lin, what exactly do you mean? Did Lord Lu commit any inappropriate acts? Lin Shishi covered her face, responding, My lord, everything I say is true. I would not dare to recount yesterday's events, but since you ask, I must reveal that indeed, Lord Lu embraced me. However, we share mutual affections, and it was in a moment of passion, with the consent of the esteemed old Lady Dong, that we are in discussions regarding our marriage. You mean to say that yesterday's incident was merely an embrace, and it was consensual? The eunuch asked, his eyes wide with astonishment. Lin Shishi nodded. This matter was witnessed by the Duchess of Lu, and my aunt was also present. If you doubt my words, you may inquire further. You, in a fit of desperation, stomped her feet beside them. My lord, please allow me a moment to speak with her. The eunuch, however, dismissed her with impatience. Madam, speak your piece. But I must return to report to the emperor. He turned to leave, accompanied by two young eunuchs in haste. You, unable to press the matter further, could only vent her frustration. My lord, this is no trivial matter. Lu Chong has sullied my niece's virtue. Sure, do not be afraid. Tell the eunuch the truth, and the emperor will stand by you. The eunuch, frowning, glanced at you before addressing Lin Shishi again. Do you have anything to add? My lord, I am still quite young, and with my mother deceased, there are matters I have not been taught. After Lord Lu embraced me yesterday, I believed it to be an act of intimacy. It was only after Zhang Mama explained things to me that I realized there was a misunderstanding. My aunt was misled as well, and I hope you will not hold this against us. The eunuch snorted disdainfully at you and turned to leave. Sure. How could you forget what your aunt advised you? Are you truly going to let this go? You seethed, her teeth clenched. Should I ask Shishi to publicly declare her loss of virtue in front of everyone? How will she live with that? As Lin Shishi spoke, she covered her face and began to weep. Frustrated, you could only retract her outstretched hand. The previous evening, as dusk approached, you had summoned Xin Yujiao to discuss a scheme to influence her father to intervene during Lu Chong's South audience with the court. If Lin Shishi would only firmly accuse Lu Chong of coercing a virtuous woman, he would have no standing in either the court or the household. To her surprise, Lin Shishi seemed entirely unresponsive to her pleas. How strange it was that after just one day of intimacy with Lu Chong, she had changed her heart. She cast a suspicious glance at Lu Su, who she had always believed held a significant place in Lin Shishi's affections. However, Lu Su was currently gazing at her with a look of reproach, causing you to shudder. Before she could utter another word, Lin Shishi had already wept her farewells and departed with Zhang Mama. Lu Su's face was darkened with anger. Mother, it is because Shishi does not trust you that she agreed to marry my brother. Why did you not agree to go to the authorities? Xuya, it is not that I refuse. Such a significant matter requires your father's return for proper discussion. Lu Su shot a resentful glance at you, unwilling to listen further, and rushed out the door. You felt that things had gone awry. In the evening, Lu Huai returned, brimming with joy. He encountered you in the corridor and, disregarding decorum, rushed to confront her. Ufu, what on earth are you playing at? Did we not agree yesterday that Chong would marry Shishi? Why did you speak otherwise before eunuch Luo? It turned out that this eunuch Luo was a close confidant of the emperor, and Lu Chong had won the emperor's favor. Hence, after eunuch Luo had intervened on Lu Chong's South behalf in court, he sent a junior eunuch to find Huai to discuss the foolish actions of you. Humiliated, Lu Huai was furious and, as soon as his shift ended, returned home to demand an explanation from you. Chapter 15. Something feels off. Lu Huaishi berated the Yu family vehemently. Yu, already in a foul mood due to her unsuccessful schemes, found herself ignored by Lu Su, who had shut the door on her. Just moments ago, Mama Zhang had come to inform her that Lin Shishi was preparing to leave the manor, which only added to her frustration. My lord, you must speak with integrity. Did Lu Chong not engage in disgraceful acts? You conceal his misdeeds, yet I am not permitted to speak the truth. Do you believe Shishi is willingly marrying him? She is being coerced. Her heart clearly belongs to Su heir, and I cannot bear to see her shackled to one she does not love for the rest of her life. Her parents entrusted her to me. What wrong have I committed in planning for her future? Yu's anger surpassed even that of Lu Huaishi, effectively silencing her. Lu Huaishi stared wide-eyed at her. Yu, let me tell you, this matter is settled. Chang'er is not your child. That's why you're so eager to cast him aside. If you continue to be unreasonable and narrow-minded, you need not remain in this household. Lu Huaishi's warning was a facade of strength. Nearby, concealed behind the thick trunk of a ginkgo tree, stood a figure clad in dark garments. With a subtle motion of his cloak, Lu Chang's eyes were clouded as he turned and walked away, his guards trailing silently behind him. Meanwhile, Yu and Lu Huaishi were still entangled in their quarrel, each stubbornly holding their ground, oblivious to the stirrings around them. Father, mother. The commotion drew Lu Shanshan's attention, who was not far from where they stood. Upon seeing her, Yu remembered she had intended to speak with Lu Shanshan, but had been sidetracked by Lu Huaishi's outburst. Lu Huaishi, noticing her daughter pouting at them, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She huffed, flicked her sleeves, and turned to leave. With a heart heavy with sorrow, Yu approached Lu Shanshan and grasped her hand. Come, Shanshan, I have been seeking you. The two entered Lu Shanshan's coral courtyard side by side. Once seated, Yu recounted, I visited Miss Shun last night and went to Lin Shishi this morning to persuade her to refuse the marriage with Lu Chang if she insists on claiming offense. With Shun Shangshu's influence, we can surely turn the tide. Yet, Lin Shishi shielded him instead, and upon your father's return, he unleashed his wrath upon me. Lu Shanshan found this perplexing. Previously, Lin Shishi had relied on you and was infatuated with Lu Su. Now, due to Shen Yuyao, Lin Shishi had showered her with gifts in private. Throughout the past 2 years, Lu Shanshan had skillfully navigated the delicate relationship between Shen Yuyao and Lin Shishi, reaping numerous benefits from both sides. Lin Shishi had even hinted that whoever became Lu Shanshan's sister-in-law would undoubtedly receive a lavish dowry, implying that she wished for Lu Shanshan's assistance. If both Shen Yuyao and Lin Shishi became Lu Su's consorts, Lu Shanshan could continuously benefit from their generosity. Mother, I too find this strange. Lin Shishi used to treat me like a sister, seeking my counsel. Yet now, she has shut herself away, even avoiding my second brother. Is she truly resolute in marrying my elder brother? You sighed. Indeed, that is the current state of affairs. Both your grandmother and father have given their consent. Miss Shen only seeks to impeach Lu Chang, wishing to strip him of his rightful position. If she were to discover our intention to make Lin Shishi Su heir's concubine, given her temperament, she would surely harbor resentment. This must remain a secret. Do not let it slip. Lu Shanshan nodded in agreement, assuring her mother that she would exercise utmost caution. Mother, last time Lin Shishi mentioned wanting to gift us the estate with hot springs in the suburbs. Have you made any progress in acquiring it? Due to her delicate health, Lu Shanshan suffered greatly during the cold months, but after 6 months of consuming quality medicinal herbs, her pain had significantly lessened. The doctor had advised that a few months in the hot springs during winter would greatly alleviate her condition and would not hinder her future fertility. Lin Shishi had comforted her, stating that she was fortunate, as the Jiuhua estate in the northwest was likely to be given to her. They occasionally visited this estate, which spanned nearly 1,000 acres and featured natural hot springs with medicinal properties. Experts had confirmed that the mineral-rich waters were exceptionally beneficial to health. Lin Shishi, true to her word, had mentioned that renovations were underway to make the estate suitable for winter stays. And the overseer had recently reported that the external work was complete and the interiors were being done, having collaborated closely with Lin Shishi for several days. They had selected materials and finalized plans together. Lin Shishi was indeed generous, spending lavishly on high-quality furnishings and imported carpets that left Lu Shanshan in awe. Lu Shanshan understood Lin Shishi's lavishness and knew that with a little charm, she could easily acquire many things from her. However, acquiring the estate posed a challenge, as Lin Shishi had mentioned that all property deeds were kept by Mama Zhang. Recently, Lu Shanshan had been courting Lin Shishi's favor, hoping to persuade her to gift the estate. On the day of Lu Huaishi's birthday banquet, when Shun Yuyao visited, Lu Shanshan feigned illness to avoid being seen. While Shun Yuyao entered her quarters to speak privately, avoiding any discontent from Lin Shishi. Shanshan, once you feel better, speak with Shishi. Act as if you know nothing. Simply engage her in friendly conversation to demonstrate your sisterly bond. She is soft-hearted. Just be cautious of Mama Zhang. She is quite shrewd. After a pause, you continued. For your father's birthday, Shishi had previously promised a silk estate as a gift. I informed everyone to present it during the family dinner tonight. I anticipated that following the scandal with Lu Chong, she would likely offer even more in her attempt to earn everyone's forgiveness, especially since she owns several silk shops in the capital. Yet, unexpectedly, she sent a brocade box containing merely 800 taels of silver. While 800 taels is not an insignificant amount, it pales in comparison to the value of an entire estate, which would yield thousands in profit annually. Moreover, presenting silver instead of a tangible gift seemed thoughtless and dismissive. Receiving this brocade box left you in a foul mood, feeling a sense of loss of control. In her previous life, as she had foreseen, Lin Shishi had surrendered 6 silk shops in the capital to gain Lu Huaishi and Yu's favor, collecting an annual income exceeding 10,000 taels. At that moment, you felt a profound sense of defeat, as though she had been outmaneuvered by her own calculations. Chapter 16. Fishing for big fish. At this moment, both mother and daughter felt rather unwell. The general's mansion, which had prospered through military merit, had its fortunes tied to the legacy of the late Lord Lu, whose father still served in the northwest. Consequently, their holdings in the capital were not particularly substantial. Most of the Lu family's wealth derived from imperial rewards, yet these were predominantly under the control of the matriarch, Madame Dong. As Lu Huaishi was unable to secure any accolades for herself, the emperor, recognizing the integrity of their ancestors, had allowed Lu Huaishi's generation to retain their estate, even though they had inherited a mere 5th-rank title and held a 6th-rank official position. Lu Shanshan, with aspirations beyond her station, sought to marry into a wealthy family of the capital, yet she could not afford the necessary dowry. The meager dowry from the Yu family, although somewhat enhanced by her role as the lady of the house, especially after Lin Shishi's arrival, was still far from adequate. She harbored reservations about Zhang Mama, who was close to Lin Shishi, and thus resolved to cast a wide net in her pursuit of a prosperous match. In the northern courtyard, Lu Chong sat quietly on a chair, the tea beside him long since gone cold, untouched. His personal guard, and Qing, stood by, observing with a detached demeanor. After the court assembly, Lu Chong had been in good spirits, having heard congratulations directed toward him. But upon entering the mansion and overhearing the quarrel between Yu and Lu Huaishi, his expression darkened. Did he truly care whether Miss Shishi harbored feelings for him? After years of service, and Qing doubted his master would concern himself with a woman's affections, even if she was to be his bride. Master, the matriarch requests your presence, called a woman's voice from outside. Aunt Fong from Jing'an Hall. Lu Chong snapped back to attention and replied, Aunt Fong, I shall change my attire and be there shortly. He donned a light blue embroidered robe adorned with white magnolias, replacing his dark headband with a white jade hairpin. For the matriarch disapproved of his somber wardrobe. Upon reaching Jing'an Hall, Madame Dong greeted him with a radiant smile, pulling him to the bedside, remarking how much she favored his new appearance and inquiring in Qing's opinion on his attire. And Qing, after scrutinizing Lu Chong once more, hastily concurred. Lu Chong possessed striking good looks, an athletic build, and chiseled features that rendered him handsome in any garment. Yet, donning more refined attire diminished his aura of sternness. Chang'e, from now on, dress like this. Do not always wear such dark colors. Young ladies do not appreciate it, Madame Dong advised. Upon hearing the words young ladies, Lu Chong's gaze dimmed. Chang'e, today Zhang Mama and Miss Lin visited to inform us that they would be moving out. As the two families are to be united in marriage, they will relocate to their own residence in the capital in a few days. My dear, I find Shishi to be quite perceptive, and Zhang Mama is capable. If you both support one another, it could indeed be a favorable match. As I grow older, I long to see you wed soon. Lu Chong cast a worried glance at Madame Dong, who had visibly weakened over the past 2 years. He wished to alleviate her concerns and intended to agree readily. But for some reason, the words that escaped his lips were, "Grandmother, matters of the heart cannot be forced. I fear I may not meet your expectations." The smile on Madame Dong and Appo's face gradually faded as she inquired, "Chong and Appo's, are you dissatisfied with her? Are you merely seeking to navigate the current predicament?" Lu Chong shook his head with a bittersweet smile. After a moment of silence, he responded, "Grandmother, Miss Lin's affections do not lie with me." After a pause of uncertainty, Madame Dong asked, "I only wish to know, do you consent?" Lu Chong remained silent for an extended period, offering no reply. "Chong, as long as you are willing, there will be no complications. Historically, a woman follows her husband. What she yearns for is her husband's sincerity. Regardless of her past, once you are wed, if you treat her with genuine affection and children come, her heart will belong to you and this family." Lu Chong listened to Madame Dong's words without argument, assuring her that he understood his own heart. Once Lu Chong departed, the smile on Madame Dong's face gradually vanished, replaced by a furrowed brow. She had not engaged with the household matters for far too long. She believed in her grandson's abilities, having achieved the rank of a fourth-grade military official at a young age. However, she recognized his aloof and withdrawn nature, compounded by the absence of a guiding maternal figure. "Aunt Fong, please take the time to mingle with the elders in the household and inquire about the affairs here, especially concerning you and Miss Lin," the matriarch instructed. She also requested Aunt Fong to organize her dowry and to procure 1,000 mu of sacrificial land to present to the clan leader on behalf of the public fields. After issuing numerous directives, Madame Dong noted Aunt Fong's attentiveness. Suddenly, she caught sight of a figure moving at the door. "Aunt Fong, it is I. The matriarch requires her medicine," announced the maid, Jasmine, as she entered with a bowl of medicine. "From now on, enter directly without lurking at the door," Aunt Fong admonished. Jasmine, shrinking back, complied. Madame Dong observed Jasmine discreetly as she consumed her medicine. Jasmine had been purchased 4 years prior and assigned to Madame Dong's courtyard, with her contract held by you. Neither Madame Dong nor you had acknowledged this fact openly. Jasmine had been secretly associating with Yu's head maid, Rind, prompting Aunt Fong to consider dismissing her on several occasions. But Madame Dong insisted on retaining her to ensure Yu's peace of mind, aware that even if Jasmine were dismissed, others like Dujuan and Camellia would take her place. Once Jasmine left, Madame Dong noticed Aunt Fong's restrained expression and said, "Have Jiu'er pay close attention, particularly in these recent times. I doubt she will stir much trouble." Madame Dong had initially believed her health could endure for a few more years before making plans, but recent events had served as a wake-up call. Lu Huaishi, her biological father, bore no ill intentions, yet he was not adept at handling affairs. She understood well what kind of person her grandson was. Chapter 17: Departure from the mansion in Yinshu Courtyard. Everyone was busy lighting candles and closing the doors, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Shishi, along with Zhang Mama and Chunyu, was occupied with settling accounts and organizing belongings, preparing for their move the next day. Fortunately, they were merely dealing with light items. The heaviest of all was the sandalwood screen in the courtyard, which they planned to carry into the old lady's room as a gift for her. They toiled until late into the night before finally retiring for rest. The following morning, Lin Shishi accompanied Zhang Mama to bid farewell to Madame Yu. Madame Yu, taken aback, exclaimed, "Shishi, why the rush? You live here. There is no need to be so hasty. I still have many matters to discuss with you." Zhang Mama interjected, explaining that with the two children preparing to wed, it was improper for them to reside under the same roof. Furthermore, arrangements had already been made with the old lady, who had sent someone to see them off. The developments were swifter than Madame Yu had anticipated. She was still pondering how to win Lin Shishi back when she found herself at a loss for a suitable reason to delay their departure. Ultimately, she insisted that such a significant matter as moving should be discussed with her husband upon his return, and that even if they were to leave, someone should escort them. Despite her numerous entreaties, she was resolute in not letting Lin Shishi go, even questioning if Shishi held any grievances against her. Lin Shishi and Zhang Mama, having anticipated such a situation, found themselves at an impasse. At that moment, Aunt Fong arrived. "Madam, Miss Lin The old lady has sent me to accompany Miss Lin. It's getting late, and there is still much to prepare. Miss Lin, do you require assistance in gathering a few hands? Lin Shishi quickly replied. There isn't much left to gather. Everything has been organized. We are ready to depart. Indeed, Miss Lin will be returning, Aunt Fong remarked with a smile, casting a deliberate glance at Madame Yu. It seemed the old lady was creating disturbances once more. Madame Yu had never expected the reclusive old lady to cause such upheaval. She feigned a smile while attempting to reiterate her earlier arguments, but Aunt Fong interrupted her, saying, Madam, the old lady has instructed me to inform you that she feels a bit unwell and has not seen you at Jing'an Hall for quite some time. She misses you. Lin Shishi couldn't suppress a smile. The old lady was quite amusing, demonstrating that what goes around comes around. The old lady, under the guise of filial piety, wielded her status with authority, leaving no room for dissent. Moreover, her remark about Madame Yu's absence from Jing'an Hall was a blatant accusation of unfilial behavior. Madame Yu was nearly choking with rage. It was clear that the old lady preferred solitude and had not allowed anyone to visit her in recent years. Where could she argue her case? Madam, the old lady is waiting for you. I will take care of Miss Lin, Aunt Fong assured. While Madame Yu cast a reluctant glance at Lin Shishi, feeling bitterness rise within her at the sight of the girl moving with such independence right under her nose. Furthermore, the old lady had recently been causing trouble, as Jasmine had just reported that the old lady intended to purchase some ancestral lands for offerings. What could this mean? She could no longer prevent their departure. Thus, she decided to take the opportunity to investigate the old lady's intentions. Sure, your aunt truly regrets your departure. However, I must go to the old lady. Please take care of yourself. I will visit you another day, Madame Yu forced herself to say. Lin Shishi then returned to Yinshu courtyard with Zhang Mama. The few servants gathered their belongings and swiftly loaded them into the carriage, preparing to leave without delay. When Madame Yu reached the old lady, she had intended to extract information from her, but the old lady merely closed her eyes, complaining of headaches and chest discomfort, asking to be massaged. After an hour of fussing about, the old lady finally said, You two have worked hard. Your words are excessive. Perhaps Jasmine's massage would suffice. But your intentions are appreciated. Now, return to your duties. Madame Yu was furious, her heart seething with resentment, yet she forced a smile that was more painful than tears. Mother, it's all my fault for not serving you well enough. The old lady waved her hand dismissively, signaling her to leave. Madame Yu stormed out, seething. At the courtyard entrance, Mama Zhuang awaited her. Madam, the second master has shut himself away, refusing to see anyone, and the eldest miss has visited several times without a response. He hasn't eaten for 2 days. This cannot continue. That child has even turned against me. Madame Yu lamented helplessly. She could not fathom why, despite her efforts to support Lu Su's relationship with Lin Shishi in his presence, he would harbor grievances against her. The more she pondered, the more her hatred for Lin Shishi grew. This girl was a misjudgment on my part. She is far more difficult to manage than her mother or grandmother. Had she simply obeyed, things would not have escalated to this point. Since she refuses to listen, I shall not be merciful. Madame Yu took several gulps of tea, her mind racing as she resolved on a course of action. Mama, Zhuang, go outside and spend some silver to spread rumors that Lin Shishi has been seducing the young masters of the household and was consequently expelled. Also, find a few ruffians to throw rotten eggs at her door tomorrow morning and insult her as a loose woman. Yes, madam, I know what to do. I will ensure she cannot leave her home, Mama Zhuang agreed, convinced that Lin Shishi should not escape unscathed after 2 years of living comfortably in the mansion. Lu Chang returned to the north courtyard when Madame Yu, accompanied by 2 maidservants, stormed in with fury. Lu Chang, you heartless beast, you have taken your brother's beloved, leaving him in torment. How can you bear this? Su has not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days. If anything happens to him, I will hold you accountable. Madame Yu clutched Lu Chang's clothing, weeping and wailing like a shrew. Lu Chang remained silent, a look of sorrow etched on his face. Her sharp nails dug into his skin, but he seemed oblivious to the pain. His brother, a strong man, was starving himself over this matter. What of her? A delicate woman? Was her suffering not greater? Memories of his past cruelty towards her flooded his mind, recalling her trembling beneath him, pleading for mercy, biting her lip but ultimately relenting. Her eyes had been filled with helplessness, fragility, and an innocence that pierced his heart. She had always been enamored with Lu Su. Her marriage to him was a reluctant concession. Thus, Madame Yu's words rang true. He was indeed a beast, unworthy of the title of man. Chapter 18. Her intentions used nails, sharp as daggers, tore into his neck. Lu Chang, if you still consider yourself a man, you should take the initiative to withdraw from this engagement and kneel before our ancestors to admit your wrongdoing. Shirshi's heart belongs to Shuer. Your forceful appropriation will not win her affections. These words cut deeper than her nails, shattering his heart. His icy visage betrayed no emotion. Madam, why such a loss of composure? Aunt Fong entered unnoticed, her gaze coldly fixed on you. Aunt Fong, please judge for yourself. Shirshir and Shuer have long been of one mind. As a mother, I have been waiting for the right moment to arrange their betrothal. What kind of heartless brother would seize his younger brother's beloved? My poor Shuer hasn't eaten for 2 days. If anything were to happen to him, Lu Chang, I will fight you to the death. Yu's eyes glinted with malice, resembling a village woman throwing a tantrum rather than a noble matron. Aunt Fong cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Chang, recognizing his excessive kindness had left him vulnerable to Yu's barbs. Madam, your words are misguided. Miss Lin left a message for the master, expressing her anticipation for his visit to formalize the engagement. As for the connection between Miss Lin and second young master, it is likely just a one-sided affection. Madam, you should advise him otherwise. How will second young master face his future sister-in-law after your remarks? How will he negotiate a marriage? After speaking, Aunt Fong produced a purple pouch, waving it before you. Madam, look here. This was personally crafted by Miss Lin for the master. Lu Chang's dark eyes brightened as he accepted the exquisite pouch adorned with magnolia flowers and a character for Lu. Master, do you comprehend the significance of this token? Aunt Fong inquired earnestly. Lu Chang nodded, fully aware. Master, a woman's reputation is her life. Miss Lin, without parental protection, requires your understanding. Do not let her suffer indignities. Lu Chang acknowledged her words. Regardless of Miss Lin's affections, she genuinely wished to marry him, valuing her reputation and unwilling to be besmirched by you and Appo's machinations. Upon seeing the pouch, Yu was momentarily taken aback. How could Shirshir be so resolute? Aunt Fong exchanged a meaningful glance with Lu Chang before departing. Some matters he must confront alone. Otherwise, the dynamics would only worsen once Shirshir entered the household. Yu's gaze flickered, forcing herself to maintain composure. Lu Chang, Shirshir is being coerced. This pouch was meant for Shuer. Indeed, it was crafted for him. Lu Chang tucked the pouch into his breast, his tone frosty. Mother, do you wish to see your son remain unmarried? If this were to spread, it would surely tarnish your reputation. While there may be misunderstandings between Miss Lin and myself, our connection is mutual and consensual, devoid of coercion. Should you continue to obstruct, I shall have no choice but to seek the clan leader's intervention for justice. It was rare for Lu Chang to speak so extensively. His expression was as stony as ever, his voice chilling, instilling fear in all who heard it. Yu's teeth ground together in rage. That pouch was for Shuer. You're a thief, a brigand. Her eyes blazed with fury as she sought to provoke him, unwilling to accept that the object of his affection harbored feelings for another, especially her own brother. She desired to torment him for eternity, even contemplating leaving the residence altogether. Mother, please conduct yourself with dignity. Lu Chang ignored her further provocations and strode into the room, his long legs carrying him away. You are a brigand, stealing your brother's beloved. Shuer's room is filled with pouches gifted by Shirshir. Even his clothes were made by her hands. That pouch is not meant for you. You shouted from behind. Lu Chang entered the room, shutting the windows and doors, refusing to acknowledge her. You continued her tirade, but her words fell on deaf ears as she eventually stormed off in a huff. Behind the closed door, Lu Chang's heart felt shattered. Yu's piercing remarks struck like daggers, leaving him wounded. After a long while, he finally had the courage to examine the pouch in his hand, noting its elegant color scheme and impeccable craftsmanship. How could she possibly have crafted this for him? As you had said, it was meant for Shuer, and perhaps her change of heart prompted her to give it to him. Yet, Now that matters had escalated, he resolved to protect her at all costs. As for you, he would ensure she could no longer cause a ruckus. Long Air, go watch over the Lin estate discreetly. Report any developments immediately. She is a single woman, beautiful and wealthy. If she were to attract unwanted attention, or if there are treacherous servants in the estate. The following morning, just as he rose and had yet to leave the estate for duty, he hurried back. Master, I was stationed outside the Lin estate with Long Air when, shortly after midnight, we noticed a group of vagabonds lurking about. After following them for some time, we discovered they had been hired to throw rotten eggs and vegetables at the Lin residence at dawn. Go on. Lu Chang urged him to continue. We confronted them, beat them up a bit, and detained their ringleader. The rest scattered. They couldn't identify who hired them, only that they were promised payment after the job was done. Lu Chang snorted derisively. He had not anticipated Yu's reach extending so far. Not only was she intent on targeting him, but she also sought to ruin Lin Shishi's reputation. He could understand her animosity towards him for seizing her beloved, but the malice directed at Shishi was unfathomable. His feelings of guilt and reluctance had dissipated, and now only concern for Lin Shishi remained. They would not resort to such underhanded tactics again. They must strike first. Regretting his previous inaction, he decided to take the initiative. He whispered instructions to Long Yi, who displayed admiration in his expression. As dawn broke, Lu Chang left the estate as usual to fulfill his duties. You had dispatched Rindong to scout the area around the Lin estate. Not long after Rindong departed, a raucous group of ragged beggars appeared at the gates of the general's residence, the leaders shouting, Madam Yu, we have come for our reward. You sent us to the Lin estate to hurl insults and rotten eggs, and we have done so. Quick, pay us. A little breakfast will do. I was even beaten by the guards when I scouted the Lin estate last night. At least give us some medical expenses. Dozens of beggars surrounded the general's residence, drawing significant attention. A servant informed Yu, who turned pale at the news. How had they come to her doorstep? This was unacceptable. Rindong quickly returned through the back door. She ordered, realizing she needed to dismiss these beggars promptly. Chapter 19. Counterattack before the general's residence. Chaos reigned supreme. A crowd had gathered, intrigued by rumors that beggars had received a bounty from the general's household to hurl rotten eggs at the Lin residence. Indeed, upon visiting the Lin estate, one could find a scattering of foul eggs and decaying vegetable scraps. The story spread like wildfire, claiming that the general's household had resorted to despicable tactics to humiliate Miss Lin, who had moved away. The nature of the feud between them remained shrouded in mystery, with some suggesting that Miss Lin had seduced a gentleman from the estate, while others speculated that the general's matron coveted Miss Lin's family fortune. Ultimately, it boiled down to the intrigues of high society. Miss Lin awoke, unaware that the world outside had turned upside down. When she dispatched someone to inquire about the commotion, she found herself baffled. Who was truly at odds with whom? It was evident that the Yu family was targeting her, yet the blame seemed to circle back to them. She instructed her household to disregard the filth outside, sending 2 unfamiliar maids instead to witness the spectacle at the general's residence. By noon, the crowd finally dispersed. It was said that after the beggar leader returned, he intended to send the crowd away, but was instead surrounded by them, demanding payment for their labor. Filthy and numerous, the beggars were undeterred by the threats of the estate's steward, who warned of involving the authorities. The beggars boldly claimed their rights, asserting that they would not shy away, even if the matter reached the emperor. As the situation escalated, the Yu matron grew increasingly anxious but hesitated to involve the law. She summoned 2 of the beggar leaders and inquired about their demands. 100 taels, they declared. 100 taels? Wasn't he had agreed upon for 10 in her frustration. One of the leaders let slip the details, prompting the matron to quickly grasp her arm in a warning. It is indeed 100 taels, not a penny less. The beggars insisted, rolling their eyes. Brother, there seems to be a misunderstanding. Our general's household has never arranged for you to work. Someone must have framed you. However, our benevolent master, seeing your plight, has decided to offer you 100 taels as winter aid, but this is not a fee for your services, the matron clarified. The beggars, unimpressed, retorted, we are uninterested in your lengthy explanations. We simply want the silver. The leader of the beggars scrunched his nose in annoyance. Finding herself a loss with such unruly individuals, the matron attempted to entice them. If you can assure everyone that this was merely a misunderstanding and lead them away, I shall grant you 150 taels. The beggar's eyes sparkled with interest. Really? Such a trivial task. The matron pulled out 2 silver notes totaling 150 taels, which the beggar eagerly snatched, inspecting them under the light before tucking them away. All right then, let us go. The leader of the beggars followed, smirking as he announced, "Let us move. We have a new location." The other beggars gathered curiously, asking if they had received the silver. The leader shouted back, "Indeed, 150 taels. This master is generous. If there is work again, remember us." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of chatter, eager to verify the authenticity of the notes. Turning to the visibly upset matron, the beggar said, "Apologies, but I am a man of my word. I have not spread any falsehoods." That would be him. He pointed at his companion. Eventually, the raucous crowd began to dissipate. In the Furong courtyard, the servant, Rindong, knelt amidst shards of porcelain, her knees bleeding. "You wretched wretch! After all my kindness, this is how you repay me? Explain how they discovered our hideout. Did I not warn you repeatedly to keep our identities concealed?" The Yu matron scolded furiously. Rindong bowed her head, sobbing as she fervently knocked her forehead against the ground. "Mistress, it is my incompetence, but I swear I did not reveal anything. The old crone who spread the word had no direct contact with me. I met her veiled. I swear on my life." The Yu matron knew Rindong's capabilities. She seldom made mistakes. Could it be that others in the household have faltered? The matron pondered aloud, not intending to absolve Rindong, but believing her innocent of such blunders. After a moment of contemplation, the Yu matron sat down, deep in thought, while Rindong held her silence, enduring the pain. For nearly 20 years, the Yu matron had overseen the estate, and the old mistress seldom ventured outside. Could anyone still be hiding in the shadows? What concubine Lu? That seemed unlikely. Lu Huaishi had 2 concubines, Lu and Zhong. The latter had suffered complications during childbirth and had been silent for years, while Lu, at only 23, had no children and was favored by Lu Huaishi, especially in recent times as he had been at her side more often due to tensions with the Yu matron. Yet, the Yu matron deemed Lu too timid to orchestrate such a scheme. Her ostentation was merely for Lu Huaishi's affection. Where could the fault lie? Ultimately, the incident was left unresolved. Rindong received a beating and was fined half a year's wages. The Yu matron felt increasingly vexed, dealing with one misfortune after another. Lu Su was still throwing tantrums and refusing to eat, though a servant discreetly informed her that he was secretly consuming food. "That little rascal is trying to manipulate me," the Yu matron thought with a mix of anger and amusement. Despite the humor, she maintained her facade of ignorance, visiting him daily with reassurances and sending delicacies multiple times a day to prevent any rift between mother and son. That afternoon, the court's eunuch Luo arrived bearing a decree from the emperor announcing a marriage. The Yu matron trembled as she knelt. How could the emperor intervene in such matters? Bestowing marriage upon Lu Chong and Lin Shishi, when Lu Huaishi returned home, he inquired about the earlier uproar. The Yu matron had already prepared her response. It was merely beggars seeking money as winter approaches, trying to extort a little from us. Lu Huaishi was skeptical. If they were merely extorting money, why not report them to the authorities? "My lord, it is simply a matter of distributing a little wealth to accumulate virtue. Why invite trouble? Reporting them could provoke retaliation, and those without shoes fear, not those in shoes," the Yu matron replied. Though Lu Huaishi remained unconvinced, he was not inclined to intervene. The Yu matron swiftly changed the subject, asking, "What is this marriage decree about? There are those in court who dare to criticize Chong." And the emperor, angered, decided to grant the marriage outright to silence them. The Yu matron felt a tumult of emotions. Not only had the accusations failed to harm Lu Chong, they had inadvertently secured his future. With the emperor and Appo's decree, the marriage was now a certainty, and the gossip would dissipate. "My mother just sent Aunt Fong to inquire about Chong and Appo's betrothal. She intended to oversee the arrangements herself, but given her age, I wish to spare her further worry." You shall manage the wedding preparations, with Aunt Fong assisting you. The marriage is set for before the new year, which gives us 3 months. As a stepmother, your involvement will reflect your generosity to the outside world. Generosity? What use are these hollow accolades to me? Does my lord believe I am easily deceived? The matron was far from pleased. This marriage was a thorn in her side, and they expected her to expend her efforts on it. Chapter 20. The position of the heir. Do you truly not wish to take charge? Lu Huaishi countered. You and Appo's lips pressed together, hesitating. She was reluctant to oversee Lu Chong and Appo's wedding, intending to use this as leverage, yet if she chose to disengage, the people of the capital would mock her on the day of the ceremony. My lord, Su and Appo's, remains inside, refusing to face anyone, while I am to conduct his elder brother's wedding and take away his beloved. Is this not akin to carving out his heart with a knife? How can I bear it? I can certainly arrange a splendid wedding for Lu Chong, but my lord must consider Su'er as well. As she spoke, you placed a hand over her heart. I shall go see him. Lu Huaishi frowned, recognizing the cruelty of this situation for Lu Su. My lord, what good will it do to visit him empty-handed? His dignity as a man has been trampled upon. I fear he may become despondent and be ridiculed by the people of the capital. Lu Huaishi's brow furrowed. This was unacceptable, as he held great expectations for his son. I will make some inquiries in the court to see if I can secure a good position for him. A man with a career need not worry about a wife. You harbor doubts regarding Lu Huaishi's ability to procure a respectable position, given his own status as a mere 6th-rank official in the Ministry of Rights. My lord, I suggest we expedite the arrangements for Su'er's marriage. The gossip will naturally dissipate. Lu Huaishi pondered this notion, finding merit in it. If both brothers were engaged, there would be no further entanglements. My lady, do you have someone in mind? Lu Huaishi surmised that you had already considered a suitable match. You seemed troubled, taking a moment to respond. Indeed, there is someone, but it is somewhat complicated. Lu Huaishi disliked her evasiveness and urged her to speak quickly, for he had matters to attend to. Hurry, hurry. Are you not simply eager to visit Aunt Lu? What could be more pressing? You retorted, feeling his authority challenged. Lu Huaishi was about to express his irritation when you spoke up. The daughter of Lord Shun of the Ministry of War, Shun Yujiao, has shown interest in Su and Appo's. Shun Chung, the Minister of War? He is a man of great renown in the court, and Lu Huaishi could never reach such heights. Even Shun Cheng's eldest son, Shun Lianfang, is a favored figure by the emperor, serving alongside Lu Chong as a deputy commander in the Imperial Guards. You nodded, exasperated by Lu Huaishi's obliviousness, as she had long sought to cultivate a relationship with Shun Yujiao. Does she truly wish for this? Lu Huaishi asked, astonished. Miss Shun indeed harbors such intentions. However, matters of marriage are dictated by parental approval. If Su'er were to marry her, it would be seen as an elevation, but I fear Lord Shun may not consent. His status as a genuine 2nd-rank official far surpasses that of a mere 6th-rank official like myself, with our family's influence waning with each generation. Lu Huaishi scratched his head in contemplation. My lord, if Su'er can secure a marriage with Miss Shun, there would be no need for you to arrange his future. With a Minister of War as a father-in-law, he could go wherever he pleases among the 6 ministries. Then, my lady, do you have a strategy to facilitate this? Lu Huaishi inquired eagerly. My lord, Su'er's character and talent are commendable. In terms of lineage, the general's household has been a prestigious family for 5 generations. My intention is for Su'er to become the heir of the general's household, thereby inheriting its legacy. This would certainly make a favorable impression on Lord Shen. Should he attain the status of heir, the majority of the family's assets would belong to him, a far greater fortune than what could be gained through mere officialdom. Lu Huaishi scrutinized you for a moment, understanding her intentions. Yet, he found himself unable to dismiss the allure of potentially aligning with a family like that of Lord Shen. He grasped what you meant by saying he should not visit Lu Su empty-handed. She wished for him to bestow the position of heir upon Lu Su. After a moment of deliberation, he reluctantly replied, "This matter demands careful consideration. I cannot broach the subject with my mother." Lu Huaishi was a dutiful son, and without his mother's consent, he dared not proceed. My lord, The benefits of Miss Shun's lineage to the general's household far outweigh those of Lin Shishi. My actions are not solely for Suer's benefit. This struck a chord with Lu Huaishi, for he had always felt the weight of the general's household's decline under his stewardship. Very well, I shall speak with my mother, Lu Huaishi resolved. He went directly to the Jing'an residence of the Dowager Lady Dong and recounted Lu Su's situation in detail. Mother, should Suer secure a marriage with the Shun family, it would be a tremendous boon for our household. The Dowager had already sent Aunt Fong to gather intelligence and was aware of the entanglement between Lin Shishi and Lu Su. As Su and Apos, or was her grandson, she wished to see him thrive rather than languish. Huaishi, not every match is suitable. If the Shun family does not deem us worthy, we need not force it. However, it is high time for Suer to marry, so encourage you to broaden her horizons. This implied that they need not hang all their hopes on the Shun family. Lu Huaishi sought to press further, but the Dowager interjected. Chang'e is the eldest son and has achieved the 4th rank through his own merit. I truly see no reason to have him relinquish his position as heir. Displacing the eldest for the younger is untenable. How could Chang'e accept that? Furthermore, you mentioned that it is Miss Shun who has taken an interest in Suer, rather than Suer being infatuated with her. The Dowager did not wish to stir up discord over a matter yet unfulfilled, especially since he was the architect of this situation, leaving Lu Chong to bear the consequences. As a grandmother, she would not show favoritism toward either grandson. Huaishi, previously, it was understandable that you could not name Chang'e as heir while he was in the Northwest. But now that he has returned to the capital for several years and is about to marry, your continued hesitance and repeated attempts to elevate Lu Su have only sown discord. Lu Huaishi scratched his head, feeling quite embarrassed. He had not only failed to persuade the Dowager, but had also received a reprimand. He stammered, "Mother, your guidance is invaluable," and then made a hasty retreat. "The master is far too kind-hearted," Aunt Fong remarked from the side. The Dowager shook her head in resignation. Indecision is not kindness. In her heart, she had been waiting for him to take this step for years. Aunt Fong, prepare the dates for the betrothal and present them to you, instructing her to proceed with the arrangements. Bring the list of betrothal gifts for my approval. Regardless of the outcome, they must first organize Lu Chang's marriage. As for Lu Su, with you as his mother, she did not believe he would genuinely suffer any indignities. Chapter 21. Engagement, madam, you received the itinerary sent over by Aunt Fong, and her teeth clenched in anger. It seemed she had to adhere to someone else's arrangements regarding her own proposal. The thought of how Lu Huaishi had been dismissed by the Dong family with just a few words only intensified her animosity toward that mother-in-law. Forcing a smile, madam, you gazed at the characters on the page and inquired, Aunt Fong, this sum of 5,000 taels, is it from the old matriarch's private savings? Indeed, madam. The old matriarch expressed that as this is the first marriage of her grandchildren, it must be conducted with grandeur. She was delighted and decided to supplement it with her own funds. The reply came. The old matriarch's contribution of these 5,000 taels is primarily for embellishment. I shall be responsible for the preparations, which will be combined with the household's offerings. Embellishment indeed, but it would be Madame Yu's hands doing the work. Once Aunt Fong departed, Madame Yu sulked while clutching the itinerary. Madam, if you are truly displeased, you might as well consult the master and feign illness. Zhuang Mama suggested from the side. Continuing to be upset with yourself is hardly beneficial for your health. Madame Yu rubbed her eyes and replied, Zhuang Mama, there are hardly any surplus funds in the household. During the master and Appo's, as 40th birthday celebration, some silver was brought in. But if we expend it on this marriage, what will we use for Su Ji's future proposal or Shanshan's marriage? But the old matriarch is keenly focused on this engagement. Previously, Madame Yu had plotted to take Lin Shishi as a concubine for Lu Su, gradually siphoning off her wealth. Now, with Lin Shishi suddenly refusing to comply and moving out of the estate, her plans became increasingly challenging. Once Lin Shishi remarried, she would belong to Lu Chang's household, complicating Madame Yu's intentions significantly. Zhuang Mama, please send a message to Miss Shun, informing her that I will be dispatching someone amicable tomorrow to gauge her mother's position. If there is interest, I will engage a matchmaker to formally propose. Madam, Are you considering to arrange both the eldest and second master's marriages simultaneously? Zhuang Mama inquired. It must be done together. Otherwise, what funds remain for Su Er's marriage? The old matriarch has always favored Lu Chang. When Lu Chang had his coming-of-age ceremony, she generously contributed 2,000 taels. Yet when it was Lu Su's turn, she merely turned a blind eye and sent a set of scholar stationery. Now, if we host both marriages together, she cannot possibly favor Lu Chang alone. Madam, you had her sights set on that 5,000 taels of support. To be frank, the household in Oppos, as current surplus was less than 3,000 taels, and with year-end expenses looming large, it was a precarious situation. If the old matriarch were to provide an additional 5,000 taels, they would merely need to prepare some inexpensive wedding cakes, tea, and fruits. As for the Shun family, the sentiment appeared favorable. Otherwise, the Madam of the Ministry of War would not have allowed Shen Yujiao to frequent the General's residence all these years. However, inquiries still needed to be made to maintain propriety. Sure enough, Zhuang Mama relayed the message to Shen Yujiao in advance, and the following day, Madam, you received good news from her confidant. Upon learning of this, Lu Huaishi, despite his age, joyfully embraced Madam Yu. Madam, you truly are my capable partner. With your planning for Su Er, he is bound to achieve greatness in the future. Master, do not rejoice too soon, Madam, you playfully chided. Though the Shun family has consented, what will we present for the proposal? The eldest has the old matriarch's backing. Does that not mean you should extend more support to the second son? Lu Huaishi chuckled, well aware that securing an alliance with the Shun family was a stroke of fortune. Being overly frugal might displease their future in-laws, a risk not worth taking. However, he dared not voice the old matriarch in damp Oppos' favoritism towards Lu Chang, as Lu Chang lacked a mother. This was a matter he could not disclose to Madame Yu. Yet he found himself incapable of offering substantial aid to Lu Su. Scratching his head, he reluctantly said, I shall speak with mother. To his surprise, the old matriarch was unusually agreeable this time. Upon hearing that Lu Su was also to be wed, she immediately produced a banknote of 10,000 taels and handed it to Lu Huaishi. Here, this 10,000 tael note is to be entrusted to Madame Yu. She shall oversee all arrangements. I have but one request. All items purchased from the household accounts, and this 10,000 must be divided into 2 portions. As for any private contributions Madame Yu wishes to make for Su Er, that is entirely between you two. Lu Huaishi nodded vigorously, assuring that all preparations would be reviewed by Aunt Fong. Madame Yu, elated at holding the 10,000 tael note, felt she could always find a way to benefit. Soon, the matchmaker was engaged and the date was set. Initially reluctant, Lu Su yielded after Lu Chang's official engagement was announced. No amount of stubbornness could alter the course of events. With the combined persuasion of Lu Huaishi, Madame Yu, and Lu Shanshan, he finally acquiesced. On the day of the proposal, Madame Yu accompanied Lu Su and a matchmaker to the Shen residence, while Aunt Fong took Lu Chang and the matchmaker to the Lin household. With the old matriarch's backing, the betrothal gifts were most respectable. In Haining, a distant uncle residing in the capital was invited by Aunt Zhang to attend the engagement ceremony as a respected elder. Lin Shishi also sent a letter to Haining, expressing her hope that representatives from there would attend the wedding. Everyone rejoiced. After the engagement, Lin Shishi felt a sense of peace. After all, this path diverged from her previous life. Although Aunt Zhang managed the social interactions on the engagement day, Lin Shishi remained in the background. She heard that Lu Chang maintained a calm demeanor throughout, making it difficult to discern his feelings. She was unconcerned, based on her previous understanding of him. He was not a malicious person and would not resort to underhanded tactics, which was sufficient for her. She promoted she and Oppos, to be her personal maid, working alongside Chunyu to manage her affairs. Aunt Zhang took charge of her properties, and Lin Shishi asked her to review the accounts with her and explain the details. Occasionally, she recalled Madame Yu's words, "They do not allow you to become a concubine, yet they have made me one." She vividly remembered the resentment that flickered in Madame Yu's eyes when she uttered that phrase. Lin Shishi's mother had once said she would rather marry beneath her station than become a concubine, and her grandmother had echoed similar sentiments. So why was Madame Yu permitted to become a concubine? Had Madame Yu's resentment stemmed from her grandmother and mother? Moreover, when her grandmother was alive, Madame Yu had invited Lin Shishi to stay at the general's residence, only for her grandmother to decline the invitation. When Madame Yu returned to the Yu family after meeting her grandmother, there were only brief pleasantries exchanged before she was sent to meet Yu and Ming. And only after that were the siblings allowed to leave with Madame Yu. Conversely, when she and her mother returned to the Yu residence, her mother, Yu Yueyao, remained with her grandmother, while Lin Shishi merely exchanged greetings with Yu and Ming. Their conversations were not extensive. There must have been underlying reasons. Her grandfather, Yu Dio, certainly knew, but Lin Shishi sensed it was best not to inquire. Furthermore, just before her death in her previous life, Shun Yujiao had said, "Your grandmother and mother have concealed the truth from you for years. No wonder they met such swift ends." What secrets lay hidden beneath these circumstances? As Lin Shishi pondered, a chill crept over her. Could it be that her grandmother and mother's deaths were not as straightforward as they appeared? Chapter 22. The cloud of identity. Lin Shishi summoned Aunt Zhang to inquire about matters concerning the Yu residence. However, Aunt Zhang could not provide much information, as she had only been at the Yu residence for 3 months. Due to Yu Yao's distant marriage, one of her personal maids was unwilling to go, and Aunt Zhang, being literate and capable, was chosen by Lin Shishi's mother to take her place as a companion. Aunt Zhang recalled the situation from that time and remarked, "Miss Yu is the eldest daughter of the Yu family, while your mother was the second daughter. However, when your mother married, Miss Yu's marriage had not yet been decided. I overheard some servants discussing that Miss Yu had an affection for your father, mistakenly believing he was to be her fiancé. Yet your father and the second miss were mutually in love. Could it be that my mother snatched her intended, and Aunt harbors resentment?" Lin Shishi speculated. But if that were the case, why will my grandmother allow her to become a concubine? Moreover, wasn't T Aunt and Appos as marriage her first? After pondering, Lin Shishi found the reasoning unconvincing. As the eldest daughter of the Yu family, Yu Yuefu was quite capable, although the Yu family had a somewhat lower social standing. With her grandfather, merely a county magistrate of the 7th rank, he was a man of integrity who would not allow his eldest daughter to become a concubine. "Miss, do you recall your grandmother once saying that upon your marriage, she would bestow her personal wealth to enhance your dowry?" Aunt Zhang confirmed this, noting that her grandmother had mentioned it more than once. Despite knowing that Lin Shishi lacked for money, her grandmother insisted on providing her with a substantial dowry. At that time, Lin Shishi jokingly remarked that her cousin Shanshan would surely accuse her grandmother of favoritism, to which her grandmother nonchalantly replied, "Her affairs cannot be compared with yours." As the two women conversed, they grew increasingly perplexed. Suddenly, Aunt Zhang recalled something and exclaimed, "Miss, your mother's birthday is the 19th day of the 2nd lunar month in the 79th year of the Desheng era, while your aunt and Appo's birthday is the 17th day of the 3rd lunar month in the 78th year. Yu Yuefu is merely 11 months older than Yu Yueyao. Could it be that your grandmother conceived immediately after her confinement? Such a possibility was not entirely implausible, yet. Aunt Zhang, after grandmother's passing, when Aunt came to take me away, the maid Shun mentioned some vague things. Do you remember? Aunt Zhang nodded, recalling that Shun did not want Lin Shishi to leave, suggesting that she should stay at the residence to observe mourning for her grandmother. Subsequently, when they returned to the Yu residence, Shun had vanished, and several of the household staff had changed. Aunt Zhang and Lin Shishi exchanged glances, realizing that Shun, being close to their grandmother, must have known many secrets. They resolved to return to the Yu residence the following day, under the pretext of visiting Lin Shishi's grandfather, Yu Dio, to investigate further. The next day, Lin Shishi arrived at the Yu household laden with gifts. Yu Dio had only attained the rank of a 7th grade magistrate, and their courtyard consisted of 3 small courtyards with fewer than 10 people in total, including both masters and servants. Her uncle, Yu Wenming, was away, and her grandfather had gone fishing early in the morning. Her aunt, Zhou, was in the courtyard with her 4-year-old nephew, Banger, catching grasshoppers. Upon seeing Lin Shishi, Zhou quickly rose to greet her, instructing a young servant to set aside the gifts that were almost as tall as Lin Shishi herself. "Why such formality, Shishi?" Buying so many things will surely earn you a scolding from your grandfather, Zhou said with a smile, eyeing the pile of items with pleasure. Big Sister Banger chimed in, looking up with his round face. Lin Shishi found him adorable, crouching down to pat his cheek and smile Bangin' Oppos. Or has grown taller. Have you missed your big sister? I think of big sister every day. Did you bring me candy? Bangin' Damp, Oppos, replied, prompting laughter from everyone present. Aunt, I have settled my marriage. A joyous occasion indeed. I bought gifts for everyone. If you could gather the family, I'd love to present them, Lin Shishi suggested. Zhou quickly summoned 3 servant women, Zhang, the talkative Lu, and the maid Song and Damp, Oppos, Zhang and her nephew were out running errands and were not home during the day. Lin Shishi cheerfully greeted everyone, distributing gifts one by one, leaving one final gift remaining. Oh, how is there still one left? She wondered. Spring Rain prepared a gift for Maid Shen as well. Where is Maid Shen? Asked Spring Rain. Zhou and the other servants exchanged fleeting glances of discomfort before Zhou smiled and said, Oh dear, how could you forget? After the old lady passed away, Maid Shen returned to her own home. Spring Rain quickly realized, I see. I haven't been here for a while. I completely forgot. Zhou teased, suggesting that Spring Rain should visit more often. Lin Shishi hesitated while holding the gift, saying, Maid Shen took great care of my grandmother. This is just a token of my appreciation. Spring Rain, would you mind running to Maid Shen's home to deliver it? Zhou sighed. Maid Shen fell ill shortly after returning home and has since passed away. Perhaps we should set this gift aside until Zhang returns and can take it. Lin Shishi felt a pang in her heart and exchanged a concerned look with Aunt Zhang, their apprehensions deepening, realizing that this lead might be lost. It is truly unfortunate that Maid Shen, who cared for me so well, has passed along with my grandmother. Spring Rain, in addition to this gift, please add 10 taels of silver to send with it. Zhou stammered, unable to recall where exactly Maid Shen had lived, only remembering it was in the countryside. The round trip would take a considerable amount of time. Maid Shen had always been in good health. How could she fall ill so quickly after leaving the Yu residence? Lin Shishi pondered, sensing that Zhou did not appear to be deliberately concealing anything. It seemed she genuinely did not know the details. Perhaps Yu Wenming had also kept some matters from her. No matter. We shall wait for my grandfather and uncle to return before discussing this further. We hope to stay for a few days before leaving, Lin Shishi decided, beginning to play with Banger. Zhang's family had been brought in by Zhou, and Song was a new maid, while the stuttering Lu had been there for many years, usually focused on her work. Lin Shishi engaged Zhou in light conversation. The aunt was only 4 or 5 years her senior, and had spent 2 years with her during Lin Shishi's previous time at the Yu residence, leading to a comfortable familiarity. Though Zhou was somewhat frugal, she was diligent and often chatty. After the passing of Lin Shishi's grandmother, she had not mentioned her grandmother's promise to enhance her dowry, as all the estate would belong to the Yu family and eventually pass to Yu Wenming. Zhou, however, was quite pleased with this arrangement and treated Lin Shishi with even more sincerity than when her grandmother was alive. Chapter 23. Your aunt may cause you trouble, Madame Zhou. Fond of idle chatter and treating Lin Shishi as one of her own, recounted various matters concerning the Yu family. She spoke of the elder Yu Dio's newfound passion for fishing after his retirement, his penchant for smoking his pipe, and his recent persistent cough. Sure, when your uncle returns. If he scolds you, do not take it to heart. The family received your letter about your engagement with the eldest son, and everyone is delighted. It is only your uncle who seems displeased, claiming you have grown wings. I fail to understand why he looks down on this match. In my view, both the eldest and the second sons are splendid choices. As Madame Zhou continued, the conversation shifted to Lin Shishi's own marriage prospects. Perhaps your aunt is overly fond of you, wishing for you to wed the second son. After all, good fortune should remain within the family. Well, the eldest son is not an outsider. We are all family. We were once family, and we shall remain so. Your uncle is no longer teaching properly at the academy. He is off doing who knows what, behind your grandfather and Oppos' back. It seems he has associated himself with some manager Peng, who is purportedly connected to the 8th prince, claiming he will make a fortune. I worry he may be deceived. Regardless, I shall not allow him to take any of our family silver. If your aunt were here, she could speak to him on my behalf, as he tends to listen to her. The eighth prince? Lin Shishi was taken aback to hear this name from Madame Zhou. It appears that the honor of our family may rest upon Banggur in the future. Your grandfather does not permit concubines. Our household remains untainted, sparing us much worry. As for women, their hopes in life are rather limited. Madame Zhou mused, a hint of self-deprecation in her tone. After some light-hearted banter, Udo was summoned back by a servant. The elderly gentleman appeared vigorous and robust, and upon seeing Lin Shishi, his face broke into a joyful smile. Observing the rare wrinkles of laughter on her grandfather's otherwise stern visage, Lin Shishi pondered whether, if her grandfather forbade her uncle from taking a concubine, he himself would ever consider it. Were her mother and aunt born of the same mother? Yet, she could not voice her thoughts. Udo had unearthed the address of Madame Shun's residence, and Chunyu hurried off in a carriage with the details. Udo was quite satisfied with Lin Shishi's engagement. Inquiring about it repeatedly, Lin Shishi replied, "Grandfather, my aunt is dissatisfied with this match, claiming you favor me, having allowed her to become a concubine." Was aunt once a concubine in the general's residence? Udo's eyes widened in anger, as if someone had tugged at his beard. What purpose does resurrecting old grievances serve? He retorted sharply, "Your aunt even bears grudges against the late grandmother. Why did you allow her to become a concubine?" Lin Shishi pressed on. "What business is it of yours, child? In the future, she is your aunt and also your mother-in-law. You must show her respect," he replied, glaring but choosing not to elaborate further. "Oh, I understand now," Lin Shishi thought, apprehensive that some past incident might have left her aunt with lingering discontent. Now the mistress of the general's residence, what could she possibly find to be dissatisfied with? Udo clearly had no intention of discussing bygone matters. Recognizing her grandfather's reticence, Lin Shishi abandoned her inquiries. Returning to her former room, she found it had been rearranged since her absence. With limited extra space in the Yu household, her room had been tidied in her absence. She summoned a mute maidly to assist in changing the bedding to her previous belongings. Without hesitation, Li set to work, quickly organizing everything. Lin Shishi rewarded her with 2 gold coins, leaving Li trembling with excitement, as the Yu family was not affluent, and Madame Zhou was hardly generous. As she reached the door, Li suddenly returned, stammering and gesturing animatedly. With some effort, Zhang Mama and Lin Shishi pieced together that Madame Shen's maid, Xiao Qi, now worked at a textile shop named Yunshang. If Lin Shishi wished to inquire further, she should seek her out. Lin Shishi watched Li's retreating figure in astonishment. How did this stammering maid know of her desire to gather information when even Madame Zhou had not realized it? By evening, Chunyu returned, informing Madame Zhou and Lin Shishi that the items had been delivered, and Madame Shun's family was deeply moved, expressing their gratitude profusely. Once back at her room, Chunyu lowered her voice and said, "Miss, Aunt Shun was driven out by Uncle during the cold winter months. She was attacked by robbers on her way home, who stole her belongings and doused her with water. By the time she returned home in the dark, she had developed a high fever and passed away within days. Uncle sent someone to check on her, and, upon finding she was dying, he merely left 5 taels of silver. Was Yuan Ming attempting to silence her?" Lin Shishi wondered. What secrets did Madame Shun hold? She was convinced that Yuan Ming was covering something up. Recalling Shun Yujiao's words from her previous life, could it be that her grandmother had also met her end at the hands of the Yu family or Yuan Ming? Yet, did her grandfather know nothing of this? He had always treated her grandmother with such kindness. How could he possibly turn a blind eye? Confounded, Lin Shishi struggled to make sense of the situation. Yuan Ming had returned and summoned her to meet him. This uncle certainly carried himself with a great sense of importance. By now, the lamps were lit, and Yuan Ming sat in the main hall, a bit tipsy, while Madame Zhou poured him a cup of tea. Sure, you have grown up, developed your own ideas, and no longer heed the advice of your aunt and me. You insist on being with that one who brought death to your mother. We shall see what good fortune awaits you." Yuan Ming slurred, his face flushed from drink. Madame Zhou frowned at his words, tugging at his sleeve. "You've had too much to drink. If you continue to speak nonsense, I shall fetch your father." "You dare." Yuan Ming shot her a sideways glance, his eyes glazed. Madame Zhou, resigned, fell silent, casting an apologetic glance at Lin Shishi. Lin Shishi remained unfazed, assuring Madame Zhou, "He is my uncle. I am not angry." "Who is your uncle?" "I'm not your uncle." Yuan Ming mumbled incoherently before promptly dozing off in his chair. All this ruckus from the wine. Madame Zhou sighed in exasperation. "Not my uncle? Is this the truth spoken under the influence, or mere drunken babble? He bears an undeniable resemblance to grandfather. How could this be false?" That night, Lin Shishi found herself unusually sleepless. It seemed she was on the cusp of understanding something, yet clarity eluded her. Her aunt and mother indeed bore little resemblance to one another, while her aunt strikingly resembled Yuan Ming. Could it be that her mother was adopted? This thought sent a shiver down Lin Shishi's spine. The following morning, after breakfast, Lin Shishi prepared to take her leave. Madame Zhou attempted to persuade her to stay twice, but ultimately relented, adding that Yuan Ming had been restless all night and was still not awake. Udio, overhearing this, glared with displeasure. This reckless fool, will he ever learn to behave? Madame Zhou bit her lip, regretting her slip of the tongue. Udio, hands clasped behind his back, escorted Lin Shishi to the carriage. Just as it was about to depart, he suddenly remarked, "I have met that Lu Chong once. Ensure you treat him well. Should your aunt trouble you, return and inform me." At his words, Lin Shishi felt a wave of emotion wash over her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 24. The truth. Lin Shishi and her companions traveled by carriage, inquiring about the Yunshang weaving workshop. After a considerable search, they finally located it in a secluded alley, over an hour's journey from the Yu family home. Lin Shishi instructed Chunyu to summon a girl named Xiaoqi to a nearby tea house. Xiaoqi, a delicate young woman of around 16 or 17, appeared somewhat timid upon seeing Lin Shishi. "Xiaoqi, has Granny Shan placed you here?" Lin Shishi inquired gently. "Miss, please spare me. Granny Shan arranged for me to leave the Yu residence with the consent of the matriarch while she was still alive." Xiaoqi trembled as she prepared to kneel. Chunyu quickly helped her up. "Xiaoqi, there is no need for that. Granny Shan has already given you your deed of servitude, so you are no longer a servant. I seek you today to inquire about certain matters. You are aware that Granny Shan has passed away, correct?" Lin Shishi asked kindly. Xiaoqi nodded. "I visited her hometown and learned that her death was suspicious. During her lifetime, Granny Shan treated me as her own granddaughter, and I wish to uncover what truly transpired. You served closely with her while attending my grandmother. Once my grandmother passed, she immediately arranged for your departure, indicating she was aware of the dangers of your staying behind. Can you share what you know?" Lin Shishi pressed. Xiaoqi fidgeted with her hands, lowering her gaze in silence. "I assure you, I will not disclose anything nor reveal your whereabouts. If you encounter difficulties, you can seek me at the Lin residence. I have moved out of the general's manor. My aunt has distanced herself from me due to my marriage." Lin Shishi shared her predicament, hoping to ease Xiaoqi's apprehensions. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoqi finally looked up and met Lin Shishi's gaze, saying, "Miss, these are words that Granny Shan shared with me before she left. I do not know if they should be taken seriously. She mentioned that the matriarch's death was strange. She found ephedra in the medicinal dregs. The matriarch had long suffered from angina. After hearing of the accident involving my second aunt and uncle at sea, her condition worsened, and she sought a doctor for medicine. However, after taking it, she felt even worse. When my uncle went to see her, she suddenly passed away. Are you saying that after my uncle visited my grandmother, she passed away? Were there no others present at the time?" Lin Shishi asked. Xiaoqi shook her head. "There were no others. My uncle was particularly attentive, personally overseeing the preparation of the medicine and administering it, stating that since the matriarch had lost a daughter, he, as her son, must show greater filial piety. Why then did my grandmother suddenly leave after taking the medicine?" Lin Shishi lamented. Xiaoqi knelt down, exclaiming at that time, "My uncle mentioned that the matriarch suddenly spoke of my second aunt becoming overly distressed, which triggered her angina. However, when Granny Shan later inquired with the prescribing doctor, he claimed that the matriarch's condition was not severe and that taking the medicine should not have led to such a sudden demise. Granny Shan grew suspicious and instructed me to collect the medicinal dregs. Upon examination, the doctor found that it contained ephedra, a substance that accelerates the heart rate. which could be perilous if combined with external stimuli. Miss, I was also utterly perplexed at that time. That evening, Granny Shun told me to pack my belongings, gave me my deed of servitude, and urged me to come here quietly. Before leaving, she warned me that she might be in danger and instructed me never to appear before the Yu family again, but to seek an opportunity to deliver this letter to you. Lin Shishi accepted the letter, noticing the hasty handwriting filled with numerous mistakes. It echoed Granny Shun's suspicions regarding the matriarch's death, closely aligning with Xiaoqi's account. The latter part of the letter, however, elucidated a long-standing mystery for Lin Shishi. It revealed that the Yu family and Yu Wenming were born of her grandmother's maid. After her grandmother married, she remained childless for 5 years, prompting her to take her maid Ning Hui as a concubine to bear children. Ning Hui soon became pregnant and gave birth to Yu Yuefu, shortly before the matriarch herself conceived Yu Yueyao. However, after that, the matriarch did not bear any more children, while Ning Hui gave birth to Yu Wenming 5 years later, passing away during confinement. The matriarch raised all 3 children herself. In the letter, Granny Shun cautioned Lin Shishi that Yu Yuefu and her siblings must have learned of their lineage and harbored resentment, prompting them to poison the matriarch. She urged Lin Shishi to return to Ninghai and distance herself from the Yu family. Upon reading the letter, Lin Shishi's body trembled with rage. It all made sense now. She finally had a more reasonable explanation for the events of her past life. Zhang Mama and Chunyu were equally stunned, struggling to grasp the revelations. Miss, I have followed my second aunt for many years, and she never mentioned this matter. When sending items to the capital, she never forgot to include something for the Yu family. My second aunt never regarded them as outsiders. Why would these siblings be so ruthless? Zhang Mama exclaimed, drenched in sweat. Her hope for Lin Shishi's union with Lu Su at the general's manor was shattered. Had it not been for the intimate connection between them, her conservative nature would have led her to wholeheartedly wish for their marriage. Truly, it is akin to a lamb entering a den of tigers. How terrifying, Zhan's mama remarked, gazing at Lin Shishi with admiration for her young age and profound insight, perceptively detecting the dangers that even decades of experience had failed to reveal to her. Chunyu clenched her fists, indignantly exclaiming, the heinous act of harming one's own mother. I never expected them to commit such an unconscionable deed. And as for Madame Yu, miss, your affair with the eldest son is likely entangled with her schemes. The evidence is irrefutable. We must report this to the authorities. Lin Shishi shook her head, her calmness stemming from her past experiences. Now is not the time. Firstly, we have not caught him in the act. He could easily counter our claims as slander. Secondly, my grandfather is evidently unaware. Even if he were, this is his only son. Are we to feign ignorance and let him go unpunished? Chunyu questioned, discontented. Of course not. In times of weakness, we must bide our time. Previously, we were merely pawns. Now that we understand the situation, we will not allow them to dictate our fate. Lin Shishi replied, her gaze distant. In her previous life, she had willingly stepped into the trap set for her. This journey had not been in vain. It unraveled her doubts and enlightened Zhang Mama and Chunyu to their circumstances. Xiaoqi, how had you fared in this place? Lin Shishi asked. Xiaoqi nodded, expressing that she had learned many skills and was able to support herself. Being alone, take great care of yourself. Should you face any difficulties, come to the Lin residence to find me. Lin Shishi expressed her gratitude to both Granny Shun and Xiaoqi. Leaving Xiaoqi with 10 taels of silver and repeatedly urging her to take care, Lin Shishi and her companions finally made their way back to the Lin residence. Chapter 25. Treating you like a sister. Upon her return to the Lin residence, Lin Shishi was informed by the servants that Lu Chang had sent a piece of fabric. Upon inspection, it was no ordinary cloth but rather a rare golden brocade, adorned with distinctive patterns that even her silk shop did not possess. It was likely a gift from the palace. The servant conveyed, Lord Lu expressed his gratitude for your fragrance pouch. It was a return gift. Lin Shishi reflected on the pouch, which she had merely embroidered casually and had only sent after being reminded by Aunt Fong. Yet, Lu Chang had reciprocated with such a precious gift, revealing that despite his cold demeanor, he was indeed a man of deep feelings and loyalty. Lin Shishi instructed Chunyu to seek out the embroiderer in the residence to craft a garment for her, intending to wear it when she returned to the Duke of State's residence. Suddenly, a servant recalled something and hurriedly added, "Miss, young Master Lu mentioned that he has stationed 2 guards outside our residence. Should you ever require assistance, a simple blow on this whistle will summon them. They handled the recent disturbance caused by beggars at our gate quite adeptly." With that, the servant presented a small, elegantly crafted black ceramic whistle shaped like a bird to Lin Shishi. She gazed at the shiny object, momentarily lost in thought. So, it was he who had been providing assistance from the shadows. Zhang Mama noticed the warmth in Lu Chang's gestures, which alleviated her previous anxieties. Miss Shanshan has come to see you," a maid announced from beyond the curtain. Zhang Mama had never held a fondness for Lu Shanshan, who was particularly fond of taking advantage of others, having pilfered countless items from Lin Shishi over the year, although the household provided for her. Lin Shishi's gifts were undeniably superior. Despite being merely a year younger than Lin Shishi, Lu Shanshan unabashedly exploited her youth, boldly requesting various items. Yet, Lin Shishi welcomed her without reservation. "Mississippi, could it be that with the arrival of colder weather, she has come to ask for Jihua Manor?" Zhang Mama expressed her concern. Lin Shishi smiled gently, replying, "I have yet to visit and enjoy it myself. I would not give it to anyone else." "Lin's sister," a delicate voice called, and Lu Shanshan promptly entered, draped in a pink embroidered quilted cloak, her face alight with enthusiasm. "Shanshan has arrived. Please take a seat." Lin Shishi warmly invited. This younger sister was no simple character. In her past life, she had taken a liking to a scholar named Wang Jichuan, who had come to the capital for the imperial examination, secretly engaging with him. However, their mother disapproved, deeming Wang too ordinary and lacking a solid family background in the capital, predicting a life of hardship should Shanshan marry him. Instead, she wished to introduce her to a son from the Yongding Marquisate. Lu Shanshan had lamented to Lin Shishi, claiming that Wang was exceptionally talented, even garnering admiration from Lu Su for his scholarship. She insisted that had he not fallen ill during the examinations, he would have surely succeeded like Lu Su. Lin Shishi had accompanied her to meet Wang Jichuan in secret, and indeed, he was a striking figure. Though dressed modestly, he possessed an extraordinary demeanor. At that time, Lin Shishi had questioned her. Despite his remarkable presence, it does not guarantee success, even if he were to triumph. Are you willing to accompany him to distant lands if he cannot secure a position in the capital? Lu Shanshan had shaken her head. Mother is also looking for suitable matches for me. It turned out she was straddling 2 possibilities. Yet, Lin Shishi had unconditionally supported her vision. "Lin's sister. I genuinely like him. Besides, you know my health is frail. Marrying into a prominent family could lead to difficulties with offspring, leaving me vulnerable. At this moment, Wang is at a low point. If I treat him sincerely, he will naturally cherish me in return." Several doctors had remarked on Lu Shanshan's health, indicating considerable difficulty in bearing children, a fact well understood by their mother. Was this merely a mother-daughter scheme? Lin Shishi had unwittingly found herself embroiled in this, promising to prepare a substantial dowry for Lu Shanshan, ensuring she would not endure hardship. Wang Jichuan was fortunate. Having initially missed the imperial examination, he would have to wait 3 years to retry, but the emperor, seeking to attract young talent, established an additional examination the following year. He exceeded expectations and achieved the rank of the 3rd highest, with Lin Shishi generously providing Lu Shanshan's dowry for her splendid marriage. At the time, Lin Shishi naively believed that although she had spent a considerable sum, she had secured Lu Shanshan's lifelong happiness, which she deemed worthwhile. However, after the marriage, Lu Shanshan never visited her again. During one return to her maternal home, she even slapped Lu Jin for calling her aunt, berating him as a bastard. When Lin Shishi confronted her, Lu Shanshan arrogantly retorted, "You are merely a concubine of my brother. How dare you lecture me? As for gratitude, I shall tell you that my husband relies on his own merits. My current fortune is due to my own discernment." At 18, Wang Jichuan became the 3rd highest, and by 24, he was appointed as an assistant minister in the Ministry of Rights. Indeed, based on his own capabilities. However, Lu Shanshan and Oppo's opulence was built upon the dowry provided by Lin Shishi. As time passed, it was now October, and Wang Jichuan must have already met Lu Shanshan. With 6 months remaining before the examination, he was at his lowest, a crucial moment for Lu Shanshan to establish her presence in his life. A wealthy young lady, following a scholar in his time of need, would be irrevocably tied to him, regardless of his future success. Lu Shanshan often appeared somewhat pale, her delicate features under the pink cloak evoking a sense of vulnerability, presenting an innocuous fa-ade. Sister Shishi, what brings you here? Is Aunt well? Lin Shishi greeted with a smile. Lin's sister, I've not been well these past few days, and with my condition, I've been resting in bed. I had no idea so much had transpired in the estate. Now that I feel better, I rushed over to see you. You want to hold it against me, will you? Lu Shanshan feigned concern. You have always had delicate health. I'm well aware of that. How could I blame you? Besides, my engagement is settled now, and my second cousin has made his choice as well. All is well, Lin Shishi responded, displaying her understanding. Seeing Lin Shishi's composed demeanor, which revealed no trace of dissatisfaction regarding the engagement, Lu Shanshan sighed inwardly. She had no choice but to say, Lin's sister, I've heard that, mother, and you had some unpleasantness recently. You do not hold it against her, do you? She only wishes the best for my brother and hopes to unite you two. In time, she will come to understand. How could I blame Aunt? It is merely fate's whim, Lin Shishi replied, a hint of resignation in her smile. My elder brother is indeed a remarkable man. If you were to marry him, not only would you remain my Lin's sister, but you'd also become my sister-in-law, living under the same roof. How wonderful that would be, Lin's sister. Regardless of what occurs, I will always regard you as my true sister, Lu Shanshan declared, grasping Lin Shishi and Oppo's hand and gazing into her eyes with utmost sincerity. Chapter 26. Straddling two boats, Lin Shishi was profoundly moved, her voice choked with emotion as she said, Shanshan, only you truly understand me. Lu Shanshan felt a surge of joy. She had been concerned that Lin Shishi might harbor reservations about her, yet it seemed she continued to place unwavering trust in her. Shanshan, marriage is a lifelong endeavor for a woman. I sincerely hope that you will find fulfillment and smooth sailing in your future, Lin Shishi remarked wistfully. To Lu Shanshan's ears, it sounded as if Lin Shishi bore a certain helplessness regarding her own engagement. Lu Shanshan pressed her lips together, unable to contain her feelings any longer. Sister Lin, I find myself in a difficult situation recently, but I'm unsure to whom I can confide. I wish to share with you, yet I fear it might add to your worries. Lin Shishi encouraged her to speak freely, assuring her that she would offer her utmost support in times of difficulty. Indeed, Lu Shanshan had already met Wang Jichuan and had fallen for him at first sight. However, she was troubled. Although Lu Su admired Wang Jichuan's intellect, he ultimately looked down upon a scholar from humble origins. Meanwhile, the Yu family was arranging for her to meet the third son of the Yongding Marquis, Mao Lin Hai. Lin Shishi observed Lu Shanshan and Oppo's excessively pale face and smiled. With the new emperor and amp, Oppo's ascension, it is indeed a time for talent to be recognized. Otherwise, there would be no additional imperial examinations next year. If young Master Wang possesses genuine talent, he is bound for a prosperous future. Sister Lin, you share my perspective. Lu Shanshan exclaimed, overjoyed to find a kindred spirit. Indeed, as long as you do not misjudge him, I believe his background will not hinder him. Moreover, if he becomes your husband, the general's house will serve as his support. Lin Shishi affirmed. Although the general's house had lost much of its influence, its name still held some weight. Lu Shanshan nodded vigorously. But sister, mother insists that I meet with Mao Sangongzi. What am I to do? Amid her happiness, Lu Shanshan was engulfed in a whirlwind of thoughts. Do you still have reservations regarding young Master Wang? Lin Shishi inquired. Lu Shanshan furrowed her brow. How could she not have concerns? He is a poor scholar, surviving in the capital through calligraphy and painting. If he fails the examination next year, where would that leave me? I'm already 15. I cannot wait for him indefinitely. You raise valid concerns. A woman and amp. Oppo's youth is fleeting. Furthermore, if you wait for him and others discover it, your reputation would be tarnished. Your health is delicate. Following him would expose you to hardships, Lin Shishi analyzed from Lu Shanshan's perspective. Lu Shanshan was deeply touched, as Lin Shishi had pinpointed her greatest fears. Sister Lin, you understand me so well. What should I do? Lin Shishi sighed and sat down, her own heart heavy with worry. Perhaps I could agree to meet with the third son of the Yongding Marquis as mother desires, but delay the matter. In 6 months, the imperial examination will be upon us. However, will this lead to gossip about me? Lu Shanshan ventured tentatively. Shanshan, your mind is quite sharp. This way, you will have a safety net and retain control over your own fate, Lin Shishi realized, appreciating the wisdom of the suggestion. Seeing Lin Shishi's approval eased Lu Shanshan's anxiety. She needed someone to support her and provide cover, and Lin Shishi was the perfect ally. When she proposed bringing Lin Shishi to meet young Master Wang, Lin Shishi readily agreed, adding that it would be inappropriate for 2 young ladies to meet a gentleman alone without supervision. Shanshan, I will arrange for a maid to accompany you whenever you wish to see young Master Wang, Lin Shishi promised. Lu Shanshan embraced Lin Shishi and Appo's arm, touched. Sister Lin, you are so kind to me. I vow to never disappoint you in your times of need. Shanshan, we are sisters. There is no distinction between us. Should young Master Wang achieve great success, it will be a matter of pride for us both. When you marry, I will prepare a generous dowry for you. If you cannot endure hardship, then you may as well aspire to be the wife of a chancellor, Lin Shishi replied. After Lu Shanshan departed, filled with hope, Mama Zhang expressed her confusion. Miss, do you truly intend to assist her? This seems like a thankless endeavor. Do not worry, I have my own measures. Lin Shishi reassured her. She felt compelled to influence the situation to sever Lu Shanshan's previous ties. Moreover, she had not spent a single coin today in her past life. She would have readily offered hundreds of taels to support the talented Wang Jichuan. As for the intangible promise of a dowry, that was even more elusive. However, she intended to ensure that the maid she provided was well prepared. Lin Shishi instructed Mama Zhang to gather information about the third son of the Yongding Marquis. In her past life, she had known little about him, only that Mao San Gongzi had eventually married a girl from a minor official in Appo's family. Soon, she learned various details about Mao Linhai. The Yongding Marquis family was flourishing, boasting 4 legitimate sons and 3 illegitimate ones, marking it as a prominent household. While having numerous heirs might dilute family wealth, the Yongding Marquis had 2 legitimate sons serving in the court, and Mao Linhai was a scholar, still young and not yet pressed to enter officialdom, as the family continued to support his studies in hopes of him becoming a jinshi. It appeared to be a robust family indeed, and Yushi had a discerning eye. With brothers who had prospects, they would look after one another. As long as Lu Shanshan could bear a son or daughter, her status would remain secure. In her previous life, Lin Shishi had gifted Lu Shanshan a warm spring estate, where she recuperated each winter, aided by various prescriptions from skilled physicians, significantly improving her health over the years. Before Lin Shishi's untimely demise, she had heard that Lu Shanshan was nearing childbirth. It was said that Mao San Gongzi had a reserved character and seldom left the estate. Those who had met him remarked on his elegant demeanor and scholarly air. Mama Zhang commented. Lin Shishi nodded, recognizing that Yushi had indeed chosen wisely. Regardless of whether Lu Shanshan ended up with Wang Jichuan or Mao Linhai, her future was bound to be bright. In her past life, Lu Shanshan had married Wang Jichuan and had lived quite well, yet Yushi would still occasionally berate Lin Shishi over the matter. Having formulated a plan, Lin Shishi awaited Lu Shanshan and Appo's next visit. Approximately half a month later, Lu Shanshan returned, having acquiesced to her mother and Appo's wishes and met with Mao Linhai. And both parties were pleased. Sister Lin, I must say, young Master Mao is commendable, but when compared to young Master Wang, he is like a cloud to mud, Lu Shanshan remarked. Lin Shishi chuckled softly. You are merely viewing him through the lens of infatuation. Lu Shanshan shook her head, insisting, you have yet to meet young Master Wang. Once you do, you will understand the truth of my words. Lin Shishi could affirm that. Having encountered Wang Jichuan a few times in her past life, he was indeed a distinguished gentleman, his charm only magnified after he entered the political arena. Sister Lin, I seize this opportunity to meet with you. I have arranged to meet young Master Wang this afternoon. Would you accompany me? Lu Shanshan asked eagerly. Lin Shishi readily agreed. Chapter 27. The Lin family. When Lin Shishi met Wang Jichuan, she presented him with several rare literary volumes by the esteemed author Su Ji from her past life. Wang Jichuan regarded them as treasures upon first glance. Miss Lin, I am truly humbled to receive such a generous gift on our first encounter. Although he lacked a suitable offering in return, his affection for the books was undeniable. Even if he had the means, such treasures were nearly impossible to find. From the memories of his previous life, it was clear that Wang Jichuan was not overly prideful nor a person who clung too tightly to appearances. However, he was grateful and appreciative. Lin Shishi dismissed his gratitude, saying, "There is no need for thanks, young Master Wang. A fine blade deserves a worthy hero. I have seen your calligraphy and paintings at the Shengshe bookstore, and I believe these books are their rightful home with you." In saying this, she intentionally set aside Lu Shanshan, for her gift was not motivated by the latter. Observing Wang Jichuan's rare display of emotion, Lu Shanshan felt a twinge of discomfort. In their previous encounters, she had been in the throes of budding affection and had purchased numerous gifts in hopes of advancing their relationship. Yet he had shown little extraordinary response. Most of those gifts remained unaccepted, and even the set of writing implements she had carefully selected for him lay untouched. When she inquired why he did not use them, he replied that while they were excellent, he preferred ordinary ink and brushes. Transitioning from luxury to simplicity was challenging. He feared it might compromise his integrity, a sentiment Lu Shanshan could not comprehend. Their visit was brief, and upon departing, Lu Shanshan felt somewhat melancholy in the carriage. Lin Shishi, having discerned her inner turmoil, remarked, "Indeed, young Master Wang is as you described, handsome and scholarly. Those who love literature adore books. Shanshan, perhaps you should cater to his interests in the future." Lu Shanshan blinked, realizing that if he cherished books, she might consider gifting him some. However, she had no rare editions to offer and was uncertain of his preferences. That is simple enough. You can accompany him to the bookshop and observe which titles he enjoys perusing, Lin Shishi suggested. Lu Shanshan felt a sense of relief regarding Lin Shishi and Appo's intentions. "Lin's sister, have you found a suitable nursemaid for me, as you promised?" she inquired. "Indeed, I have. The nursemaid I sourced from afar has no acquaintances here and is discreet. I have arranged for her to reside near young Master Wang and Appo's quarters, so she will be waiting for you when you next visit. Having an elder accompany, you will provide a credible explanation should anyone see." Lin Shishi handed Lu Shanshan 10 taels of silver, stating that she would no longer require the nursemaid and could send her back to her hometown with a little more silver for her troubles. Lu Shanshan accepted the money, her earlier concerns about Lin Shishi fading away. Had Lin Shishi offered her own nursemaid, Lu Shanshan would have hesitated to trust her. However, a temporary hire from outside was easily dismissed once paid off. After their separation, Lin Shishi sent someone to follow Lu Shanshan, reporting her every outing. Over the course of a month, she learned that Lu Shanshan had met Mao Linhai twice. The first was at a chrysanthemum appreciation event in the capital's Jiyuan, where they exchanged pleasantries amid a throng of people, not a private rendezvous. The second occasion involved a visit to a tea house, where Mao Linhai gifted her a present. Following her meeting with Mao Linhai, Lu Shanshan went to see Wang Jichuan, first consulting the nursemaid and then heading to Wang Jichuan and Appo's lodgings in a narrow alley, where she remained for half an hour. "Miss, she is quite diligent in visiting young Master Wang, far more so than with young Master Mao," reported the follower. "This is excellent. Continue your surveillance," Lin Shishi instructed, pleased that everything was unfolding according to plan. Her own wedding date was approaching, with less than a month remaining. The Yu family insisted on arranging the marriages of Lu Chong and Lu Su together. Lin Shishi found herself troubled over the dowry, after tallying her inheritance from her parents, which included various shops, land deeds, properties, and gold and silver. She realized it amounted to an astounding 200,000 taels. How could she safeguard such wealth? Although the laws of the dynasty stipulated that a bride in Apos' dowry belonged solely to her and would pass to her children upon her death. Listing such riches on the dowry list would undoubtedly tempt covetous gazes. She had little knowledge of Lu Chong and found it impossible to trust anyone entirely in this life. Observing Lin Shishi and Apos' furrowed brow, Zhang Mama finally expressed concern for her well-being, saying with a smile, "Do not worry, Mississippi. Most of what your parents left you is secure and reliable. Manager Luo is quite capable, and he runs the shops efficiently. As for the silver, there is no need for concern. A total of 100,000 taels is stored in the two largest banks, accessible only with your personal seal. Your grandfather is managing the affairs in Ninghai quite well, and your uncles there are prudent individuals. A wealthy lady has her own set of worries, primarily stemming from a lack of support. Although your grandfather's family is harmonious, they are merchants, and after your father's passing, their status has diminished significantly. They now primarily maintain their holdings." After pondering for a while, Lin Shishi resolved to write the dowry list vaguely for land deeds. She would note land deeds registered in the bride's name, for silver registered in the bride's name. This way, it would not appear overly ostentatious. However, she could not forego the splendor of the occasion entirely. Thus, for ceramics, fabrics, and furniture, she prepared 120 sets in accordance with traditional dowry customs. It was rumored that Miss Shan was preparing 118 sets. As the eldest branch, they could afford to have two more than her. To have fewer would be to diminish their status, while having too many might incite the Shun family's jealousy. Lin Shishi knew she currently lacked the strength to contend with the Shun family, as Shun Chong was the Minister of War, and she had no backing. Patience was necessary. Just as Lin Shishi lamented her precarious position, her uncle and aunt from Ninghai arrived with their children. Upon receiving Lin Shishi and Apos' letter announcing her impending marriage to the eldest son of the general of the state, who held a fourth-grade official position, her grandfather took great interest and summoned his second son, Lin Ju and Apos' family, to the capital. In her past life, Lin Shishi had followed U.S. advice to handle her affairs in Ninghai, and without hesitation, Uncle Lin Ju's family had supported her, showing no reluctance. "Shishi, how are you faring in the capital? Your sister has frequently expressed her desire to visit you. You two should cultivate a close relationship," Aunt Pan remarked. Lin Ju and Apos' daughter, Lin Nan, shyly gazed at Lin Shishi. After 4 years apart, the once 10-year-old girl had blossomed into a graceful young woman, with rosy lips and bright eyes, bearing a striking resemblance to Lin Shishi. Nan has met her sister, Shun and Apos', has met her sister, Lin Nan and Lin Shun both greeted Lin Shishi. The family gathered to enjoy tea and conversation, quickly growing comfortable with one another. Aunt Pan brought news that Yun, who had been sent to deliver messages, had indeed conveyed the letter, but her family had come to take her back the very day it was delivered. Her family was not well regarded, and Lin Shishi had previously paid a significant sum to liberate Yun, allowing her to sever ties with them. Shishi, her mother brought the contract of sale, which we verified at the government office, so we had no choice but to let her family reclaim her. It is said she will soon be sold to a widower. Lin Shishi responded coolly, "That is her karma. We cannot interfere." Aunt Pan sensed there were deeper reasons behind this and refrained from probing further. She had refrained from intervening at the time, knowing the contract was genuine. The contract had remained with Lin Shishi in the capital, and for it to make its way back to Chuyun and Apos' family was no simple matter. In retrospect, it was evident that they were both correct in their assessments. Chapter 28. An invitation to the gentleman Lin Ju candidly expressed that this visit aimed to ascertain whether they could leverage the influence of the general's residence to gather information, while also seeking to revive previous business ventures. After the demise of Lin Shishi's parents, the goods shipped from overseas had vanished without a trace. The Lin family, once the foremost maritime merchants of Ninghai, had since fallen into decline. Yet, it seemed implausible that so many vessels could meet with disaster simultaneously and all sink into the depths of the sea. There were hundreds of souls aboard. Was it possible that not a single one survived? This enigma had lingered on as a perplexing mystery. The Lin family had dispensed a considerable sum in compensation. The Yu family had harmed her grandmother, and it was conceivable that her parents and Appo's misfortunes were also connected to them. However, Lin Ju contemplated seeking their assistance, which felt akin to stepping into a lion and Appo's den. Yet, Lin Shishi could not divulge the intricate web of relations at present. She could only inform Lin Ju that Lu Chong was not Yu and Appo's biological son, and their relationship was rather tenuous. Since she was to marry Lu Chong, a rift had developed with Yu. The matters Lin Ju wished to investigate would have to wait until after her marriage, to see if Lu Chong could provide any aid. Lin Ju exchanged glances with Pan Shi, surprised to discover there were deeper undercurrents. Sure, once you marry into the family, your aunt will become your mother-in-law. Will she not make things difficult for you? Pan Shi expressed her concerns. Aunt, rest assured, Lu Chong is a prominent figure in the household, and he has his grandmother to protect him. Moreover, he is now a Zhonglongjiang, with a rank surpassing that of his father. It is not easy for anyone to impose difficulties upon him. Lin Shishi sought to alleviate Pan Shi's worries. Oh, with him looking after you, I feel reassured. Pan Shi sighed in relief. But would he truly protect her? Lin Shishi felt uncertain. In her previous life, he had rarely conversed with her, merely instructing her to step aside during a bloodletting ritual. When he returned, he filled a bowl with blood, asking if it sufficed. Their encounter at the execution ground had been characterized by silence, save for a slight smirk. Would he truly safeguard her? The thought troubled her, especially since he had so easily succumbed to Yu and Appo's manipulations. Why would he return? Yet, he had ascended to his current position through his own merit. The incident with the beggars had been discreetly resolved with his assistance, unbeknownst to Lin Shishi or Yu. Lin Shishi found it difficult to fathom his true intentions. Pan Shi continued. Lin Shun has shown promise in his studies, and with many businesses collapsing, your grandfather is keen on having him take the imperial examination and assess his academic standing in the capital. The untimely death of Lin Wei and his wife cast a heavy shadow over the family. In her previous life, Lin Shishi had not pondered these matters, having severed ties with Ninghai after her departure. In retrospect, after her parents' tragedy, her grandfather bore the burden alone, with many compensations drawn from the family treasury. Thus, the properties her parents had arranged for her in the capital remained intact, and a portion still survived in Ninghai. Lin Shishi felt a pang of sorrow. In her past life, she had indeed failed them. Years had passed, and she had come to terms with her parents' loss, while her uncles still sought the truth behind their demise. Emotion welled up within her. Uncle and aunt, I will be marrying next month. You shall reside in this estate from now on. I will inquire about Shun's education at the academy, regardless of whether he ventures into business or the civil service. Acquiring knowledge is never folly. Lin Ju and Pan Shi felt a wave of relief. Their knees had matured and grown wise during their years apart. With Pan Shi and Appo's involvement in Lin Shishi and Appo's marriage arrangements, everything felt more secure. Regarding Lin Shun and Appo's education, Lin Shishi thought of Wang Jichuan. Since Lin Shun was merely 8 years old, Wang Jichuan would undoubtedly find his academic abilities adequate, and she could use this opportunity to support him. Lin Shishi dispatched a servant to extend an invitation to Wang Jichuan, who indeed arrived as promised. She introduced her uncle's family to him, and upon seeing Wang Jichuan, Lin Nanan and Appo's cheeks flushed crimson. After their introductions, Wang Jichuan privately assessed Lin Shun and Appo's academic performance. After half an hour, he summoned Lin Shishi and her family, stating that the child had a solid foundation and displayed great intelligence. With dedication, he was indeed teachable. Lin Ju and Pan Shi were elated. Lin Shishi then suggested, since my uncle's family has just arrived in the capital and the academy has yet to be evaluated, might it be possible for young Master Wang to serve as a private tutor for the time being? As Wang Jichuan pondered her proposal, Lin Shishi flattered him, mentioning a study filled with an impressive collection of books available for his perusal. The monthly remuneration would be 20 taels of silver. Wang Jichuan was initially taken aback, as were Lin Ju and Pan Shi. Surely 5 taels would suffice, and 10 taels was already a generous offer. Nevertheless, they refrained from interrupting Lin Shishi. Wang Jichuan gazed at her, remarking, "Miss Lin, you may be unaware of the prevailing tuition rates in the capital. I could accept the position for 5 taels a month." Seeing his willingness, Lin Shishi felt a surge of joy. In matters of knowledge, one cannot merely gauge worth by market prices. Wang Jichuan persistently declined, and ultimately, Lin Shishi conceded, "Then let it be 10 taels a month. Given the cold weather, the estate will arrange for a carriage to transport you." Wang Jichuan ceased to resist, and they finalized the arrangement. Lin Shishi breathed a sigh of relief. Not only had she temporarily resolved Lin Shun's educational needs, but she had also provided Wang Jichuan with a commendable source of income. If he were ambitious, the benefits from Lu Shanshan would lose their significance. As for the books, they were those hastily procured by her in recent days. While some were challenging to acquire, as long as one had the silver, they were not insurmountable challenges. Lin Shishi had ample funds at her disposal. Upon hearing that Lin Shishi and Appo's uncle had arrived, Lu Chang sent over some rare winter fruits. Lin Ju and Pan Shi stayed at the estate for a while, gradually understanding the intricacies of Lin Shishi's impending marriage, and they felt a deep sympathy for her solitary existence in the capital. The family devoted themselves entirely to supporting Lin Shishi, with Lin Ju taking an active role in overseeing the family's businesses in the capital. Chapter 29. The wedding. The day of the wedding arrived in the blink of an eye. Lin Shishi had few relatives and friends in the capital, so she sent invitations to Wang Jichuan and the wife of the Duke of Lu. The Duchess of Lu gladly accepted, and Wang Jichuan readily agreed as well, leaving Lu Shanshan unaware of his arrival. On that day, all the shops under Lin Shishi's name held grand promotions, with every customer receiving a red envelope upon entry. Lin Shishi's wedding gown and Lu Chang's formal attire were crafted overnight by the seamstresses at her own silk shop, tailored to perfection, a clear indication of their union. The sound of drums and gongs filled the air as 2 wedding parties made their way to the Lin residence and the minister's residence, causing quite a stir throughout the capital. Spectators reveled in comparisons: the groom's lineage, the bride's family background, the dowry. Early on, Lin Shishi received word that the Shun family had unexpectedly increased their dowry by 20 loads. "Shishi, you truly have foresight. We are well prepared," remarked Mrs. Pan. Lin Shishi had already instructed Mama Zhang to prepare an additional 40 loads, her aim clear, to match Shun Yujiao's offerings. "Miss, if the Shun family discovers we have also increased ours, will they not add more?" Shun Yu expressed concern. "No," Lin Shishi replied with certainty. Although Shan Yujiao was the eldest daughter of the minister's family, she had 2 legitimate sisters and several half-sisters, each of whom would require a dowry upon marriage. Indeed, no further news arrived from the other side. Lu Chang rode his splendid steed adorned with red flowers, dressed impeccably in the wedding attire Lin Shishi had sent him. Amidst the clamor, Lin Shishi bid farewell to those in the residence and entered the bridal sedan. The 2 families were distant enough that they did not need to create unnecessary disturbances in the capital. As they neared their destination, a bullock cart suddenly burst forth from a side alley, laden with refuse and aiming to push through. The driver, seemingly blind, whipped the reins recklessly. In an instant, Long Yi leaped onto the cart, seizing the reins. "What are you doing? In broad daylight, do you dare to rob?" shouted the man on the cart. Ignoring him, Long Yi swiftly sealed his vocal cords and with a firm elbow to his chest, rendered him incapacitated. Lu Chang, maintaining his focus, rode past the alley, the bridal sedan following suit as the procession moved on. Only then did Long Yi jump down and pursue them. In the grand hall, Yu Shi and Lu Huaishi, dressed splendidly, awaited the arrival of the newlyweds. Yu Shi frequently cast glances at Mama Zhuang, who had sent maidservants to the entrance several times. Finally, news arrived that Lu Chang's entourage had arrived. Yu Shi sprang to her feet, scolding a maidservant, "Who has arrived? Did you see clearly?" The maid, somewhat flustered, nodded repeatedly. "Yes, it is the master who has reached the entrance." Yu Shi shot an annoyed glance at Mama Zhuang, who frowned in response and hastily left. Lu Huaishi chuckled. "Look at you, so anxious. Chang is the eldest. He arrived ahead of time to fetch the bride." The distance between the two residences is nearly the same, so naturally, he would arrive first. Thankfully, all is well. You sure, observing Lu Huaishi's cheerful demeanor, struggled to conceal her own displeasure, forcing a smile as she retorted, "Indeed, the master is well-versed and composed." Lu Huaishi mistook her comment for flattery, becoming even more pleased. Women are often so naive. What is there to be anxious about when a son is marrying? However, the number of guests today is quite large, and after the ceremony, I must ensure to greet everyone to avoid any mishaps. Mama Zhuang moved to direct the servants in transporting the dowry to the shared storeroom, while Qing and rushed over, instructing them to carry Lin Shirshi's dowry into the northern courtyard. Mama Zhuang insisted the second young mistress's dowry must also be moved into the storeroom. We must treat all equally. Aunt Zhang approached Mama Zhuang, saying, "Sister Zhuang, it is precisely because the second young mistress and Appo's dowry needs to be stored there that we are clearing space for her." Mama Zhuang replied, "The storeroom is spacious enough to accommodate everything. Displaying it all together creates an exuberant atmosphere. Guests often wish to see the dowry. It adds a touch of grandeur." Should Mama Zhuang continue to insist, I suggest we draft a written agreement. If any loss occurs, you shall bear full responsibility, and we can then proceed with moving the dowry. As the two exchanged banter, and Qing had already led the procession of dowry bearers toward the northern courtyard. The workers, all hired by Lin Shishi, naturally disregarded Mama Zhuang's authority. She could only stamp her feet in frustration, but to no avail. The newlyweds, Lu Chong and Lin Shishi, were welcomed into the wedding hall. Under the gaze of all the guests, they completed the ceremonial rites, and the matchmaker announced the impressive figure of 140 loads for the dowry. The crowd erupted in admiration, exclaiming the perfect match of talent and beauty, while others noted the bride's substantial dowry. Yusher's face twisted with anger when she had sent someone to inquire at Lin Shirshi's residence. The figure was 120 loads. The list of gifts had also reflected this amount. How had it suddenly increased? Some praised Yusher and Appo's good fortune, while others lauded her kindness in marrying her niece to her stepson, clearly treating him as her own. Yusher could only smile bitterly to herself, mustering her composure to respond graciously to the well-wishers. As Lu Chong and Lin Shishi were escorted to the bridal chamber, Lu Su and his entourage also arrived. Shen Yujiao's face was concealed beneath red silk, listening to the guest's remark, "The second master is indeed handsome. The Lu family has raised two fine sons. Double happiness has arrived. How delightful! With such a dowry, they are truly affluent. The attire of the eldest master and mistress is truly exquisite. The peony patterns align perfectly when they stand together." Shen Yujiao paused, nearly stumbling. She had conspired with Shishi multiple times, first to surpass Lin Shishi in dowry, and second to arrive first. Yet now, it seemed she had miscalculated. To secure those 20 additional loads, she pleaded with her mother for a long time, resulting in her sister-in-law's displeasure and her legitimate sister's disdain. As for her and Lu Su's wedding garments, she had labored over her own, working tirelessly alongside her maidservant. However, she had not prepared Lu Su's attire. Should that not have been Yusher's responsibility? That wretched woman had the audacity to play tricks with the wedding attire. Lu Su, amidst the well-wishing voices surrounding him, wore a pensive expression. He recalled Lin Shirshi's words about personally designing her wedding attire. Indeed, she had designed it, yet it was worn by another, guided by the matchmaker. Lu Su mechanically bowed his head, completing the rituals, and was ushered into the bridal chamber. In the northern courtyard, the bridal chamber was splendidly adorned, no longer draped in the stark contrasts of black and white. Red candles illuminated the space, creating a joyous atmosphere. Lin Shishi sat on the edge of the bed, her face obscured beneath the red silk, rendering her expression unreadable. It was only when Lu Chong lifted the silk that her radiant visage was revealed. His heart skipped a beat, yet his expression remained composed, devoid of any visible emotion. Lin Shishi collected herself, feeling slightly flustered, having lived 2 lives. Why should she still feel nervous? The bride and groom shall drink from the cup of unity, May you have a harmonious and blissful life together, the matchmaker proclaimed. As Lu Chang leaned closer, Lin Shishi felt an overwhelming pressure and instinctively shifted away. Noticing her retreat, Lu Chang pursed his lips. "Do not shy away, bride." The matchmaker chuckled, adjusting their positions until they successfully drank from the cup together. Lu Chang then stepped back politely, saying, "I must go greet the guests. I will have your maidservant attend to you. If you feel weary, please rest." Lin Shishi looked up to find his dark eyes devoid of emotion. Feeling a bit awkward, she nodded in response. Lu Chang had left, and Lin Shishi let out a sigh of relief, requesting Chunyu to assist her in removing the heavy crown adorning her head. After quite some time, Mama Zhang hurriedly entered. "Miss, I have delightful news," she said, a smile barely contained at the corners of her lips. "What good news?" Lin Shishi inquired. Chapter 30. The contest. The wedding proceeded with remarkable smoothness today, a fortunate occurrence in itself, leaving little room for further surprises. It turned out that many guests arrived from the second master and second madam and amp. Oppo's side, and emphasized their guests and amp. Oppo's presence. Madam Yu deliberately divided the attendees into two groups. Lin Shishi had few relatives, and so did Lu Chang. The guests shared with Lu Su were placed on the other side by the Yu family, making it appear that Lu Chang and Lin Shishi hosted only 4 or 5 tables, while the other side boasted around 40. However, just as the banquet was about to commence, the esteemed official Zhang, stationed in the northwest, unexpectedly sent relatives from the capital to offer their congratulations, arriving with 2 tables of guests. As they settled in, Lu Chang and Amp, Oppo's maternal clan, the Chui family from Hushi, also sent a dozen individuals. Lu Chang's mother was from a branch of the Chui family, and after her passing, the connections had faded. Yet, with Lu Chang's marriage, his direct clan suddenly arrived to extend their greetings. Although the Hushi Chui family was not as prominent as in their heyday, their foundation spanned centuries, and they were universally recognized as a prestigious lineage. Thus, while Lu Chang's side may not have equaled the second master S in numbers, it certainly matched in prestige. The small-mindedness of the Yu family became apparent to many, who began to murmur about the narrow-minded matron, who, despite having 2 sons wed simultaneously, still sought to create a divide among guests, seemingly wishing to embarrass the eldest son. But the situation escalated further when the venerable matriarch, dressed in the ceremonial robes of a second-rank lady, was brought forth in a grand chair. A wave of unease swept through the banquet hall as she expressed her gratitude for everyone's attendance and recounted the sacrifices made by the ancestors of the general's household in service to the nation. She expressed her joy at having both grandsons marry on the same day and her delight in the continuity of the Lu family. With the general's lineage established through martial achievements, it was a blessing for both the nation and the Lu household. Applause erupted from the audience. Though she did not explicitly mention Lu Chang or Lu Su, it was clear that the reference to the general and Oppo's legacy pointed directly to Lu Chang. After her husband sacrificed his life for the country, the court had honored her with the title of second-rank lady, and even in her pale and frail state, she projected an aura of solemnity. Congratulations to the general and Oppo's family for their continuity. Congratulations to Lord Lu. Surely, the general and Oppo's household will flourish. A voice rang out from among the guests, and soon, a chorus of congratulations filled the air. The matriarch raised a symbolic toast to the attendees before being carried to Lu Chang's side of the banquet. The head of the Lu clan and others promptly adjusted their seating to join her at the table. Madame Yu's expression turned uncomfortable, unable to meet her mother-in-law's gaze. She had promised Shun Yujiao that once she married, she would leverage her father's support to elevate Lu Su to the status of heir. However, the matriarch and Oppo's earlier remarks practically announced that Lu Chang was the true heir. Madame Yu felt a wave of dizziness, and had it not been for Lu Huaishi's timely support beside her, she might have collapsed. What disgrace! Do you wish to embarrass yourself in public? Lu Huaishi chastised softly. Madame Yu gritted her teeth, barely managing to steady herself. Brother, congratulations. Lu Su raised his cup, his eyes already tinged with red. Suddenly, he felt a surge of resentment toward Lu Chang. Although Lu Chang was the elder brother, He had been stationed in the northwest since Lu Su was very young. So to Lu Su, he was merely the legitimate son of the household. Previously, everything revolved around him, and he had been quite accomplished in his own right. However, since Lu Chong and Appo's return, everything had begun to shift. The mother who once praised him now urged him to strive harder for the position of heir. All of this was a consequence of Lu Chong and Appo's rapid rise to prominence. Lu Su remained silent in the household, yet in a single night, Lu Chong had taken away his woman and his claim to the heirship. Madam, you had warned him to be cautious of his elder brother, but he had dismissed her concerns. Now, it seemed that there could be no room for two tigers on one mountain. Second brother, congratulations, Lu Chong said nonchalantly. To Lu Su, this attitude felt like disdain. Previously, he had harbored more resentment toward his mother and fate, but at this moment, he was certain that Lu Chong was secretly reveling in his triumph. The glass in his hand was nearly crushed, unnoticed by anyone as his knuckles turned pale. Due to her health, the matriarch retired midway, but the Lu family remained seated. Lu Su continued to drink, his face devoid of joy. Madam Yu observed, her heart aching, worried that he might cause a scene and upset their in-laws. She forced herself to maintain composure and asked the matron to find an excuse to take Lu Su away. In the crowd, Lu Shanshan spotted Wang Jichuan. How'd he come to be here? She wondered, noticing he was seated at her brother's table. She assumed Lu Su had sent him an invitation. However, since her mother did not recognize him, she mistook him for one of her brother and Appo's acquaintances, which she thought was for the best. Among the guests today were Mao Lin Hai and his mother, Madame Zhong, so Lu Shanshan did not dare approach Wang Jichuan openly. Wang Jichuan had come alone, dressed in a somewhat worn scholar's robe. Under the host's arrangement, he found himself at a table with complete strangers. Next to him sat a middle-aged man who, quite courteously, engaged him in conversation, expressing admiration upon learning Wang Jichuan was preparing for the upcoming imperial examinations. Young brother, you possess great talent. You will surely succeed next year. Allow me to toast to you. Wang Jichuan initially responded out of politeness, but the man became increasingly talkative and enthusiastic. Uncomfortable with rebuffing someone in such a setting, Wang Jichuan endured the conversation. Before long, the man had drunk enough to become somewhat tipsy and began to ramble. Young brother, are you married? I have a niece who is both beautiful and talented. I could make an introduction. Ha, I speak the truth. Look over there, that young lady from the general and Appo's household resembles her quite a bit. However, I dare say my niece is even better. Lord Lu, you boast too much. How dare you compare your niece to Miss Lu? Miss Lu is on the verge of a match with young Master Mao from the Yongding Marquis and Appo's household, while your niece has yet to be introduced anywhere. Chimed in an elderly man in a blue silk robe, laughing at Lu's audacity. Lord Lu took no offense and replied, I say, the wife of the Yongding Marquis brought young Master Mao to the banquet. It seems the two families are discussing a match. Ha! He pointed at Mao Lin Hai and said to Wang Jichuan, look, that young man is a perfect match for a talented lady. Wang Jichuan glanced over and spotted Mao Lin Hai, dressed in a light blue brocade robe, his complexion fair and refined, undoubtedly a scion of a wealthy family. At that moment, Mao Lin Hai was gazing toward Lu Shanshan. Wang Jichuan scoffed inwardly, feeling a wave of absurdity wash over him. He filled his glass and, rarely, returned a toast to Lord Lu, downing it in one gulp. Meanwhile, Lu Shanshan was contemplating how to approach Wang Jichuan once the banquet concluded. Unbeknownst to her, Lord Lu had already, through mere conversation, cast Wang Jichuan into Appo's perception of her as a woman of dubious character and cunning. Chapter 31. Time to rest. As the banquet concluded, guests departed one after another. In the Furong courtyard, Yushur was anxiously appeasing her mother-in-law. Dear mother-in-law, please do not be upset. Today is a joyous occasion for our children. Let's not dwell on the past. Opposite her, Madame Luo of the Shangshu mansion wore a furious expression, retorting, Yushur, if it weren't into Appo's, T for Yu Jiao and Appo's affection for Lu Su, I would have 100 objections to your parenting. How did you present this to me? How did you? Yes, it was my error, but I never intended to deceive you. Do you think I do not wish for Su'er to inherit this title? Who could foresee that old matriarch suddenly meddling after years of neglect? I was utterly unprepared. You sure appeared deflated, like a punctured balloon. Madame Luo, incensed by her pitiful demeanor, fumed. So it seems everything must come at the cost of our Shangshu mansion. Not only must we assist Lu Su in his career, but we have also provided a substantial dowry. Had I known this would transpire, I would have preferred to invite a son-in-law into our home. My daughter, raised with such care, is not one to endure indignities from your household. Now, she is the eldest daughter-in-law, and if she becomes the matriarch, she will be your niece as well. Humph. Madame Luo scrutinized you sure, demanding a response. Dear mother-in-law, rest assured, I will treat her as my own daughter. She is my beloved daughter-in-law. I can distinguish this clearly, you sure exclaimed, her tone obsequious. Yet, Madame Luo disregarded her. We shall certainly devise a means for the title of heir. I implore you to speak favorably of us before Master Shan. The old matriarch is advanced in years. We must seize this opportunity while we can. The road ahead is still long. Such matters will require your effort. Mere words will not suffice. Madame Luo was determined not to let the matter slide easily. Her daughter had already married beneath her station. Continual concessions would lead others to believe they were desperate. Yusher agreed wholeheartedly, promising to find a solution. She considered using this opportunity to pressure Lu Huaishi. Ultimately, Madame Luo left displeased, for it was indeed her daughter's wedding night, and she could not afford to create an embarrassing scene. After bidding her farewell, Yusher felt utterly drained, pondering what she had done to bear this burden alone. That old matriarch had chosen the crucial moment to cause trouble. Zhuang Momo, did you not say the old lady could not last much longer? Why does she appear so vigorous? Previously, Yusher had not minded the old matriarch residing in their household. She bore a title and received a stipend from the court, bringing honor to the family. However, her meddling changed everything. Madam, do not let your anger affect your health. I shall inquire further with the servants in the old lady's courtyard and make her more attentive. Zhuang Momo suggested cautiously. And the master? Has he gone to see concubine Lu again? Yusher inquired. Zhuang Momo nodded, hesitant to say more. My son marries, and the father also shares in the glory. How absurd. In the northern courtyard, 2 large red candles flickered brightly. Lin Shishi had changed out of her wedding attire, donning a pair of red silk trousers and a matching top, her hair pinned up with a golden hairpin, with red glass earrings still adorning her ears. Her makeup had been washed away, yet Chunyu had applied a light touch of rouge. The room was warm with the heat of the Kong, and she quietly sat at the table, sipping tea while awaiting her husband. On their wedding night, her husband had yet to arrive, and she felt it prudent to maintain decorum. However, she was not unfamiliar with the household and felt at ease. When Zhang Mama recounted the events that transpired in the front courtyard, Lin Shishi felt a surge of joy at the thought of Yusher's furious expression. Old Madame Dong was formidable and decisive. Rather than allowing Yusher to create mischief, it was better to shatter her hopes. Young Master Wang is already aware of the affair between Miss Lu and the third young master of the Mao family. He seems somewhat disdainful, but does not display any untoward behavior, Zhang Mama remarked. That is as it should be. If he were to lose his composure now, he would never amount to anything in the future. Master, Chinyu and Amp, Oppos, S voice called from outside. Zhang Mama stepped a few paces to the door, standing respectfully to the side. The door creaked open, and Lu Chong entered wearing a long red robe, a gust of cold wind swirling in. Lin Shishi tightened her cloak and rose to greet him. Chunyu, eager to assist Lu Chong in removing his heavy cloak, was halted when he effortlessly slipped it off himself and hung it on the rack. Zhang Mama bowed her head and exited with Chunyu. Once the door closed, only Lu Chong and Lin Shishi remained in the room. The initially tranquil atmosphere was suddenly tinged with an awkward tension. Lin Shishi clenched her small hands, feigning calmness as she spoke. Master, have the guests departed? They have. Lu Chong replied, his tone devoid of emotion. If you are weary, please rest. I shall freshen up, he suggested, noticing her nervousness. The kitchen has prepared hot water. I will ask Chunyu to fetch it, Lin Shishi hastily replied. However, to her surprise, Lu Chong said, no need. I always bathe in cold water. In such cold weather, snow will soon fall, and you choose to bathe in cold water? Lin Shishi looked up at him, observing his strong posture. Although he had just come in, his attire was not thick, and she could faintly discern the outline of his chest muscles. Lu Chang turned towards the washing area, where the cold water was always kept ready. Soon, the sound of splashing water echoed from within. Lin Shishi let out a gentle sigh. Having lived in the barracks for so long, he likely preferred to dress himself without assistance. Since that is the case, I shall lie down first. He had indeed said that if he were tired, he could rest. Lin Shishi removed her embroidered red shoes and climbed onto the large bed, lying against the inner side. When Lu Chang emerged, all that was visible in the candlelight were a pair of delicate embroidered shoes at the foot of the bed. Lin Shishi closed her eyes, but kept her ears attuned to the sounds in the room. He was drying his hair, drinking tea, and even flipping through the book she had been reading earlier. The curtain was lifted. Lin Shishi instinctively opened her eyes. Their gazes met, and amidst the flickering candlelight, an unusual sensation permeated the air. Lu Chang averted his gaze, swallowing lightly as he lifted the quilt and lay down beside her. There was still space for another person between them. Neither spoke. The silence was punctuated only by the occasional crackle of the candles. After a while, Lu Chang turned his head and said, "You worked hard today. You should rest." Lin Shishi sighed in relief. If he desired intimacy, she could not refuse. As his wife, it was her duty. Moreover, they had already shared a physical bond. However, it was precisely this reality that made her feel exceedingly awkward. Whether or not they were intimate felt uncomfortable, yet even the thought of it brought a similar sense of unease. After he spoke, she slowly exhaled the breath she had been holding. Lu Chang, a man of martial prowess, was acutely aware of her reactions. Witnessing the girl beside him relax in response to his words tugged at his heart. Ultimately, she was rejecting him, even after they had married. Chapter 32. Where is your handkerchief? When Lin Shishi awoke, half of her body was leaning against Lu Chang and Appo's arm. Startled, she lifted her head to find Lu Chang still asleep, his eyes closed. She hurriedly shifted her weight to avoid disturbing him. "Are you awake?" Lu Chang opened his eyes, subtly shifting his arm that had nearly gone numb beneath her. Hearing the commotion, Chunyu entered to attend to them. Last night, the master had not requested water, leaving the servants feeling anxious. After the two had freshened up, they went together to pay respects to their parents. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Furong courtyard, they encountered Lu Su and Shun Yujiao, who were also on their way to offer greetings. "Elder brother and sister-in-law, good morning," Shun Yujiao greeted, though both she and Lu Su appeared somewhat uneasy. "Good morning, second younger brother and sister-in-law." Lin Shishi and Lu Chang returned the greeting. Lu Su glanced over, observing the gentle smile on Lin Shishi's face, a perfect embodiment of a dutiful sister-in-law. On Lu Su's face, faint red marks from finger scratches were visible, though they were not very prominent due to the powder he had applied. Lin Shishi averted her gaze. The four of them entered together. Yu Shi and Lu Huaishi were seated in grand armchairs, with Lu Shanshan standing beside Yu Shi and two concubines from the household also present. Before anyone could speak, Shun Yujiao's maid stepped forward and presented a neatly folded white handkerchief to Yu Shi, saying, "Madam, this is the second lady's handkerchief." Yu Shi accepted it without unfolding it, merely lifting it to reveal faint red stains. Indeed, the second daughter-in-law is a well-bred lady, respectful and sensible. So, you must treat her well in the future. The enduring family traditions of the general's household demand generations of inheritance. Yu Shi's praise was delivered with a tone of mockery aimed at Lin Shishi, which she pretended not to comprehend. However, Shun Yujiao would not let it go and feigned innocence, saying, "Mother, you flatter her. Isn't this merely a woman's duty? Elder sister-in-law, wouldn't you agree?" "Oh, elder sister-in-law, where is your handkerchief?" To address a daughter-in-law in front of her father-in-law and husband in such a crude manner was quite inappropriate, causing the surrounding servants to lower their heads. Yu Shi coldly scrutinized Lu Chang and Lin Shishi, not attempting to ease the tension, but rather enjoying the spectacle. Lu Huaishi cleared his throat forcefully, declaring, "Let us serve tea." Yet, Shun Yujiao was relentless in her pursuit of embarrassing Lin Shishi. Raising her head to Lu Chang and saying, "Elder brother, It is customary in our dynasty to inspect the handkerchief before serving tea. Has elder sister-in-law not prepared one? The atmosphere in the room grew peculiar. Sister-in-law, do you feel the need to meddle in the private affairs of your brother and sister-in-law? Lu Chang replied coldly. Lu Huaishi furrowed his brow, glancing at Shun Yujiao. As Shun Yujiao prepared to retort, Lin Shishi interjected, Sister-in-law, why are your eyes so red and swollen? Did you cry last night? Everyone turned to her, and indeed, Shun Yujiao's eyes were puffy. I was simply overwhelmed with joy, she stammered. Ah, I see. I initially thought it was because your younger brother lacks appreciation for beauty. However, your elder brother's left cheek appears slightly red as well, Lin Shishi remarked. All eyes shifted to Lu Su, who indeed bore faint red marks on his left cheek. Newlyweds always have their share of excitement. My dear husband, you do not hold it against me, do you? Shun Yujiao asked sweetly, though only they knew the true circumstances of the previous night. Lu Su had been intoxicated when the servants brought him to their bridal chamber, and at a critical moment, he had called out, Sure, cousin is here, leaving Shun Yujiao filled with resentment towards Lin Shishi. Lu Su internally blamed Shun Yujiao for bringing up the handkerchief, yet he had to salvage the situation, raising his voice. I was the one who drank too much last night. Father, mother, let elder brother serve the tea first. Shun Yujiao attempted to interject, but Lu Huaishi's stern voice cut through. Serve the tea. Lu Chang retrieved a teacup from the tray held by a maid. Lin Shishi reached for the tea, lightly tapping the cup but not lifting it, and sweetly said to Lu Chang, My lord, I desire the one in your hand. She beamed at him. Lu Chang allowed her to take the teacup from his hand. Lu Su observed this interaction with a heart heavy with jealousy. Zhang Manga, sensing an underlying reason for the tension, jested. The master and mistress share a harmonious bond, filled with sweetness. Though spoken lightly, Lu Chang found a remark oddly resonant. The radiant woman beside him was now his legally wedded wife. He extended his long arm to retrieve another teacup from the tray. However, as Lu Chang presented the cup to Yu Shi, his expression suddenly shifted, his gaze darkening. Father, mother, please enjoy the tea, he said, kneeling before Yu Shi and offering the cup. Lu Huaishi took the tea offered by Lin Shishi and drank. Yet, Yu Shi remained motionless. Lu Huaishi looked at Yu Shi with dissatisfaction, suspecting her of deliberately making things difficult for Lu Chang. Yu Shi gritted her teeth and reluctantly accepted the tea. Lu Chang steadily handed the cup to her. Suddenly, with a clatter, Yu Shi's hand trembled, spilling the tea onto the floor and soaking Lu Chang's garment. What nonsense! Lu Huaishi exclaimed angrily. My lord, I did not mean to. I was just overly excited and lost my grip, Yu Shi hurriedly explained. Lu Huaishi suppressed his annoyance and instructed a maid to refill the cup. Lin Shishi cast a grateful glance at Lu Chang. Noting how hot the cup had been in his hand, she presented gifts to everyone. Lu Shanshan received a gold bracelet, which delighted her. However, upon seeing that Lu Yuan, a lowly concubine and Appo's daughter, received an identical bracelet, her expression soured. As the legitimate daughter and the eldest, how could she be compared to a shameless, illegitimate child? Pouting, she glared at Lu Yuan, who at 12 years old, was receiving such a precious gift for the first time and repeatedly thanked her sister-in-law. The others also received their gifts. After Lu Su and Shun Yujiao served tea, they distributed their gifts, which were rather ordinary. Chapter 33. After finishing the tea ceremony, Lu Su and Shun Yujiao were invited by the Yu family to partake in breakfast. Lin Shishi, noticing the deliberate coldness from the Yu family, interjected, Father, mother, my elder brother and aunt, Appo's, as clothes have gotten wet. I shall accompany him back to change. On the way, Lu Chang glanced at Lin Shishi a few times, unable to restrain himself from saying, I have caused you trouble. In the future, you shall inevitably face some grievances. Lin Shishi was taken aback, not expecting him to think this way. In his eyes, the Yu family's disdain for him meant that Lin Shishi was also affected. Quickly, Lin Shishi replied, As husband and wife, we are one. There should be no talk of burden. It is understandable that my aunt favors the second brother, and this is not your fault. Lu Chang was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a warmth in his heart. Upon entering the northern courtyard, Lu Chang remarked, aside from the study, "You may arrange everything else as you wish." "Very well," Lin Shishi nodded. As he turned to head towards the study, she called out, "Elder brother, is your hand all right?" The tea was quite hot. "It's nothing. My hands are rough," he replied, opening his large hand for her to see. Lin Shishi noticed the calluses on his palm, remnants of a life spent at the borders, leaving indelible marks on him. Seeing her gaze fixed on his hand, filled with concern, he assumed she worried about his burn. "It truly is nothing," he assured, retracting his hand. Once he departed, Lin Shishi meandered through the spring rain courtyard, located in the northern part of the residence. It was a spacious area, though sparsely furnished, giving a somewhat desolate appearance. The bridal chamber from the previous day, though enhanced with some decorations, still leaned towards a stark ambience. It was no wonder, as there had previously been no maidservants here. Since he had granted her permission, Lin Shishi contemplated how to embellish the space. She had sufficient funds, and with 4 maidservants now at her disposal, Chunyu, she and Appo's and 2 rough-handling maidservants, she considered hiring a few more from outside to establish a small kitchen. Lin Shishi conveyed her intentions to Mama Zhang, requesting the arrangement of 4 additional maidservants, preferring to purchase them herself rather than relying on the household. In her previous life, Qiuyun and Rindong had led her astray too often. "Miss, the dowry is still piled up in the storeroom. I will take the others to organize it," Chunyu suggested. Thankfully, she had made prior arrangements with Mama Zhang to prevent the dowry from being moved into the household and Appo's storeroom unceremoniously. Lin Shishi instructed Chunyu to count the dowry, while she kept the valuable items, land deeds, house deeds, banknotes, and precious metals, close at hand in her room. She felt that since Lu Chang had placed 2 hidden guards in the Lin residence, the northern courtyard would undoubtedly have its own guards, making it safer to store her belongings there. Surely, Lu Chang would not seize her dowry. Lin sister, I want to see you. Let me in. I am a young lady of the household. How dare you treat me this way?" Lin's sister. A frantic voice called from outside, belonging to Lu Shanshan. Lin Shishi rose and stepped outside. At the gate, the limping guard and Dong blocked Lu Shanshan and Appo's entrance. "You lame fool. Why won't you let me in? I am a young lady of the household." Lin Shishi frowned at her words and inquired, "Young lady, do you still wish to enter?" "Big sister-in-law, look at these people. They won't even let me in," Lu Shanshan complained angrily. Lin Shishi politely addressed Dong, saying, "The young lady of the household has come to see me." And Dong immediately straightened up and permitted Lu Shanshan to enter. Upon her entrance, Lu Shanshan's face was clouded with displeasure, as her status held no sway in the northern courtyard. She had just left Lu Su and Shun Yujiao, expecting that with Shun Yujiao marrying Lu Su, she would find happiness, only to discover that Lu Su was in the study while Shun Yujiao was venting her frustrations by throwing things. "Woo woo woo. Your second brother still has that shameless woman on his mind. Why am I not as good as her? He humiliates me like this." Shun Yujiao felt wronged, but could not voice her grievances while having breakfast with her in-laws. Now, seeing Lu Shanshan, she found a confidant and began to cry out her woes. During the consummation, Lu Su had called out another woman into Appo's name. Who wouldn't he be hurt by that? The key issue was that after Lu Su awoke, he not only failed to recognize her, but also claimed that Shun Yujiao had issues. He showed no intention of comforting her. If only he would utter a few soft words, admit to being drunk and speaking nonsense, and promise she would be the only one in his heart, even belittling Lin Shishi a bit. Wouldn't he that release her pent-up frustration? Yet, Lu Su was angrier than Shun Yujiao and had retreated to the study. Lu Shanshan could only console her, second sister-in-law. "You are aware of the situation with your husband and Lin Shishi. He may not have let go just yet. If you remain devoted to him, he cannot fail to recognize your merits. Just give him some time. I do not wish to withhold my patience. I am simply too heartbroken," Shun Yujiao cried, tears streaming down her face. "Second sister-in-law, men are proud. By exposing my brother's flaws, where does he retain his dignity? His feelings for Lin Shishi are mixed with love and hate. You must incite his disdain for her instead of reminding him that she still occupies his heart," Lu Shanshan advised. Yet, she too felt uncertainty, Would Lu Su forget Lin Shishi and come to favor Shen Yujiao instead? In the preceding years, Shen Yujiao had invested considerable effort, yet Lu Su had remained steadfastly devoted to Lin Shishi. Chapter 34. Instigation upon arriving at the North Courtyard. Lu Shanshan immediately began to vent her frustrations. Sister-in-law, how can my elder brother be so unfeeling? After all, I am his sister. Not only did he refuse me entry, but your words seem to carry no weight with him. He does not regard you as the mistress here. The blatant attempt at sowing discord did not escape Lin Shishi and Damp. Oppo's notice, yet she chose not to engage with Lu Shanshan and Damp. Oppo's remarks. Instead, she responded, Shanshan, I'm quite surprised that you have never visited here before. The estrangement between you siblings is quite unexpected. What is there to come for? He is a person who simply does not enjoy mingling with others. Sister Shishi, as for your future days. Lu Shanshan feigned concern. Lin Shishi merely smiled gently. Take your time. Perhaps, as you spend more time together, things will improve. Seeing that Lin Shishi refrained from speaking ill of Lu Chong, Lu Shanshan felt compelled to provide herself with a way out. She had a purpose for her visit. Over the past 2 years, the medicine she consumed had all been charged to Lin Shishi and Oppo's account at the largest apothecary in the capital, and she only needed to settle the bill at Jinbao Tower in the end. Top-quality ginseng, premium bird's nest, and 10-year-old Jiao were all at her disposal, including provisions for the Yu family that she would conveniently bring back. However, after her consultation, the attendant insisted that she pay for the medicine up front. You, the new arrival, truly do not understand the rules. Call your shopkeeper over. Lu Shanshan chided. Soon, the shopkeeper arrived, bowing respectfully. Miss Lu, how may I assist you? Lu Shanshan raised an eyebrow and slapped the prescription onto the counter. Quickly prepare my medicine. I cannot afford to waste time. The shopkeeper glanced at the prescription and remarked, Miss Lu, must you have ginseng and bird's nest again today? Each time she came for medicine, she would inevitably request those items. Of course, why would I not? Lu Shanshan replied with an air of superiority. The shopkeeper consulted his abacus, then stated, the total at original price is 279 taels of silver. Since you are a regular customer, I shall give you a 10% discount today, rounding down the remainder to a total of 250 taels. Will you be paying in cash or with a silver note? After speaking, the shopkeeper stood expectantly, awaiting Lu Shanshan's payment. Her eyes widened in indignation. What do you mean by cash or silver note? Have we not always charged it to my account? Send an attendant to Jinbao Tower to collect. The shopkeeper raised an eyebrow in surprise. Miss Lu, you are unaware? A few days ago, when an attendant went to settle our account at Jinbao Tower, they stated that henceforth, unless there is a seal from their family, they will not recognize any other accounts. If you do not pay, having a seal would not matter either. He produced the account statement and pointed to the signature section. Kindly affix your seal here. I do not have a seal. Who said this? Lu Shanshan exclaimed, her anger flaring. The shopkeeper merely shrugged. That is not my concern. With that, he returned to his calculations, leaving Lu Shanshan to stew in her frustration. A new attendant approached, standing by with an amused expression. Lu Shanshan found herself in a dilemma, neither able to leave nor stay. Finally, she shot the attendant a glare, picked up the prescription from the counter, and huffed. I will inquire further when I return. Once Lu Shanshan and her maid had departed, the shopkeeper raised his head from the account book, his eyes filled with disdain. Sister-in-law, when I visited the apothecary last time, the shopkeeper mentioned that I needed a seal. What is going on? In truth, Lu Shanshan was brimming with indignation. Yet she felt inexplicably uneasy under Lin Shishi's indifferent demeanor. Oh, I forgot to mention, Lin Shishi replied. My uncle has come from Ninghai, and I have entrusted all my business affairs to him. You have entrusted your shop to your uncle? Lu Shanshan felt an ominous premonition. Indeed, Shanshan, you know I am not well versed in such matters. My uncle has been in business for decades and is quite the expert. Since he is here, it makes sense for him to manage things. Aunt Zhang will help me organize the accounts, and I will have a lighter burden. Lin Shishi spoke with an innocent expression. Then, when I go to procure medicine in the future, can you provide me with a seal? Lu Shanshan asked with a smile. Lin Shishi's demeanor changed as she replied, I do not possess a seal, it is with my uncle. He insists on thoroughly reviewing the accounts and examining my expenditures over the years. I must tell you, my uncle is quite frugal. I dare not spend recklessly anymore. But, that is your money. Why must you heed his words? Lu Shanshan wore an expression that suggested Lin Shishi should not be deceived. But he is my own uncle. How could I disregard his wishes? He is looking out for my best interests. Was I not also obedient to your mother in the past? We are all family. Lin Shishi replied nonchalantly. Yes, you used to listen to my mother. Why not now entrust matters to her? We live together. It would be more convenient, wouldn't it? Your uncle will eventually return to Ninghai. As Lu Shanshan continued to speak, she grew increasingly convinced that Lin Shishi should hand over these responsibilities to her mother. However, with the decision already made, discussing anything else seemed futile. Lin Shishi appeared unaffected by the conversation. Lu Shanshan felt utterly exasperated. Suddenly, she recalled that regardless of who managed her shop, she needed to ensure she could access funds. Sister-in-law, what about my medicine? The supply in the residence was exhausted yesterday. Exhausted? Then what do you propose we do? Lin Shishi thought to herself. Why is this my concern? I came to find you because you are returning home the day after tomorrow. Could you perhaps retrieve the seal? Lin Shishi shook her head. Once my uncle reconciles the accounts, he will provide it to me. But my medicine? You are the eldest daughter of the general's residence. Surely, they will not deny you the funds for your medicine. It hardly costs much. In her previous life, Lu Shanshan recalled how Lin Shishi had never appreciated her kindness, claiming that medicine hardly cost anything. Lu Shanshan and Appo's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white as she struggled to confront her. Ultimately, she could only insist. As for the funds, I will seek my mother shortly. Seeing Lin Shishi's nonchalant demeanor left Lu Shanshan feeling quite vexed, yet she still had requests to make. Sister-in-law, have you prepared the estate? With the weather so cold, when shall we visit the hot springs? The doctor said if I could soak in the springs this winter, my damp and chilly constitution would greatly improve. How shameless! Lin Shishi thought to herself. It should be ready. I have been preoccupied with my marriage and completely forgot about it. Shanshan, if you wish to go, do so. It is merely a villa. Do not feel obliged to include me. I fear I may not be able to accompany you, as marriage brings a loss of freedom. Lin Shishi spoke generously. Sister-in-law, if you do not go, will a seal still be required there? Lu Shanshan asked with concern. Not at all. My uncle is too busy to oversee that. However, I have not visited in quite some time and am unaware of its current state. Lu Shanshan sighed in relief. After much deliberation, she finally had something to her satisfaction. So her trip had not been in vain. As for the current situation there, Lu Shanshan thought it had been decent before any maintenance was done. Having spent over 1,000 taels this year on renovations, it would surely be even better now. She could enjoy a comfortable stay there for a while before returning, as it was just a half-day in Appo's carriage ride. As she contemplated her trip, she remembered she needed to check on Wang Jichuan, as she had not received any news from him for quite some time. With only 3 months until the imperial examination, these months were critical, and she needed to maintain a good rapport with him. His attendance at her second brother and Appo's wedding indicated that he still valued their connection. As for Mao Linhai, a letter would suffice. She could rely on the Yu family to advocate on her behalf. This would conveniently allow her to avoid excessive meetings with him before the examination, proving to be an excellent excuse. Chapter 35. Establishing rules during lunch, Madame Yu summoned Lin Shishi to her side, instructing her to attend to her needs. In essence, it was a means of establishing her authority. Lin Shishi stood beside Madame Yu, resembling a maid as she was commanded about. Just then, Shen Yujiao arrived. Mother, the daughter-in-law has arrived late, Shen Yujiao said with a smile, leaning against the side. Madame Yu warmly invited her to sit beside her. Thank you, mother. Sister-in-law, why do you not take a seat? Shen Yujiao provocatively inquired. I prefer to have my sister-in-law serve, Madame Yu replied with a smile. Second daughter-in-law, your health is delicate. Come and see if you like these dishes. If they do not suit your taste, I shall have your sister-in-law prepare something else. Her culinary skills are quite commendable. Madame Yu beamed. Lin Shishi was almost amused by her antics. Such tricks, while mildly troublesome, could hardly inflict any real harm upon her. Sister-in-law personally cooking? I had no idea you were so virtuous. I truly benefit from it, Shin Yujiao said with a sly smile. Mother, do you enjoy Westlake vinegar fish? Of course. Do you like it, second daughter-in-law? Sure. Go to the kitchen and prepare a dish. Madam, you commanded Lin Shishi. I am quite tired of the dishes prepared by the servants. Shin Yujiao watched her with amusement. Mother, second sister-in-law, while Westlake vinegar fish is indeed delectable, it requires considerable effort to prepare. Why not save it for dinner? Lin Shishi said in a gentle tone. I do not wish to eat it at night. Shin Yujiao retorted. I want it for lunch. Madam, you stated, do not hesitate. Go prepare the fish. Then I shall trouble mother and second sister-in-law to wait. I shall go and prepare it now. Lin Shishi replied obediently as she took her leave. Madam Yu and Shun Yujiao exchanged smiles at her retreating figure. Seeing Shun Yujiao pleased, Madam Yu felt relieved. Lu Su's career advancement relied on the support of his in-laws, and it was imperative to keep Shun Yujiao in good spirits. On the day of the return visit, only then would she exert influence in her family. She also needed to summon Lu Su later for a private word, reminding him that a man and oppose, as future held greater importance than any petty grievances. The two women, united by their common goal concerning Lin Shishi, did not wait for the Westlake vinegar fish, but dined on their meal while being attended by the maid. After finishing lunch, they engaged in casual conversation until Madam Yu felt drowsy and wished to rest. Rendong, go see how the Westlake vinegar fish is coming along. It has been quite some time, Madam Yu instructed. Rendong went to check and returned shortly, reporting, Madam, the eldest daughter-in-law is not in the kitchen at all. What? Not in the kitchen? She has gone too far. Madam Yu's face flushed with anger. It was her first day asserting her authority as a mother-in-law, especially in front of her second daughter-in-law. How could she not be infuriated? Rendong hesitated, thinking of the northern courtyard, but ultimately went to fetch Lin Shishi. After a while, Lin Shishi entered behind Rendong. Mother, Lin Shishi said respectfully. You still remember to call me mother. Shishi. You are now the eldest daughter-in-law of this household, my daughter-in-law, and no longer the same as before, Madam Yu declared, assuming her role as a mother-in-law. From the day of our marriage, I have regarded you as my mother-in-law. Lin Shishi replied unambiguously. Since you consider me as your mother-in-law, then why do you not prepare the Westlake vinegar fish I requested of you? Is this not a failure in filial piety? Do you acknowledge this? Madam Yu demanded sternly. Lin Shishi inwardly scoffed at the accusation of filial piety. Was the next step to be punishment? Mother, there seems to be a misunderstanding. The selection of ingredients for the Westlake vinegar fish is quite particular. When I visited the kitchen earlier, the fish had already perished and could not be used. I have sent someone to buy fresh fish, and I shall commence cooking as soon as it arrives. Are you saying that with your method, I will go hungry for lunch? Madam Yu replied coldly. How can mother go hungry? When I entered just now, the table was laden with exquisite dishes. It seems you and second sister-in-law are enjoying quite well. Lin Shishi remarked calmly. Madam Yu and Appo's anger surged, and she was about to reprimand Lin Shishi for disrespecting her elders when Lin Shishi added, I even had the servants purchase extra fish. It is quite suitable for the elder matriarch as well. I will send a portion over to her shortly. Madam Yu suddenly fell silent. If she were to punish Lin Shishi for unfilial behavior now, not only would it be untenable, but it would also create further complications if the elder matriarch found out. Sending a fish to the elder matriarch? The matriarch had her own small kitchen and typically dined alone. If Madam Yu and Appo's thoughts whirled, and she quickly regained her composure. You are indeed thoughtful. You are a dutiful child. Proceed with your preparations and serve it during dinner. Madam Yu's demeanor shifted abruptly, leaving both Lin Shishi and Shun Yujiao perplexed. Madam Yu had her own calculations and waved Lin Shishi away. Shun Yujiao regarded Madam Yu with suspicion. Madam Yu, however, did not elaborate, simply stating, I am tired and wish to take a midday nap. You may return now. In half an hour, have Su'er come to see me. I have something to discuss with him. Shun Yujiao felt somewhat displeased, but she vaguely sensed that her mother would not simply overlook Lin Shishi, so she decided to wait. She tossed her handkerchief and left. Upon returning to the northern courtyard, Lin Shishi found that the kitchen staff had just returned from procuring supplies. Eldest daughter-in-law. How does this fish look? The head cook eagerly presented the fish from the bucket. Lin Shishi glanced at it and smiled. Very good. Thank you for your hard work. Not all. Eldest daughter-in-law, you are too kind. If you need anything in the future, please do not hesitate to ask, the cook replied cheerfully. Earlier, Lin Shishi had instructed the cook to buy the fish and had given her a lump of gold as a token for the errand. Such a generous payment for fish was unprecedented, and naturally, the cook was eager to cater to Lin Shishi's needs. The Westlake vinegar fish was a common dish in the Haining region, and Lin Shishi and her family were familiar with its preparation. However, why should she personally cook for them? Thus, she decided to purchase several more fish for everyone to enjoy that evening. She called for Chunyu to help with the preparations, as the marinated fish required several hours to become delectable, especially since she would also be sending a portion to the elder matriarch, necessitating extra care to ensure the bones were thoroughly tender. Meanwhile, Madame Yu instructed Granny Zhuang to send a message to Mo Li, requesting her to make some alterations to the elder matriarch and Appo's meal that evening. The elder matriarch typically consumed food prepared in her own kitchen, and if she were to eat the fish that Madame Yu had made and encountered any issues, the responsibility would fall upon her. Madame Yu smiled slyly. When dinner arrived, everyone's table was graced with a dish of Westlake vinegar fish. Madame Yu once again dispatched Rendong to summon Lin Shishi to serve at the table. Rendong, please inform the madam that the elder matriarch is in good spirits today and has requested my presence for dinner. What do you suggest? Should I go to the elder matriarch or remain with the madam? Lin Shishi innocently looked at Rendong, as if seeking her counsel. Chapter 36. 50 taels are insufficient when Rending returned to inform Yu Shi. Not only was she not angry, but her eyes also sparkled with excitement. Rending was perplexed, while Shen Yujiao appeared equally puzzled. Granny Zhuang cast a glance at Rending, instructing her to attend to the needs of the masters during the meal. For dinner, both Lu Huaishi and Lu Su were present, and should Lin Shishi join, Lu Chang would accompany her as well. Yu Shi found it inconvenient to impose rules on Lin Shishi. She decided to visit the old matriarch, and, after the elder had dined, she would address her discomfort, ensuring that both witnesses and evidence were readily available. As long as the matter with Mo Li was handled properly, there would be no issues. Upon hearing that Lin Shishi was dining with the old matriarch, Lu Huaishi felt delighted, although he was initially dissatisfied with this eldest daughter-in-law. Now that she had garnered the old matriarch and Appo's favor, it was indeed her fortune. Once the family had finished dinner, Yu Shi had Rending brew a pot of digestion tea along with some light snacks, and they gathered around to converse. Lu Shanshan saw that everyone was present and seized the opportunity to speak. Mother, with the weather turning cold again, I mentioned to my sister-in-law that I wished to spend some time at her hot spring estate. Yu Shi looked at her affectionately, perhaps due to the cold. Lu Shanshan appeared even paler. Are you going alone? I am somewhat concerned, Yu Shi expressed. That estate is near the mountains, surrounded by desolation. Lu Shanshan had only a nanny and 2 maidservants accompanying her. She glanced at Shen Yujiao and said, Sister-in-law has just married and surely would not want to accompany me. Mother, you have much to attend to. I have invited a close friend, the daughter of Mr. Lu, the assistant minister. Lu Jiaoyan? Both Yu Shi and Shen Yujiao responded in unison. Lu Su and Lu Huaishi exchanged confused looks, unaware of the reason behind the women's excitement. Wasn't Appo's Tishi merely the daughter of Mr. Lu, the assistant minister of rights? Yu Shi paused, looking at Lu Shanshan with confusion. Shanshan, Shen Yujiao echoed her uncertainty. Lu Jiaoyan had previously intended to be betrothed to Mao Lin Hai, a match facilitated by Shen Yujiao, allowing Lu Shanshan to meet him. Lu Jiaoyan confided her feelings to them as friends, unaware that they had taken advantage of her situation, and to this day, she remained oblivious. Since then, Shen Yujiao had avoided Lu Jiaoyan to prevent any awkwardness, but she was puzzled by Lu Shanshan's intentions. Why had she invited Lu Jiaoyan to the estate? Was it a deliberate attempt to provoke her? Yet, Lu Jiaoyan had maintained a good relationship with them and had not wronged them in any way. What was the purpose? Lu Shanshan, however, had her own plans. In her heart, she favored Wang Jichuan. If he were to achieve success in the imperial examinations next year, perhaps even as a top scholar, she would need to provide an explanation to the Yongding Marquisate. Lu Jiaoyun would serve as her shield. Having a companion would make passing the time there much more enjoyable. Do not worry, I have it all under control. This winter, my priority is to restore my health. Lu Shanshan reassured them. Upon hearing this, Yushir ceased to express further concern. Restoring your health is indeed paramount. I shall take the opportunity to speak a few words to the Yongding Marquisate, and after the new year, we can arrange a betrothal. Mother, I need to leave the house to procure some items that would be difficult to find once I arrive, Lu Shanshan declared. Yushir understood that she sought silver. In front of Shen Yujiao, she instructed Granny Zhuang to fetch 10 taels for her. 10 taels is hardly sufficient, Lu Shanshan replied. I also need silver for medicine. As she accepted the silver, she added, the medicine you provide, isn't it all covered by Lin Shishi? Dear, didn't your sister-in-law mention that she cannot cover your expenses any longer? She said that now that she is married, her status has changed. She also mentioned that you have never purchased medicine for yourself. Why should she be responsible for it? Yushir retorted. What? Shen Yujiao exclaimed, her eyes widening. Sister-in-law, do not pay her any mind. I shall not use her silver in the future, Lu Shanshan soothed Shen Yujiao. Such a trivial amount for medicine. If you were not willing to part with silver, you should not have made such extravagant promises, Yushir remarked. Shanshan, I will cover this silver for you, Shen Yujiao said, hoping to appear generous in front of Lu Huaishi and Lu Su while also taking a jab at Lin Shishi. How could that be? Sister-in-law is unwilling to contribute, Lu Shanshan replied. She is her own person, and I am mine. Jean Mama, please prepare 50 taels for the young lady, Shen Yujiao proclaimed with bravado. Yes, Jean Mama replied. Sister-in-law, 50 taels may not suffice. The total may reach 260 taels. Shen Yujiao was momentarily taken aback. 260 taels? What medicine costs so much? Sister-in-law, I have always had a frail constitution, and the medicine I take is for tonifying my health. However, the doctor has advised that if I recover well this winter, I can gradually reduce the dosage thereafter, Lu Shanshan explained. She understood Shen Yujiao well. She was proud. Loved to compare, yet was also very astute. This time, she intended to extract some benefit from her sister-in-law, knowing it would be more challenging in the future. Shen Yujiao silently regretted that she was unwilling to part with even 50 taels. However, her previous words lingered in her mind. Lu Su sat nearby, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding situation. Shen Yujiao bit her lip, contemplating whether to agree or decline. Yushir interjected, Shanshan, why is this medicine so expensive? Did you purchase ginseng again? There's still a bit of that in the household. You should use it first before buying more. Shen Yujiao let out a sigh of relief, waiting for Lu Shanshan to respond. Mother, the doctor said that the combination is most effective, especially during this critical time. The little available in the house will not last long. Lu Shanshan was fully aware that this approach would offend Shen Yujiao, but she could always find another way to make amends later. After all, she was now her sister-in-law and was not to be trifled with. If her sister-in-law refused to pay, she knew the household circumstances well. Despite Yushir's affection, she would not part with such a large sum. Her monthly allowance was merely 3 taels. However, Yushir was determined not to offend Shen Yujiao at this juncture. Since Shen Yujiao's marriage, Lu Su had shown her little warmth, and she had reason to be upset. Compared to the resources the Shen family could provide for Lu Su's career, this silver was a trivial matter. Shanshan, your sister-in-law will give you 50 taels. Take it for now. You can come to me later for the rest. Yushir warned gently. Lu Shanshan pouted slightly, unwilling to press further. Although Shen Yujiao had not been taken advantage of, she still felt discomfort. With a wry smile, she remarked, I did not expect you to require so many nourishing items in a year. You truly are delicate. You must marry into a wealthy family in the future. Lu Shanshan remained silent, recalling the doctor's words that if she continued her treatment for another 6 months, supplemented by the hot spring therapy, her health would surely improve by next year. She thought of Wang Jichuan. If they were to be together, she would inevitably have to endure some hardships in the coming years. Between Lin Shishi and Shen Yujiao, she still needed to ingratiate herself with Lin Shishi to secure a proper dowry. Lin Shishi was affluent and generous, having previously mentioned that she would provide the hot spring estate as part of her dowry. It seemed that Yu Shi's actions had created a rift. Lin Shishi had recently become less enthusiastic towards her. Lu Shanshan understood that the household was not financially robust, and her mother had no personal wealth. When it came time for her marriage, she would have to rely on the old matriarch to supplement her dowry, along with contributions from Lin Shishi and Shen Yujiao, who would surely feel compelled to participate for the sake of appearances. Chapter 37. Kanji after Lu Su's encounter with the Yu family. His demeanor towards Shen Yujiao had notably improved. It had been nearly half a year since he had successfully passed the imperial examination, yet he still lacked a suitable position. Although Lu Huaishi was making efforts on his behalf, he had clearly underestimated the challenges involved. For a second-ranked Jinshi to secure a position within the 6 ministries was an arduous task. However, Lu Su had no desire to venture into the provinces for experience. Aside from the implications for his family affairs, which would inevitably suffer, who among the delicate, noble women of the capital would wish to accompany him to serve as the wife of a county magistrate? Certainly not Shen Yujiao. Would he then have to bring a concubine along? Such a scenario would only disturb the peace of his household upon his return. As Lu Su pondered this, he realized that after the new year, there would be another round of examinations, resulting in a surge of new Jinshi. The competition would only grow fiercer. He poured some hot tea into Shen Yujiao and Appo's cup and remarked, Shanshan and Appo's health is indeed a bit fragile. She simply needs to be nurtured. Do not heed the physician and Appo's insistence on ginseng and bird and Appo's nest. Even the imperial concubines may not indulge in such luxuries daily. Upon hearing this, Shen Yujiao and Appo's mood brightened, and she cast a grateful glance at Lu Su. Lu Shanshan, however, was left seething in silence. It was evident that people are often self-serving. Previously, when the household incurred no expenses, no one deemed such items unnecessary. Now that they had to purchase them, everyone suddenly declared them superfluous. After Lu Su finished speaking, he found the conversation rather dull and considered leaving with Shen Yujiao. Just then, someone arrived from the old lady's courtyard, announcing that she had suddenly taken ill. Yu rushed forward, anxiously inquiring, is the old lady unwell? Wasn't and Appo's, did she fine this afternoon? The maid, Jasmine, replied, I do not know what happened. After dinner, she felt nauseous and vomited. Could it be food poisoning? Quickly, let us all go and check on her. The group made their way to the courtyard of the old lady Dong. There, the old matriarch lay reclined on her bed, her complexion pale and slightly bluish. Mother, what troubles you? Lu Huaishi was the first to approach, taking her hand in his. The old lady slowly opened her eyes, glancing at Lu Huaishi and then at the others, before wearily stating, it is nothing. I simply overindulged in my meal and upset my stomach. I feel much better after vomiting. Overindulged? Mother, could it be that you consumed something unclean? Perhaps we should call for the household physician to examine you. The physician had already arrived and stepped forward to take her pulse. After a lengthy moment, he remarked, it is merely improper diet. A few days of rest will suffice. Everyone felt relieved upon hearing there was no serious issue. Only you questioned, improper diet? Mother has always been in good health. Why would she suddenly suffer from that today? The old lady dined with the eldest son and daughter-in-law today. Perhaps she had the Westlake vinegar fish sent over by the daughter-in-law. Typically, the old lady avoids outside food, Jasmine interjected. Lin Shishi, are you unaware of your grandmother and Appo's frail health? How could you bring such a strongly flavored dish? You reprimanded Lin Shishi. Lu Huaishi also wore a grim expression. With the old lady's delicate condition, even the slightest misstep could lead to dire consequences. Yet, as a father-in-law, he felt reluctant to chastise his daughter-in-law directly, so he berated the servants instead. With so many of you, how could you not keep watch? All of this month and Appo's wages will be withheld. Sister-in-law, I know your culinary skills are exceptional, but you must exercise more caution. You nearly harmed grandmother, Shen Yujiao added, taking a jab at Lin Shishi. At that moment, Lin Shishi suddenly began to vomit as well. Strange, could there be an issue with your fish? Shen Yujiao exclaimed. You all consumed the fish too, yet you seem fine. The old lady did not eat anything from outside, Mama Zhang interjected, shielding Lin Shishi with her body. Physician, the food on the table remains. Please inspect it for any issues, Lu Chang said coldly. The physician approached, examined the food, and found nothing amiss. It must be that the West Lake vinegar fish was too heavily seasoned, irritating the stomach, you suggested. At that moment, the old lady opened her eyes, snorted softly, and declared, I did not eat a single bite of fish today. I only had a bowl of congee. Jasmine, come here and drink that congee. Ah. Jasmine was taken aback. Drink it. It won't harm you. At most you may experience some diarrhea. Drinking it will reveal whether the issue lies with the fish or the congee, Aunt Fong advised. Jasmine hesitated, but with Lu Huaishi's piercing gaze upon her, and Lu Chang's sharp eyes, she reluctantly drank a bowl, and Lu Chang insisted she finish another from the pot. Before long, Jasmine began to vomit and had diarrhea. It was not the fish, it was the congee. Jasmine, you prepared today's congee. What happened? Speak quickly. Lu Huaishi kicked Jasmine, who was kneeling on the floor. Master, spare my life. I did not do it on purpose. Today I simply added some orchids and did not clean the pot properly. There have been mice in the kitchen lately. Perhaps they crawled in the pot, Jasmine pleaded. You dare make congee for the old lady without washing the pot? You are courting death. Lu Huaishi kicked her again. Jasmine rolled on the ground in pain. Master, do not bring about a tragedy. Since she is not diligent, sell her off, you suggested nearby. No, madam, do not sell me. Jasmine scrambled to her feet and bowed in desperation. The household physician observed from the side, shaking his head. Just as Aunt Zhuang was about to step forward to drag Jasmine away, the old lady suddenly shouted, What is all this noise? These are my people. You have no right to make decisions for me. At my age, I still wish to accumulate some virtue. This girl has always been good. Let her remain as a maid for rough tasks. Jasmine felt as if she had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly bowed to the old lady in gratitude. Mother is kind-hearted, but this girl must be punished. Otherwise, she will not learn her lesson. Take her out and give her 10 strokes, Lu Huaishi remarked. The old lady remained silent this time. Everyone leave. I wish to have some peace. She waved her hand, dismissing them all. After a bout of vomiting, Lin Shishi felt weak. During dinner, the old lady had advised her to drink a bowl of congee, which she did. Finding it agreeable, she drank another half bowl, consuming even more than the old lady. Thankfully, her youth was on her side. As for the West Lake vinegar fish, she knew her grandmother was cautious about her diet and had not allowed her to eat it. What a relief. Mama Zhang supported her. Allow me. Lu Chang stepped forward and helped her up. His robust physique lifted her effortlessly. Mama Zhang released her grip, watching with satisfaction. Upon exiting the courtyard, Lu Chang simply lifted her into his arms. Lin Shishi looked at him, somewhat surprised. This is actually less strenuous, he remarked. Lu Chang focused on the path ahead, his steps steady and strong. For him, Lin Shishi and Appo's weight was negligible. The fragrance of her presence filled the air, causing him to subconsciously turn his head slightly. Lin Shishi gazed up at him, catching sight of his pronounced Adam's apple, subtly moving with each breath. His profile resembled a sculpted masterpiece, devoid of any flaw. Lin Shishi quickly averted her gaze, not daring to look again. Upon entering the north courtyard, Lin Shishi hastily said, Put me down. Are you certain you can walk on your own? With Mama Zhang and Chunyu still trailing behind, Lin Shishi felt a bit flustered. Lu Chang's gaze swept over her porcelain-like face as he carried her into the inner courtyard. Chapter 38. Hope, how is your health? Would you like me to summon a physician? Lu Chang gently placed her upon the couch and inquired softly. I am well. A bit of rest will suffice. Grandmother is of advanced years and requires careful attention, Lin Shishi replied. Though she felt somewhat faint, there were no other ailments to speak of. With Aunt Fong present, there is no cause for concern. After their exchange, silence enveloped them. Lu Chang suggested she rest, and he stepped outside. Before long, Zhang Mama and Chunyu returned. Miss, are you well? Zhang Mama asked, relieved to see her breathing steadily. Yang Fine, Zun's mama. Grandmother is elderly, and it appears the other party is reluctant to escalate matters. Lin Shishi reflected on the day's events. Do you suspect it is your aunt? Zhang Mama treaded carefully, considering that you sure was Lin Shishi and Amp, Appo's aunt, and had always enjoyed her trust. Though she harbored suspicions, she dare not voice them. Yet now, Lin Shishi seemed transformed, no longer blindly following Yusher's lead. Aside from her, who in the household possessed such audacity, a mere maid like Jasmine would not dare. Lin Shishi spoke candidly. Zhang Mama nodded in agreement, stating, "Miss, the target of her malice is not the old lady but you. You must exercise great caution moving forward." Chunyu, overhearing the conversation, felt a chill run down her spine. The once reliable Madame Yu now appeared to have schemed against the young miss. The tides had indeed changed. "Miss, I believe your husband treats you well and would protect you in times of trouble. You will have to rely on him," Zhang Mama remarked. She felt anxious about the lack of intimacy on their wedding night. In this household, Yusher had already deemed them as thorns in her side. And if Lin Shishi's heart were to drift away from her husband, how would they endure this life? Lin Shishi reflected on the events of the previous night, realizing she had not rejected his advances. Rather, he had not made any overtures, as it was not customary for a woman to take the initiative. "Zhang Mama, I'm aware," Lin Shishi said, deep in thought. In her past life, she had borne his child. In this life, she had taken measures to prevent conception, thus losing the child. She pondered whether her choices were right or wrong. If she had a child by her side, regardless of her relationship with him, her status would remain secure. Yet, at present, her thoughts were not consumed by the idea of motherhood. "Zhang Mama, it has been some time since your son last visited, has it not?" Lin Shishi recalled how, in her past life, Zhang Mama and Amp, Appo's son, Sun Kun, had squandered money on gambling, leading to Zhang Mama and Amp, Appo's expulsion and his own injury. It has indeed been a while. His wife is expecting their second child. In a couple of months, she will give birth, Zhang Mama replied, a gentle smile gracing her face. "How fares the shop? Does it provide enough for the household?" Lin Shishi inquired. Sun Kun had opened a grocery store, managing to sustain his family, and Zhang Mama often supplemented their needs. They were better off than before, so Lin Shishi need not worry about him. "I plan to return home tomorrow. Perhaps you should visit as well and bring some wedding sweets," Lin Shishi suggested. Zhang Mama, being meticulous, could monitor Sun Kun's affairs more closely if she returned regularly. Should he be caught up in gambling again, he would find it difficult to access funds, as Lin Ju had sealed those loopholes. After some contemplation, Zhang Mama agreed, her concern for her daughter-in-law's unborn child weighing heavily on her mind, especially in the biting cold. For dinner, Lin Shishi consumed a light porridge to ease her stomach. Lu Chang dined in his study. After the lamps were lit, a message was sent from him, advising Lin Shishi to rest first, as he needed to attend to some official documents and would not require her to wait. Zhang Mama could not help but feel a twinge of worry. Lin Shishi smiled. "Zhang Mama, I still feel a bit fatigued. I shall soak my feet this evening and retire early." Zhang Mama summoned a maid to prepare hot water, and Lin Shishi enjoyed a relaxing foot soak. Once settled, she left a small lamp lit in her chamber and lay down, her thoughts drifting until she fell asleep. When Lu Chang entered later, the faint light illuminated her sleeping form, curled up under the quilt, her hair cascading like silk upon the pillow, her skin as pale as snow. Yet a trace of worry lingered upon her brow. He had never observed her so closely before. He remembered their past encounters when she radiated joy and grace, her dimples enchanting. Ultimately, this union was not of her choosing. Lu Chang sighed imperceptibly, lifting his long legs onto the bed and gently tugging at the quilt she clutched. As the fabric was drawn away, Lin Shishi instinctively reached out, grasping his arm, and without a thought, fell back into slumber. Lu Chang tensed. Her soft and fragrant form felt both delightful and torturous to him. When Lin Shishi awoke, she found her side empty, devoid of any trace of his presence. Had he not returned to sleep last night? A sense of confusion filled her. After all, it was still early in their marriage. Sleeping apart could hardly bode well for her. When Chunyu came to assist her with her morning routine, she informed her that Lu Chang had risen at dawn and departed, which brought Lin Shishi some relief. "You are awake." Lu Chang entered clad in dark attire. "You rise quite early. Are you not cold in such little clothing?" Lin Shishi remarked, noting his lack of padding. Lu Chang glanced down at his attire. "I have always dressed this way. Morning sword practice does not leave one chilled. With that, he turned and entered the washroom, the sound of running water filling the air. At breakfast, he wore a thin, dark red cotton robe, his demeanor warm and inviting. Lin Shishi stole a glance, finding him almost dazzling. Previously, he had exuded an air of aloofness, both in demeanor and attire. This new side of him was delightful. Yet in Lu Chang's eyes, Lin Shishi seemed more composed and subdued than before. He had not witnessed her previous innocent laughter in quite some time, attributing the change to their marriage. "My dear, today is your return to your family. What time shall we depart?" Lu Chang inquired after finishing his meal, the term of endearment awkwardly escaping his lips. Lin Shishi followed his gaze, noticing his unease as he avoided her eyes. "I will first consult with my mother-in-law before making any plans," she replied, pondering the preparations Yu Shi might have made for her return. Chapter 39. Returning home, Lin Shishi accompanied Chunyu to the Furong courtyard, but was met by Rending, who prevented their entry. "Madam, the mistress has been overworked these past few days and is unwell. If you have any messages, I can convey them for you," Rending said politely, standing firmly in front of them. Not wishing to intrude, Lin Shishi refrained from pressing further. "Is it necessary to call a doctor?" "We mustn't let her health deteriorate," she expressed concern. Rending quickly assured her it was unnecessary. "I came to inquire if there are any gifts prepared for the return home today," Lin Shishi asked leisurely. "Madam, your dowry has already been moved to the north courtyard, and thus the gifts for your return home are naturally prepared there," Rending replied with a hint of provocation. "Ah, I see. Therefore, the items I bring back will also be placed in the north courtyard." "I understand now." Rending, "Please take good care of my mother," Lin Shishi replied, enlightenment dawning upon her. Rending had no retort. As Lin Shishi turned to leave, she felt little desire for any preparations from the estate. However, she found solace in knowing that whatever she brought back from the Lin residence could be proudly placed in the north courtyard. Once back at the north courtyard, she intended to send Chunyu to fetch a couple of loads from the storeroom as gifts when she noticed Anqing waiting nearby. "Madam, the master has prepared some gifts for your return. Please have a look," he said. "How thoughtful of him." Lin Shishi followed Anqing to a side room, where a roasted suckling pig tied with red silk was prominently displayed. "This is from Xiangmenlu, delivered last night. Such a feast is essential for a return home," Anqing said with a smile. "This is Hunan embroidery, and this is Shu brocade." Anqing introduced the items one by one, each exquisite in its own right. There were also various pastries intended to add to the merriment. "Is this sufficient?" Anqing asked, gazing at Lin Shishi with a foolish grin. "Quite enough. It is rare for the master to show such consideration. The presence of a suckling pig is grand, and if accompanied by a few more loads, it would certainly be impressive. For families like ours, though not particularly rare, a suckling pig symbolizes festivity and requires thoughtfulness," Lin Shishi mused. She found it touching that he had arranged for such a delicacy in advance. As Lu Chang led Lin Shishi out, Lu Su happened to emerge with Shun Yujiao. The atmosphere shifted palpably upon their encounter. Shun Yujiao caught a whiff of the enticing aroma and instinctively looked up, spotting the two servants carrying a golden roasted suckling pig, its fragrance wafting through the air. "Big brother, sister-in-law, that roast pig smells divine," she exclaimed, only to feel foolish the moment the words left her lips. "Second brother, why don't we have one?" She gazed at Lu Su with a hint of reproach. Lu Su, noticing Lin Shishi draped in a crimson cloak, radiating beauty as she stood beside Lu Chang, felt a pang of discomfort. There was no trace of reluctance on her face. She seemed to relish the moment. It was understandable that they hadn't prepared anything given their mother-esque condition, and besides, they had other arrangements. Lu Su suppressed his irritation. Shun Yujiao always found something trivial to complain about and enjoyed comparisons. While Lin Shishi's jealousy had previously amused him, Shun Yujiao's behavior now irked him. If it weren't for the fact that today they were visiting his esteemed father-in-law, the Minister of War, he would have little desire to indulge her. Yet, the aroma of the suckling pig was undeniable, and Lu Su thought how impressive it would be if they were to bring one back to the Shun residence, drawing attention from all the household. But what had you prepared for her? Hard, frozen pastries, ordinary fabrics, and tea leaves, nothing remarkable, lacking any thoughtful gesture. Lu Su, While also finding the roast pig appealing, knew such items needed to be ordered in advance. One could not simply procure a roast pig on a whim. If it's not available, it's not available. What can be done? Should we rob someone of theirs? He found Shun Yujiao's drooling over another's possessions rather foolish. As he stepped back, allowing Lu Chong to proceed, Lu Chong stepped forward. If you and your wife find this roast pig appealing, I still have one reserved at Xiangmenlu. Perhaps we can make a detour to collect it. Really? Shun Yujiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lu Chong nodded with a faint smile. We shall take our leave now. Lu Chong escorted Lin Shishi out of the estate, and they climbed into the carriage to set off. Second brother, let us go to Xiangmenlu first. Shun Yujiao tugged at Lu Su's arm, her spirits lifted. Lu Su, feeling exasperated, could only comply, letting her lead him along. The fact that Lu Chong had prepared an additional roast pig made Lin Shishi regard him with newfound respect. What is it? Lu Chong queried, meeting her gaze. Nothing, I was just curious how you thought to help them order one as well, Lin Shishi inquired. It was merely a small effort. It is always good when one can be of assistance, he replied nonchalantly. A heart that is warm beneath a cool demeanor. Lin Shishi mused silently. Little did they know, upon arriving at Xiangmenlu, Shun Yujiao was immediately dissatisfied when the shopkeeper presented the pig. This suckling pig is far too small. And look at its face, baring its teeth, utterly unrefined. The shopkeeper, moving from the back to the front of the pig, chuckled, Madam, you jest. Both pigs were roasted together. They are quite similar. Similar? My brother's pig is clearly plump and round, Shun Yujiao insisted, growing increasingly displeased. This one is a mere 20 pounds, while his weighs 180. Surely, the difference is apparent. The shopkeeper explained, glancing around, unable to discern any significant discrepancy. Look at its mouth, it's bare. Shun Yujiao frowned, finding it inauspicious. I suspect my brother's kindness is deliberate, she pouted at Lu Su. Madam, pigs naturally look like this. If you find its open mouth unappealing, I could bind it shut with red silk. It is meant for a return home. After all, the shopkeeper suggested, taken aback by the critique. Shun Yujiao frowned in silence, while Lu Su remained mute. The shopkeeper, growing impatient, recalled that Lu Chong had instructed him to hand over the remaining pig to whoever came to collect it. He anticipated such scrutiny from the patrons. Ultimately, Shun Yujiao conceded, realizing that further complaints would yield no positive outcome. She had the pig's head bound with red silk, which indeed made it appear more festive. Several servants then carried the pig away. Chapter 40. The pouch as Lin Shishi and Oppo's carriage entered the small alley of the Lin residence. A head poked out from the main gate, quickly retreating. Shortly thereafter, several individuals emerged, lighting firecrackers at the entrance. It was evident that Lin's uncles and aunts had arranged for a warm welcome. The feeling of having family around was truly delightful. Amidst the lively atmosphere, they were ushered inside, with Lu Chong politely greeting the uncles and aunts. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Shishi followed her aunt, Mrs. Pan, into the inner quarters, while Lin Ju accompanied Lu Chong in the flower hall for tea and conversation. Mrs. Pan naturally inquired about family matters, to which Lin Shishi responded in detail. Today, Master Wang was also present at the residence, and his Shun and Oppos. I was quite fond of him, Mrs. Pan remarked. That is wonderful. However, Master Wang is not a common man and will not remain here indefinitely. After the new year, we must find Shun and Oppos. A school, Lin Shishi stated. In her previous life, Wang Jichuan had been an exceptional talent, having become a deputy minister at a young age. It was indeed a great fortune for Lin Shun to receive instruction from him while he was still in the depths of his potential. A teacher for a day is a teacher for life, she mused, noting that with such a mentor, Lin Shin's future career path would undoubtedly be smoother. Mrs. Pan nodded repeatedly, having already entertained thoughts of keeping Wang Jichuan in the capital so that Lin Shun could take the imperial examination. Sure, Mrs. Pan hesitated. Aunt, please speak your mind, Lin Shishi urged, puzzled. It's about your sister. Nan. It seems she thinks highly of Master Wang. What do you think? Mrs. Pan inquired. As for Master Wang, I too find him quite admirable, Lin Shishi replied with a smile. However, Mrs. Pan expressed her concerns, having learned that Wang Jichuan came from humble beginnings, with only an elderly mother and a few acres of poor land back home. Sustaining himself in the capital was an arduous task. And do not worry. His talent is exceptional. He will surely succeed next year. Even if he doesn't, he is already a scholar, Lin Shishi reassured her. Once Wang Jichuan succeeds, he would no longer be within reach of someone like Lin Nannan, the daughter of a merchant. If they could develop feelings for each other during his time teaching in the residence, it would indeed be a delightful surprise. Although the Lin family was engaged in commerce, Lin Ju and Appo's household was affluent and known for its kindness. Mrs. Pan found Lin Shishi and Appo's reasoning sound, yet she was still troubled, as everything was still in its infancy. If the girl were too forward, it might appear frivolous, which caused her distress. Regarding Nannan, he seems quite respectful and has no ulterior motives, Mrs. Pan lamented. Lin Shishi recalled how Lu Shanshan had pursued her interests in her past life. However, in this life, having experienced Lu Shanshan's insincerity, Wang Jichuan would likely be more guarded. Nannan is innocent and lovely. There is no need for you to worry excessively. If you were to act frivolously, that would indeed be disappointing. People are not mere plants. It is best to take matters slowly. If Lin Nannan could marry Wang Jichuan, it would be a splendid match and a significant advantage for herself as well. Yesterday afternoon, based on a letter from the informant, Lin Shishi learned that Lu Shanshan had visited Wang Jichuan and returned with swollen eyes. Scholars often possess a proud spirit, and following the provocations at the wedding banquet, Lu Shanshan's image in Wang Jichuan's eyes must have significantly diminished. So they had a quarrel yesterday? Lin Shishi pondered. And let us invite Master Wang to join us for lunch. Mrs. Pan readily agreed. Typically, after finishing his teaching, Wang Jichuan would leave without lingering in the residence. However, seizing the opportunity of Lin Shishi's return, they decided to keep him for a meal. During lunch, there were 7 individuals at the table. Given the small number of attendees, there was no strict division of seating by gender or age. Such formalities might be observed in wealthy households, but for ordinary folk, these customs were hardly practiced, making it not a breach of etiquette. Lin Ju, Lu Chong, and Wang Jichuan sat together, while Lin Shishi sat beside Lu Chong, with Mrs. Pan across from them. Lin Shun and Lin Nannan were seated between Mrs. Pan and Lin Shishi. When Lin Shishi glanced at Wang Jichuan, she noticed a green pouch hanging from his collar, causing her heart to skip a beat. Wasn't that embroidered by Lu Shanshan? Why was he still carrying something she gifted him? This was unexpected, leaving her perplexed about what had transpired. Fortunately, they had invited Wang Jichuan to join them for lunch. Otherwise, she might have assumed she had succeeded in separating them. Lin Ju was quite fond of the 2 younger men, and Wang Jichuan, initially reserved, began to warm up upon discovering that Lu Chong was not the crude warrior he had anticipated. The 2 began to bond. Lin Nannan, being younger, could not hide her affection, though her shyness prevented her from looking too often at Wang Jichuan. After the meal, Wang Jichuan mentioned he needed to return to his studies and took his leave. Lin Shishi and Lu Chong lingered for a while before also bidding farewell. Once outside the residence, after turning down a couple of alleys, Lu Chong suddenly said, "My dear, I must head to the yamen to attend to some matters. Please return home first." He sounded somewhat apologetic. Lin Shishi thought to herself, this is perfect. She had been contemplating how to find an excuse to attend to her own affairs. "You go ahead. Important matters take precedence," she replied graciously, displaying no signs of displeasure. Lu Chong nodded and dismounted the carriage, where Anqing was already waiting on horseback, indicating that this had been prearranged. Once the 2 rode off into the distance, Lin Shishi declared, "I need to deliver some wedding sweets to an old friend. Please take me to Alley." The carriage quickly turned around and headed to the place she mentioned. She intended to find the nurse who accompanied Lu Shanshan during her visits to Wang Jichuan, as she needed to uncover what had truly transpired between them. Nurse Ding was busy with needlework when Lin Shishi arrived. She took quite a while to recognize her. "And madam, have you married?" In the past, Lin Shishi had appeared as a young maiden, but now she was dressed as a married woman. "Yes, nurse, I have married," she affirmed, handing over the wedding sweets she had brought. She also offered her 3 taels of silver, which Nurse Ding accepted gratefully, being someone Lin Shishi had hired. Nurse Ding readily answered her inquiries. From Nurse Ding, Lin Shishi learned the details of the recent events. Yesterday, when Lu Shanshan sought out Wang Jichuan, he had initially been quite cold towards her and unwilling to engage in conversation. Eventually, Lu Shanshan began to cry, claiming she did not know what she had done wrong and threatening to take her own life. Wang Jichuan then pointed out that since she was already engaged to the son of the Mao family, she had no business troubling him. Nurse Ding recounted the events vividly. And then, Lin Shishi asked anxiously. After that, Lu Shanshan cried even harder, insisting that she had no feelings for the Mao family's son. It was all her parents and Appo's doing. She declared her love for Wang Jichuan at first sight and vowed to follow him through life and death. If he doubted her sincerity, she would take her life at that moment. Madam, you can end Appo's. To imagine how heart-wrenching her words were. I felt my heart soften just listening from outside. Oh, so Wang Jichuan agreed? Lin Shishi gasped in surprise. This Wang Jichuan is simply too. No, he did not agree. His tone softened, urging her to return home and respect her parents' wishes regarding the match. Lu Shanshan continued to cry, saying that if this were the case, she would take her own life. Then she insisted she would wait for him to propose, claiming she would hide away for the next 2 months and would not meet the Mao family's son, solely waiting for him. In the end, Wang Jichuan said nothing more. The two remained inside, and I could only hear Lu Shanshan weeping. Eventually, she said, and Appo's, then you promise me that after you complete the imperial examinations, you will come to propose, and Appo's. Wang Jichuan replied that if he succeeded, he would come. Lu Shanshan insisted that he must come regardless of the outcome. Chapter 41. Aunt Lu. As Ding Mama spoke, she found herself moved by her own words. She believed that Lin Shishi had employed her to assist Lu Shanshan, which naturally implied a close relationship between Lin Shishi and Lu Shanshan. In fact, they were indeed cousins. Madam, at my age, I've never encountered such a naive girl. If this young Master Wang fails the examination, it would be a grave injustice to Lu Miss and Appo's genuine affections, Ding Mama remarked, wiping away tears. Lin Shishi was momentarily at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that, at such a tender age, Lu Shanshan had cultivated such remarkable skills. With just a few tears, she had crafted an image of a radiant woman, pressured into marriage by her parents, yet yearning for true love, all the while portraying her visit to the hot spring resort for recuperation as an escape. Truly impressive. Lin Shishi had underestimated her. Lin Shishi instructed Mama to treat Lu Shanshan well, assuring her that when Lu Shanshan came to visit, she must attend to her properly. There is no need to inform her of my previous visit. She fears I might disclose her matters to her parents. Very well, I understand, Ding Mama replied. Lin Shishi felt that it was imperative to unveil Lu Shanshan and Appo's facade before the imperial examination, realizing the situation was more complicated than she had envisioned. During this time, Chunyu had been following Lin Shishi, each day revealing new surprises. Previously, when the Pan family mentioned that Chiyun had been taken back to Ninghai by her parents to be sold, Chunyu noted Lin Shishi and Appo's nonchalance, merely stating that Chiyun had betrayed her by assisting the Yu family. At that moment, Chunyu thought her mistress rather heartless, questioning why she could not lend a hand to her own relatives. However, it now appeared that the Yu family was far more cunning than she had anticipated, and human motives were exceedingly intricate. Chiyun was undoubtedly being manipulated by the Yu family to commit acts intolerable to her mistress. Chunyu realized she must tread carefully, neither betraying her mistress nor allowing herself to be exploited. My lady, this Wang Jichuan does not seem particularly astute. He was easily deceived by Miss Lu. Even if he were to succeed in the imperial examination, his prospects would still be limited. Chunyu suddenly found herself looking down upon Wang Jichuan, who she had previously admired greatly. Lin Shishi chuckled softly. Indeed, once the truth was revealed, others appeared foolish. Yet, how many could discern such truths while ensnared in the situation? If he cannot see through it, we shall devise a way to help him, Lin Shishi stated with a contemplative gaze. As the harsh winter days drew to a close and darkness enveloped the north courtyard, Lin Shishi selected a portion of the items she had brought from the Lin residence, dividing them into 3 parts to deliver to Furong Courtyard, with each of the 2 concubines receiving a share. Additionally, she sent a prized ginseng root to old Madame Dong. Upon learning of this, Yushur was incensed, feeling insulted that she was being compared to 2 concubines. With a wave of her hand, she sent the items crashing to the ground. Bring her here. I shall teach her some manners. Lin Shishi arrived as summoned. Madam, did you call for me? I intended to visit you upon my return, but considering your health, I feared I might disturb your recuperation. Lin Shishi spoke politely, her eyes glancing at the overturned pastries. Madam, what has happened? Which careless maid made this mess? Yushur snorted coldly. It was I who overturned them. Oh, I see. I'm misunderstood, Lin Shishi said, her expression remaining indifferent despite her words of apology. Her demeanor, detached and matter-of-fact, only served to aggravate Yushur further. Lin Shishi, do you intend to humiliate me by sending these worthless trinkets? Yushur pointed angrily at the pastries strewn across the floor. Lin Shishi widened her eyes, standing straight as an arrow. Madam does not appreciate them? These were all personally prepared by my aunt, specifically for everyone to enjoy. Personally prepared? Let me ask you, do you not understand the distinction between a mistress and a servant? How dare you compare me to the 2 concubines? Where did you learn such manners? I have forgotten. You are without parents. In that case, I shall take it upon myself to teach you today. Determined to pinpoint her errors, Yushur aimed to have Lin Shishi kneel in the ancestral hall for the night. Mother, this is unjust. You are the head matron of the household. How could Shishi ever disrespect you? The portions sent to the 2 concubines were only 2/3 of what I sent to you, and the filling for your share included cordyceps, which is highly nutritious. I respect you deeply and cannot fathom why you would equate yourself with the concubines. Such a thought has never crossed my mind. Lin Shishi half squatted in a bow while speaking. Yushur glanced at Rindan, who dared not breathe a word. Rindan had indeed witnessed that the items sent to the 3 courtyards were all packaged similarly. She had even inquired about it, and the maid had confirmed they were all filled pastries. Rindan knelt down to inspect the pastries on the ground. How could one discern whether there is cordyceps within? Should we really summon an expert to authenticate such a trivial matter? The head matron of the general's residence must be quite peculiar. You are disrespectful and cunning with your words. Do you think that by quibbling, you can escape the consequences? Yushur retorted. Mother, you are now my matron, previously my aunt. We are even closer than before. I do not comprehend why you harbor such suspicions toward me. Is it simply because the eldest son is not your biological child that you now resent me as well? You are arguing in bad faith. Yushur stepped closer to Lin Shishi, pointing down at her from a position of authority. Lin Shishi bowed, while raising her face to meet Yushur's gaze, showing no signs of fear. Ah, madam, why are you and the eldest young lady at odds? A coy voice interjected as Aunt Lu sashayed into the room. What brings you here? Yushur glared at Aunt Lu with disdain. The maid who had followed Aunt Lu and trembled, stammering, Madam, Aunt Lu insisted on entering, and I cannot stop her. Madam, sister, why such anger? Is it merely over a few pastries? Though my status is humble, I have not seen much of value. However, if you do not mind, I could bring over the pastries sent by the eldest young lady for you to sample, Aunt Lu offered with a smirk. Bah, who is your sister, and who wants your items? If you have nothing of significance, be gone. Yushur spat. Very well, I shall no longer call you sister, but rather madam. Your esteemed status must be recognized. But does a simple pastry not convey a heartfelt gesture? Must even goodwill be ranked? Aunt Lu continued, unfazed by Yushur and Appo's angered demeanor, glancing between Lin Shishi and Yushur. The second young lady has returned, but has not offered us a single hair. Why does the madam not feel aggrieved? One must not be excessively biased. Yushur could no longer contain her fury and struck Aunt Lu across the face. You insolent wretch! You think that because the master favors you, I dare not discipline you? I shall see how long you can prance about. The affections of a man are hardly reliable. Once the master grows weary, I shall ensure you find yourself in the brothels. Yushur recalled how in recent years, Lu Huaishi had been constantly entangled with Aunt Lu, which only fueled her anger further. Just moments ago, Aunt Lu had appeared provocatively. Yet now she covered half her face and began to wail, not only crying but also kneeling down. Yu Shi sneered. Indeed, she was a shameless one, quick to learn fear when faced with consequences. Chapter 42. Salary Rindong frequently cast furtive glances at Yu Fu, her fingers grasping the fabric of her garment almost to the point of tearing it. Initially, Yu Shi remained oblivious, but after a while, she furrowed her brow, suddenly realizing something. "Oh, master, you have returned." Lu Huaishi, his face a stormy shade of iron, entered with a sullen demeanor. "What, am I not allowed to return? Or is my presence an impediment to your display of authority?" Lu Huaishi questioned Yu Shi. Though not one to manage affairs, he was incredibly attuned to his own feelings. As long as one did not provoke him, he would turn a blind eye, but should he feel slighted, his temper would readily flare. Yu Shi clenched her teeth. Attempting to explain, it was Aunt Lu who insisted on kneeling. "Oh, so the marks on her face were of her own making?" Lu Huaishi retorted. "Madam, as the mistress, is it wrong to discipline the concubines of the household?" Yu Shi felt a surge of anger at Lu Huaishi's inability to discern right from wrong, and her ire also fell upon Aunt Lu for ensnaring her in this predicament. "You are not at fault. This is your absolute authority. But have you finished your admonitions?" Lu Huaishi's tone was dark and brooding. Yu Shi plopped down onto a chair, her head tilting to one side. "Since you have finished your reprimands, Aunt Lu, come with me." Lu Huaishi seized the weeping Aunt Lu from the floor, who, with a delicate demeanor, stood and winked at Lin Shishi before following him. Lin Shishi quickly performed a gesture of respect towards Lu Huaishi, watching them depart. Yu Shi remained seething with indignation, on the brink of unleashing her fury upon Lin Shishi. "Mother, I did not mean to meddle, but father, this is excessive indulgence towards Aunt Lu. No wonder mother is upset. Anyone in her position would feel the same." Though Lin Shishi and Appo's words appeared supportive of Yu Shi, they were, in fact, a veiled criticism, further inciting Yu Shi and Appo's ire. In Yu Shi and Appo's ears, it sounded like mockery of her ineptitude, a derisive spectacle for others to witness. She pressed her forehead, the term concubine swirling in her mind. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited within her, and a cunning glint flashed in her eyes. "You may leave," she declared with unexpected calmness. Lin Shishi shivered inwardly, raising her gaze in confusion. Yu Shi's lips curled into a cold smile, her gaze icy and penetrating. "What new trickery is this?" Lin Shishi mused silently, deciding not to linger and contemplating her departure. Lu Su and Shun Yujiao returned even later, having dined at the Shun residence. According to Chunyu, Lu Su walked with an air of confidence. Upon their return, they went straight to Furong Courtyard to share the joyful news with Yu Shi. "Is it true that Su and Appo's can indeed enter the Hamlin Academy?" Yu Shi inquired joyfully. Shun Yujiao nodded proudly, with Lu Su affectionately holding her hand, saying, "Thanks to Jiao Jiao's assistance." Yu Shi was elated and instructed Rindong, "Go and share this delightful news with the master." With a skip in her step, Rindong departed in high spirits. Unbeknownst to Lu Su and Shun Yujiao, Yu Shi had just endured a quarrel with Lu Huaishi, nor could they fathom that Yu Shi was leveraging her son to provoke jealousy in Aunt Lu. Soon, Lu Huaishi arrived, his expression beaming as he looked at Lu Su. "Suer, is it true that you can attend the Hamlin Academy?" His inquiry mirrored Yu Shi's. Upon receiving confirmation, a smile adorned his face, revealing deep creases of joy. "This in-law truly possesses magnanimity, not holding petty grievances against us. Suer, you must treat your wife well henceforth. A couple must support each other to cultivate both family and career," Lu Huaishi instructed, oblivious to his own indulgence of his concubine. Shun Yujiao cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Su, who nodded in response. At that moment, they appeared as newlyweds basking in bliss. Yu Shi praised Shun Yujiao, calling her a bringer of good fortune. "Master, with both Chong and Appo's, and Su and Appo's, achieving such success, we are truly blessed as parents to have such wonderful children." Yu Shi smiled at Lu Huaishi. Lu Huaishi chuckled, having already cast aside his earlier displeasure. "Madam, there's a matter I am unsure how to handle." Yu Shi seized the opportunity to bring up. "What is it?" Chong and Appo's, previously stationed in the northwest, managed his own salary. Upon returning to the capital, I noticed his early departures and late returns. Thus, I allowed him to handle his own remuneration. However, now that he is married, Lu Su's salary will certainly need to be submitted. What do you think about Chang'er's situation? Lu Chang, holding the rank of 4th grade, earned a considerably higher salary than Lu Huaishi. With Lu Su entering the Hamlin Academy, he would only attain a 7th grade rank at best. Lu Huaishi pondered for a moment before asking, will his provisions still come from the main kitchen? Naturally, Yusha replied, while there is a small kitchen in the north courtyard, the main kitchen is still providing for them. If they choose to cook for themselves, the fault lies not with the household. We are family. We eat and live together. Hence the salary should be pooled together. Tomorrow, you shall speak with him, stating that it is my directive. Very well, master. Yusha smiled. That evening, Lu Huaishi stayed in Yusha's quarters, neglecting to visit Aunt Lu. Meanwhile, Lu Chang did not return to the residence that night, and by midday the following day, Anqing hurried back with a message stating that the master had official duties and would not return, urging Lin Shishi to take care of herself. Lin Shishi, without connections at court, could not inquire about Lu Chang's affairs. However, as the emperor's most important bodyguard, his prolonged absence in the palace indicated pressing matters at hand. The emperor? The 8th prince? The empress dowager? Lin Shishi was not well versed in court affairs, having gleaned fragments of information from Shen Yujiao. Learning that the Empress Dowager was the 8th prince and Appo's biological mother, while the emperor was the son of the previous empress. The 8th prince had later attempted a rebellion. Thus, it appeared that the Empress Dowager covertly supported the 8th prince, complicating the emperor's position. Lu Chang was elevated by the emperor's hand. What of Minister Shun? In this uncertain climate, which side would he favor? Alas, these matters were beyond her control. She could only pray for the emperor and Appo's stability and for Lu Chang and Appo's safety. Rindong approached Lin Shishi with a message, informing her that the main house expected the monthly salaries to be submitted to the household. It was then that Lin Shishi discovered that Lu Chang and Appo's salary was still in his possession. Rindong, I cannot make that decision. Wait for the eldest son to return and discuss it with him, Lin Shishi stated. Rindong was well aware that discussing this with her was futile, yet she could not resist a few jibes. Madam, you are now the legally recognized wife of the master. According to our customs, when a man serves in office, he submits his earnings to his wife upon his return. How can you claim you cannot make that decision? Lin Shishi regarded the sharp-tongued maid, recalling how she had incited her to foolishness in her past life. Rindong, are you instructing me on how to be a wife? Is this something you are particularly knowledgeable about? If so, I shall gladly relinquish my position to you. Lin Shishi shot back, giving her a disdainful glance. Rindong's cheeks flushed. Still a young maiden. Madam, how can you mock me in such a manner? She protested, blushing. Rindong, do you not know what kind of person a master is? Is it shameful that I cannot make decisions for him? I have yet to see a single coin of his salary. If you have no further matters, you may return now. Lin Shishi leisurely lifted her teacup, signaling the dismissal. Chapter 43. Mending at noon, Mama Zhang returned home. She opened her bundle, revealing glistening dried apricots, which she distributed among the people in the courtyard. Lin Shishi tasted a piece and found it to be quite authentic. Since her daughter-in-law had dried them herself, she refrained from consuming too many due to her pregnancy. Mama Zhang appeared to be in good spirits. In 3 months, she would once again be cradling a grandchild. Seizing the opportunity presented by the apricots, Lin Shishi inquired about the situation at Mama Zhang's home. With the cold weather, business at the shop was slow, and her son returned home early each day to assist his wife with cooking. Lin Shishi asked Mama Zhang why she didn't stay a couple more days, to which Mama Zhang replied with a smile that it was likely the other party had given up, as many things had changed in this lifetime. Even if they attempted to tempt her son into gambling, it would not amount to much, Lin Shishi mused. Madam, has Miss Lu not returned yet? Mama Zhang gently inquired, as she had been preoccupied with this matter, hastening her return today. Lin Shishi pondered, she should be back soon. Let us wait a little longer. After a short while, someone indeed arrived outside. It was Hong Kei, a maidservant of Lu Shanshan. Hong Kei, why are you here? Is the young madam napping? Mama Zhang intercepted her at the courtyard entrance. Mama Zhang, my young lady is ill with a fever. Please have the young madam summon the doctor quickly. Oh, a fever? How could that happen? Why are you here instead of fetching the house doctor? Mama Zhang asked, perplexed. Oh dear, Mama Zhang. The house doctor is of no use. My lady has always been under the care of Dr. Hao from Rinjin Tang, Hong Kei exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Then why don't you go fetch Dr. Hao? Mama Zhang looked at her as if she were foolish. Because Dr. Hao does not make house calls casually if we want him to come to the residence. The consultation fee is at least 100 taels. Oh, and then, Mama Zhang, the madam requests that Hong Kei be let in, Chunyu interjected. Hong Kei shot a dissatisfied glance at Mama Zhang before hurriedly stepping inside. Hong Kei, why have you returned? Were you not with your young lady at the hot springs? Lin Shishi, still drowsy, asked. Madam, my young lady caught a chill and has a high fever. Please kindly summon Dr. Hao at once, Hong Kei implored. She has a fever, yet she caught a chill at the hot springs? Lin Shishi queried, puzzled. Madam, you are unaware, at the hot springs there were only rough workers left behind. And there was no charcoal or proper food, just coarse grains and cabbage. The manager mentioned that they planned to turn it into a winter vegetable and fruit base. Hong Kei dared not directly complain to Lin Shishi, but her eyes reflected her grievances. A vegetable and fruit base? Lin Shishi feigned surprise. Indeed. The manager said that the estate is too large to waste. It must yield some output to sustain costs. Ah, I had no idea. Mama Zhang, do you know what's going on? Mama Zhang responded, Madam, did you not hand these matters over to Uncle Lin? He mentioned before that they aimed to cut expenses. In truth, Lin Shishi had ordered Uncle Lin Ju to make adjustments to the estate long before Lu Shanshan's arrival, removing all unnecessary items. Thus, when Lu Shanshan went there, she barely managed to enjoy the hot springs. The bedding at night was thin, and the conditions were quite rudimentary. The rough workers would not attend to their needs, and they, as delicate young ladies, dared not approach them. Lu Shanshan, already a person with a cold and damp constitution, fell ill that very night. The next morning, in a flurry, she returned to the general's residence. Lin Shishi had initially resolved not to summon any doctor for Lu Shanshan. However, considering the matter concerning Wang Jichuan, she recognized the necessity of maintaining their relationship. Only in doing so could Lu Shanshan continue to place her trust in her. Hurry! Hurry! Why the delay? Send a servant on horseback to summon Dr. Hao, Lin Shishi exclaimed, pulling out a banknote for Hong Kei, her demeanor reflecting genuine concern. After taking the medicine from Dr. Hao, Lu Shanshan expelled the cold and had her fever reduced by evening, allowing her to rise the next day. Lin Shishi visited her. Shanshan, I apologize. I have been preoccupied with wedding matters and neglected the estate. I was unaware that Uncle had made adjustments there. We had put in so much effort, hoping to spend a good winter, but Uncle's ideas differ. Lin Shishi expressed a regret. Hong Kei had already informed Lu Shanshan of the situation, and initially, Lu Shanshan suspected that Lin Shishi had intentionally caused her distress. Yet, if she had indeed meant to harm her, why would she have been the first to summon a doctor? It was said that the medicinal soup contained 20-year-old ginseng slices, which explained the immediate effectiveness. Lu Shanshan found herself uncertain, her gaze fixed on the items held by Chunyu. Chunyu, bring it here, Lin Shishi beckoned. Chunyu set down the box. Shanshan, Dr. Hao said that after your recovery, you must also strengthen your constitution. I brought you blood swallow from Lin Mansion. I brought you 20 portions. Have Hong Kei prepare nourishing soup for you, Lin Shishi said, opening the box to reveal neatly arranged blood swallows, causing Lu Shanshan's eyes to widen. Shanshan, I did not consider all aspects this time. Please do not hold it against me. Lin Shishi spoke earnestly. Lu Shanshan had endured a considerable ordeal. Her constitution was naturally sensitive to cold. Yet, Lin Shishi's sincerity and the offering of precious supplements suggested that perhaps it was an unintentional oversight. Lu Shanshan pondered that she had been obstinate without reason. She allowed a smile to bloom on her face. Sister-in-law, you did not do it on purpose. I shall accept the blood swallow. Do not mention it. Your health is the most important. Once you are wed to young Master Wang, I will surely present you with a substantial dowry, Lin Shishi promised, intentionally mentioning her marriage to Wang Jichuan. Lu Shanshan's heart indeed blossomed with joy. Reflecting on her last encounter with Wang Jichuan, they had resolved their misunderstandings and their relationship had evidently deepened. Now, with her illness, she could recuperate at home, and even her mother would not insist on her engagement to Mao Linhai during her convalescence. Thank you, sister-in-law. You are truly kind to me. Rest assured, regardless of what transpires, we are indeed like sisters. Lin Shishi spoke with heartfelt sincerity. The bond between them seemed to have returned to its former warmth. When Yushi learned of Lu Shanshan's illness, she initially harbored great anger toward Lin Shishi, even reporting her to Lu Huishi. However, witnessing Lin Shishi's flurry of activity in seeking medical care and delivering medicine, along with Lu Shanshan's explanations, her fury subsided. Did she truly say she would provide a substantial dowry for you? Yushi asked Lu Shanshan. Lu Shanshan nodded. Then how much exactly? You must have her specify. Yushi expressed her concern. Do not worry, mother. She previously mentioned that even the hot springs estate would be given to me. This time, she said that the hot springs estate was reformed by her uncle, and she would compensate me with something else. In Lu Shanshan and Appo's eyes, Yushi had pushed Lin Shishi toward Lu Chong, offering her no benefits whatsoever. Thankfully, she actively sought to mend her relationship with Lin Shishi, preventing any estrangement between them. Mother, previously, Shishi was so filial to you, bringing back gold and silver. Why speak of such things? You want your second sister-in-law to hear. That would not bode well for you. You can only see the immediate gains. Your second brother is going to the Hamlin Academy. Do you realize that? Can it be compared? Although wealth had been lost, in comparison, the power and status brought by Shun Yujiao were far more alluring. Lu Shanshan recalled that whenever she was with Wang Jichuan, he radiated confidence, believing in his ability to carve out a path for himself. You control your tongue. Yushi chided, poking her forehead. Chapter 44. Sewing by hand. Lu Shanshan had recuperated at home for several days. Every day, Lin Shishi either visited her or sent Chunyu with delightful treats and amusements. The resentment Lu Shanshan harbored towards Lin Shishi gradually dissipated. Shanshan, seeing a bit of flesh on your face brings me comfort, Lin Shishi remarked, gently pinching Lu Shanshan's soft cheek. Lu Shanshan glanced at herself in the mirror, finding herself even more charming than before, which filled her with joy. Yet, in a moment of reflection, her brow furrowed with concern. Elder sister-in-law, mother just came by and mentioned that since I am recovering well, she wishes to inform the matchmaker, she said. So soon? Can't we wait a bit longer? Surely, it could be postponed until after the new year, Lin Shishi inquired. Mother believes that there are many suitors vying for a union with the Yongding Marca residents. If I continue to delay, they may not wait for me. What if someone else secures a proposal first? She lamented. Lu Jiaoyan, who accompanied us to the hot spring resort, has already caught the eye of Mao Linhai. However, despite being a legitimate daughter, Lu's family lacks a legitimate son, and without support from her family, the Yongding Marca residence is less inclined. But Lu Jiaoyun is in far better health than I am. After returning from the hot spring resort, I fell ill while she remained completely unscathed. Lu Shanshan sighed. What are your plans then? Lin Shishi, knowing Lu Shanshan always had her own ideas, asked. Elder sister-in-law, do you have any way for me to hide for a few days? Lin Shishi pondered for a moment and said, Your elder brother has not returned to the residence recently. I think I will take this opportunity to return to the Lin residence for a few days and bring back some items my mother left for me. Some of them could serve as your dowry in the future. Uncle has always said I am extravagant, and I fear he may object later. It would be better to bring them back now than to retrieve them when you are to be wed. Lu Shanshan's eyes sparkled with gratitude. Thank you, elder sister-in-law, for always considering me. May I accompany you to stay for a few days? I haven't yet informed my mother of my intentions to return, so I'm uncertain whether she will agree. Lin Shishi replied hesitantly. I will speak to her, Lu Shanshan said confidently. Newlywed women returning to their parental homes are often frowned upon by their husbands' families. However, if it is for the purpose of collecting belongings to prepare for Lu Shanshan's dowry, the situation is entirely different. Indeed, upon hearing this, Yushi hesitated but eventually consented, provided they kept a low profile and did not create a stir. Sure. Return within a couple of days and do not let your siblings know, Yushi instructed. Lin Shishi and Lu Shanshan both agreed. Lin Shishi, calculated the timing, and returned to the Lin residence while Wang Jichuan was away. Upon arrival, she conferred with Aunt Pan. Aunt, when Wang Fuji arrives tomorrow, tell him that a new batch of books has arrived in the study and invite him to take a look. Aunt Pan acknowledged her instructions. The next day, Lin Shishi brought Lu Shanshan to a room adjacent to the study. While she organized some paintings, Lu Shanshan busied herself sewing a set of male garments. Lin Shishi pricked up her ears, listening for the faint sound of a door opening next door. Soon after, a maid coughed twice at the entrance, as they had arranged. Whenever Wang Jichuan entered the study, the maid would signal with a cough. Lin Shishi took out a painting and called out loudly, signed, Wang Jichuan. Shanshan, is this a painting by young Master Wang? Ah, indeed it is his. It is remarkably well done, Lu Shanshan exclaimed, looking up from her needlework. Shanshan, you have a discerning eye. You can see that young Master Wang is not one to dwell in obscurity. Oh, and this Mao Lin Hind Oppo's work appears quite impressive as well. Lin Shishi continued. Lu Shanshan examined the painting closely and remarked, this is the first time I have seen a painting by young Master Mao. I did not expect it to be so good. Shanshan, between young Master Mao and young Master Wang, are you truly certain that it must be young Master Wang? What if young Master Mao also becomes a successful scholar? Lin Shishi probed. Lu Shanshan looked at the two paintings, momentarily uncertain. Elder sister-in-law, this indeed puts me in a quandary. I have inquired before, and young Master Mao is said to lack any romantic inclination, merely engrossed in his studies. Yet, I must admit, his paintings are quite delightful. However, I still believe young Master Wang surpasses him. Few can compare to young Master Wang and Oppo's talents. Yet, the examination results are influenced by many factors. What if he fails to achieve a high rank this time? Or even if he succeeds, but does not place among the top 3, someone from a humble background like his may be sent to remote areas to gain experience. Lin Shishi cautioned. Lu Shanshan's expression clouded with worry. Meanwhile, Wang Jichuan paused in his tracks, holding his breath. After a long silence, Lu Shanshan murmured, if that is the case, it can only be said that fate has not favored me. If you are not wholly devoted to him, why go through the trouble of sewing garments for him? Wouldn't it be easier to buy them from a shop? Lin Shishi observed, glancing at the fabric before Lu Shanshan. The success or failure of this matter remains uncertain. I must ensure everything is done properly. If it comes to fruition, it will be more than just a garment. It will be a token of my feelings. For those scholars, emotions are of utmost importance. If it does not work out, it is merely a piece of clothing, which is inconsequential, Lu Shanshan replied, gazing thoughtfully at Mao Linhai's painting, her heart wavering. Your words ease my mind. I feared you would become infatuated, insisting on marrying only young Master Wang, and then mother would surely blame me, Lu Shanshan reassured. Elder sister-in-law, I am well aware of my own heart. I cannot endure a life of hardship. If he cannot secure a prominent position, then I will not choose him, Lu Shanshan vowed to Lin Shishi. Results from the examination will not be announced for over 3 months. Let us hope that mother does not press you about marriage in the meantime. Alas, mother has her own considerations. She believes that if young Master Mao succeeds in the examination, discussing marriage afterward may lead to complications. She hopes to settle matters within these 2 months. With his family background, whether he succeeds or fails, mother views it as a favorable option. If he does not pass this time, the Marquis residence can still support him for a future attempt. I see. Mother's perspective holds merit. Wisdom often comes with age. She undoubtedly acts for my benefit, yet I still wish to take a chance on young Master Wang. I procured his birth date to consult a fortune teller, who claimed he possesses a fate destined for greatness. You managed to obtain his birth date? Lin Shishi expressed her astonishment. I merely claimed it was to celebrate his birthday. This set of garments is meant to be a birthday gift for him, Lu Shanshan explained. Shanshan, although I am married to your elder brother, I still feel somewhat unfamiliar with him. He has a rather cold demeanor. Elder sister-in-law, do you not know? The steeliest of men can possess a gentle heart. The colder the exterior, the warmer the heart within. It is often said that women should wait for men to take the initiative. I disagree. In public, one should naturally maintain decorum, yet in private, a woman can be a little more proactive. Men are invariably receptive to such approaches. Is this how you won over young Master Wang and young Master Mao? Lu Shanshan realized her words may have been inappropriate, grateful that no one else was present. Lin Shishi leaned in, noting that the study next door had fallen silent once more. Chapter 45. Negotiation according to Mrs. Pan. When Wang Jichuan departed, the jade pouch that had been hanging at his waist during this period had vanished. Sure, young Master Wang is currently in a state of disillusionment. I believe it would be wise for Nan to extend him some care. Might there be an opportunity? That is unwise, aunt. At this moment, he undoubtedly harbors a deep resentment towards the kindness of women, which could lead to unintended consequences. Mrs. Pan pondered this reasoning and found it sound. Contemplating Lin Nanan's unwavering affection for him, she felt a twinge of concern. Aunt, please erase the name on this painting and store it away. Mrs. Pan opened it, perplexed. Isn't this a painting by Master Wang? Why does it bear the name Mao Lin Hai? Lin Shishi claimed it was a mistake on her part. Lu Shanshan had resided at the Lin residence for 2 days, and with the assistance of Lin Shishi and several maids, her garments were finally completed. After all, Wang Jichuan visited the residence every few days to instruct, and the other residents were oblivious to the need to avoid Lu Shanshan, fearing that others might mention Wang Jichuan in her presence. Lin Shishi suggested they inform Yushi that it was time for her to return to the general's residence in Jinghua. Upon seeing her attire completed, Lu Shanshan felt immense joy. She dared not stay at the general's residence, fearing Yushi's wrath. Sure, I wish to visit young Master Wang on my way back. Lu Shanshan stated. That seems reasonable. Given the frigid weather, should you wish to venture out again, my mother will likely disapprove. Depart early, and I shall meet you later at the Tsuyin tea house. They made their plans. Lu Shanshan set off with Honke, intending to pick up Ding Mama along the way. Honke was reluctant to accompany Lu Shanshan to Wang Jichuan's location, for should Yushi discover this, her fate could be dire. Fortunately, Ding Mama accompanied Lu Shanshan, making the journey into the dim, dilapidated alley feel safer. Lin Shishi did not wait long at the tea house before Lu Shanshan returned, her expression troubled. Why are you back so soon? Did you not converse further? Lin Shishi inquired. Sister-in-law, young Master Wang has moved away, Lu Shanshan replied quietly, biting her lip. Moved? To where? Lin Shishi was taken aback by his sudden decision. Lu Shanshan shook her head, her mood darkened by the fact that he had not left her even a word of farewell. The last conversation they shared had felt like a silent promise of eternity. Perhaps a sense of foreboding gripped her heart. Shanshan, do not overthink. Perhaps he left in haste and simply forgot to bid farewell, or he may desire solitude to focus on his studies. Moreover, he could be facing some challenges. Lu Shanshan's delicate face turned pale, tears welling in her eyes, evoking pity. Do not cry, Shanshan. He remains in the capital. He shall be found. Lu Shanshan remained silent until they reached the estate gate, where she barely managed to compose herself. Upon learning of her return, Yushi personally visited the coral courtyard to inquire about what Lin Shishi had brought back. It suddenly dawned on Lu Shanshan that she was unaware of what Lin Shishi had indeed brought, and fearing Yushi's suspicion, she replied. Her mother left her quite a few fine items, various gold and silver ornaments, which she brought back in 2 large boxes. As she spoke, she removed a gold hairpin from her head, saying, Mother, look, this is a gift from her. In truth, this was a token Lin Shishi had given her during her illness to mend their relationship, not a recent present. Yushi examined the hairpin, noticing it adorned with several small gemstones. Is there nothing else? Yushi asked. Did you not say that preparations for my dowry would be made once I am to be wed? Lu Shanshan responded, slightly impatient at Yushi's inquiries, for her thoughts were elsewhere. Why are you vexed with me? I only wish the best for you. As for young Master Mao, if you do not wish to become engaged, should you not maintain some correspondence? Yushi probed. In recent days, matchmakers had also conveyed that many families were keen on young Master Mao. However, Mao Linhai had taken a liking to Lu Shanshan and had repeatedly inquired about her intentions. Mother, I wish to wait until after the imperial examinations. My foolish daughter, if you respond in such a manner, they may perceive you as mercenary, waiting for a scholar in damp, Oppo's title before considering marriage. I assure you, even if he is merely a jinshi, he is a rare gem among men. Mother, that is not my intent. I simply need to restore my health. Given the current frigid weather, I truly wish to avoid any distractions. Yusha did not press her further. Your second sister-in-law will soon return to her family to deliver New Year and Appo's gifts. You should accompany her. The mistress of the Yongding Marquis residence will bring young Master Mao along to deliver gifts, allowing you to meet him, so he knows you are not indifferent. I shall also have the matchmaker convey messages. Lu Shanshan agreed. Seeing her compliance, Yusha refrained from further discussion. In the days leading up to the new year, Lu Shanshan indeed accompanied Shun Yujiao back to the Shun residence to deliver gifts. They have been close friends, frequently visiting the Shun residence, so others merely regarded them as affectionate sisters. Mao Linhai and his mother arrived just before noon. Lu Shanshan feigned an accidental encounter at the estate and greeted him. Exchanging a few words, Shanshan, what a rare chance to meet. Why not converse more? Shen Yujiao remarked. Sister-in-law, propriety dictates that men and women maintain their distance. You truly are a simpleton. Nonetheless, young Master Mao holds you in high regard. I must inform you that his mother is still inquiring about other young ladies, including Lu Jiaoyan. Lu Shanshan remained unfazed. Just moments ago, she had noticed Mao Linhai's ears turning crimson during their conversation. His gaze clearly revealed a burgeoning affection. She believed that allowing him to wait a few months would be fruitful. Though her heart lingered on Wang Jichuan, she recognized that Mao Linhai was a commendable choice. Although their exchange was brief, it served as a subtle game of seduction on her part. Upon her return, Lu Shanshan recounted her meeting with Mao Linhai to Yusha. Yusha cautioned, do not become overly complacent. Matters of marriage are governed by parental arrangement. The matchmaker has informed me that his mother seems to harbor some reservations, and I wonder if your health issues have been disclosed. Previously, only her sister-in-law had known, and it was only when her second sister-in-law mentioned the funds for medicine that she discovered it. Do you suspect your second sister-in-law of disclosing your circumstances? That would serve her no advantage. She wishes for you to find a good match. That is not what I meant. Shanshan, speak honestly with your mother. Why do you hesitate to become engaged? Do you harbor other intentions? Yusha was perplexed. No, nothing of the sort. I merely worry about my health. In a prestigious family like the Yongding Marquis and Appo's, yes, even if he is not the legitimate son, he must have heirs. If I cannot restore my health, then even if I marry, you may seek children elsewhere. Your health is quite stable now. It is best to marry young and bear children early. Even if that does not happen, there will naturally be other means. Mother, I understand. I shall keep in touch with young Master Mao. I have my own methods. Yusha felt helpless. Her daughter had grown, developing her own thoughts. However, the matchmaker assured her that young Master Mao's intentions were resolute, and his mother had agreed to wait. Very well, let them cultivate their rapport first. A connection based on mutual affection is far preferable to a blind marriage. Chapter 46. Applying medicine after being away for over 20 days, Lu Chong finally returned. He appeared considerably thinner, his skin darker, and fatigue was evident in his every feature. Upon his arrival, he hardly exchanged a few words before collapsing onto his bed in slumber. Lin Shishi summoned Anqing, inquiring about their recent activities. Anqing also looked gaunt and tanned, with a fresh scar on his face, still scabbed. He lowered his head, avoiding Lin Shishi's gaze, and murmured, Madam, the master has been exceedingly busy lately, scarcely getting adequate rest. He just needs to recuperate. Anqing, lift your head, she urged. Reluctantly, he raised his gaze, yet his eyes avoided meeting hers. Look at you, sunburned like a monkey. It has been snowing in the capital lately, or overcast. Who has darkened your skin? Madam. We have been outdoors every day and neglected our personal care, hence the darker complexion, Anqing replied nervously. Your reluctance to speak is one thing, but treating me as an outsider is another. I am merely concerned for you both. I am aware you are not in the capital, but rather adrift at sea. Lin Shishi remarked casually. Ah, madam, how did you know? Anqing exclaimed in surprise. Just a guess, she replied nonchalantly. Madam, the master has sustained injuries. Look. Anqing initially hesitated to disclose this, but his concern for Lu Chang's wounds compelled him to speak. Lu Chang was in such a deep slumber that one could strike him several times without eliciting a response. Lin Shishi instructed Mama Zhang to prepare medicine nearby. Master, allow me to clean your wounds while you continue to sleep. No reply came. At first, Lin Shishi did not notice his injuries, but after Anqing's prompt, she conducted a thorough examination and discovered several wounds on his hands and feet, none of which were life-threatening. However, one gash on his shoulder was deep enough to expose bone, haphazardly wrapped in cloth. Using scissors, Lin Shishi tore his clothing to begin applying medicine. These skills she had acquired in her previous life, where she often tended to her own wounds, as well as those of her child. As she treated the wounds on his hands and feet, Lu Chang remained unresponsive. The shoulder wound was particularly grave, with necrotic tissue present, raising her concerns of infection. She carefully cleaned it with cotton. Lu Chang groaned softly, awakening with a start. "Master, just a little longer. I will disinfect it shortly," Lin Shishi spoke soothingly. He gazed at her deeply before closing his eyes again, seemingly returning to slumber. Though his slightly trembling frame and the beads of sweat on his forehead silently conveyed his struggle to endure the pain. When Lu Chang awakened, it was already the next day. After a night's rest, the pain in his wounds had subsided. "Thank you for tending to my injuries," he said upon seeing Lin Shishi embroidering a pouch in the room. "I merely did a little. It would be best for you to consult a physician," she replied. "There's no need. I feel much better. It seems your care was quite thorough. How did you acquire such knowledge?" he inquired, noting that in the past, his injuries were either self-treated or handled carelessly by Anqing, only seeking a doctor when a matter grew severe. This time, however, such wounds were evidently not suitable for external scrutiny. "I learned from my mother. She often traveled with my father and sometimes had to manage without a capable physician," she explained. Lu Chang regarded her with a gaze that seemed to shimmer like stars. In his eyes, she was a delicate young lady, unafraid and unrepulsed by the sight of his injuries, managing to treat them with such care. It was indeed surprising. "Do not disclose my injuries to anyone," he instructed. "I understand. I will keep silent," she assured him. "If you plan to return to the sea, please inform me. My parents have some acquaintances who may be of assistance." "How did you know I went to sea?" Lu Chang's eyes sharpened with intent. "Anqing told me," Lin Shishi replied without a moment's hesitation. Anqing sneezed from the adjoining room, the chill of the day becoming increasingly palpable. "These matters are confidential, so please do not speak of them outside," Lu Chang cautioned thoughtfully. "I understand. We are united as husband and wife. I would never betray you," she reassured him. Hearing this, Lu Chang lifted his gaze to her, and Lin Shishi smiled in response. Lu Chang's eyes flickered momentarily. "Master, you should change your clothes first," she suggested, picking up a deep blue brocade robe that had been prepared earlier. His attire, now in tatters from the scissors, resembled that of a beggar. "I can manage myself," Lu Chang insisted, turning aside as Lin Shishi reached out to assist him. "Are you sure?" she inquired. "Indeed," he affirmed, taking the garment to change behind the screen. "I will fetch you something to eat. Take your time," Lin Shishi said, rising to leave the room, allowing him the privacy to change at his own pace. After a while, Lin Shishi called from outside. "Master, may I come in?" "Yes," he replied. Chunyu and Lin Shishi entered, carrying 2 trays laden with an array of dishes. Lu Chang had already changed his clothes, but his hair remained disheveled. "Master, allow me to help you with your hair," Lin Shishi offered. Though Lu Chang initially contemplated asking Anqing to assist, he realized it was inappropriate for a man to enter the bedroom, so he acquiesced to Lin Shishi and Appo's as help. Chunyu arranged the dishes on the table, while Lin Shishi gently combed through his hair, her touch tender and delicate. Lu Chang held his breath as Chunyu glanced over, noting the flush of his ears. Lin Shishi, oblivious, recalled how she had once styled Lu Su and Appo's hair and found herself reminiscing about her past life. She had always admired Lu Su and Appo's hair, and now she noticed that Lu Chang's was equally dark and lustrous. "Is it done?" Lu Chang asked as she paused in her movements. "Almost. Just a moment," Lin Shishi replied, quickly securing his hair with a gold crown. Lu Chang seated himself to eat. "Are you not having any?" he inquired, noticing only one set of utensils on the table. "I have already eaten," she replied. "Chunyu, you may leave us," Lu Chang instructed, allowing the maid to exit and close the door behind her. Lin Shishi approached, serving him a bowl of congee. "I can do it myself," Lu Chang insisted as she placed the bowl before him. You should minimize movement with your arm, she advised, continuing to serve him dishes from the table. Lu Chang ceased his objections and quietly finished his meal. I will be going to the palace later. Do not wait up for me tonight, he informed her. Oh, she replied, looking up to meet his gaze. Tomorrow, I intend to visit your uncle. Have you discovered anything regarding my parents' situation? She asked. Lu Chang returned her gaze thoughtfully and replied, Do you believe your parents' matters are mere coincidence? In that moment, Lin Shishi realized that his recent departure was likely tied to her parents' issues. However, he did not seem to trust her enough to share details, preferring to seek out Lin Ju instead. In his eyes, she might still appear as a naive young lady, ignorant of the world's intricacies. Even if he were to confide in her, she might not articulate her thoughts clearly or, upon learning the truth, succumb to tears, risking the revelation of sensitive information. Lu Chang was indeed contemplating these matters. Lin Ju had divulged the events of years past, aligning with the inquiries he was currently pursuing. Though the deceased were Lin Shishi's parents, he did not intend to discuss the matter extensively with her. Had he not been utterly fatigued upon his return and found the study's bedding missing, he would have opted to sleep there, concealing his injuries from Lin Shishi. He remained apprehensive that she might inadvertently disclose details of his maritime injuries to Lu Su, Yu Shi, or anyone else in the household. Chapter 47. Dream Communication. It is no wonder that Lu Chang holds such a view. Were it not for her past life experiences, Lin Shishi might have betrayed Lu Chang at any moment. Marriage alone is insufficient. Trust must also be established, she mused. Before embarking on her overseas journey, my mother visited me in the capital, stating that this mission to 8 foreign nations would last over half a year. She mentioned that more than 20 ships were setting sail together, with our Lin family owning 9, marking the largest expedition to date. My mother expressed concern about her health, having spent years at sea, exposed to the elements. She declared that if this venture succeeded, she would no longer travel personally, wishing instead to rest and perhaps bear a child, longing to see me wed. The fleet carried a significant portion of the Lin family's wealth. Accidents at sea are common. However, it is perplexing when more than 20 ships suddenly vanish, along with all aboard. Having lived through a previous life, Lin Shishi sensed something amiss, though regrettably, her knowledge was limited. Did your mother mention anything else? Lu Chang inquired. Lin Shishi focused intently, suddenly recalling a detail. My mother told me that she discussed the matter with my aunt, who later mentioned a nobleman requesting my mother to carry some goods. My mother was quite troubled by this. Oh, who is this nobleman, and why the difficulty? Lu Chang pressed. My mother did not divulge his identity. The requested cargo was extensive and included contraband items from the court. Yet this nobleman held a prominent status, and my parents likely felt unable to refuse, which left them in distress. My mother, seeing my youth, refrained from elaborating further. Lu Chang recalled that Lin Shishi was only 12 at that time. Although Lin Shishi's mother never mentioned the nobleman's name, she speculated, drawing on her past life experiences, that this nobleman must be the 8th prince, and the contraband involved was weaponry. However, how could she convey these conjectures to Lu Chang without leading him astray? My lord, during the time surrounding my mother's death, I frequently had nightmares, hearing her cry out for mercy from the 8th prince, yet I never heard her mention him while alive. Lin Shishi suddenly realized she could use her dreams as a means of hinting at the situation. The 8th prince? Lu Chang asked, perplexed. He was skeptical of supernatural matters, yet the thought of her mother actually calling for the 8th prince intrigued him. Indeed, I later inquired about the 8th prince and learned he is the son of the current empress. I was taken aback and burned some joss paper for my mother, urging her not to call out to such a person. He is beyond our reach. After that, my mother ceased to visit me in dreams. As Lin Shishi spoke vividly, Lu Chang found himself persuaded. It seemed there truly was such a phenomenon as posthumous dreams. It is merely a dream. Perhaps your mother's death has profoundly affected you, leading to such erratic visions. The 8th prince is unlikely to be connected to your situation. Such words should never be spoken to anyone. It could bring dire consequences. Lu Chang comforted Lin Shishi, yet his tone was grave. If these words reached the ears of the 8th prince and Amp, Oppo's associates, she would be in peril. Lin Shishi nodded, replying, I feel the same. As a commoner, I dare not entangle myself with royalty. Lu Chang, taken aback, reflected on Lin Shishi's lingering suspicions regarding her parents' demise. How had she endured these years? The more he interacted with her, the more he realized she was unlike what he had initially perceived. She was resilient, intelligent, and strong. Rest assured, if your parents were truly wronged, the truth will one day be revealed, Lu Chang reassured her, silently promising. His hands gently rested on her shoulders, seemingly offering solace. Lin Shishi looked up, finding warmth and tenderness in his gaze. Yes, she affirmed. In that moment, their breaths mingled. My lord, it is time for us to depart. A voice called from outside, breaking the moment. Both froze in place. My lord, allow me to drape a cloak over you. It is cold outside, and you have lost blood, Lin Shishi said as she removed a padded cloak from the rack and prepared to drape it over Lu Chang. He bent slightly, permitting her to cover him. She then rose on her tiptoes, fastening the front ties. My lord, silence. Lu Chang called out to the outside. The voice ceased. I am leaving, Lu Chang said to Lin Shishi, who nodded and smiled as she bid him farewell. No sooner had Lu Chang departed than Lu Shanshan entered. Sister-in-law, has my brother gone? She inquired. Yes, sister-in-law. Could you ask him to help me find out where young Master Wang is currently residing? As a lieutenant of the Qianyo Guard, locating someone in the capital should be relatively easy. Wait until this evening when your brother returns. You can speak to him then. My relationship with him is rather ordinary, Lin Shishi replied, not wishing for her to find Wang Jichuan. Lu Shanshan did not seem bothered by Lin Shishi's response, for she believed Lin Shishi's connection with Lu Chang was far from ordinary. However, the crux of the matter was that her own relationship with Lu Chang was also rather mundane. After all, Lin Shishi and he shared the same courtyard. Sister-in-law, I cannot discuss this with him. If my brother learns I am inquiring about an outsider, Lu Shanshan said. That is true. Yet if he discovers I am investigating an outsider, Lin Shishi retorted. Lu Shanshan spent a sum of silver to discreetly gather information, but alas, it was as if searching the depths of the ocean. She felt a twinge of regret for not having established a better rapport with Lu Chang in the past. This matter could not be discussed with Lu Su either. Even if he were aware, as a scholar, what could he possibly do? She gazed at Lin Shishi, suddenly feeling envious. The man she married, Lu Chang, was only in his early 20s and already held a 4th-rank title, a rarity in the capital. Even if Wang Jichuan were to achieve the highest honors, he would struggle to match Lu Chang's position. Previously, influenced by the Yu family, she had only harbored resentment towards Lu Chang. It was her mother who had orchestrated the union between Lin Shishi and Lu Chang, which now seemed quite farcical. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Shishi asked, noticing the sudden envy in her eyes. In nothing. Sister-in-law, your brother has only just returned with great difficulty. He should not leave you alone all day, making you endure an empty house. I truly feel for you, Lu Shanshan blurted out. Indeed. Thus, Shanshan, you must find a man who treats you sincerely. If he does not value you, you may end up like me, Lin Shishi replied, unperturbed. Taking in her words, Lu Shanshan pondered thoughtfully. Sister-in-law, then I shall not mention this matter to my brother, she said as she prepared to leave. Chapter 48. Severing Ties, Mother Zhang. Where do you suppose Master Wang has moved to? Pondered Lin Shishi after Lu Shanshan's departure. Since that incident, Wang Jichuan had ceased his lessons at the Lin residence, opting instead to send a letter of resignation. Subsequently, he had vanished without a trace. This Master Wang certainly possessed a temper. Having relinquished his teaching position and lost his income, it was quite possible he had taken to selling calligraphy and paintings. In the days leading up to the new year, many would flock to purchase spring festival couplets, and Lin Shishi decided to visit the market. She spent 2 days wandering through several renowned calligraphy and painting markets in the capital, yet failed to encounter him. Just as she was about to give up, a familiar figure caught her eye around a corner. Wang Jichuan, clad in a square cap and an old padded long gown, sat behind a modest stall. Ah, Master Wang, is that truly you? Exclaimed Lin Shishi in surprise upon spotting him. Wang Jichuan's expression was complex as he forced a smile, replying, Madam Lin, this couplet you have written resonates with me deeply. I would like 10 sets Lin Shishi instructed Chunyu to wrap them up. Wang Jichuan pursed his lips, remaining silent while casting a complicated gaze at Lin Shishi. Does he despise not only Lu Shanshan, but also harbor resentment towards me? Lin Shishi mused. After all, in his eyes, she was merely complicit in the deception alongside Lu Shanshan, a conspirator in betraying his feelings. Lin Shishi pressed her forehead, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Regardless of his opinion of me, I must attend to matters today, she resolved inwardly. Master Wang, I recently read a story that perplexed me, and I seek your counsel. In the tale, a scholar received a token of love from a maiden, only to depart without a word. What do you make of such behavior? The maiden is now at a loss, uncertain whether to wait for him or seek another suitor. Wang Jichuan's face flushed with a mix of red and white. Lin Shishi placed the money down and remarked, in my view, one must have a clear stance. A woman's youth is not something to be postponed. With that, she tossed a note with Ding Momo's address before turning away with Chunyu, not waiting for his response. Once back in the carriage, Lin Shishi could not help but sigh. Madam, why the sigh after you have said your piece? Chunyu inquired. Lin Shishi shook her head, choosing not to respond. There had once been a glimmer of hope that Lin Nanan could forge a connection with him, but now, in his eyes, she and Lu Shanshan were akin to two peas in a pod, and surely he had grown weary of Lin Nanan as well. Enough of this, she muttered to herself. The following day, Ding Momo visited the Lin residence to seek out Lin Shishi, and the servants informed her of the visit. Lin Shishi sent Chunyu out to meet her. Upon Chunyu's return, she handed Lin Shishi a pouch, a letter, and a complete set of writing implements, gifts that Lu Shanshan had previously given to Wang Jichuan. Now returned to her. The letter was Wang Jichuan's farewell correspondence to Lu Shanshan. Lin Shishi tucked away the letter and pouch, instructing Chunyu to find a servant to deliver the writing implements to Miss Lu, claiming they were sent to her. As evening fell, a package indeed arrived for Lu Shanshan. I shall go to the coral courtyard to see, Lin Shishi declared. Oh, sister-in-law, how could he be so heartless as to return my gifts? Lu Shanshan wept. Lin Shishi gazed at the writing implements on the table and replied, Shanshan, it seems Master Wang truly wishes to sever ties with you. He likely does not wish to burden you. As a poor scholar, he feels unworthy of your noble status. Lu Shanshan shook her head vigorously, refusing to believe it. She cried bitterly, and Lin Shishi feigned comfort for a time before leaving her in the company of Hong Kei, growing weary of the charade. Such crocodile tears would not last long, Lin Shishi was certain. Once Lu Shanshan acknowledged that there was no hope with Wang Jichuan, she would promptly accept Mao Linhai's marriage proposal. Lin Shishi kept the pouch and letter close, anticipating their future utility. The sky was overcast, with light rain falling. Inside, the warmth of silver charcoal burned brightly, creating an atmosphere at least 20 degrees warmer than outside. Lin Shishi donned a gray, fitted dress and a pink embroidered double-layered outer garment, seated by the window, admiring a blooming winter plum. In her past life, she had met her end on a day just as frigid as this. Clad in thin garments and wrapped only in a light quilt, she had suffered through the cold. Shen Yujiao had sent people daily to administer cold medicine to her. She had perished from the chill. When Lu Shanshan had been young, she had come to the general's residence to deliver New Year gifts, taking particular delight in mocking her. Lin Shishi, you might as well die sooner, lest you ruin everyone else's festive spirit. Shanshan, please, save me. Get me out of here. For the sake of our sisterly bond, and for all the dowries I have given you, grant me a chance at life. I would serve you in the next life as a beast of burden. Bah! Do not speak of dowries. If my husband hears of it, I shall be the first to end you, and your illegitimate child as well. Ah, the foolishness of that past life. Madam, why are you in tears? Chunyu exclaimed in alarm. My eyes are stinging from this cold wind. Please close the window. Lin Shishi replied, hugging herself against the chill. Chunyu hurriedly shut the window. Is the master not returning? Lin Shishi inquired. Lu Chong had gone to the palace and had not returned for 2 days. Strangely, she found herself yearning to see him. It felt as if his presence, even in the study, would bring her solace. Chunyu shook her head. Yesterday, Anqing sent word that he would not be back, and there's been no news today. Please fill 2 bags with charcoal and take them to the old lady's quarters. The charcoal for the north courtyard is something I purchased from my own funds. The supply from the estate is wholly insufficient. Sierra, possessing great strength, went to deliver the charcoal and returned to inform Lin Shishi that she had encountered rending on the way. She spoke derisively, claiming we do not contribute to the master's salary, but enjoy it privately. Do not pay her any mind, Lin Shishi advised. She has never seen the master's salary and does not care whether it is paid or not. Next time she brings it up, tell her to go find the master herself if she wishes to inquire about his salary. My lady has never been privy to such matters. Chunyu instructed Sierra. Being honest, did not dare to retort to Rending's jibes. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps halted outside the door. The master has returned. Mama. Everyone inside was taken aback. Chunyu covered her mouth, realizing she had spoken the truth. The master would hardly hold it against her. Lu Chong strode in, clad in a dark blue military uniform adorned with a vividly embroidered tiger, clouds swirling at the hem. His tall figure exuded an aura of authority and presence. The master has returned, Lin Shishi exclaimed, rising with a smile to greet him. Chunyu poured tea, pressing her lips together as she and Sierra slipped out. Lu Chong, seemingly thirsty, drank deeply, and Lin Shishi stepped forward to refill his cup. Chapter 49. The Rules Master. Are you not going out today? Shall I help you change your clothes? Lin Shishi inquired. It was already time to light the lamps. He should be staying in the residence tonight. All right, Lu Chong replied succinctly. Lin Shishi fetched a set of light blue regular attire. Lu Chong stood up, allowing her to remove his belt and take off his outer official robes, leaving him in a simple white undergarment. How is your wound? Would you like me to help you change the dressing again? Lin Shishi was concerned about his injury, particularly the one on his shoulder. Everything else is fine. Just apply some medicine to the left shoulder, Lu Chong replied as he settled back down. Lin Shishi leaned forward, loosening his white garment. Fortunately, the white bandage showed no signs of bleeding. He had been careful these past few days. She leaned in closer, using medicinal cotton to disinfect the wound. Lu Chong inhaled the faint fragrance of osmanthus that lingered around her and found himself momentarily lost in thought, gazing at her dark hairband. The wound was healing well, but it would take a few more days to fully scab over. Lin Shishi completed the dressing and brought him a coat to wear. Are you feeling hot? Lu Chong asked. Lin Shishi was momentarily speechless, as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. The room was indeed warm, due to the ample charcoal fire. She awkwardly tried to hide her discomfort. He remained silent, sharing her sentiment of warmth. After taking another sip of tea, Lin Shishi refilled his cup. Were you discussing my salary earlier? Lu Chong suddenly remarked. After marriage, a husband's salary should be managed by his wife. I seem to have overlooked that. And no, that's not what I meant. It's from my mother's side. They want you to hand over your salary to the household, Lin Shishi hurriedly explained. She had no intention of controlling his finances. Although the salary of a fourth-rank military official was considerable, she did not lack for money. If she were to take his salary, it would be difficult to refuse if the Yu family demanded it. It was best to stay out of this matter. I will discuss it with my father, Lu Chong said, and the two fell into a momentary silence. Lin Shishi glanced outside. The sky was overcast. Are you hungry, master? Shall we have a meal? All right, Lu Chong replied. Lin Shishi called for Chunyu to set the table, and they dined together indoors. They had not properly shared many meals together. Lin Shishi was still unsure of his culinary preferences, as he seemed to eat almost anything. She took small bites, savoring her meal as she accompanied him. Seeing her nibble like a rabbit, Lu Chong pondered, is this how women eat? After their meal, Lu Chong retreated to his study. The floor heater was unlit, and Lin Shishi, worried about him getting cold, had Chunyu bring a pot of charcoal fire. Master has gone to see the Lord. Chunyu reported upon her return. He is likely discussing the salary matter. Lu Chong did not stay out late and returned to the room shortly after. Upon entering, he informed Lin Shishi, half of my salary will go to the household, while the other half I will give to Anqing to distribute as monthly allowances to the servants in the north courtyard. Any additional rewards from the court will be brought back for you to keep. My mother's dowry has been managed by my uncle, and now that I am married, my uncle wishes to return it to me, which you will also oversee. What do you think? Mother's belongings should remain with you, Lin Shishi stammered, refusing in a flustered manner. In this lifetime, she merely wished to preserve her own life and the little inheritance left by her parents. She had never imagined that someone would entrust their family wealth to her. In her previous life, she had been a concubine of Lu Su, never having seen a single coin of his. Though Lu Chang's words were not filled with sweet nothings, her eyes grew moist. She lowered her head, pretending to fiddle with a hairpin on the table. Lu Chang found her demeanor utterly charming. Let us discuss it again after the new year. There will be a court banquet the day after tomorrow. You should accompany me, he suggested. Can I really go? Lin Shishi looked up, her dark eyes sparkling. You've never been to the palace, have you? Lu Chang observed her childlike innocence. Never, Lin Shishi shook her head. She had yet to step foot in the palace in either of her lives. Then I will get to meet the emperor, the empress, and the empress dowager? She asked curiously. You should be able to, Lu Chang replied with a smile. I see the emperor daily, and it can be a bit tiresome. Lin Shishi earnestly inquired about attire and etiquette. Lu Chang patiently explained everything to her. For uncertainties, it and oppose, it's best to speak less and bow more. A palace matron will come tomorrow to teach you proper etiquette and the palace rules. As they conversed, their relationship grew significantly closer. Lying in bed, Lin Shishi continued to ask him about the Empress Dowager and the Emperor and Appo's temperament. They no longer sat as far apart as before. Sleep now. Once you meet them, it will all make sense. They have 2 eyes and a nose, just like us, Lu Chang said, suddenly reaching out, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Pulling her close under his armpit, their bodies nearly touching. Lin Shishi murmured in response, not daring to speak further or push him away, feeling his warm breath gently cascading over the top of her head. It was only after she finally drifted into slumber that Lu Chang slowly opened his eyes. His dark pupils resembled faintly glowing stars hidden within the vastness of a deep night sky, quietly concealed in the endless darkness. The next morning, before Lin Shishi awoke, Lu Chang had already left the residence. Master said he would not return tonight. He wants you to diligently learn the rules from the matron. The day after tomorrow, he will have Anqing come to take you to the palace, Chunyu informed her. Afternoon, indeed, an elderly matron arrived from the palace, introducing herself as Aunt Xiang. Though somewhat stern, she was dedicated to her teaching. Lin Shishi learned quickly, being polite, and even slipped her a couple of small gifts, which warmed Aunt Xiang's demeanor. The news of the palace matron's arrival to teach etiquette quickly spread throughout the residence. Taking advantage of a visit, Lu Shanshan rushed over, eager to join in the learning. Aunt Xiang was less cordial with her, replying in a sardonic tone, the palace rules are only applicable within the palace. Outside, they hold no value. May I ask when you plan to enter the palace, miss? Lu Shanshan's face contorted in anger. You are just a servant from the palace, yet you dare act so superior? Seeing Aunt Xiang, who dressed simply and was of considerable age, Lu Shanshan concluded that she was no one of importance to teach etiquette outside the palace. I am a servant of the palace, attending to the emperor and empress. Not someone you can command, Aunt Xiang retorted sharply. A resounding slap echoed as she struck Lu Shanshan. You dare hit me? Lu Shanshan looked at Aunt Xiang in disbelief. Lin Shishi was equally taken aback by Aunt Xiang's fierce temperament. Aunt Xiang remained unfazed, merely smirking. A hit is a hit. Go ahead and report it if you wish. Young miss, I have imparted the rules to you. I must return to the palace now. Throughout, she never referred to herself as a servant, speaking in a calm and unhurried manner, clearly not regarding Lu Shanshan with any respect. Chapter 50. Pretending to be dead you. Tell me, which palace are you from and what duties do you have? Lu Shanshan's small face turned pale as she angrily questioned. It was utterly disgraceful to be struck by a servant in her own household. I am merely responsible for tending to the flowers and plants. I am Aunt Xiang. The old servant replied. You shall not leave here today without consequence. Lu Shanshan, realizing that she was merely tasked with menial duties, stood defiantly in front of her. Although Lin Shishi felt that Aunt Xiang's actions were somewhat excessive, she believed that since the blow had already been dealt, and Lu Shanshan had brought this upon herself, it was best to avoid escalating the situation. She approached Lu Shanshan and said, Shanshan, Aunt Xiang was invited by the master to teach me. She's a guest. Big sister-in-law, she just hit me. Are you not going to do anything? Lu Shanshan retorted angrily. Aunt Xiang is a person of significance before the emperor. Even the master shows her deference. Today you are at fault first, so let us downplay this incident. Lin Shishi warned Lu Shanshan, deliberately elevating Aunt Xiang's status. Aunt Xiang cast a curious glance at her. Very well, you are all in cahoots. I shall inform my mother, Lu Shanshan said, realizing she would gain no favor here. Frustrated, she covered her face and fled. Having endured such humiliation for the first time in her life, especially at the hands of a servant, compounded by her grievances over Wang Jichuan, she was in a foul mood. Lin Shishi turned apologetically to Aunt Xiang. Aunt Xiang, please forgive her. She has been spoiled in this household. Allow me to escort you out. Aunt Xiang's expression remained indifferent as she regarded Lin Shishi. Lin Shishi personally accompanied her to the door. Upon her return, she found Rinzhong waiting for her at the north courtyard entrance. Madam, the mistress requests your presence, Rinzhong announced. Lin Shishi understood that Lu Shanshan had gone to complain. She exchanged a knowing glance with Mama Zhang and followed Rinzhong. Inside the room were Yu Shi, Lu Shanshan, and Shun Yujiao. Mother, Lin Shishi greeted respectfully. You have sent someone away? Yu Shi's tone was grim. Yes, Lin Shishi confirmed. Kneel, Yu Shi commanded in a low voice. Mother, I am unaware of what wrong I have committed. Lin Shishi feigned innocence. Unaware? You aided a servant in bullying your sister. I have never laid a hand on Shanshan at her age. Mother, I did not assist anyone. It was Shanshan who spoke disrespectfully and confronted Aunt Xiang. I merely failed to intervene in time. Were you unable to intervene, or did you simply not wish to? Why then did you hastily send that servant away? Since you chose to send her off, you must bear the consequences. This was utterly unreasonable. It was clear that Lu Shanshan had provoked trouble herself. Mother, my sister-in-law is attending her first palace banquet. She must surely wish to endear herself to the palace maids and matrons. It is understandable, as she has never had the chance to engage with palace affairs before. Alas, it is so cold. I have no desire to attend. Yet I must go to the palace tomorrow. However, I need not study any palace etiquette, as this is not my first visit. Shun Yujiao interjected, her tone laced with sarcasm. Shanshan, if you wish to learn, that is commendable. Yet, what etiquette can you possibly learn from your sister-in-law? For future matters, consult your second sister-in-law, Yu Shi instructed Lu Shanshan. Lu Shanshan hung her head, unable to swallow her indignation while not wanting to offend Lin Shishi too severely at this moment. How dare you not kneel? Yu Shi glared at Lin Shishi, who stood calmly listening to their exchange, showing no inclination to kneel. Mother, I do not dare, Lin Shishi replied. However, I'm still unclear on what my transgression is. Shanshan offended Aunt Xiang, and Aunt Xiang merely disciplined her. I did not intervene. Isn't Aunt Xiang someone you invited? Did you not send her away? Yu Shi and Appo's anger flared as she realized Lin Shishi and Appo's defiance. Ever since Lin Shishi became involved with Lu Chang, she had transformed entirely, no longer respecting her aunt or mother-in-law. Aunt Xiang was invited by the master. Just yesterday, he informed me that she is a person of high esteem before the emperor, deserving of respect. As the mistress of this household, I cannot recklessly offend her. Furthermore, we cannot detain someone from the palace. Well, sharp tongue. You. Kneel. Yu Shi suddenly trembled all over and fell back against the chair. Mother, quickly, summon the physician to check on her. Big sister-in-law, look at what you have done to mother. Kneel and atone for your sins. Shun Yujiao threatened. Yu Shi had always been in good health and had never shown signs of illness, save for 2 occasions when she feigned sickness due to jealousy over Lu Yinyang. Lin Shishi had no intention of kneeling, nor would she bow to Shun Yujiao's intimidation. Sister-in-law, please help mother back to her chamber. They all scrambled to assist Yu Shi back to her room. The physician arrived, examining her and declaring it a case of excessive anger, advising her to rest. Big sister-in-law, you have caused mother to fall ill. This is unfilial. You shall remain here kneeling until she awakens for punishment. Shun Yujiao chastised Lin Shishi. The weight of filial duty was suffocating, as she relied on this principle to exert her power. Lin Shishi cast a glance at the feigned unconscious Yu Shi. Estimating the timing, Lin Shishi knelt beside Yu Shi's bed, weeping and wailing, Mother, please do not frighten me. I truly did not intend for anyone to bully Shan Shan. When the master returns tonight, I shall have him summon Aunt Xiang back to apologize to my sister, Sob Sob. What play are you performing? You sure? Lu Huaishi burst into the room in a fit of anger. He glanced at Lin Shishi, who was crying pitifully on the floor, and commanded, "Get up." In an instant, he rushed to Yu Shi's bedside, tearing the covers away. "Father, mother has fallen ill due to my sister-in-law's actions. Please do not." Shen Yujiao attempted to intervene. "This has nothing to do with you. Stand aside," Lu Huaishi retorted, casting a glance at Shen Yujiao. Yu Shi's heart raced. How did he arrive? She could no longer maintain her charade. Yu Shi knew that Lu Huaishi despised any disturbances during the New Year celebrations. She feigned a weak demeanor, slowly opening her eyes and resting her hand on her forehead. "What kind of nonsense is this, Yu Shi? You dare offend a matron from the palace? Do you wish for disorder in this household?" Just moments ago, Mama Zhang had elaborated on Aunt Xiang's esteemed status. "Master, you misunderstand me. It was Lin Shishi who allowed outsiders to bully Shan Shan." "Silence. If you hold such influence, then you may enter the palace yourself tomorrow to seek justice for your daughter." Yu Shi's face flushed with shame. The New Year was no time for such antics. "Everyone return to your own quarters. We must pay respects to our ancestors shortly. Do not linger here," Lu Huaishi commanded Lin Shishi, Shen Yujiao, and Lu Shanshan. The three of them walked away, heads bowed in silence. Lu Huaishi shot one last glance at Yu Shi before scoffing and leaving. Although Lin Shishi had not truly suffered, Mama Zhang was still deeply concerned, advising, "Madam, she's your elder, and her status looms over you. The master is seldom home, so it will be wise to maintain a distance." Lin Shishi nodded. Since she could not address Yu Shi directly at this time, she would turn her focus to her pampered daughter instead. "Today, you may pretend to be dead, but one day, I shall ensure you truly suffer from your own ire." Before long, someone arrived to summon them all to the ancestral hall to bow in respect to their forebears. Everyone proceeded to the hall, where Lin Shishi understood the customs mandated that the masters must bow and the men must offer incense to their ancestors. The servants were to bow only after the masters had completed their rites. Having received a tongue lashing from Lu Huaishi, Yu Shi had fully recovered, and both Shen Yujiao and Lu Shanshan were present, as were Lu Huaishi and Lu Su. Due to Lin Shishi's reduced presence in the household, she had not encountered Lu Su in quite some time. Lu Su cast a swift glance at her, then lowered his gaze. Shen Yujiao fixed a vigilant stare upon her. Yu's eyes blazed with fury. Lin Shishi feigned ignorance, standing innocuously by. "Master, everything is ready." The steward of the estate addressed Lu Huaishi. The ancestral hall was aglow with burning red candles, bright and resplendent. All the sacrificial offerings had been meticulously arranged. "Please invite the old matriarch to join us," Lu Huaishi said. He exhibited profound filial piety, always ensuring that everything was in order before bringing the old matriarch over. Chapter 51. Ancestral worship. The atmosphere was solemn as everyone stood in silence. The masters were inside the ancestral hall, while those of lower status stood outside. Soon, Aunt Fong approached with news that the matriarch was unwell and would not attend this year's ancestral worship, entrusting Lu Huaishi to oversee the ceremony. Lu Huaishi, concerned, inquired about the matriarch's condition. Aunt Fong explained that the matriarch had suffered a coughing fit and had not been able to sleep well, and that the physician advised her to continue her medication until the weather improved. Lu Huaishi urged Aunt Fong to take good care of her. The ceremony commenced, and once completed, guests began to depart in small groups, leaving only a few rough hands to clean up. Lu Su glanced at Lin Shishi's retreating figure and left with Shen Yujiao. Lu Shanshan caught up with Lin Shishi and called out, "Sister-in-law, are you all right? I wasn't targeting you today. It was that palace maid who went too far, and I didn't expect mother to take offense at you." Lin Shishi smiled gently and replied, "I understand." Lu Shanshan leaned closer and whispered, "Sister-in-law, you must never speak of the young Master Wang as matter to anyone. Such things are mere hearsay without evidence." Lin Shishi patted her shoulder reassuringly. Lu Shanshan offered an embarrassed smile. During the New Year's Eve dinner, the matriarch was also absent. Lu Chang was not present either, but the palace had sent 4 dishes. With the household being small, even the 2 concubines joined the table. Lu Huaishi felt quite pleased, believing it to be a matter of pride. Aunt Lu, known for her desire to be in the spotlight, lavishly praised the palace dishes, claiming it was a privilege to taste food prepared by the imperial chefs, while also complimenting Lin Shishi. Lin Shishi, wishing to avoid inciting Yu Shi's displeasure, merely smiled politely at Aunt Lu. Lu Huaishi sampled the palace dishes, which, while not particularly exceptional, nevertheless uplifted his spirits. Yu Shi shot a disapproving glance at Aunt Lu and shifted the conversation to Lu Chong, saying, "My lord, after the new year, Su Gu'er will be going to the Hanlin Academy. This year is indeed a promising start for the household." Lu Huaishi nodded, beginning to praise Lu Su and Shun Yujiao. In high spirits, he drank a few more cups of wine. Lin Shishi focused on her meal. Noticing her indifference towards the situation, Lu Su felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. After the meal, Yu Shi took Shin Yujiao to her courtyard, saying she had something to discuss. Lin Shishi chose to ignore them, recognizing their display of affection as mere boasting. Once she calculated that Lu Su had gone far enough, she set off towards the northern courtyard with Chunyu. As night fell, lanterns lined the path, barely illuminating the way. Shishi, a voice suddenly emerged from the darkness as a tall man stepped forward. "Second Master, what brings you here?" Lin Shishi gasped in surprise, only regaining composure when she recognized Lu Su. Lu Su stood before her, his shadow elongated by the light. "Chunyu, I need to speak to your mistress privately. Please do not follow," he instructed. Chunyu hesitated, uncertain of what to do. Shishi, it will only be a brief conversation. You wouldn't want me caught up in any unnecessary commotion, would you?" Lu Su's gaze remained steadfast. The winter wind cut through the air, and Lin Shishi regarded Lu Su, unable to discern his expression in the dark, yet understanding his stubbornness. "Second Master, let's speak here. Chunyu is my attendant and does not need to be dismissed." She refused to follow him. Lu Su bit his lip, but did not insist further. Sure, I'm going to the Hanlin Academy. Are you happy for me?" There was a hint of anticipation in his voice. "Congratulations, second brother. A capable sister-in-law ensures a bright future ahead for you," she replied. "You, Shishi, have you truly forgotten me? Do you not recall the promises you made me?" Lin Shishi's words struck a nerve, igniting his agitation. Chunyu held the lantern, anxiously surveying the surroundings. "Second Master, please be cautious with your words. If my sister-in-law were to hear, it would be difficult to explain. If there is nothing more, I shall take my leave." Her clarity shattered Lu Su's heart. "No, I refuse to believe you have forgotten. You vowed we would be together for life. Sure. Feelings do not change simply because you have married someone else. I remain the same." He stepped closer, towering over her. Sure, I am no less capable than your brother. I will do everything in my power to succeed at the Hanlin Academy to avoid disappointing you." "And what of it? I am now your sister-in-law," Lin Shishi retorted coldly. "I cannot forget you. I just want to see you. Please do not shut me out." "Second Master, you are about to become a court official. Do you understand our current standings? If we were to become entangled, it could ruin your future. So, I ask you, have you truly considered this?" Lin Shishi's gaze was unwavering, her voice resolute. Currently, she was his sister-in-law, and any scandal would jeopardize both of their futures. She was prepared to confront him, knowing he would not dare to act rashly. Sure, you misunderstand me. I merely wish for you to remember the past, as I have not forgotten," he expressed in anguish. "Second Master, it is too cold outside. I shall return. If you need to contemplate, please do so." Lin Shishi had no interest in his emotional turmoil and sought to leave. Sure, are you truly this heartless?" Lu Su attempted to grasp her arm. The thought of her lying in bed with Lu Chong twisted his heart in agony. A sudden slap resounded as Lin Shishi struck him, leaving him stunned. "Who is there?" A deep male voice called from the shadows, startling Lu Su. "Madam, I'm on patrol. Do you require assistance?" It was the guard Long E. "The second master has had too much to drink. Let him cool off, and please escort me back," Lin Shishi instructed. Long E followed her as they walked towards the northern courtyard, leaving Lu Su behind. Since their marriage, she had not spoken to him privately, believing the matter settled. Yet he remained unrelenting. Remembering how he had once violated her, she felt repulsed. The more unattainable he became, the more he craved her. She feared he would continue to pursue her in the future. Upon entering the northern courtyard, Lin Shishi thanked Long Yi, saying, "Earlier, the second master wanted to speak with me. Madam, I saw nothing. There is no need for you to explain." Long Yi interrupted, cutting her off. Lin Shishi pondered how to address the situation when he interjected. Very well. She returned to her room, her emotions in turmoil. She despised Lu Su. In this lifetime, she would not allow herself any emotional ties with him. Yet, she was unwilling to simply let him go. Chapter 52. Entering the palace on the first day of the new year, a grand banquet was held in the imperial palace. Enqing arrived early to escort Lin Shishi, while Shen Yujiao accompanied Lu Su. Lin Shishi had initially intended to wear the exquisite garment crafted from golden brocade that Lu Chang had gifted her. But her unfamiliarity with the palace's customs prompted her to discreetly inquire with Aunt Xiang the previous day. Aunt Xiang merely advised her to refrain from drawing attention to herself. Contemplating her position as Lu Chang's wife, Lin Shishi recognized that although young fourth-rank military officials were rare in the capital, those attending the palace banquet were certainly of notable stature. Given her lack of substantial backing, her best strategy was to avoid mistakes and not stand out unduly. Thus, she selected an outfit of sober colors and dignified style. Adorning her hair were 2 golden hairpins and a pair of delicate glass earrings, projecting an image of composure without ostentation. In contrast, Shen Yujiao was clad in a vibrant peach-pink outfit, topped with a light blue embroidered cloak. Her hair was elaborately styled in layers, crowned with several ornate hairpins, exuding opulence. "Sister-in-law, why do you dress so conservatively?" Shen Yujiao scoffed. "Dear sister, I am the elder sister-in-law, naturally distinct from you." Lin Shishi deftly asserted her status. As if anyone needs reminding of that, Shen Yujiao huffed disdainfully. Lu Su cast a brief glance at Lin Shishi before lowering his gaze, indifferent to the bickering between the two women. As the daughter of the Minister of War, Shen Yujiao was well aware of her standing, especially given that the current empress was a distant relative. Each took their respective sedan chairs, with Shen Yujiao urging the driver to hasten, wishing to take the lead. However, Enqing deftly maneuvered the horse to block her path. "You insolent servant, step aside," Shen Yujiao scolded, but Enqing ignored her, patiently awaiting Lin Shishi to settle in. "How dare you?" Shen Yujiao, accustomed to indulgence, angrily dismounted her carriage, seeking to confront Enqing. Yet before she could fully alight, Enqing cracked the whip, driving the carriage away, leaving Shen Yujiao fuming behind. "Quickly pursue them," she commanded as they traveled, directing the driver to chase after Enqing's carriage. However, Enqing's superior skill kept them trailing, enveloped in dust. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Su interjected, "Jiao Jiao, let her go her way. We shall proceed on ours. Why must there be a contest of precedence? That is unacceptable. We cannot allow a mere woman to lead. It will bring misfortune upon my husband this year." Lu Su had never heard such a superstition, but upon hearing it, he felt a twinge of unease. "If you cannot catch up today, I shall not spare the whip when we return." The driver trembled under her threat. Yet, catching up was no simple task, as Lin Shishi's carriage was light, and Enqing was an adept driver. Despite their efforts, they remained behind, often nearly toppling over the carriage. Upon reaching the palace gates, the two carriages finally came to a halt, one behind the other. Shen Yujiao, flustered, leaped down and seized the driver's whip, accusing Enqing, "You wretched servant, did you not hear me tell you to stop?" Raising the whip to strike. Enqing swiftly caught it, pulling it away. "How dare you defy your betters?" Shen Yujiao seethed. "I would not dare, but I cannot allow myself to be unjustly struck." "Second lady, what causes your ire?" Enqing replied, maintaining her composure. Lin Shishi approached, observing Shen Yujiao with calculated leisure. "Our carriage bears the second master of the household. It is only right we proceed first. Why do you obstruct our path? This year, as he embarks on his official career, your actions may adversely affect his fortunes. What is this commotion at the palace gates?" A guard approached, spear in hand. "Sir," the guard recognized Enqing. Shen Yujiao paused, realizing her oversight. Lu Chang was a junior general responsible for palace security, and these guards were likely his subordinates. "I shall settle this matter with you later," Shen Yujiao threatened, dragging Lu Su forward. After all, she had been trailing. As long as she entered the palace ahead, that sufficed. And Qing ignored her, guiding Lin Shishi onward. Upon reaching the palace gates, the guards halted Shen Yujiao to inspect their passes, a customary procedure. She produced her pass, and so did Lu Su. The guard accepted them, but did not immediately check, instead allowing Lin Shishi and Qing to enter first. Hey, you haven't checked their passes yet. Why do they get to go in? Shen Yujiao, seeing Lin Shishi enter first, grew anxious. Lin Shishi turned back with a smile. Sister-in-law, your hairpin seems askew. The guard remained indifferent to Shen Yujiao's protests, examining the passes thoroughly while seeking a second opinion from fellow soldier. Are you finished yet? Shen Yujiao shouted in frustration. Go on in. The soldier waved them through. I will remember this, she threatened, adjusting her hairpin before finally following Lu Su into the palace. Lu Su, lips pressed together, walked upon the palace's stone pathway, his mood soured. Do not take those words to heart, second master. I was merely jesting. Shen Yujiao attempted to console him, believing he feared losing his fortunes. Lu Su remained silent. Numerous guests had been invited to the palace, with some familiar faces visiting various halls, while others gathered in the banquet hall. Lin Shishi, unfamiliar with anyone, settled quietly in the hall. Shen Yujiao sent a message to the empress through a palace maid, uncertain whether the empress would summon her. Their relationship was distant, having never met privately. Her mother had instructed her to deliver the message to the empress, but whether she would be received was at the empress's discretion. Shen Yujiao's sister-in-law had already been summoned by the empress dowager. Contemplating her situation, Shen Yujiao believed that as long as the empress was not foolish, she would be summoned. Given that her father was the minister of war and the empress's family was of diminishing influence, the Shen family had historical ties with the declining Hongnong Li family. And with the emergence of an empress, the minister had rekindled connections. Casting a contemptuous glance at Lin Shishi, poised yet unrecognized, she thought, what does it matter to attend a banquet if she remains unknown and insignificant? Unlike me, who has the means to navigate the court, she will simply fade into the background. Shen Yujiao's family had connections with the empress dowager, while she aimed to win favor with the empress, positioning herself amid the two most powerful women in the palace. Chapter 53. Meeting the empress, Shen Yujiao pulled Lu Su to sit beside Lin Shishi. Lin Shishi was uncertain of Shen Yujiao's intentions. Sister-in-law, this is your first visit to the palace, isn't it? Are you accustomed to it? Feel free to ask me anything you don't understand, Shen Yujiao said deliberately. Thank you, sister-in-law. I recall that second master also visited the palace for the first time. While eldest master frequents the palace daily, Lin Shishi replied nonchalantly. Shen Yujiao was taken aback by her response. Indeed, Lu Chan often stayed close to the emperor, spending more time in the palace than at home. Shen Yujiao glanced around, just as the messenger maid returned. Madam Shen, the empress requests your presence. The maid's words were interrupted by Shen Yujiao's cheerful response. Thank you, your majesty. I shall go at once. Sister-in-law, the empress has summoned me, so I shall not accompany you, she added with a tone of pride. Madam Shen, the empress mentioned that the wife of the Lu family's eldest master has also arrived and requested for you sisters-in-law to go together. The maid quickly added upon noticing Shen Yujiao's intent to leave. Together? Shen Yujiao questioned, unsure if she heard correctly. Yes. It was a special instruction from the empress, the maid confirmed. Shen Yujiao cast a suspicious glance at Lin Shishi, who was equally puzzled. Sister-in-law, we are family. The empress merely wishes to meet us together. There is no need to be anxious. Shen Yujiao feigned nonchalance in front of the maid. Both Shen Yujiao and Lin Shishi speculated that the empress mistakenly thought they were sisters-in-law visiting the palace together. Lin Shishi remained silent, following the maid outside, her heart fluttering with trepidation. The palace was fraught with hidden depths, and she could hardly discern allegiances, so she opted to speak and act sparingly, hoping for the best. Upon arriving at the empress's residence in Kuining Palace, the maids ushered them inside. The empress is waiting for you. The maids led them directly in. The spacious pearwood chairs were adorned with embroidered cushions, and the palace exuded opulence while remaining warm. A young woman clad in a phoenix robe sat at the head, smiling as she watched them enter. We pay our respects to the empress, Both women greeted in unison. "Be at ease," the empress replied. Shen Yujiao lifted her gaze. She had seen the empress 2 years prior when she had just been crowned. Despite the passage of time, the empress's gentle smile bore an undercurrent of authority. Shen Yujiao's heart tightened. Lin Shishi dared to glance only once. The empress's bright eyes and radiant smile, coupled with her serene demeanor, exuded an air of grace that her grandmother had said indicated both fortune and wisdom. "You are the wife of Lord Liu, the Zhonglang Jiang? He has mentioned you, saying you possess a straightforward nature. Upon meeting you today, I find his words to be somewhat lacking," the empress remarked, leaving Lin Shishi bewildered. "Indeed, you are quite lovely," the empress continued languidly. "Thank you for your kind words, your majesty. I am but an ordinary woman. As long as I do not displease your majesty, that is my fortune," Lin Shishi replied humbly. The empress, appearing no more than a year or two older than Lin Shishi, was also a young woman. Women often compare their beauty, but Lin Shishi did not perceive the empress's flattery as a mere compliment. "Your sister-in-law is exceptionally beautiful, renowned for her beauty. Before she was married, suitors lined up to the palace, and it is indeed fortunate for my brother to have won such a beauty," Shen Yujiao interjected. Lin Shishi felt a surge of annoyance, though her expression remained composed. The empress glanced at Shen Yujiao, her gaze inscrutable, leaving Lin Shishi to ponder whether the empress looked down on her, given that her marriage to Liu Chong had been a matter of imperial decree. "Madame is beautiful and possesses a gentle disposition. Lord Liu is indeed fortunate," the empress remarked. "However, I feel something is amiss. It must be the color of your attire." As she spoke, she summoned a maid to bring forth a pair of purple and pink floral hairpins, personally placing them in Lin Shishi's hair. "See, this is much better. You are still quite young, younger than I. You should wear more vibrant clothing." A maid presented a copper mirror, and upon gazing into it, Lin Shishi noticed an enhancement to her appearance. "Your Majesty, your discerning eye is truly admirable. I, a mere servant, must learn from you henceforth." Shen Yujiao, observing the empress's unwavering attention on Lin Shishi, felt a twinge of anxiety. Her previous interjection had evoked an ambiguous reaction from the empress. Yet, as the empress adorned Lin Shishi with hairpins, Shen Yujiao's composure began to falter. The empress returned to her seat and addressed Shen Yujiao. "The last time I saw you, you were still Miss Shun. Now you are Mrs. Shun. Having what a worthy partner, I have yet to congratulate you." Shen Yujiao smiled, replying, "Your Majesty, you honor me with your words." The empress praised their handsome match and noted that Lu Su was soon to enter the Hamlin Academy, offering further compliments. Shen Yujiao beamed with delight. Afterward, the empress bestowed a gilded bracelet upon each of them, exchanged pleasantries, and they bowed in gratitude before exiting. Under the sunlight, Shen Yujiao gazed at the floral hairpins atop Lin Shishi's head, feeling a sharp pang of envy. Why had the empress singled her out and adorned her personally? Shen Yujiao and Appo's dissatisfaction simmered within, leading her to conclude that the empress lacked discernment and was unlikely to maintain her position. As the banquet commenced, the emperor, accompanied by the empress and a favored concubine, made his entrance. The empress dowager did not appear. Lin Shishi was seated towards the back, and, as the emperor emerged, she stood on her tiptoes to catch a glimpse, only to find Liu Chong, clad in a tiger-patterned robe, standing beside the emperor. Upon noticing her gaze, he offered her a subtle smile, leaving Lin Shishi momentarily flustered. Having never seen the emperor in her past life, she was eager to behold his visage in this one. Unbeknownst to her, her craning neck had been observed by him. The emperor was quite youthful, barely 20, younger than Liu Chong. Clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe, he appeared well-matched with the empress beside him. The favored concubine, however, bore a sharp gaze, seeming formidable. The emperor exchanged auspicious words and frequently raised his cup in toast, fostering an atmosphere of harmony. The palace's fruit wine was exquisite, and Lin Shishi, finding it mild, indulged in several cups. A rosy hue gradually crept across her cheeks. She discreetly beckoned a nearby maid, requesting assistance to the restroom. After spending a considerable time at the banquet with little to drink, she felt the urge to relieve herself likely exacerbated by the fruit wine. The maid, not daring to delay, guided her toward a nearby area. "Madam, it is just here. You may want to remember the way back. I must return to my duties." The maid pointed to the restroom located to the side of the banquet hall, accessible by taking a couple of turns. "Please wait for me here. I'm not familiar with the area, and I wouldn't want to get lost," Lin Shishi implored, discreetly offering her 2 gold coins. The maid's face brightened instantly, assuring Lin Shishi that she could wait without worry. Upon exiting the restroom, Lin Shishi found the maid still waiting at the entrance. The maid led her through the winding paths, and, as they turned a corner, Lin Shishi caught sight of a pavilion partially obscured by a plum blossom, presenting a lovely view. She couldn't and oppose. "Tea help but linger a moment longer. Do you like it? Shall I help you pluck a few branches?" A raspy male voice suddenly resonated from behind her. Chapter 54. Is he a prince? Lin Shishi was taken aback, releasing the plum blossom branch in her hand. The maid was equally startled, poised to bow, but was halted by the man's raised hand. A young man clad in a brown robe adorned with a 4-clawed dragon stood within the pavilion. He was a prince? "Thank you, esteemed sir, but I require nothing. I have matters to attend to and must take my leave," she replied. The man's hawk-like gaze swept over her. Having only glimpsed her profile before, he now beheld her in full and found her even more beautiful than he had imagined. Why had he never seen her before? "Which household do you belong to?" he inquired, towering before her. I am from the general of the state's household," Lin Shishi murmured, her head bowed, clenching the handkerchief in her grasp. The man stepped forward another pace. "The general of the state? Lu Chong? Are you the wife of the Lieutenant General Lu Chong?" "Indeed I am." The man regarded her with a knowing gaze, showing no intention of letting her pass. "Do you know who I am?" he asked, testing her. Lin Shishi shook her head. "Would you like to know?" He chuckled lightly, his demeanor somewhat frivolous. Flustered, Lin Shishi felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation at his teasing. "I must take my leave. My husband is waiting for me. He follows the emperor like a shadow. How could he have time for you?" He regarded her with a half-smile, observing her flustered state. "What will you do?" Lin Shishi retorted with annoyance. As she glared at him, the man burst into laughter, amused by her sudden fierceness. "I'm asking if you know who I am." "I do not," Lin Shishi admitted, her face flushed. "Yet you'll know in due time." The man slowly shifted aside, unexpectedly clearing the path. Lin Shishi seized the opportunity and hurriedly fled. Watching her frantic retreat, the man hooked his chin with his hand, his gaze lingering on her figure until she vanished from sight. I wondered why she seemed familiar. Turns out she's Lu Chang's daughter. With such looks, it is no wonder Lu Chang would agree to the marriage. A wicked smile flickered in the man's eyes, contrasting with his otherwise handsome features. Upon reaching the entrance of the banquet hall, Lin Shishi paused to catch her breath before gracefully stepping inside. "Big sister, where have you been so long? Surely, you Haven and Oppos, T grown tired of the palace and Oppos. As scenery?" Shun Yuyao teased. Lin Shishi managed a concealed smile, choosing not to respond. The maid beside her exhaled softly, and Qing nodded distantly towards Lu Chang, who cast a glance in Lin Shishi's direction before continuing to stand by the emperor. Lin Shishi dared not indulge in alcohol, only sipping delicately, eager for the event to conclude swiftly. "Minister Lu, I have heard that your newlywed wife is also in attendance today. The very one I arranged for you," the emperor declared suddenly. A murmur of surprise rippled through the banquet hall, which had been filled with the soft clinking of dishes and muted conversations. Heads turned curiously towards the emperor, some gazing down while straining to listen. Lu Chang bowed respectfully. "Your Majesty, my humble wife is indeed present in the hall. I shall bring her forth to offer a toast to you and the Empress." The emperor nodded, and the Empress smiled in acknowledgement. Lu Chang's tall figure moved gracefully through the hall, drawing the attention of many. Young women could not help but steal glances. Their cheeks flushed. He soon approached Lin Shishi, who stood further from the emperor, having missed much of the earlier conversation. Following the gaze of the crowd, she saw Lu Chang walking toward her. His expression was calm, his gaze fixed upon her, causing Lin Shishi to rise instinctively, allowing him to take her small hand as they moved forward together. All eyes fell upon the pair. Many present were aware of the scandal surrounding Lu Chang's marriage. First intimacy, then marriage. Though the current era was relatively open-minded, such conduct still drew disdain. Whispers suggested she was merely the daughter of deceased merchants. Some noblewomen, secretly envious of Lu Chang, undoubtedly cursed Lin Shishi, yet they rarely crossed paths with her, fueling speculation that she was cunning and fortunate enough to win the emperor's favor. Upon seeing her today, many gasped in astonishment. Although her attire was not ostentatious, her beauty was striking and her demeanor ethereal. In her dark, expressive eyes lay a blend of innocence, tranquility, and anticipation. With such a visage, it was no wonder heroes have historically acted for the sake of beauty. Previously, Lu Chang had always appeared cold, his gaze sharp enough to pierce. While many admired him, they also acknowledged what their families said, that he was not a suitable match. Yet this seemingly heartless man now held her hand in public, leading her before the emperor and empress, where Lin Shishi felt a surge of anxiety. Lu Chang gently squeezed her fingers to reassure her before releasing his grip. They bowed before the emperor, empress, and consort. The empress's warm smile eased Lin Shishi's tension, while the consort scrutinized her without comment. Minister Lu and his wife are a match made in heaven. My marriage proposal was indeed correct, the emperor proclaimed. Though young, he exuded maturity, as if he had experienced the weight of the world. Lin Shishi noted his clear features, feeling a sense of admiration. She was reminded of her past life, lamenting the untimely demise of a youth who had lost his throne and life. The emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. Lin Shishi's heart raced. Despite her efforts to mask her emotions, had he disowned her thoughts? Truly, the emperor was no ordinary man. Daring not to dwell on it, she lowered her gaze in increasing respect. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the emperor waved his hand. Minister Lu, you need not stay with me. Go, and tend to your wife. Laughter filled the room once more. Lu Chang expressed his gratitude to the emperor, escorting Lin Shishi back to her seat before sitting beside her. Shen Yuyao, witnessing her moment in the spotlight, felt a surge of jealousy as several guests inquired about Lin Shishi. Yet, with Lu Chang beside her, she hesitated to speak out, remaining silent after greeting him. Lu Su sat with two officials from the Hanlin Academy, all of whom would soon be his superiors. It was prudent to cultivate these relationships. Minister Lu, I initially thought you to be exceptionally talented, but your brother surpasses you, making one quite envious. A young man beside Lu Su remarked while pouring wine. Lu Su forced a smile, replying, You flatter me, Chao. Lu brother has chosen a commendable wife. He shall surely not fall short of his elder brother, Chao, Jianren said, attempting to provoke Lu Su. Lu Su struggled to maintain his composure. Lu Chang did not linger long beside Lin Shishi. He offered her a few morsels of food, exchanged a few tender words, then instructed her to take good care of herself before returning to his post. Yet, in that brief interlude, the guest's perception of Lin Shishi shifted, casting envious glances her way. Shen Yuyao bit her lip in frustration. She had once devised numerous schemes to disrupt their union and intended to collaborate with you to drive Lu Chang from the estate. Yet here they were, openly displaying their affection before her. As the legitimate daughter of a high-ranking official, she found herself compelled to address Lin Shishi as sister-in-law in public. A mere merchant and Appo's daughter. Yet she had been summoned by the emperor himself. Was it not due to Lu Chang's favor? With bitterness, she cast a resentful glance in Lu Su's direction. Chapter 55. Charcoal fire. As the banquet concluded, each returned to their respective homes. Lin Shishi was escorted back to her residence by Anqing, while Shen Yujiao returned with Lu Su. Shen Yujiao, burdened with grievances, could not help but vent to Lu Su along the way. She alternately lamented Lin Shishi's cunning and complained about the esteem the elder brother received before the emperor, leaving Lu Su feeling increasingly perturbed. Are you blaming me for lacking the ability to bring you glory? Lu Su's annoyance surfaced. I did not mean it that way, Shen Yujiao realized. Noticing the displeasure etched on Lu Su's face, she had not intended to provoke him. She fell silent, and the two returned home in a sullen mood. The more Shen Yujiao pondered, the more discontented she felt, prompting her to seek out Madame Yu in the Farong courtyard. Madame Yu, eager to inquire about the palace's affairs, welcomed her and instructed the maid to prepare tea and snacks. calling for Lu Shanshan to join them. The emperor summoned her for a conversation. The empress personally rewarded her with jewelry. Madame Yu and Lu Shanshan exchanged glances, perplexed. What makes her so special? Shun Yujiao asserted defiantly. Today, she stole the spotlight. Many sought to engage with her. Jiao, do not stoop to her level. Her background is hardly comparable to yours. One banquet does not elevate her status to yours. Madam, you consoled Shun Yujiao. Mother, enduring some grievances is trivial. It's just that the second master wore a long face today. Many regard the elder brother as the head of the household now, leaving the second master in the shadows. Madam Yu was taken aback. The three exchanged grave glances. This matter directly impacted their interests. If Lu Su were to become the heir, the standing of both Madame Yu and Shun Yujiao in the household would inherently shift. Lu Shanshan would also have a more formidable maternal family to rely on. Let's not lose our composure. After the Lantern Festival, Su'er will take his post at the Hamlin Academy. Jiao, this matter will require your assistance. Perhaps your father could exert some influence on Lu Huaiqi. But mother, regarding grandmother, your grandmother's health is failing. She may not have much longer. If we delay, she will no longer be able to manage this matter. Madam, you whispered. Zhuang Momo, with the weather so frigid, please send some charcoal to the old lady. Madam, you instructed. Rest assured, madam, I will personally oversee it. Zhuang Momo replied. During winter, the old lady is particularly susceptible to throat ailments, and this year has been especially severe, lingering for over half a month without improvement. Initially, the household physician treated her, but Lu Huaiqi wished to summon a renowned doctor, only to be thwarted by Madame Yu. The old lady has a chronic ailment. It recurs yearly, but she recovers once the weather warms. I will ensure she receives more charcoal, Madame Yu decided. Lately, she had neglected Lu Yinyang, allowing her to remain with Lu Huaiqi, gradually dismissing the old lady's condition from her mind. The old lady, being of a reserved nature, had always managed her health in this manner, believing that as the weather improved, so too would her illness. This year, however, seemed particularly grave. On the second day of a new year, Lin Shishi visited the Lin residence to pay her respects, returning on the third day. On the fourth day, she had Mama Zhang deliver a newly made thick coat and short shawl to the old lady for warmth. Upon her return, Mama Zhang informed Lin Shishi that the old lady's condition was more severe than in previous years. When will the elder brother return? He should visit the old lady. The old lady typically kept to herself, rarely making requests of others and disliking disturbances from the younger generation. Although Lu Chang had a close relationship with her, he was often away from home. When he did return, it was usually late, and he left early, resulting in few encounters with the old lady. Consequently, everyone remained unaware of her condition. Lin Shishi sensed that the old lady's situation might not be good. She instructed Mama Zhang to inquire with Aunt Fong about inviting a doctor from Rinjin Hall to examine the old lady. The old lady consented to this. Lin Shishi promptly sent Chunyu with a message to summon Dr. Hao, receiving word that he was unavailable but would come the next morning. That evening, Lu Chang returned home. Lin Shishi relayed the old lady's condition to him, and he glanced at the sky, saying, I appreciate your efforts. After Dr. Hao examines her, have Anqing send me a message. Early the next morning, Dr. Hao arrived. Lin Shishi accompanied him to the old lady's quarters. The room was suffused with warmth. Lin Shishi had thought her own chamber was adequately heated, but it paled in comparison to this. Aunt Fong, does the old lady have an aversion to the cold? Lin Shishi inquired. Yes, she increasingly dislikes the cold. The physician advised against exposing her to cool air, as it could exacerbate her cough. Thus, I have been providing more charcoal. Lin Shishi continued to bring in charcoal, and this year, Madame Yu was particularly generous, ensuring there was an ample supply. After a while, Lin Shishi began to feel stifled by the heat. Dr. Hao checked the old lady's pulse, frowning in silence. After a long pause, he finally spoke. We shall administer acupuncture for 3 days, supplemented with herbal medicine to control the cough and replenish her vitality. However, the charcoal cannot be burned so fiercely. It must be reduced gradually to a suitable temperature. But the old lady fears the cold. If she fears the cold, she should wear more layers. At night, she can have a maid with a strong physique to keep her warm. Upon hearing that an outside doctor had been summoned, Madam, you also arrived. After listening to Dr. Hao's advice, her expression darkened. She watched as Lin Shishi ordered the removal of 1/3 of the charcoal and instructed Aunt Fong to reduce it by another third the following day. Aunt Fong, I will send over 2 warmers filled with hot water. They can retain warmth for 2 to 3 hours, providing more comfort than the charcoal. Lin Shishi instinctively felt that the charcoal might irritate the old lady's cough. Dr. Hao sifted through the charcoal, examining a piece closely before slowly setting it down. Madam, you, her heart in her throat, finally relaxed as Dr. Hao released the charcoal. After the acupuncture, the old lady's cough subsided significantly, allowing her to drift into a peaceful slumber. Aunt Fong ushered everyone out quietly. The old lady had not enjoyed a restful sleep in quite some time. Gratefully, she looked at Lin Shishi, wishing for winter to pass swiftly. Lin Shishi exhaled in relief. As she prepared to leave, she suddenly recalled Dr. Hao's examination of the charcoal. Although he had not voiced any concerns, she still said to Aunt Fong, from now on, let the old lady use the charcoal I provide. If there are any supplies sent from my mother's side, let us minimize their use. If there are shortages, just send someone to the north courtyard to inform me. Aunt Fong nodded in agreement. Once everyone had dispersed, Lin Shishi invited Dr. Hao to the north courtyard to examine her pulse. The eldest young lady seems troubled, but there is no significant issue. It would do you good to be more at ease, Dr. Hao concluded as he withdrew his hand. Is there nothing else? Lin Shishi asked, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Dr. Hao, puzzled, replied, do you wish for there to be a problem? Lin Shishi waved her hand, smiling. Of course not. The child, in this lifetime, has indeed not arrived. Though she had anticipated this outcome, a pang of sorrow still welled within her. Noticing Dr. Hao scrutinizing her, Lin Shishi quickly redirected the conversation back to the old lady. Dr. Hao, how is the old lady's health? She is in the twilight of her years, her vitality diminished. If she can endure this period with proper medicine, she may have another 2 or 3 years ahead. Only 2 or 3 years. Lin Shishi was struck by the brevity of the prognosis. She held firm faith in Dr. Hao's medical expertise, hoping to navigate through this crucial juncture. Next winter, perhaps you should discuss with Lu Chang about sending the old lady to a warm spring villa, using the thermal waters to maintain a comfortable temperature for her, which would be wholly beneficial for an elderly person. After bidding farewell to Dr. Hao, she hurriedly sent a letter to Anqing, hoping to put Lu Chang's mind at ease. In her flurry of activity, she even missed her lunch by a bit. Chapter 56. Unease in the Furong courtyard. Yu's heart was laden with worries. Zhuang Mama, do you truly believe that Dr. Hao possesses such remarkable medical skills? Zhuang Mama wore a troubled expression. He must have some talent. It is he who has been treating the young lady's condition for the past 2 years. Lu Shanshan's health had previously led other physicians to conclude that she would find it exceedingly difficult to conceive. During her menstrual cycles, the pain was so severe that she would sometimes faint. However, after 2 years under Dr. Hao's care, her condition had gradually improved. We cannot allow him to ruin our plans, Yu said with a fierce glint in her eyes. But madam, it's the new year, and causing trouble would bring bad luck. According to their prior arrangements, the old lady was to endure her illness, with some subtle alterations made to the charcoal fire, hoping she could hold on until spring. Now, they could not afford to wait any longer, lest unforeseen events arise. When Dr. Hao observed the charcoal fire today, I was nearly terrified, Yu confessed, still shaken. Rest assured, madam, I'm being cautious. The substances are dissolved in water and then dried. They are colorless and odorless, and in small quantities, their effects are slow. They rely primarily on the charcoal. With reduced usage, they will no longer be effective, but will not raise suspicion, Zhuang Mama assured her. Zhuang Mama had always been prudent. That little maid, Jasmine, I wonder what the old lady is keeping her for. She cannot possibly be so benevolent. You recalled the incident with Jasmine and felt an unease settle within her. After Jasmine's previous failure, you had contemplated selling her off, ensuring no links could be traced back. But old Madame Dong had insisted on retaining Jasmine. She feared the risk of exposure. Seeing Yu's resolve to eliminate the old lady, Zhuang Mama steeled her heart. I shall send Rending to deliver a message to the uncle. Yes, we must finalize Shanshan's engagement. Go to the eldest young lady and bring her to me. I have something to discuss. Chunyu returned from gathering herbs. Lin Shishi had intended to brew the medicine herself, but, upon reflection, feared complications and decided to have Chunyu deliver the herbs directly to Aunt Fong. Madam, I spotted Miss Renning on my way back. I'm unsure of her purpose for going out. A maid dressing like a young lady, wearing a black gauze hood, yet I recognized her, Chunyu said with a huff. Today is the 5th day of the new year, a time when people avoid going out, fearing encounters with the impoverished god of wealth. Lin Shishi found this curious. He was typically superstitious and particularly sensitive to poverty. Chunyu, have someone keep an eye on the gate. See when she returns. Lu Chong received news from Anqing that the old lady's condition had improved, thus he did not return that evening. Lu Huaishi was in good spirits, humming a tune as he headed to Aunt Lu's courtyard. You instructed the steward to purchase many firecrackers, setting them off at the gate, claiming it was to celebrate the 5th day of the new year. At dinner, she insisted the kitchen prepare several delightful dishes, asserting that on this day, everyone should eat and drink well for good fortune. The household was filled with joy, and the festivities continued late into the night. Lin Shishi sat indoors, embroidering a handkerchief. Inadvertently, she pricked her finger, blood oozing forth. Chunyu quickly pressed a cloth to stop the bleeding. Are you lost in thought? Chunyu inquired. Lin Shishi, though skilled in embroidery, rarely made such mistakes. My heart feels restless, and my eyelids keep twitching, Lin Shishi admitted. Are you worried about the master? Chunyu asked. Not particularly. Perhaps the noise from the firecrackers is simply irksome. Lin Shishi thought she might be overthinking things. Ever since her rebirth, she had been cautious, fearing that a single misstep could cost her life. Sometimes her anxiety kept her tossing and turning at night. In that moment, she longed for Lu Chang's presence. His company often spared her from nightmares. The next morning, the household was quiet, and there was no news from the old lady's side. Lin Shishi felt a sense of relief, realizing that her worries had been excessive. Dr. Hao's apprentice arrived to administer acupuncture to the old lady, and it was said that her coughing had lessened, allowing her a more restful sleep. By noon, more good news spread through the manor. On the 7th day of the new year, Lu Shanshan was officially engaged to Mao Lin Hai, and the betrothal gifts were to be exchanged. Consequently, Lu Shanshan sought out Lin Shishi in the northern courtyard, appearing somewhat haggard. Shanshan, an engagement is a joyous occasion. Why do you seem so glum? Lin Shishi asked. Lu Shanshan could not shake the lingering thoughts of Wang Jichuan. Sister-in-law, I still wish to see young Master Wang. There are matters I must clarify in person. Perhaps it's best to leave things as they are. Not seeing him may be a kindness he extends to us both. Why force it? 2 streams of tears cascaded down Lu Shanshan and Appo's cheeks as she finally succumbed to her emotions. Shanshan, if you're not prepared, why rush into an engagement? It wouldn't be fair to young Master Mao, Lin Shishi urged, guiding her to sit beside her. Mother says we cannot delay my marriage, as grandmother and Appo's, as health is uncertain. Lu Shanshan lamented. Lin Shishi furrowed her brow. Shanshan, Dr. Hao's treatment has shown results. There should be no cause for alarm. He was acutely aware of this. So why the urgency? Mother says the old lady's health is unpredictable. Should anything happen, I would be in mourning for a year. Lu Shanshan wept. Since it is already settled, you should heed your mother and Appo's wishes. Young Master Mao is a fine gentleman, Lin Shishi reassured her. I understand. I merely feel sorrowful. Once she managed to send Lu Shanshan away, Lin Shishi exhaled deeply. Mama Zhang, with the Mao family preparing for a celebration, they will likely be short-handed. Please have Ding Mama find a way to assist them. Having nurtured this pawn for so long, it was time to put her to use. Understood. Following your earlier instructions, Ding Mama has already established connections with the kitchen of the Yongding Marquis' residence. It should not be a difficult task, Mama Zhang replied. With Lu Shanshan no longer seeking Wang Jichuan, Ding Mama found herself with free time, yet Lin Shishi continued to provide her monthly allowance, instructing her to await further orders. It was a splendid arrangement to earn money without labor. In her spare moments, Ding Mama busied herself with embroidery to supplement her income. That evening, Lu Chong returned. Though still reserved, Lin Shishi sensed a softening in his demeanor, a warmth in his gaze that had previously been shrouded in distance. However, when she tried to meet his eyes, he would often lower his gaze or look away. I just came for grandmother's. She is much improved. Thank you for your assistance, he said, accepting the casual attire Lin Shishi offered. I did little. It was Aunt Fong who provided excellent care, Lin Shishi replied. He smiled faintly, lips pressed together as he regarded her. It is still somewhat early for bed. Master, are you not going to the study? Lin Shishi asked, feeling a bit uneasy under his scrutiny. The study is rather cold, Lu Chang remarked. Then I shall have Chunyu light a brazier. No need. There are no official matters to attend to tonight. I shall read here instead. Lu Chang had Anqing bring him 2 books, while Chunyu lit an additional candle, illuminating the room brightly. Observing him read earnestly at the table, Lin Shishi felt shy about taking out her own storybook, so she chose to embroider a pouch beside him. However, her mind wandered, and Lu Chang noticed. Is something troubling you, my dear? Master, I feel a vague unease, worrying about grandmother. She has offended mother over our matters. Might mother harbor resentment toward her? Lu Chang set down his book, pondering in silence. I will have Anqing assign a lookout to monitor the situation. My father is relatively dutiful. Even if she were to harbor ill intentions, she would not dare act openly. Upon hearing his assurance, Lin Shishi felt her worries ease considerably. My dear, to whom is this pouch intended? Lu Chang suddenly inquired. Lin Shishi looked up, momentarily taken aback. I have not yet decided. She merely passed the time. I find this color quite exquisite. Lu Chang gazed at the purple purse in her hand, which was already adorned with half an embroidered dragonfly. Do you fancy it, my lord? Then I shall gift it to you, Lin Shishi remarked casually. I am deeply grateful, my lady, Lu Chang replied, resuming his reading, a faint smile gracing his lips. As Lin Shishi continued to embroider, she reflected on the last time she left the manor. She had entrusted Aunt Fong to send him a purse, yet she had never seen him use it. It was merely a purse, and since he had expressed interest, she would take the time to create a beautifully embroidered one for him. She was not a person to be stingy. Chapter 57. A Heart Misplaced Before Dawn. Lu Chang departed. Lin Shishi rose only after she had rested sufficiently. Chunyu brought in various breakfast items, all freshly prepared by the small kitchen of the northern courtyard. How would he resolve his morning meal? Would he dine with the emperor? Unthinkable. Starve, perhaps? As Lin Shishi ate, her mind wandered, and she felt a pang of sympathy for his hardships. Chunyu, please fetch 2 bolts of fine cotton fabric and some new cotton from the storeroom. We shall sew 2 sets of warm undergarments for the master, Lin Shishi instructed. But, madam, the master doesn't seem to mind the cold, Chunyu blurted out. With winter nearly over, she found it odd that her mistress was preparing warm clothing for him. Lin Shishi cast Chunyu a sidelong glance. Chunyu quickly grinned. I'll go find him right away. After finishing her breakfast, Lin Shishi asked Chunyu to stay behind to cut the fabric while she took Shi'er to the Farong courtyard, awaiting the instructions of Madame Yu. Today, Lu Shanshan was to be engaged, and the suitor would arrive to present gifts. Shen Yuyao was also present, her maid Pinger directing several younger maids in preparing fruits and tea for the guests. Why did you arrive so late, sister-in-law? Shen Yuyao remarked. Lin Shishi ignored her comment and greeted Madame Yu instead. Madame Yu glanced at her, and Lin Shishi stood still, anticipating criticism. However, Madame Yu's demeanor was unexpectedly gentle, her face adorned with a smile. Sure, as your mother ages, it is fortunate that Shanshan has 2 sisters-in-law like you to support her. You see, this match with the Yongding Marquis family was facilitated by Jiao Jiao. Sure, once Shanshan is wed, as the elder sister-in-law and cousin, you must prepare a substantial dowry for her. Realizing that this was a veiled request for a dowry, Lin Shishi mused inwardly, surprised by the sudden warmth, as she had thought her mother had undergone a change of heart. How could the only legitimate daughter of the household be anything less than splendid? Lin Shishi smiled and replied. Seeing her acceptance, Madame Yu and Appo's smile grew more genuine. Shen Yuyao, feeling slighted, retorted with sarcasm. Daughters of merchants are quite fortunate, aren't they? With no siblings or parents to divide the inheritance, all the wealth is yours. Truly, sister-in-law is blessed. Lin Shishi felt a pang of anger, but maintained a cold demeanor. If you envy my fortune, I shall pray to the Buddha next time I visit the temple to share a portion of my blessings with you. No, all of it. Lin Shishi, do you dare curse me? Just because I call you sister-in-law, you think yourself superior? Shun Yuyao rose, pointing an accusatory finger at Lin Shishi. Madam Yu, alarmed at the prospect of an argument being witnessed by the Mao family, who were already hesitant about the engagement, quickly interjected, Jiao Jiao, go tell Su and Oppos to prepare. Master Mao is coming soon and must be entertained. She hurriedly ushered Shun Yuyao out. Once Shun Yuyao had departed, Madame Yu turned back to Lin Shishi. Where's Rending? Why isn't she here to assist? Lin Shishi asked, noticing Rending's absence. Madame Yu's gaze shifted momentarily. She has gone out to purchase supplies. Sure. Shan is a bit anxious. Please talk to her. A young lady must eventually marry. Suppressing her curiosity, Lin Shishi did not press further. She called Shi'er to accompany her and leisurely made her way to the coral courtyard. Madame Yu wiped her brow in relief. Upon entering the coral courtyard, Lin Shishi found Lu Shanshan reclining on a couch, clutching a hand warmer that Lin Shishi had gifted her. Shanshan, why do you look so pale? Lin Shishi inquired. Dear sister-in-law, I just received my monthly visitor, Shanshan replied on the verge of tears. Lin Shishi, with her tender heart, will have wept in sympathy in her past life upon seeing such distress. But now, memories of Lu Shanshan's past cruelty toward Lu Jin surfaced in her mind. Red Sparrow brought over a chair, and Lin Shishi sat down. Shanshan, haven't you been feeling better? Why has it returned? She said nonchalantly. Lu Shanshan bit her lip, filled with grievance. Dear sister-in-law, the doctor advised her to stay cheerful and not to brood too much. Please, help her feel better. Red Sparrow expressed her concern. Discovering that Shanshan had been in low spirits lately was understandable. Lin Shishi felt no obligation to comfort her, knowing that she still harbored thoughts of marrying two men. Shanshan, the Mao family will be here soon. You cannot appear like this. Let me help you with your makeup. Lin Shishi said, aware that this engagement must proceed smoothly. Originally, Madame Zhong had hesitated about the match upon hearing of Lu Shanshan's health issues, fearing it would affect future offspring. It was only due to Madame Yu's earnest assurances of Shanshan's improved health that she consented, especially since the Lu family had allied with the Shun family, and Mao Linhai was quite taken with her. Then I shall trouble you, sister-in-law. Lu Shanshan acquiesced, knowing Lin Shishi's skills in makeup. Lu Shanshan requested Red Sparrow to fetch her makeup box. Lin Shishi opened it, noting that most of the gold hairpins and earrings within were gifts from her, with some borrowed by Lu Shanshan that had never been returned. Selecting a gold hairpin adorned with a ruby, Lin Shishi said, let's use this. It will enhance your complexion. She concealed her bitterness. Regardless of past grievances, today's engagement must proceed without a hitch. Lin Shishi meticulously applied Shanshan's makeup, adding a flush to her cheeks and a rosy tint to her lips, transforming her into a radiant beauty. She styled her hair in a fashionable updo suitable for an unmarried lady. How do you find it? Are you satisfied? Lin Shishi asked as Lu Shanshan admired her reflection in the mirror, clearly pleased with the results. Beautiful. Your skills are truly remarkable, sister-in-law, Red Sparrow exclaimed in admiration. Lu Shanshan expressed her contentment as well. Red Sparrow brought forth several dresses for Lin Shishi to help choose, pointing to a light blue dress trimmed in red. Lin Shishi remarked, today is merely the engagement. A touch of red will suffice. This color will accentuate your beauty. I hear Madame Zhong is quite dignified and does not favor frivolity in young women. Initially, Lu Shanshan found the neckline too high, preferring a pink dress that revealed a hint of her neck. But after considering Lin Shishi's advice, she found it reasonable, especially given her current condition. As Lu Shanshan changed into her gown, a messenger arrived from Madame Yu, announcing that the Mao family had arrived. For the engagement, the young lady must greet the guests. But there was no need to linger. Let them converse for a while before we join them. That will be just right, Lin Shishi suggested. Once Lu Shanshan was dressed in a coral cloak trimmed with rabbit fur, she followed Lin Shishi to the main hall, where many guests had gathered. Lu Huaishi and Madame Yu sat on the right side, while Madame Zhong and Mao Linhai occupied the left. Shun Yuyao and Lu Su sat at the lower end. A matchmaker stood nearby, fanning the atmosphere with her enthusiastic praises. Lin Shishi led Lu Shanshan into the hall to pay their respects. The matchmaker, with her crimson lips, incessantly praised Lu Shanshan's beauty. "Miss Lu, it has been a month since we last met, and you have blossomed even more. I always said she was a treasure. Come, this is Madame Zhong, and this is young Master Mao." Lu Shanshan stumbled slightly at the matchmaker's insistence, feeling warmth flood her body. Though she did not want to show her discomfort, she bit her lip to suppress a sudden wave of abdominal pain. Her expression tightened, but to the onlookers, it appeared as mere shyness typical of an unmarried girl, and everyone chuckled warmly. Madame Zhong, observing her fair features and rosy complexion, felt a surge of happiness. Lin Shishi gazed towards Mao Lin Hai, whose youthful visage was strikingly handsome yet tinged with naivety, as he hesitated to meet Lu Shanshan's eyes. Lin Shishi sighed, such sincere affection misplaced, dear sir. Chapter 58. The flood. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lin Shishi found an excuse and led Lu Shanshan out. As soon as they stepped outside, Lu Shanshan stumbled and leaned against Hong Quebec's sister-in-law. "Please help me walk." Lin Shishi cast a faint glance at her, and together with Hong Ke, they assisted her back to the coral courtyard. "Shanshan, are you all right?" Lin Shishi inquired. I need to change my monthly supplies." Lu Shanshan replied weakly. Hong Ke prepared hot water, attending to Lu Shanshan and Appo's needs. Once she was settled, Lu Shanshan lay on the bed, wrapped in a thick quilt, clutching a warming pot. Her eyes were filled with a sorrowful look, and fearing that she might take advantage of the situation to ask for more items to nourish her body, Lin Shishi stood up and said, "The guests are still here. I must go check on them. Shanshan, you should rest well." With that, she swiftly left with Chunyu. After Zhong Shi and Mao Linhai departed, Yu Shi happily arrived at the coral courtyard. Shanshan, she had not noticed anything amiss earlier, but now Lu Shanshan appeared like a sickly cat. "Mother, my monthly cycle has come," Lu Shanshan lamented pitifully. "Shanshan, you must continue taking medicine from Dr. Hao for the next 2 months to regain your health before the wedding." Yu Shi advised. "Mother, there's no need to rush. The engagement is already set. Waiting a year or 2 won't matter much," Lu Shanshan protested. "That won't do. We must arrange everything within the first half of this year," Yu Shi insisted. Lu Shanshan remained unconvinced. Yu Shi did not press further, stating, "In an Appo's, it's always best to prioritize your health." She then instructed Zhuang Mama to bring private funds to support Lu Shanshan and Appo's continued medication. For several days, Yu Shi was in high spirits, and the steward from the estate delivered 2 jars of osmanthus wine to Lu Yinyang, which she turned a blind eye to. Lu Yinyang was all smiles, certain that she had won Lu Huixi and Appo's favor, as even the staff from the estate were aware and had come to deliver gifts to her door. 100 Jin. She was not greedy and discreetly distributed the wine among the household servants to win their favor. For several days, Lu Huixi dined with her, and they enjoyed each other's company immensely. The servants, buoyed by Yu Shi's festive mood, became more relaxed and gathered at night to secretly enjoy warm wine. During the New Year celebrations, both palace guards and those outside were more vigilant. While others took leave, Lu Chong found himself busier than ever. Lin Shishi, accompanied by Chunyu, hastily prepared undergarments, hoping to wear them when he returned next. The elderly lady's health improved gradually under Dr. Hao's care. Yet, for reasons unknown, Lin Shishi and Appo's left eyelid twitched every night as she prepared for bed. She instructed Chunyu to light a lamp and place it in the room. On the evening of the 10th day of the Lunar New Year, Chunyu lit the lamp, covered it, and extinguished the flickering red candle. "Madam, it's best to retire early," she suggested. With her thoughts in disarray, Lin Shishi sat at the bedside in deep contemplation. Noticing her distraction, Chunyu did not immediately leave. "Madam, what troubles you?" "Chunyu, did Rindong not return to the estate yesterday?" "No, I instructed the matron to keep an eye on the main gate. When I went to the Furong courtyard, I did not see Rindong. Mother said she went out to shop." "She is lying." "Why would she lie?" "Chunyu, go visit the old lady and alert Aunt Fong to be vigilant. Although Lu Chong has people watching, the matters in the courtyard still rely on Aunt Fong and her team." Chunyu complied and went. After lying down, Lin Shishi tossed and turned restlessly, finally drifting into a light sleep. Just then, chaos erupted outside with loud cries. The flood! The flood! Startled, Lin Shishi jumped up, hurriedly lighting a candle before Chunyu entered. What's happening outside? They say there's a flood. Madam, we have no flames here. It should be fine. I'll go take a look, but you must be cautious. As Chunyu saw Shi'er arrive, she instructed her to keep an eye on Lin Shishi and dashed outside. Lin Shishi, feeling uneasy, had she and Appo's, her helper dress. Just as she finished, Zhang Mama rushed in. Madam, the commotion outside is due to a flood at the old lady and Appo's as quarters. What? Quickly, gather everyone from the north courtyard and bring water. Lin Shishi was taken aback. Torches were raised, lanterns lit, and buckets filled with water as the estate descended into chaos. As she made her way halfway, she bumped into Chunyu returning. Lin Shishi anxiously asked, "Is the old lady all right?" "Madam, the old lady is fine. It's the Furong courtyard that is flooding. Quickly, gather everyone to assist there," Chunyu panted. "Not the old lady in Appo's as courtyard?" Lin Shishi sought confirmation. "Not at all. It's the Furong courtyard. Oh dear, Zhuang Mama is in a dreadful state. Her hair is nearly burned off. We must hurry to help extinguish the fire." Hearing that the Furong courtyard was ablaze, Lin Shishi felt a sense of relief. She lightly thumped Chunyu's chest, signaling her to be quiet. Then, turning to the others, she announced, "There's been a flood at the old lady's quarters. Let us hurry over." Chunyu, somewhat bewildered, followed Lin Shishi as they made their way toward the old lady's quarters. Upon arrival, the lights were all aglow, and Aunt Fong stood at the entrance, anxiously pacing. "Aunt Fong, is grandmother all right? We heard there was a flood here and came to help," Lin Shishi inquired. "Madam, it is not here that is flooded. It is the Furong courtyard. The old matriarch is worried about the master's safety and is anxious inside. I have just sent someone to assess the situation. You've brought so many people. Dear child, you should take them to assist with the fire. Oh, Aunt Fong, please take good care of grandmother. I will check there. Rest assured, with so many of us, nothing will happen." Lin Shishi stepped out and leisurely led everyone towards the Furong courtyard, thinking, "Let it burn. May it consume her." When they finally reached, the inhabitants had all fled, and the fire was contained. Yushi was wailing, appearing as though she had been burned. But Lin Shishi soon learned it was merely grief over her precious belongings that could not be rescued. "Mother, as long as you are unharmed, that is what matters," Lin Shishi consoled her. Yushi dismissed her concern, and Lu Shanshan approached, urging Yushi to follow her to the coral courtyard. "Mother, the estate doctor is treating Zhuang Mama. We should all go there. The fire is extinguished here. We can clean up tomorrow." Lin Shishi initially intended to return to the north courtyard, but reconsidered, wanting to ascertain whether Zhuang Mama had truly suffered significant burns before she could be at ease. In her previous life, this old hag had not spared her. Inside the coral courtyard, Zhuang Mama's cries were heart-wrenching. Nearly all her hair was singed, one ear was burned, yet her face remained relatively unharmed. Looking at her hands revealed a gruesome sight, likely from instinctively shielding her face at a critical moment. "Endure it. This ointment will sting, but its effects are remarkable," the estate doctor reassured her. Yushi sat with her head tilted, filled with regret and unwilling to look. Physical pain would not claim a life. Lin Shishi mused and intended to leave. At that moment, a maid rushed in breathless, exclaiming, "Madam, it's terrible. The old lady is in trouble. Doctor, come quickly to see the old lady." "What? How could the old lady be in trouble?" Lin Shishi gasped, and Yushi stood up, startled. Zhuang Mama stifled her cries of pain. "Doctor, hurry. The old lady is in critical condition." Lin Shishi nearly dragged the estate doctor out with urgency. They rushed to the old lady and Appo's quarters, where Lin Shishi and Yushi followed the doctor inside. The matriarch lay in bed, pale as a ghost, unable to utter a word. Upon seeing her condition, the estate doctor immediately commenced acupuncture treatment. "Aunt Fong, what has happened to grandmother?" Lin Shishi inquired. Alas, there was a flood in the madam's courtyard, and the old lady grew anxious. The servant who returned with the news only mentioned seeing the madam flee, but they did not see the master. In a moment of panic, The old lady found herself in such a predicament. What of the master? Is he unharmed? Aunt Fang's heart raced with anxiety. The master is with concubine Lu. Yusha replied. Aunt Fang, in a fit of rage, pounded her chest. Madam, the old lady is advanced in years. I truly fear. The physician in Appo's voice was grave. A fleeting expression of unexpected joy crossed Yusha and Appo's face. What a master! Quickly, summon him, she commanded. The master is intoxicated. I have already instructed someone to prepare a hangover remedy for him. He should be arriving shortly. Intoxicated? Who permitted him to drink to excess? That wretched woman again. Why has there suddenly been a water leak in the house, do you suppose? Yusha scolded. The servants stood in fearful silence, too terrified to utter a word. Was it not your watch? Where have you been? If you do not speak the truth, I shall deal with you most severely today. Yusha chastised a middle-aged maid. Mother, the grandmother's health is of utmost importance. These servants can be interrogated tomorrow. Lin Shishi interjected, noting Yusha's disregard for the old lady's condition as she focused on punishing the servants, turning the place into an interrogation chamber. Unless the true culprit is apprehended, such incidents will recur, Yusha retorted angrily. Lin Shishi glanced at the dimming sky, realizing it was already the third watch of the night. She had dispatched guards from the northern courtyard to locate Lu Chong. They should be returning soon. Mother, the grandmother is still receiving treatment. If you wish to conduct an inquiry, please ask everyone to leave, Lin Shishi insisted, seeing Yusha's aggressive demeanor as she urged the servants outside. Only then did Yusha take the servants away. The old lady was in the twilight of her years, having finally found a glimmer of hope for recovery. Whether she could endure this ordeal remained uncertain. The physician applied acupuncture, unwilling to leave her side. Lin Shishi listened to the old lady's labored breathing, a rasping sound emanating from her throat. Chapter 59. The White Lantern Lu Chong returned riding swiftly on horseback. An elderly man slung across the back of his steed. The man was nearly being carried in by him. My dear sir, please take it slow. My frail body feels as though it might crumble. I apologize, Dr. Zhang, Lu Chong replied, his pace unrelenting. Upon entering the courtyard, the room was aglow with light. Sir, could you bring me a basin of warm water? I must warm my hands to avoid transmitting any chill to the patient, Dr. Zhang requested. The maidservants hurriedly brought in charcoal to warm the room. In a moment, the warmth enveloped Dr. Zhang, who listened intently to the physician and Appo's account of the patient and Appo's condition. He stepped inside to examine the old matriarch, taking her pulse and scrutinizing her state meticulously. I will first clear the phlegm from her throat, he declared, retrieving a slender tube from his medical kit, indicating for Lu Chong to approach. Sir, I will secure the tube. You must begin to draw. If you maintain the right pressure, the phlegm will be drawn into the tube. Should you falter, it may instead enter your throat, he refrained from adding, likely perturbed by Lu Chang's earlier rough handling of him. At 60, with his esteemed medical expertise in the Imperial Hospital, no one dared treat him so casually. Lu Chong, however, harbored no such reservations and nodded obediently. Dr. Zhang instructed two sturdy individuals to hold the elderly lady's shoulders as he deftly inserted the tube into her throat. Breathe in. Lin Shishi craned her neck to observe as Lu Chong commenced the suction. Dr. Zhang watched intently. Lu Chong released his grip. Is this correct, Dr. Zhang? He inquired. The doctor frowned in dissatisfaction, withdrawing the tube, which was now filled with phlegm. How adeptly he manages the pressure, he mused. After repeating this process thrice, the old lady and Appo's throat was cleared, devoid of any rasping sounds. Grandmother, grandmother, Lu Chong called softly. The matriarch, her silver hair framing a gaunt face, offered no response, appearing as though the last flicker of life was about to extinguish. She seems to be in a stupor, Dr. Zhang noted. When will she awaken? Lu Chong pressed. The doctor shook his head, suggesting they speak outside, leaving two maidservants to tend to the old matriarch. The rest stepped outside. Dr. Zhang sighed, casting a glance at Lu Chong. The matriarch's vitality has waned. She likely has but a few days left. You should prepare for her passing to avoid chaos when the time comes. His words fell heavy in the stillness that enveloped the room. How can this be? The old lady had suffered from a chronic cough, and with her advanced age, could not withstand such trials. Dr. Zhang explained. They believed the arrival of the imperial physician might yield a miracle. Alas, it seems. I will prescribe some medicine to administer to her. Perhaps she may utter a few final words, Dr. Zhang offered. Lin Shishi glanced at Lu Chang, whose expression was cold and devoid of life. Her heart clenched in response. Although her interactions with the matriarch had been limited, had it not been for the old lady's timely intervention, her engagement with Lu Chang would not have proceeded so smoothly. The following morning, news of the matriarch's condition spread. Hearing of her impending demise, Yushi lamented, "It is all that wretched Lu Yinyang's doing," stirring discontent within the household and even serving wine to the servants. She had promptly confined Lu Yinyang to the woodshed. Lu Huaiqi attempted to intervene, but Yushi insisted, "My lord, if the outside world learns that you were drunk at the concubine's quarters last night, neglecting your own mother's fate to protect that troublemaker, you will be buried in a deluge of scorn." Lu Huaiqi, feeling guilty, refrained from defending Lu Yinyang and merely instructed those around him to keep an eye out to prevent Yushi from harming her life. Yushi, vociferously proclaiming, blamed Lu Yinyang for the old lady's demise due to the commotion. Lin Shishi felt a weight in her heart, despite her precautions. She had not anticipated the matriarch's heart condition would lead to such a crisis. Aunt Fong, acting swiftly, brought a large wooden box for Lin Shishi, urging her to safeguard it diligently. After taking Dr. Zhang's medicine, the old matriarch regained consciousness momentarily, clasping Lu Chang's and Lin Shishi's hands together. "Good. Children, you must take care of each other. Chang-er, treat her well." Lu Chang, with reddened eyes, nodded in affirmation. Lin Shishi could not hold back her tears, leaning against Lu Chang for support. The old matriarch felt at ease, her clouded eyes drifting towards Aunt Fong. Quickly approaching, Aunt Fong reassured, "Rest assured, old lady. Everything is under the eldest lady's care. I will ensure matters are handled appropriately." The old lady managed a faint smile before slipping back into unconsciousness. From that moment forth, Lu Huaiqi and the younger generation kept vigil, while others waited outside. The physician predicted she would not survive the night. Lu Huaiqi instructed everyone to remain nearby and keep watch throughout the night. At the witching hour, the old lady suddenly seemed to rally, prompting Lu Huaiqi to feed her a few spoonfuls of sweet porridge. "Child," the old matriarch reached out to caress Lu Huaiqi and Appo's face. He pressed his hand against hers, tears streaming down his cheeks. In her youth, the old lady had raised him single-handedly while his father served on the borders. Perhaps it was her indulgence that rendered him less like a warrior's son. She appeared to have many things to say, but ultimately said nothing. "Your father has come to fetch me." Moments later, the old lady breathed her last, her eyes gently closed, seemingly free from pain. "Mother, grandmother." The once quiet room erupted with cries. Some wept softly, others collapsed, sobbing on the floor, while yet others wiped away their tears. In swift order, white lanterns adorned the household, and a mourning hall was set up in the main hall. The old matriarch was dressed in her burial attire and covered with a white cloth before being carried away. It was the 11th day of the first month. On the very day the old lady was taken, Yushi led a group to survey the estate. Aunt Fong remained impassive. Ultimately, Yushi found nothing of value. Inquiring of Aunt Fong, she asked, "Where have the precious items belonging to my mother been placed? We must ensure the servants do not take advantage of the chaos to pilfer them." Aunt Fong replied coldly, "The old lady made arrangements during her lifetime. I know nothing of any excess." Yushi left in frustration. When the geomancer arrived to determine the timing, it was set for the 14th of the first month for burial. In the capital, mourning typically lasted for 10 or 8 days, which was considered brief. Yushi offered the geomancer a handsome reward. Lu Chang took leave from the court, remaining at the estate to observe the mourning rites. Those who received word began to arrive in succession to pay their respects. Given the matriarch's noble status, the court also dispatched officials bearing silk and gold to offer their condolences. Chapter 60. Who is more suitable to observe mourning? "Madam, Emily has vanished." Aunt Fong whispered to Lin Shishi. "Montakli, is she the girl who tampered with the porridge?" Lin Shishi inquired. "Indeed," Aunt Fong confirmed. "Grandmother has protected her. Does she have some ulterior motive?" Lin sure nodded thoughtfully. Emily has confessed that it was Madame Yu who instigated her actions. However, there is no written evidence or fingerprint to hold her accountable, and now she has escaped, leaving no witnesses behind. Does grandmother intend for Emily to implicate her mother? Aunt Fong nodded in agreement. The old lady wishes to wait until after the Lantern Festival to summon the clan leader and formally establish the eldest son as the successor. Yet, Madame Yu will surely oppose this. The old lady intends to use this incident to silence the Yu family. It seems that Emily took advantage of the chaos that night to slip away. However, her contract of servitude remains with the Yu family, and without it, she cannot leave the capital. After the funeral rites for the old lady were concluded, the household fell into a somber stillness. Lu Huai finally remembered concubine Lu and hurriedly sent people to the woodshed to locate her. Master, help me. Concubine Lu appeared disheveled, barely able to move one leg. Who did this to you? He asked, alarmed. Madam, her heart is so cruel, concubine Lu gasped, her face pale and devoid of its former vitality. Madam Yu, Lu Huai seethed through clenched teeth. Concubine Lu was carried back. Her life was spared, but she would forever limp, relying on a cane to walk. Lu Huai, she comforted her for a long while, assuring her that he would seek justice for Madame Yu. Madame Yu had relocated to a small courtyard nearby. When Lu Huai approached, he found Madame Yu and Appo's demeanor dark and sullen. He puffed up his cheeks and demanded, "How could you be so ruthless? Are you not afraid of being labeled a malicious woman?" Malicious? Master, I have borne the brunt of everything for you, and you dare call me malicious? If I do not deal with her, this household will descend into chaos. Anyone could drink and set fires as they please. Madam, you capitalized on the fact that Lu Huai had been too drunk to arrive in time that night. If word got out about his revelry with a concubine while neglecting the safety of his wife and mother, he would have no face left to show in society, and his position would become utterly meaningless. Lu Huai shouted a few empty threats, but could not articulate his thoughts. Although he cherished concubine Lu, given the circumstances, he could not afford to quarrel with Madame Yu over her. Seeing him attempt to leave after a brief exchange, Madame Yu said, "Master, with mother gone, a male heir must observe mourning at her grave. The eldest son was raised by her, so it would be best for him to do so." Lu Huai scratched his head. During the mourning period, one must set up a tent by the grave, traditionally for a full year, but now it has been reduced to 3 months. Throughout his life, Lu Huai had never endured even a modicum of hardship. He mumbled, unable to complete a coherent thought. That said, it would be more appropriate for the master to observe mourning. Madame Yu understood Lu Huai's temperament. If she insisted on having Lu Chong perform the mourning, he would accuse her of being a wicked stepmother. However, if he were to undertake it himself, it would be tantamount to a death sentence. As expected, Lu Huai frowned and muttered, I will consider it. The following day, news spread throughout the household that Lu Huai had fallen ill. He lay in bed, a cloth bandage wrapped around his forehead. "Chang'er, your father is old. Having buried your grandmother, my body cannot endure this. My head is splitting. Oh, it hurts so much." After a few days, Lu Chong appeared somewhat gaunt. "Since you are unwell, you should rest. Would you like me to summon a doctor to check on you?" Lu Huai quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need. No need. The household physician has already seen me. It's just my age and excessive sorrow causing my body to weaken. A period of rest will suffice." "Oh." Lu Chong replied vaguely. Madame Yu observed Lu Huai, with a smirk. "Master, with you suddenly ill, how will you observe mourning for mother? Perhaps I should summon some strong men to carry you there." Lu Huai groaned in pain. Oh. "Father, I must enter the palace today. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave," Lu Chong stated coldly. "Chong and Appo's. Though you serve the emperor, this dynasty values filial piety above all. Your grandmother has just been buried, and now I fall ill. You are in such haste to depart. Do you see only your future and not your father or grandmother?" Lu Huai, sensing his son's intention to leave, called after him angrily. Madame Yu seized the opportunity to remind Lu Chong of his filial duties. "So, when my father passed, I observed mourning for 3 months at his grave, never leaving for a moment. The emperor recognized my devotion and promoted me to his side. Lu Huaishi and Madam, you were left speechless. After Lu Chong spoke, he turned to leave but suddenly faced Madam Yu, saying, Mother, I know you are deeply concerned for my younger brother's future. Perhaps father should allow him to take over the mourning duties. Who knows, after the period of mourning, his filial heart may even move the emperor. Chapter 61. A heart full of courage, you only wished to stamp her feet in frustration, yet felt guilty as she exclaimed, Your father was exceedingly filial to your grandmother. How could he not personally observe the mourning rites? Moreover, how can filial piety be bartered for one's future? Lu Chong scoffed, yet replied, Mother, your teachings are indeed correct. With a shift in conversation, he inquired, Mother, there was a maid named Mo Li who served my grandmother, but Aunt Fong has said she is missing. Could you kindly provide me with her contract of servitude? I wish to present it to the authorities for her apprehension. The suddenness of his question drained the color from Yu's face. She had previously sent someone to search for Mo Li, only to discover that she was indeed missing. Initially, she suspected Aunt Fong of hiding her, but upon realizing the truth of her disappearance, she considered it a blessing. Mo Li would surely not dare to show herself again. She might as well be dead. What purpose could Lu Chong have in seeking her? She was merely a maid, worth little silver. Whether she left or not was inconsequential, for the world was vast, and finding her would be a futile endeavor. Yu feigned calmness, acknowledging that if she could be found, it would certainly be for the best. Lu Chong scrutinized her intently, as if attempting to penetrate her thoughts. A sense of unease tightened within Yu, prompting her to suggest that such trivial matters could be handled by her, sparing Lu Chong any trouble. As Lu Chong departed, Lu Huaishi leapt from the bed to reproach Yu. This is all your misguided idea, bringing misfortune upon yourself. My lord, I have said nothing. You chose to lament your headaches. You often claim Lu Chong is cold on the outside, yet warm-hearted, obedient, and filial. Yet I see that since his marriage, your words hold little weight. Despite your current state, he still permits you to reside in the shed. Lu Huaishi perched at the edge of the bed, his expression sour. Lu Chong had not left the estate but returned to the northern courtyard. Aunt Fong arrived, accompanied by several maids who continued to reside there. For the following 49 days, Aunt Fong would bring offerings to the old lady, ensuring her spirit could ascend to the heavens and receive the incense of remembrance. A large, unadorned wooden chest sat prominently on the table, which Aunt Fong had brought to be safeguarded for Lin Shishi. My lord, within this chest lies the legacy the old lady left for you. She feared that one day she might meet misfortune and made arrangements long ago. Now that she has departed, I entrust it to you, which also grants me peace of mind. As days passed, Aunt Fong appeared increasingly haggard. She opened the chest, revealing a collection of silver notes along with some jewelry and gold artifacts. The second layer contained the ceremonial garments of a second-rank court lady. My lord, this stack of silver notes represents the profits from your mother's dowry over the years. Upon her passing, your uncle managed her dowry, dividing the profits equally between himself and the old lady. The old lady has not touched a single coin in anticipation of passing it to you. Before her death, Madame Shui ensured that all her wealth was converted into shops and farmland, officially documented by the authorities, with your maternal uncle overseeing their management, splitting the profits similarly. Once Lu Chong married, the property deeds would be returned to him. It was a means to safeguard her estate for her son. The silver notes and gold were the old lady's private property, primarily stemming from her dowry and the gifts bestowed by the late patriarch. This portion far exceeded the previous. The old lady remarked that your father was easily swayed and fond of comfort. Thus, these treasures would vanish from his grasp within a few years. She held great hopes for you, desiring that you could uphold the honor of the general's household. As for the estate, my lord, you need not worry. The old lady had already transferred the estate's properties and shops to your father and mother before the new year. Lu Huaishi and you are currently the heads of the household, and thus this portion rightfully belongs to them. This was the old lady and Amp, Appo's, last wish, with every detail clearly stated. Lu Chang's eyes reddened, and Lin Shishi's eyes glistened with moisture. The old lady had cherished the lord. Upon his marriage to you, she had made numerous compromises to spare him distress, including allowing him to endure much hardship. Whenever she recalled his departure to the northwest at such a young age, her heart was troubled, feeling remorseful for him. Yet the old servant knew that the old lady had always held deep affection for him. I understand. I have never blamed my grandmother, Lu Chong rasped. The heart bears the burden of flesh, and in such circumstances, the old lady chose harmony and prosperity, especially after you bore Lu Su. Yet in this harmony, there was no place for Lu Chong. Memories surged forth. At 3, he was coaxed by Granny Zhuang into eating candied fruit, resulting in 3 days of torment. At 4, a servant took him to the lotus pond, only to be pushed in. At 6, he was falsely accused by you of gouging Lu Su's eyes, punished by Lu Huaishi, who removed his shoes, forcing him to stand outside in the freezing cold. These were merely physical pains. The household servants, encouraged by others, often whispered in his ear that he was a harbinger of misfortune, having caused his mother's death from the moment he was born. Once, a man clad in Taoist robes even foretold his life would be one of solitude and suffering. Though the old lady protected him, even she could not guard against every eventuality. His childhood was fraught with anxiety. Eventually, his grandfather returned to the capital, learned of some circumstances, and struck Lu Huaishi thrice across the face, taking Lu Chong to the northwest. At 14, the patriarch perished on a battlefield. He escorted his grandfather into Appo's coffin back to the capital, observing mourning for 3 months before returning to the northwest to fight alongside his grandfather and Appo's former troops. At 16, he led a band of loyal warriors in a surprise attack on the D tribe's camp, claiming the head of their leader. He became renowned overnight, driven solely by a heart full of courage. Life and death were inconsequential. To him, they were but fleeting thoughts. At 20, the emperor summoned him back to the capital. Despite his youth, he was appointed as a 4th-rank Zonglingjiang and concurrently held command over 300,000 troops in the northwest. Even the most esteemed officials in court dared not treat him with disdain, for he had emerged from the blood-soaked battleground, not as a mere scion of privilege. He was cold, aloof, and proud. In matters of the heart, he was as unyielding as wood, scaring away countless blooming maidens. Alone, he gazed at the myriad lights of distant homes, the furthest from happiness. When he first beheld Lin Shishi in the estate, her radiant smile and melodious voice, akin to the warm sun of spring, dispelled the shadows within him. He lingered in the shadows, watching for what felt like an eternity. But she belonged to his younger brother. In that unforeseen moment, he felt like a thief, savoring the purest spring water of the world, yet damning the girl's life in the process. Thus, he allowed fate to take its course. He never imagined she would agree to marry him. "My lord, you are a rational man. Please cherish your life with the lady. I shall take my leave now." Chapter 62. Startling the snake in the grass when Lin Shishi sent off Aunt Fong. She felt somewhat dazed. Aunt Fong spoke to her as if she were not an outsider at all. "My lord, this box," she called softly as she turned back. Lu Chong, seated beside her, was lost in thought. Upon hearing her voice, he lifted his gaze to her without glancing at the box. "My lady, if your aunt were to commit an unspeakable act, I must ensure she pays the price. What would you do?" After everything that had transpired, did he still not understand how his aunt had treated her? Sure, feeling vulnerable, had relied on him since their marriage. Had she possessed the power, she would have long since imprisoned these individuals for interrogation. She was left with no choice but to devise a plan slowly. Lu Chong looked at her, his eyes shimmering like stars. Yet, he merely replied, "I will handle it properly." Lin Shishi had been somewhat moved, contemplating the idea of gradually opening her heart to him. But his sudden cool demeanor caused her heart to sink further. "I have been preoccupied with official matters lately. Take care of yourself. If anything arises, inform Anqing, as he returns daily." It seemed he too sensed his own coldness. Lin Shishi smiled. "My lord, rest assured, I shall take good care of myself. As for the contents of the box, please keep them safe. You need not consult me." She was taken aback. This was no trivial matter. Moreover, given his earlier attitude, which clearly indicated his lack of concern for her, why was he now entrusting his possessions to her? "My lord, that is not appropriate. This belongs to my grandmother and your mother. The responsibility is immense, and I fear I may not safeguard it well. I have money to spend." Seeing her earnest expression, Lu Chong feared burdening her further. So he stood and closed the box. Very well. I shall put it away for now. If you need it, just ask Anqing. He carried the box out and handed it to Anqing for safekeeping. Anqing accepted the box and said, "My lord, just now, the madam thought you had left the residence and sent over a set of thin cotton undergarments for you. Would you like to put them on now?" Lu Chang paused. The madam made them herself. I noticed the meticulous stitches. She truly put her heart into it. Perhaps later, Lu Chang said as he resumed his stride. Anqing, feeling helpless, hurried back to stow the box safely before rushing out again. My lord, the madam is a very kind person." Anqing mounted his horse, trailing alongside and chattering away. Lu Chang reined in his horse, his expression somber. "What I am undertaking is perilous. There is no need to involve her. I shall say this once. Mind your tongue in the future." Anqing was taken aback, watching as Lu Chang urged his horse into a gallop, leaving him behind. At the General and Appo's residence, the atmosphere was rather somber due to recent mourning and an incident where a concubine had her leg broken. Only in the coral courtyard was there contrasting liveliness, as both the mistress and maids appeared cheerful. "Miss, it is fortunate you listened to the madam and secured the engagement. Otherwise, after the old lady's passing, you would have had to wait indefinitely," one maid remarked. Hong Kei was embroidering flowers on a wedding garment alongside Lu Shanshan. After the old lady's death, Mao Linhai also came to pay his respects and found an opportunity to speak with Lu Shanshan. In truth, Lu Shanshan felt little upon her grandmother's passing. Yet, when facing young Master Mao, she donned a facade of sorrow. Mao Linhai, believing her to be grieving, offered various comforts, his expression one of genuine concern and empathy. Recalling this, Lu Shanshan Kuden and Appo's T helped but chuckle. Mother was right. A person like me must find someone who genuinely cares. Her heart gradually found peace. Previously, she had schemed to win over Wang Jichuan before the imperial examinations, hoping to cultivate feelings and accumulate capital. Did he truly remain oblivious to her grandmother's funeral while in the capital? Yet now, even if she were to find him, what would it matter? She no longer harbored hope for him. Seeing her come to this realization, Hong Kei was particularly elated. If the mistress walks her path well, even the servants can earn a decent living. "Miss, once the examination results are announced, your mourning period will have ended," Hong Kei said cheerfully. After 3 months of mourning, grandchildren could celebrate happy occasions. Lu Shanshan nodded, a smile gracing her face. Mother is right. One must seek a suitable match. During these months of mourning, she planned to remain in the residence with her maids, preparing her dowry. In the northern courtyard, Lin Shishi, Zhang Mama, and Chunyu gathered to analyze the recent departure of Rindong. It and Amp, Appo's, as certainly abnormal. She left the residence on the afternoon of the 5th day of the Lunar New Year and spent the night outside. If she had business, why not use the carriage from the residence? It suggests something nefarious, Zhang Mama remarked. However, the one who left in haste was from the Furong courtyard. Shikuden and Amp, Appo's, have devised such a self-destructive scheme while injuring Granny Zhuang, Lin Shishi pondered. Could it be that we overlooked something? Zhang Mama queried, equally perplexed. My lady, since you suspect it relates to the old lady's matters, how about I summon Rindong for interrogation? Once she confesses, we can report to the authorities, Chunyu suggested angrily. That is merely speculation. We have no evidence. So how could she admit to anything? Chunyu was excessively naive. My lady, on the 5th day of the Lunar New Year, few people venture out, and only the larger horse-drawn carriages are available for hire. There are only a couple of such establishments nearby. I will send someone to inquire. A single young woman leaving would easily catch the attention of the coachman. Lin Shishi found this approach feasible and nodded in agreement. Zhang Mama arranged for a shop assistant to investigate. The following afternoon, Chunyu entered, her head hanging low. Being young, her emotions were often evident on her face. Chunyu, who has upset you? Lin Shishi inquired. My lady, I may have caused you trouble, she said, looking guilty. What trouble? I just encountered Rindong. I had an amp. Appo's. Tea provoked her. Yet she glared at me. Her demeanor angered me, and I argued with her. I couldn't hold back and said that I saw her sneaking out, surely up to no good, and that her misdeeds would eventually be exposed for all to see. Lin Shishi's heart jolted. And what did she say? She claimed I was insane and hurriedly left. My lady, have I committed a grave mistake? Chunyu's face turned pale, tears nearly spilling over. Lin Shishi rubbed her forehead, saying, Chunyu, you have startled the snake in the grass. We have no evidence yet, and you acted on a moment's impulse. What should I do, my lady? I know I was wrong. Chunyu knelt down, her face contorted in distress. Lin Shishi understood her intentions were innocent. Yet, the residence was far from the peaceful haven Chunyu perceived. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. It was time for her to learn a lesson. Otherwise, she would not be able to shoulder responsibilities in the future. She needed to mature. Chunyu, now that you recognize your mistake, remain here and reflect. Chapter 63. The hanging Rendong, accustomed to striding confidently within the confines of the manor, found herself shaken by a few words from Chunyu, leaving her heart in turmoil. She hurried back to inform Madame Yu. Upon hearing the news, Madame Yu's expression shifted, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Rendong, did you not claim that no one saw you leave the manor? She inquired, her brow furrowed in concern. Rendong quickly defended herself, madam. I slipped out through the back door, and indeed, no one noticed my absence. Madame Yu raised her gaze, her eyebrows knitted tightly. She recalled that on the day of Lu Shanshan's engagement, Lin Shishi had questioned her about Rendong's absence. Had she already begun to harbor suspicions? Perhaps someone caught sight of you outside, Rendong. If this matter comes to light, I too shall be at risk, she warned, her eyes gleaming with a cold light. Rendong shivered at her tone. Madam, I understand. They have surely not yet discovered any concrete evidence. Otherwise, they would not be so reckless. Rendong trembled as she spoke. Indeed, just to be safe, you should visit the carriage house and ensure your silence. Madame Yu instructed, tossing a silver ingot towards her, which Rendong caught, no less than 2 taels. Rest assured, madam, I shall go at once, Rendong said, hurrying away. At the carriage house, she donned a veil, attempting to remain inconspicuous, yet her feet felt as heavy as lead, refusing to budge. A young servant was conversing with the driver of the carriage she had once occupied, inquiring about a woman's whereabouts on the 5th day of the new year. She hid behind another carriage, the canopy shielding her from sight. As she clearly overheard the driver mention, that woman wore a veil. Her voice was enchanting. I recall she went to... It was the alley where Lin Shishi and Appo's maternal grandfather resided. Although it lay within the capital, it bordered the outskirts, a considerable distance from her current location. The driver recalled every detail vividly. The young servant then slipped him 2 coins, and the driver accepted them with a grin. Rendong could hardly comprehend how she managed to leave that place. She knew Madame Yu all too well. If she learned that Rendong and Appo's movements had been exposed, she would surely take measures to silence her. Though spring had begun, the capital remained chilly with biting winds. Rendong stood alone on a sparsely populated street, clutching the cold silver in her hand, her heart filled with dread. Upon returning to the manor, she managed to regain her composure. Madam, everything has been taken care of. I made him swear by his ancestors that he would not disclose a word. A flattering smile adorned Rendong's face. Madam Yu regarded her for a moment before nodding. That is well. You may return to your tasks, but be cautious in future dealings. Once Rendong left, Madame Yu closed the door, leaving only Madame Zhuang in the room. Madam, are you still not at ease? Madame Zhuang asked. Having recovered well from her recent ailment, she now wore a wig. This wretched girl has repeatedly failed to execute her tasks. This recent blunder was likely due to her lack of clarity, resulting in damage to my courtyard. Had it not been for that old fool's haste inducing her heart ailment, I would have faced an even greater loss. Just days ago, she expressed a desire to redeem herself and leave the manor, all because of her beloved. If I do not grant her the contract for her release, will she not threaten me with these matters? If I give her the release contract, she will depart, and I shall no longer have any control over her. Madam, Zhuang and Appo's expression darkened. Some secrets must remain buried. Their eyes met, revealing an unspoken menace. The following day, a messenger arrived at the gate, requesting Rendong to return home. Rendong, you have not visited during the new year. Perhaps your parents miss you. Go home and see them, Madam Yu said. Rendong and Appo's face betrayed her reluctance. Madam, my parents care only for my inept brother. Whether I return or not, who truly thinks of me? They merely seek money. Give them some silver, after all. They raised you, Madam Yu replied. Madam, why are you crying? Do you fear they will not allow your return? Your release contract is with me, she reassured, handing over 2 taels of silver. Rindong declined twice, but Madam Yu remained resolute. Go and return early. Once you are married, you will become family. You will no longer be beholden to them. How long can you endure this? Madam Yu and Appo's kindness touched Rindong, who expressed her gratitude profusely. She changed in a simpler attire, took the 2 taels of silver, and after a moment in Appo's thought, added the 2 taels she had received yesterday. Regardless of whether it was 2 or 4 taels, her parents would never be satisfied. Yet, as Madam Yu said, she would soon be married and would no longer have to concern herself with them. As long as she could redeem her release contract from Madam Yu this year, it would suffice. Rindong left in a hurry and did not return until dusk. Her mood evidently sour. Upon inquiry, it became clear that a quarrel had erupted at home. Her parents intended to betroth her to a wealthy widower from a neighboring village. As long as you agree, the release fee will be covered by the affluent Huang. Madam Yu casually offered some comforting words and exchanged glances with Madame Zhuang, who then summoned the young maid. Lu Yu, your sister Rindong is feeling down. Keep her company, share some food and drink with her. Lu Yu, 14 with bright black eyes, was a second-tier maid who usually sought to curry favor with Rindong. With such an opportunity, she nodded eagerly. Madam, Zhuang brought forth a jug of fruit wine and some snacks, allowing the two to converse and enjoy themselves in the servants' quarters. The next morning, at the break of dawn, a sharp cry shattered the tranquility of the general's residence. Someone come quickly. Rindong has hanged herself. The household, still shrouded in grief from a recent funeral, was jolted by the news of another death, like a clap of thunder that sent shivers through everyone present. Footsteps rushed toward the scene, hoping it was merely a fright. The atmosphere stiffened. Lu Yu trembled in terror, her voice quivering as she wept. She had shared drinks with Rindong until the early hours of the night. How could she have taken her own life? Madame Yu and Madame Zhuang had intended for her to alleviate Rindong's gloom. Would she punish herself for her perceived failure? Madame Zhuang helped Lu Yu to her feet, her usual sharpness replaced by a gentler tone. What did Rindong tell you? Rindong said her parents wished to redeem her and marry her to the old wealthy man. She vowed she would never marry him. Lu Yu sobbed again, believing Rindong was merely venting her frustrations, never realizing she truly sought to end her life. It is fate. She sought a shortcut, and no one could intervene. Madame had promised to grant her release this year. It is a pity. Lu Yu, dazed, raised her head. Last night, she had not sensed any suicidal thoughts in Rindong. Yet what more could be said? The tragedy had already unfolded. Those around them sighed deeply, some condemning Rindong's parents for their insatiable greed. Madame Yu wiped her tears, expressing her sorrow. After all these years of loyalty, we would have supported you. Why did you choose to take such a desperate path? Several well-meaning servants began to counsel Madame Yu. Madam, you have done enough for her. She lacked the fortune. She is gone now. Let her family come to claim her for burial. With a few more lamentations, Madame Yu resigned herself to the situation, instructing Madame Zhuang to summon Rindong's family to come and retrieve her. Chapter 64. A hasty conclusion. As Granny Zhuang departed, Madame Yu discreetly slipped her 30 taels of silver. The circumstances surrounding Rindong family were well known. Each time she returned home, her parents would invariably demand money and press her regarding her marriage. Rindong had been assisting Madame Yu in collecting debts and had developed a relationship with a shopkeeper. However, her mother disapproved of him for his inability to provide a proper bridal price, insisting instead that she marry the wealthy landlord from the neighboring village, oblivious to the fact that this landlord could very well be her father. For the past 2 years, Rindong had been quietly saving money, hoping to buy her freedom and leave a few coins for her parents before returning with her partner to his hometown. Madame Yu had cleverly exploited this situation, sending Rindong home to create the illusion that her mother was pressuring her into marriage, ultimately leading to Rindong's demise. Yet, both Madame Yu and Granny Zhuang were fully aware of the true nature of events. The wine they had consumed the previous day had been laced with something potent. Rindong's mother was known for her fierce and unreasonable demeanor, but her family was solely motivated by money. If the blame were shifted onto them and a bribe given, the matter could be easily brushed aside. In any case, the household had collectively accepted that Rindantong had been driven to her death by her mother. Should her mother create a scene, they would simply retaliate. For Granny Zhuang, manipulating the situation to ensure compliance was second nature. Indeed, Rindantong's mother, alongside her reckless brother, arrived and sobbed theatrically before Madame Yu, who rewarded them with additional silver. They wrapped Rindantong's body in a mat and mournfully carted her away. The master of the house favored auspiciousness. No one was to speak of Rindantong's affair, should he inquire upon his return. They were to say she had been taken back by her mother to marry. Madame Yu asserted her authority over the household. Lu Huaishi, accompanied by a servant, had gone to keep vigil for old Madame Dong and would not return for several months. Madame Yu now reigned supreme in the household, her word being law. Upon learning of Rindantong's death, Chunyu felt her heart race with fear. She fled to the north courtyard, shut the door, and confided in Lin Shishi, "Madam, how could Rindantong have suddenly sought death? Had I known, I would not have spoken so harshly of her that day." Lin Shishi observed Chunyu in damp Oppo's expression of regret and replied, "Chunyu, ponder this. Why would she choose such a fate? Her family circumstances are hardly a secret. Whether she died sooner or later was inevitable, yet she chose now. Is Rindantong truly the type to take her own life so easily?" Chunyu was taken aback. Each encounter with Rindantong had resulted in her own misfortune. Few in the household could rival Rindantong and Oppo's as cunning. She was not one to succumb to despair lightly. After a moment of reflection, Chunyu asked, "Madam, do you mean Rindantong's death is related to her departure from the house on the 5th day of the new year?" Lin Shishi and Mama Zhang exchanged grave glances. They had just discovered that Rindantong had gone to visit Lin Shishi's uncle, Yu Wenming, the day she left, and shortly thereafter, disaster had struck. To claim there was no connection would be foolish. Yet, how could someone as astute as Madame Yu act so recklessly? It would be tantamount to self-incrimination. If the mistress were to discover their inquiries into Rindantong and Oppo's whereabouts, eliminating her at such a pivotal moment would be akin to burying 300 taels of silver without a trace. Mama Zhang's analysis was sound. If Madame Yu were unaware of their investigation into Rindantong, there would be no reason to eliminate her. Lin Shishi continued, "So, what transpired in the interim?" They could not fathom that the seemingly close relationship between Rindantong and Madame Yu had long been frayed. Nor could they anticipate that Rindantong had discovered their investigation into her whereabouts and had chosen to conceal this from Madame Yu. Chunyu widened her eyes, darting her gaze between Lin Shishi and Mama Zhang, still somewhat slow to comprehend. Rindantong was dead, and what she had done on that fateful day remained a mystery. If it were related to the matter of the river, it seemed implausible that Yu Wenming, who had never been scholarly or martial, would come to the house at such an hour to set fire to anything. What other figures were entangled in this web? "Madam, should we inform the master and let him investigate?" Chunyu inquired. Lin Shishi considered that Lu Chong was often preoccupied with affairs and frequently absent, replying, "The master is burdened with official duties and may not be present for some time. This matter cannot be delayed. It would be prudent to have my uncle investigate first." The officials could easily alert the culprits, and Mama Zhang agreed, cautioning Lin Shishi, "Madam, when we visited the Yu estate, your aunt mentioned that your uncle has become negligent in his teaching duties and is now mingling with some minor official under the 8th prince." Lin Shishi recalled this well. It was improbable that someone of her uncle's standing could curry favor with the prince. It was entirely possible for him to associate with lower-ranking officials and establish a new circle of acquaintances. Thus, she resolved to have Lin Ju investigate what Yu Wenming was currently engaged in. He might no longer be the same teacher idling at the academy. With old Madame Dong's funeral freshly concluded, Lin Shishi refrained from making public appearances. Mama Zhang volunteered to seek out Lin Ju. Upon hearing this, Lin Ju took it very seriously. He had been in the capital for 2 to 3 months and had taken over the shop's operations. He assured Mama Zhang that she could return home and await news, as he would make arrangements immediately. Lin Shishi remained indoors, painting a portrait of Jasmine. She had been well trained in the arts, as her mother had invested considerable effort in her education. One evening, when Lu Chong returned home, Lin Shishi presented him with a portrait of Jasmine. The figure was vividly depicted, every detail captured with precision, almost lifelike. "You painted this?" Lu Chang was evidently surprised. He had seen Jasmine at his grandmother's home, and Lin Shishi had only met her a handful of times, yet she had managed to recreate her likeness with remarkable accuracy. "Master, I thought having this portrait would make our search much easier," Lin Shishi explained. Lu Chang had dispatched spies to seek out information, knowing that an unregistered woman would inevitably end up in the chaotic corners of society. However, with the city and Apo's vast population, finding someone known only by name was no small feat. A portrait would undoubtedly increase their chances of success. Lu Chang praised Lin Shishi's artistic skills, and hearing such compliments from him for the first time brought her great joy. Mama Zhang noted the growing rapport between the two and felt a quiet delight. As Lu Chang changed his clothes, Lin Shishi deftly approached to remove his waist sash. He parted his lips as if to speak, but ultimately said nothing, opening his arms and allowing her to assist him. "Master, do you find the inner garments I made to be fitting? If you delay wearing them, the upcoming weather will not permit their use," she remarked, concealing any disappointment. "Your intentions are appreciated. I simply did not have the opportunity to change last time," Lu Chang replied gently, though he did not commit to wearing them the next day. He was tall and robust, his muscles taut and exuding strength. In her previous life, Lin Shishi had overlooked him, having preferred the gentler appearance of Lu Su. How foolish she had been. As she helped him change, her mind wandered aimlessly. Chapter 65. The examination. As the two settled for the night, they remained in their respective positions. Not only had they abstained from intimacy since their marriage, but the current mourning period also forbade such actions. "Please extinguish the lamp," said Chunyu. "I am accustomed to the light, but it does not bother me." Lu Chang assumed that Lin Shishi wished to extinguish the lamp to avoid disturbing him. For some time, his heart had been racing, yet tonight, with the presence of the elder, he felt a sense of calm. The voice that filled the air was laced with feminine allure. Lu Chang turned his head to find the woman's raven hair cascading down, her long, thick eyelashes fluttering like delicate wings. With a swift motion, he extinguished the oil lamp on the table. Lin Shishi and Apo's lips parted slightly in astonishment at his dexterity. "Sleep now. There is nothing to worry about," he gently reassured her in the enveloping darkness. After more than a month, news finally arrived from Linju. Yu Wenming was indeed no longer at the academy, but was managing affairs at a courier agency named Tangyan. The lengthy delay in obtaining this information was due to the agency and Apo's extensive operations across land and sea, which included maritime trade. Yu Wenming had recently accompanied a cargo ship on its journey. "Your uncle and Apo's whereabouts are intricate. He holds an important position there. The young assistant I sent was clever enough, but could not infiltrate fully. He has taken a job at a nearby silk shop, maintaining occasional contact with the courier agency, which allows him to gather some intelligence." "The courier agency?" Lin Shishi's interest was piqued. "Is this assistant reliable?" Lin Ju nodded. "His parents and fiancé reside in the village. The individuals I sent must possess both integrity and the ability to handle themselves." "Uncle, this matter is not simple. You must keep that assistant there." Lin Shishi decided to reveal what she had discovered about the Yu family and the fact that Yu Wenming was her half-brother. "My maternal grandmother did not die a natural death. He had a hand in it, but proving it now would be difficult." She also disclosed her marriage to Lu Chang. Lin Ju was taken aback. Having traveled extensively and witnessed the complexities of life, he never imagined his young niece would endure such heart-wrenching experiences. Sure, it was my negligence. After your parents passed away, I should have come to the capital to bring you back." With his brother-in-law and the cargo ship lost at sea, he was overwhelmed with settling the aftermath, besieged daily by creditors at the Lin residence. During that tumultuous time, their family was strained and exhausted. Eventually, he received word that Lin Shishi had been taken by her aunt to the general of the state's residence. He believed that since it was the child's own aunt, and with the elder sister-in-law present, she would strive to marry her daughter into a prominent family. He did not intervene. "Uncle, you cannot blame yourself. Had I not lived this life anew, even if someone warned me to be cautious of the Yu family, I would have dismissed it as mere ulterior motives. Still, Lin Ju wore an expression of concern and regret. Has Lu Chong mistreated you? If he is not sincere, you must return to Ninghai with me. Uncle, do not worry. He may be somewhat distant, but his heart is kind. I fear my parents' demise is not as straightforward as a maritime disaster. We may need to rely on him in the future. Let us remain discreet and not alarm my uncle. After a thorough discussion, Lin Shishi inquired about the household. Lin Shun was attending a school and had turned 9 this year. Since Wang Jichuan ceased visiting, Lin Nanan had been despondent, but with the encouragement from Pan, she gradually accepted her circumstances. Everything else was well. Time passed swiftly, and the imperial examination was soon to commence. Lu Shanshan had specifically gone to the temple to request a talisman for success, sewing it into a pouch and sending it to Mao Linhai, who was deeply moved and filled with determination. Lu Shanshan approached Lin Shishi, subtly indicating that the Yu family had lifted the mourning period and was planning her marriage. She implied that Lin Shishi should prepare a dowry for her. Sister-in-law, you promised me a generous dowry when I marry. Mother said she had no estate to give me. Perhaps you could give me that hot spring villa, as it would greatly benefit my health. Half demanding, half coaxing, Lu Shanshan's boldness was remarkable. Lin Shishi could not help but admire her audacity, responding with a smile that concealed her true feelings. Shanshan, your marriage is a joyous occasion, and as your elder sister-in-law, I will certainly congratulate you properly. As for the estate, I must consult with my uncle. I regret having previously entrusted all these matters to my uncle and aunt for convenience, but rest assured, I shall not forget to enrich your dowry. Thank you, sister-in-law. Unlike the second sister-in-law, you do not merely speak sweet words. Lu Shanshan beamed with joy. Mama Zhang, always disapproving of Lu Shanshan and Appo's various schemes to extract favors from Lin Shishi, seized the opportunity to approach once Lu Shanshan departed. Madam, should we take action against Ding Posey now? Lin Shishi considered the timing and replied, patience. In 3 days, once Master Mao enters the examination hall, we shall proceed. Understood. The groundwork has been laid. We merely await the right moment to act. Mama Zhang was confident. In this matter, she was more invested than Lin Shishi, unable to tolerate the youngest lady of the household who frequently sought to benefit from others. Fortunately, since becoming associated with the elder, Lin Shishi had changed her disposition. On the day of the examination, Lu Shanshan dressed with care, waiting outside the examination hall to see Mao Linhai enter. Observing the restrictions of the mourning period, she opted for modest attire, accentuated only by a colorful jade pendant shaped like a lotus, a gift from Mao Linhai, and a hint of rouge on her lips. With a figure as delicate as a willow in the wind, her elegance was captivating, and Mao Linhai's heart soared upon seeing her. Their gazes exchanged tender sentiments. After Mao Linhai entered, Lu Shanshan did not leave, but found a spot nearby, watching the candidates queue to enter. Oncle, accompagneur. Initially believed Lu Shanshan was merely interested in the commotion, but as time passed, it became evident she was waiting for someone. Miss, perhaps we should return. There are too many people here, she suggested softly, aware of whom Lu Shanshan awaited, but hesitant to speak directly. Lu Shanshan cast her a petulant glance, urging her to remain silent and stay by her side. After a while, a striking figure finally came into view. Wang Jichuan, donned in a slightly worn scholar in Appo's robe, carrying his bedding in a cloth bag, stood at the end of the line. Lu Shanshan approached eagerly, watching him from a distance, careful of the crowd. Wang Jichuan, sensing someone was observing him, turned to find Lu Shanshan's eyes filled with both joy and yearning. Chapter 66. The List. Young Master Wang. Lu Shanshan's ruby lips parted slightly, filled with a hint of melancholy, as if seeking an explanation. Wang Jichuan, after a brief moment of surprise, diverted his gaze and smiled at a nearby woman, Miss Lin. Lu Shanshan's expression faltered as she followed his gaze, landing on Lin Nanan, who stood there demurely, smiling bashfully at Wang Jichuan. The girl's shyness was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet to Lu Shanshan, it appeared as the most shameless seduction. She clenched her fists, her lips pressed together tightly. Young Master Wang, I wish you success in your endeavors, and may your wishes be fulfilled, Lin Nanan said, clearly a bit nervous. Wang Jichuan thanked her with a slight bow. Do you know each other? Lu Shanshan and Amp, Oppos. S emotions surged, her lips trembling slightly. She had encountered Lin Nanan during her visit to the Lin residence and had thought little of her. Though she was charming and cute, she was merely a merchant's daughter new to the capital, hardly worth noting. Yet, just moments ago, Wang Jichuan had completely ignored her while warmly greeting Lin Nanan. The expression on Lin Nanan's face was one of newfound affection, as though she were seeing a beloved for the first time. Despicable. How dare she openly entice the man Lu Shanshan had set her sights on? If she couldn't have him, what right did Lin Nanan have? With Wang Jichuan at her side, Lu Shanshan had to stifle her jealousy. Wang Jichuan, seemingly oblivious to Lu Shanshan's presence, spoke tenderly to Lin Nanan, advising her not to linger outside and to return home early. Lin Nanan obediently complied, leaving with her maid. Lu Shanshan wanted to confront Wang Jichuan about his fickleness. But Hong Kei tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Miss, there's still servants from the Mao residence nearby." She pointed to a distant figure of a young servant. Lu Shanshan didn't recognize him, but she had to be cautious. "Let us go," she said, her anger propelling her toward Lin Nanan's direction. "Stop." She ran in front of Lin Nanan, blocking her path. "Sister Lu," Lin Nanan greeted politely. Although she was unaware of the enmity between Lin Shishi and Lu Shanshan, she could glean some understanding from her mother Pan's words. Her cousin Lin Shishi and this cousin Lu Shanshan were not truly on amicable terms. "Lin Nanan, did you come specifically to see young Master Wang? How do you know him?" Lin Nanan's eyes twinkled with innocence as she replied, "Last year, I purchased young Master Wang and Oppos' paintings at the market and greatly admired them, which is how we became acquainted. I came today to see the excitement and unexpectedly ran into him. Sister Lu, are you here to send your fiancé, young Master Mao, off to the imperial examination? Have you seen him?" Lu Shanshan and Oppos' rising anger deflated like a puncture balloon. Yes, young Master Mao has already entered." She was now identified as Mao Linhai's fiancé. Nanan wishes young Master Mao success in his endeavors, and soon Sister Lu will be a lady of the Jinshi, Lin Nanan said, beaming with sincerity. Lu Shanshan forced a smile and thanked her. "Sister Lu, I shall take my leave now." Lin Nanan departed with a light step, having come merely to test her luck, yet she had unexpectedly encountered him and exchanged so many words. Lu Shanshan watched Lin Nanan leave with her maid, feeling deeply unsatisfied but unable to find an outlet for her frustration. "Miss, let us return," Hong Kei said, her heart finally easing a little. They had been out for quite some time and needed to go back. On the Mao residence's side, preparations were underway for Mao Linhai's marriage to Lu Shanshan following the examination. Both families were diligently organizing the events. Half a month later, when the examination results were announced, Wang Jichuan secured the position of the second-place scholar, while Mao Linhai merely attained the rank of a fellow scholar. Upon learning this, Lu Shanshan felt a wave of depression wash over her and sought out Lin Shishi in the northern courtyard to vent her frustrations. "Sister-in-law, I told you he was not an ordinary person. I still did not comprehend where I went wrong," Lu Shanshan lamented. "Shanshan, young Master Mao also achieved the rank of fellow scholar. We must refrain from speaking foolishly," Lin Shishi patiently counseled. "What you say is true. It is rare to find even a fellow scholar. I shall visit my second brother and sister-in-law shortly to see if I can secure a position for young Master Mao in the 6 ministries. If he can enter the 6 ministries, it would be no less than that of the second-place scholar. That is only natural." Though Lu Shanshan complained outwardly, she felt a sense of happiness within. After chatting with Lin Shishi, she went to find Shen Yujio. Shen Yujio teased her, "Shanshan, you are not even married yet, and your heart is already swayed. The Yongding Marquisate is not without its own capable people. Do you really need to worry about this?" After a light-hearted exchange, Shen Yujio agreed to return to her family to speak with her father about the matter. Recently, Yushi had been in high spirits, sending a servant to deliver the good news to Lu Huaishi, who lived in a thatched cottage at the foot of the mountain. Days passed, yet there was still no word from the Mao residence, causing Yushi to grow anxious. Zhuan Mama, should not young Master Mao send someone to share the news of his success? Zhuang Mama pondered for a moment before replying. Madam, perhaps he is too busy. They may think we already know, so they opted not to send anyone. Yusher frowned, feeling displeased. You should not forget the future family of your daughter. A couple of days later, Yusher learned that the Yongding Marquis was hosting a celebration for Maolin High, yet the Jingwa general's residence had not received an invitation. This deepened her unease. Zhuang Mama comforted her. Let us wait a little longer. Perhaps Lady Zhong wishes to deliver the invitations personally. After all, the relationship between the two families is at a crucial stage and is unique. Yusher, still patient, waited for another 2 days, but found it unbearable. Zhuang Mama could no longer offer excuses. However, she could not confront them directly about why they had not sent an invitation. That would be too embarrassing. Yusher called for Shen Yujao, asking her to investigate the matter. Shen Yujao promptly returned to her family, which had connections with the Yongding Marquis. Indeed, the Shen family had already received the invitation from the Yongding Marquis. Shen Yujao returned to inform Yusher, Mother, please wait a moment. I have already sent someone to inquire, and we shall surely receive a reply by tomorrow. Both Yusher and Lu Shanshan felt as anxious as a drum. Unable to find peace, Lu Shanshan lost all interest in embroidering her wedding gown. They both spent a sleepless night. The following afternoon, the Shun residents sent word that the matriarch of the Yongding Marquis had stated that the Lu family was still in mourning and could not attend the banquet. Hence no invitation was sent. Upon receiving this information, Yusher and Lu Shanshan's hearts grew heavier. It is our business not to attend a banquet, but you should still observe the proper etiquette, Yusher said, burdened with concern. Lu Shanshan sensed that matters were not as simple as they seemed. Mother, I must seek out young Master Mao for clarification. She was on the verge of tears. You, a young lady, how can you engage in such a degrading act? Yusher scolded. Lu Shanshan felt a profound sense of abandonment, reminiscent of Wang Jichuan's earlier indifference toward her. Chapter 67. Who did it, Shanshan? Perhaps it is your future mother-in-law who wishes to create obstacles for us. Let us not lose our composure. You consoled Lu Shanshan. The Zhong family was already somewhat displeased with Lu Shanshan, and now that their son had attained the same degree, he might act rather pretentiously. Mother, what should we do? He would call off the engagement, would he? Lu Shanshan expressed her concern. Silly child, you haven't done anything wrong. How could he simply withdraw from the engagement? If he were to call off the engagement merely because he passed the examination, the entire capital would scorn him. Do not fret. It is likely your mother-in-law is deliberately making things difficult to ensure we prepare a more substantial dowry for you, you reasoned. The Zhong family had several legitimate sons, and they surely hoped for their daughter-in-law to bring more wealth into their household. After much contemplation, you concluded this was the most plausible explanation. Shanshan, you are my only daughter. I will certainly do everything in my power to support you. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanshan managed to smile through her tears, feeling a slight sense of relief. She thought of the way Mao Linhai looked at her. Surely, he would not treat her in such a manner. After the celebration banquet concluded, a matchmaker unexpectedly arrived at their residence. Lu Shanshan's heart raced, unsure if the matchmaker came to discuss the wedding date. Eager to know, she couldn't resist hiding behind the screen with Honke to eavesdrop. Call off the engagement? What nonsense are you spouting? Who matchmaker? Why on earth would we call it off? You scolded, her voice trembling with anger. How dare you come here so early in the morning to speak of such ill fortune? Madam, you, please calm down. I'm merely a messenger. The whom matchmaker stammered. Just because he has passed the examination, he thinks himself superior? Does he not consider that I have 2 sons? One a close minister to the emperor, and the other a successful candidate who has entered the Hamlin Academy? He is merely a fellow graduate. You exclaimed indignantly. Madam, you've misunderstood. That is not the reason, the matchmaker replied. Young Master Mao previously told me he would strive for academic success to gain face in marrying Miss Lu. Who could have anticipated? The whom matchmaker, with her unadorned lips, appeared rather disheveled. Then do tell, what gives him the right to call off the engagement? Whose idea is this? Speak quickly. You are driving me to despair. You pressed. The whom matchmaker hesitated, as if the matter was too difficult to divulge. Lu Shanshan's complexion turned pale, nearly fainting, her body leaning against Honke for support. Madam, Perhaps you should ask Miss Liu. She may have a clearer understanding of the situation. Has Miss Liu been in contact with a scholar named Wang Jichuan? After Madame Zhong learned of this, suddenly, a thud resounded as Lu Shanshan collapsed behind the screen. Miss, Han Ke cried in distress. You rushed around the screen, witnessing the scene unfold. Her keen intuition told her that the Whom Matchmaker's revelations were likely something Lu Shanshan had concealed from her. Why did you bring her here? She has been ill and needs to rest. Quickly take her away. You scolded Han Ke with a stern expression. She then ushered the Whom Matchmaker out, her demeanor softening as she said, "Since young Master Mao has achieved the same degree, it is understandable that he may have developed aspirations. However, marriage is a serious matter, not something to be dismissed casually. If he wishes to break off the engagement, let him come and speak for himself. My daughter is unwell, so I cannot entertain guests." The Whom Matchmaker wanted to say more, but you was insistent on seeing her out, practically pushing her to the door. Once the Whom Matchmaker had left, you disregarded her previously composed demeanor and rushed into the coral courtyard. Lu Shanshan lay weeping on the couch. Shanshan, tell your mother the truth. What is this matter concerning Wang Jichuan? Have you done something to hide from me? Lu Shanshan continued to sob into the couch, refusing to let you see her face, her body trembling with grief. You then noticed Han Ke shivering nearby and glared at her fiercely. You are with the young lady every day. You must tell me what is happening. If you dare to lie or conceal the truth, I will break your legs and sell you to the slums. Han Ke fell to her knees, realizing the day of reckoning had come. Madam, please spare me, she cried. Lu Shanshan halted her sobs, rising to kneel beside Han Ke, exclaiming, Mother, they are wronging me. I am not familiar with young Master Wang. He is a scholar from afar, who lost his money and faced hardship. I felt pity for him and gave him a few coins. It was merely an act of compassion. We have no ulterior motives. You would not be swayed. Insisting that Han Ke speak up. Han Ke, terrified, bowed her head repeatedly, unable to offend either party. Madam, I speak the truth. Even my sister-in-law is aware of it. When I visited young Master Wang, my sister-in-law even gifted him an ancient text. Is she also involved with him? We were solely moved by compassion. You pressed on, but Lu Shanshan only danced around the main issue. With a heavy sigh, you lamented, Shanshan, I am asking you these questions not to punish you. The Yongding Marquis' household must surely be aware of something. If you do not tell me the truth, I cannot help you. Lu Shanshan was momentarily taken aback. Realizing the gravity of the situation, this was her own mother. Once she comprehended this, she ceased her concealment and recounted the entire series of events. You say young Master Wang has become the top scholar? You exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Shanshan nodded, her tear-streaked face still evident. You have a good eye. But what a pity, you said, a hint of regret in her tone. Encouraged by her mother's lack of reproach, Lu Shanshan grew bolder. Mother, what should we do now? You pondered for a moment before responding. You have no substantial ties to him and no evidence against you. There is nothing to fear. Do you think the Yongding Marquis' household would dare to summon Wang Jichuan for confrontation? Even if they did, he would never admit to anything. You felt a sense of reassurance and urged Lu Shanshan to remain calm, as she had her own plans. You could not help but mutter. How did Zhong become aware of this? It couldn't have been Lin Shishi, could it? Very few were privy to this matter, and it was inconceivable that Han Ke would leak it. Could Lin Shishi be the culprit? Lu Shanshan had not yet considered this possibility, but U.S. reminder made her anxious. Mother, my sister-in-law knows a lot. If she is behind this, it could spell trouble. What is there to fear? Even if she knows much, what evidence does she have? She may plot in secret, but would she dare confront us openly? Regardless, it is time to deal with her. After you departed, Lu Shanshan wiped her tears, her anger intensifying as she stormed off to the northern courtyard to confront Lin Shishi for an explanation. Chapter 68. Rumors. As Lin Shishi leisurely sipped her tea, she noticed Lu Shanshan approaching with an ominous expression. She feigned surprise, asking, Shanshan, what troubles you? Lin Shishi, did you divulge my affair with young Master Wang? Lu Shanshan nearly accused her outright. What nonsense are you spouting? You and young Master Wang have nothing amiss. I have never uttered a word to anyone. What has happened? Lin Shishi replied, her face a picture of innocence. Lu Shanshan remained skeptical. Then how did Madame Zhong come to know? She recounted the matter of the Yongding Marquis and Amp, Oppo's intent to call off the engagement. Call off the engagement? Surely you jest. You and young Master Wang have only maintained a proper acquaintance. There is no scandal to warrant such an uproar. I believe Madame Zhong is simply seeking an excuse. Lin Shishi retorted. Upon hearing this, Lu Shanshan found it quite reasonable, as did Yu Shi. Her suspicion towards Lin Shishi dissipated significantly. But how could Madame Zhong know? Lu Shanshan persisted on this matter. Not many are privy to this information. Only Ding Posey accompanied you. But did you not send her away? Lin Shishi explained. Eventually, Lu Shanshan would come to this conclusion. Indeed, Ding Posey mentioned she wished to return to her hometown in Jingbei for the new year, claiming she would become a grandmother and would no longer take on odd jobs. As a mere servant, even if she were to speak out, no one would believe her. The crux lies in the fact that you and young Master Wang are entirely innocent. I suspect the Yongding Marquis and Oppo's household has ulterior motives, Lin Shishi posited. Lu Shanshan fully relinquished her guard against Lin Shishi, finding her words to echo her mother and Oppo's sentiments. The malicious Madame Zhong aimed to disrupt her engagement. Once she was married, she would find a way to repay her in kind. Rumors soon circulated in the capital, claiming that the third son of the Yongding Marquis had become arrogant after achieving the same degree as his peers, looking down on his fiancée, and wishing to break the engagement to pursue a more advantageous match. It was said that young Master Mao had his sights set on the daughter of a second-rank official. Should he secure that proposal, his future would be bright. The rumors spread with fervor. When Mao Linhai ventured outside, he faced scornful glances and disdain from others. Upon learning of this, Madame Zhong scolded him furiously. Third son, I warned you not to be overly lenient. You did not heed my advice. Look at what has happened now. Mud has been flung upon your reputation. Mao Linhai hung his head, feeling utterly dejected. He had mourned for days after reading the severance letter from Wang Jichuan addressed to Lu Shanshan, but ultimately, he implored Madame Zhong to spare the other party some dignity. Thus, the Yongding Marquis' household merely sent a matchmaker to convey the cancellation, being vague about the reasons to prevent any gossip that might tarnish the young lady's reputation. My son, heed my words, do not involve yourself in this matter. That girl is utterly detestable. Fortunate that we discovered her true nature in time, Madame Zhong declared resentfully. Mao Linhai refrained from further comment. Quickly, new rumors emerged regarding the engagement between the Yongding Marquis and Amp, Oppo's household, and the general of the state and Amp, Oppo's household. The world is in decline. A well-bred young lady consorting with a poor scholar. Surely a tale spun from too many stories. She was even abandoned after being toyed with by this penniless scholar. Poor young Master Mao, a man of integrity, almost fell into their trap. Bang, bang, bang. Yu Shi, infuriated, knocked the teacups off the table. Mother, what shall we do? The Yongding Marquis is resolute in breaking off the engagement. Yu Shi had initially spread rumors that the Yongding Marquis was a snob seeking a more advantageous match, intending to pressure them. To her dismay, Madame Zhong remained unmoved, and rumors of Lu Shanshan and Oppo's impropriety spread throughout the streets. This is intolerable. I shall confront the Yongding Marquis for an explanation. Yu Shi fumed, storming towards the Marquis's residence with Granny Zhuang in tow to confront Madame Zhong. Madame Zhong, I once held you in high regard, but I was blind. How could you spread rumors that tarnish my daughter's reputation? Madame Zhong regarded Yu Shi coldly, her eyes brimming with disdain. Are you not aware of your daughter's actions? I offered you grace, wishing for a peaceful resolution, yet you instigated this conflict first. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, both women seasoned in the intrigues of the backyard, evenly matched. At last, seeing that Yu Shi was unyielding, Madame Zhong produced a pouch and a letter, holding them aloft for Yu Shi to see. Look, is this not your daughter's embroidery for that scholar? The letter clearly states that he does not favor your daughter, advising her to seek another suitor. TSK. Yu Shi recognized her daughter's handiwork immediately. The contents of the letter struck her like a thunderbolt. Ultimately, she was assisted out by Granny Zhuang, her face a mask of cold fury and disappointment. Go! Summon that wretched girl. Yu Shi instructed upon returning to Furong Courtyard, her face a storm of displeasure. Lu Shanshan hurriedly approached, sensing her mother's distress. Mother, kneel. Lu Shanshan dared not argue, obediently dropping to her knees. Mother, what is happening? She asked anxiously. As Yu Shi berated her, she exclaimed, How did I end up with such a foolish daughter? You do not even tell your mother the truth. How could that severance letter from young Master Wang have leaked out? Lu Shanshan felt as though she might faint from shock. She had no knowledge of it. Mother, what of the engagement then? They possess evidence. What can be done? I have already agreed to withdraw from the engagement, Yu Shi replied. Mother, what shall I do? Woe is me. The engagement is called off. My reputation is in tatters. Where will I find another suitor like this? Yu Shi, exasperated, looked at Lu Shanshan with frustration. She ordered the servants to drag her back to Shanhe Courtyard. The engagement must be terminated decisively, allowing the Yongding Marquis' household a glimmer of hope. However, Lu Shanshan was unwilling to accept this fate. She recalled the way Mao Linhai had looked at her, filled with unspoken joy. In secret, she penned a letter and sent it to him, requesting a meeting. If young master is truly heartless and refuses to see me, I shall have no choice but to end my life with a white silk. They arranged to meet at a tea house. Lu Shanshan adorned herself carefully, her eyes red and glistening, appearing almost pitiful. If only I could soften his heart, perhaps this matter could be salvaged, she thought. The outcome hinged upon this encounter. Yet, upon seeing Mao Linhai, before she could utter a word, his remark plunged her into despair. Miss Lu, please speak quickly. My mother awaits in the next room. His callousness struck her deeply. How could a man be so unyielding, granting her no opportunity? Young master, fate has brought us together. Today, I come to bid farewell. Some matters are beyond words, and I cannot begin to express them. The mountains are long, the rivers wide. I wish you a smooth and prosperous journey ahead. With that, she removed a jeweled lotus pendant from her chest and offered it to Mao Linhai. After a graceful bow, she departed, her heart heavy. Chapter 69. Rejection. Mao Linhai gazed blankly at the colorful lotus jade pendant, his heart heavy as he watched Lu Shanshan's figure fade into the distance. He had expected her to cling to him, but she chose to bring their connection to an end. Ultimately, his mother had been overly concerned. Third brother, what are you still staring at now that she has left? Zhongshi approached, her presence startling him. Mao Linhai sighed, acknowledging her perceptiveness. Zhongshi remarked, Lu Shanshan has given up. Soon, the two families will complete their transition. The narrative for the outside world is that the two children simply did not see eye to eye. Furthermore, I yearn for grandchildren, while Lu Shanshan wishes to honor her grandmother by observing a year of mourning. This way, we salvage a semblance of reputation. Yet, under the weight of multiple blows, Lu Shanshan fell ill, suffering from high fever for several days, her mind wandering in delirium. Initially, Yu Shi had been upset with her, but her illness rendered such grievances trivial. Yu Shi stormed into the north courtyard, unleashing her fury upon Lin Shishi. Shanshan is such a well-behaved child. You have led her astray. Were it not for your encouragement, she would never have dared to meet with a man outside the family. Lin Shishi waited patiently for her to finish before responding. Mother, I understand your concern for Shanshan. I share it as well. However, you cannot simply blame me without discerning right from wrong. I refuse to accept such unfounded accusations. Shanshan concealed her acquaintance with young Master Wang even from me. Although I am her sister-in-law, being merely a year older, how can you claim she is naive and I am cunning? It is she who seeks me out for counsel. Indeed, it was often Lu Shanshan who ventured to the north courtyard in search of Lin Shishi. I did not come here to debate this. Shanshan is unwell. You must quickly summon Dr. Hao. I have too much on my plate to manage everything alone, and as her sister-in-law, you ought to share some of the burden. Yu Shi struck a soft surface in frustration, ultimately revealing her true intentions. Why is she ill again? Do not worry, I will send someone to fetch Dr. Hao. Lin Shishi agreed readily. I can help arrange for the doctor, but the expenses will have to be borne by you. After Dr. Hao departed, Granny Zhuang approached Lin Shishi with a prescription, urging her to procure the medicine. Lin Shishi flatly refused. Granny Zhuang, I have just arrived at Kuei, and Mama Zhang has taken Shi'er to inspect the estate. We are truly short-handed. Please go to my sister-in-law. Her courtyard has more servants. She can spare someone to fetch the medicine. Granny Zhuang looked around and noted the absence of Mama Zhang and Shi'er. But is this simply a matter of manpower? Madam, why not do it this way? Let the second lady provide the help, and the expenses will be recorded under your name. Why should it be recorded under my name? This is the illness of the eldest lady of the household. Well, has the eldest lady ever needed to draw on her sister-in-law and aunt? Oppo's account. Lin Shishi inquired, puzzled. Is it not the case that the eldest lady shares a good relationship with you? Now that she is ill, it is the perfect opportunity for you to express your concern and care. Why should you be so calculative? Granny Zhuang advised. Indeed, once my sister recovers, I will bring her gifts to show my goodwill. As for the accounts, let us not muddle them. Mother prefers clarity in the household, and I would rather not take liberties, Lin Shishi asserted. Granny Zhuang, with decades of experience, left the conversation with nothing to show for her efforts, her pride wounded. Upon witnessing Granny Zhuang return with the prescription, Yushi's anger flared. This little minx has turned into quite the tyrant. However, with Lu Shanshan's health in jeopardy, Granny Zhuang took it upon herself to fetch the medicine. Once Lu Shanshan's condition improved, Yushi addressed Granny Zhuang. The first household is now quite clear. Since softness has failed, we shall take a firmer approach. During the old lady's lifetime, she possessed a considerable fortune, which I am certain has been handed over to Lu Chong by Aunt Fong. If I were to demand it, Aunt Fong would undoubtedly come forward to testify. She is an elder in the presence of the old lady, and her words carry weight. Granny Zhuang nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. The late Lady Dong had favored Lu Chong, leaving her possessions to him, which was generally accepted. However, the old lady's sudden passing without a will left room for manipulation. Since the mourning period of 49 days has passed, I will suggest repairs to that courtyard and have Aunt Fong move out to the servants' quarters. She previously claimed her presence was solely due to the old lady, and now that she is gone, she will likely depart, seeking to live with her son. Granny Zhuang explained. Yushi nodded and instructed Granny Zhuang to convey the message. Upon her arrival, Granny Zhuang wielded her authority, treating Aunt Fong and the other servants with disdain. Since your master is no longer here, you must heed my commands. Aunt Fong did not protest and began moving her belongings with the maids to the new location designated by Yushi. Let's see if she truly leaves. Yushi mused darkly. Aunt Fong, however, did not linger, but instead went to bid farewell to Lin Shishi in the north courtyard. Madam, take care of yourself. I entrust the master to you. He is a good man, though he has suffered greatly and does not know how to win a woman's affection. Please, take the initiative to draw closer to his heart. He will protect you for life. Aunt Fong spoke from the heart. I shall not wait for the master to return. Please inform him that my son has recently written to me, wishing to take me home. I will return at once. There's a maid by the old lady named Joer. She is capable, and you may wish to summon her in due time. Aunt Fong added a reminder to wait a while before bringing her over. Lin Shishi nodded in agreement, but still urged Aunt Fong to stay a couple of days longer to meet the master upon his return. Yet, Aunt Fong, being rather impulsive, was determined to leave immediately, believing her affairs here were concluded. Lin Shishi, sensing her resolve, produced 100 taels of silver, insisting that Aunt Fong take it to ensure her comfort in her later years. Aunt Fong adamantly refused, stating, Madam, the old lady has already made arrangements for me. I have land and a home back in my village. I lack for nothing. Just live well with the master, and if you have a little master in the future, send word to me, and I shall be delighted. Seeing her firm stance, Lin Shishi relented and summoned a carriage from the estate, sending Chunyu to accompany Aunt Fong on her departure. Aunt Fong and Oppo's home lay over 200 miles to the south, and she would travel by boat for a smooth journey. As the carriage reached the dock, Chunyu handed Aunt Fong a bundle. The madam has prepared some provisions for your journey. Upon returning to the north courtyard, Lin Shishi inquired, Is everything settled? Chunyu nodded. Inside the bundle were 10 taels of gold. Your lady is indeed generous, opting for gold bars instead of silver. Chapter 70. Unable to enter when Lu Chong returned home that evening, Lin Shishi recounted the departure of Aunt Fong. Lu Chang fell silent for a moment. Aunt Fong had been a figure in his upbringing, a rare source of kindness in his limited experiences. "Thank you for your thoughtful arrangements in sending Aunt Fong away," he remarked, having heard that Lin Shishi had given her 2 gold bars. "You are too polite. We are of one body. I know if you were present, you would have done the same," Lin Shishi replied gently. A warmth spread through Lu Chang's heart. He no longer shied away from Lin Shishi, assisting him with his clothing changes, and from that moment on, he awaited her presence even when she was absent. "Madam, we have finally sent Aunt Fong away. Can we proceed now?" Granny Zhuang inquired of Madame Yu. "Yes. As soon as Lu Chang departs tomorrow, we shall go," she affirmed. Early the next morning, Lin Shishi had just finished her breakfast when Madame Yu arrived with 7 or 8 maids and servants at the northern courtyard. And Dong, limping on his left leg, stood guard and blocked their entry. "And Dong, you wretched servant, I am the mistress of this household. Have you gone blind to deny me entry?" Madame Yu exclaimed. "Madam, you may enter, but the others cannot," and Dong replied firmly, brandishing a club as thick as his arm. His square face bore a resolute expression, suggesting he was unyielding. "Step aside. These are all my people." Madame Yu insisted, yet felt her status was being undermined, nearly resorting to force. "I cannot let you pass. Anyone who dares to intrude will find my club unyielding." And Dong rolled his eyes, his demeanor cold and unapproachable. "Go and summon your lady." Seeing she could not gain entry, Madame Yu reluctantly requested Lin Shishi's presence. Inside, Lin Shishi had already sent Chunyu to gather information and feigned ignorance, relishing her respite. Upon hearing her mother call for her, she exchanged a glance with Granny Zhang. "Madam, she has brought so many people. Her intentions are certainly not benign. Please be cautious," Granny Zhang warned. "I understand. I will go and see what she seeks." "You and Chunyu should act according to the situation," Lin Shishi replied, making her way over. Arriving late, Lin Shishi found Madame Yu and her entourage glaring at each other at the gate, both sides bristling with tension. "Mother, what brings you here in such numbers today?" Lin Shishi asked, feigning surprise. "Lin Shishi, you dare to call me mother? I came to seek you, yet find myself unable to enter the courtyard. Hurry and invite us in," Madame Yu snapped, her patience exhausted and her anger simmering. Noticing a maid approaching, accompanied by 2 young men, Lin Shishi calmly replied, "Mother, my husband has rules. You may enter with only 1 maid, and I am powerless to allow anyone else." She then inquired, "Might I ask why you require such a large entourage?" With the arrival of the 2 young men, Madame Yu felt emboldened and coldly stated, after the old lady and Oppos, as passing, "All her belongings have vanished. I am here to retrieve them. It seems you are guilty and dare not let me in. In that case, do not blame me for breaking in." A fierce expression crossed her face, as if ready for confrontation. "Mother, do not act rashly, though you may have numbers. And Dong has come from the battlefield. I ask you, who among you dares to fight? You do not, but Dong does." And Dong raised an eyebrow, casting a challenging glance. Another man approached, missing an arm, his gaze menacing as he stood ready for a command. Everyone felt a tremor of fear. Madame Yu, unaccustomed to such resistance, was reluctant to back down. "Fine. If I cannot enter, you must bring out the old lady's belongings. I am a mistress of this house. They should be entrusted to me." "Mother, I have never seen the belongings the old lady left for my husband. If you desire them, you may wait for his return to ask," Lin Shishi replied. Madame Yu had intended to seize the opportunity while Lu Chang was absent, but found herself unable to even enter the courtyard. "You merely need to acknowledge that the items are in the northern courtyard. I will have someone here waiting. When Lu Chang returns, will he dare to refuse me an explanation?" Frustrated, Madame Yu left 1 maid at the gate and departed with the rest. "I suspect she seeks to reclaim possessions. Her scheme is quite apparent," remarked Granny Zhang. "But what shall we do tonight if my husband does not return?" she continued, implying they should send a message to Lu Chang. Lin Shishi hesitated briefly before saying, "My husband's affairs take precedence. I shall shoulder what I can for him. Even if he does not return tonight, and Qing will be here. With him present, they will not be able to enter." Previously, several remnants of soldiers had been tasked with menial work in the courtyard since Lin Shishi's arrival, and should trouble arise, they could be of use. She believed Madame Yu would not resort to extreme measures. That evening, Lu Chang returned. A maid rushed to inform Madame Yu, who quickly gathered her group again. Lu Chang remained unfazed, permitting everyone inside. Lin Shishi noticed the family head, Lu Su, and Shen Yujiao were also present, indicating Madame Yu had thoroughly prepared. Master, I have invited the family head today to witness. After the old lady's demise, you took her personal belongings during the turmoil. I am now the mistress of this household, and I request you return those items. Madame Yu stated, her gaze fixed on Lu Chang with apprehension. What specifically do you refer to, mother? Lu Chang inquired calmly. Do not think I am unaware. You cannot evade this. While speaking, Madame Yu began counting on her fingers, listing treasures and possessions she believed belonged to the late matriarch. You seem quite familiar with the old lady's belongings. I suspect you have long been coveting them, Lu Chang remarked mockingly. Madame Yu, caught off guard by his retort, hastily explained to the family head, these are all the old lady's musings. She often spoke of them, and I have naturally taken note. She assured me these things would be entrusted to my care. The family head, nearing 60, maintained a calm demeanor, his discerning gaze seeming to pierce through her facade. Beside him stood a young man in his 20s. Everything mother mentioned is here with me. And Qing, go and retrieve the items, he commanded. Madame Yu was elated, surprised by Lu Chang and Appo's compliance. As anticipated by Lu Huaiqi, this son was considerate, willing to endure hardship for family ties. The crowd leaned in, awaiting the return of Qing, but their excitement soon turned to disappointment. He returned not with treasures, but merely with a thin envelope. Chapter 71. The Art of Heartless Murder. Lu Chang received the envelope and extracted the letter within, bowing respectfully as he presented it to the elderly clan leader. Esteemed leader, this is my grandmother and Appo's final testament. I kindly ask you to peruse it and share its contents with everyone. The clan leader opened the letter, glancing over it with a discerning gaze before casting a disapproving look at the Yu family. Unperturbed by his scrutiny, Yu hurriedly approached, craning her neck to glimpse the letter. The clan leader disregarded her, clearing his throat and raising his voice to read aloud. Madame Dong expressed in her letter that her days were numbered, and to prepare for the inevitable, she had made arrangements for her affairs. Concerning her estate, all properties, including land deeds and shops inherited from the illustrious lineage of the general of the state, were to be bequeathed to Lu Huaiqi and Yu. Her personal possessions, however, were to be inherited by Lu Chang. The position of the clan's firstborn was to be passed on to Lu Chang. Impossible. This cannot be the work of the old matriarch. Lu Chang, with this flimsy letter, do you think you could deceive us? You harbor insatiable ambition, seeking to usurp the matriarch's wealth. With such character, how can you be deemed worthy of succession? Before the reading could conclude, you erupted in vehement accusations. The clan leader, folding the letter and returning it to Lu Chang, addressed you with displeasure. You, the matriarch, foresaw such a scenario and entrusted me with a duplicate of this letter in advance. Upon hearing this, you felt as if struck by lightning. No, it cannot be. Her face drained of color as she vehemently denied the claim. It is late. I must return. Today's events are now clear. Once she completes her mourning, we shall proceed with the succession of the firstborn. The clan leader's voice, though not raised, carried an undeniable authority. With that, he departed, accompanied by a young man, not glancing back. Yu was assisted back, devoid of the strength to even acknowledge the reproach in Shen Yujiao's eyes. Indeed, both Yu and Shen Yujiao were deeply affected by the blow. On the way, Shen Yujiao vented her frustrations to Lu Su. Second master, how could grandmother favor uncle so? All that inheritance, and yet you are her grandson too. He is already a close minister to the emperor. Why must he contest for the position of firstborn? He steals the woman you cherish, and now seeks to strip you of everything else. This is nothing short of heartless murder. Could you refrain from your incessant complaints? Lu Su replied, his face a mask of anger as he strode away. Am I wrong? You simply lack the courage to confront the truth. If you do not fight for what you desire, it shall remain out of reach. Shen Yujiao called after him. In the Furong courtyard, you took a moment to regain her composure. That old vixen, she even prepared a will in advance, with duplicates. After being her daughter-in-law for over 20 years, she still took such precautions against me. A hint of madness gleamed in her eyes. Even in death, She remained wary of me. "My lady, please. Have some tea," Zhuang Momo said, observing U.S. distress with concern. "What of it? She is still dead, just like my so-called mother. Both are gone. Always on guard against me." You pounded her chest, torn between laughter and tears. She had always tread carefully, never having faced such a disheartening defeat. "My lady, this matter is not yet settled. Let us devise a plan," Zhuang Momo urged. "What plan can we conceive? What more is there to do?" Yu's mind was in turmoil. Zhuang Momo leaned in, whispering conspiratorially for quite some time. As you listened, the confusion in her eyes faded, replaced by a sudden spark of realization. "How could I have overlooked this? Yes, that is the way." Overcome with joy, she wept as she clasped Zhuang Momo's hand. The two conspired under the candlelight, strategizing until the night deepened. The following noon, Lin Shishi was summoned to the Furong courtyard by Yu. Changing her demeanor, Yu expressed, "Sure. There was a misunderstanding yesterday regarding your uncle. My pride prevented me from apologizing to him. I wish to clarify things today." Yu smiled warmly, but Lin Shishi remained skeptical, unsure of Yu's true intentions. "Mother, you worry too much. A harmonious family fosters prosperity. It is time to establish the firstborn. And since the matriarch made provisions before her passing, I must respect her wishes, despite my personal inclinations." Sure. Your aunt has contemplated this for a long time. You are my sister's daughter, not an outsider. It matters not who is chosen," Yu continued, attempting to assuage her. Lin Shishi, however, was not easily swayed. She forced a polite laugh, refraining from further comment. Yu insisted on her staying for a meal, but Lin Shishi declined, claiming to have just eaten, even refusing a sip of water. Yu, undeterred, confided in Lin Shishi about her anxieties regarding Shanshan, expressing her frustrations as a mother. "If I have overstepped, I ask for your understanding. Had it not been for her tragic past, Lin Shishi might have believed U.S. sincerity. Yet, she knew better. You would not relent." Once you had shared her thoughts, Lin Shishi seized her opportunity to return home. Upon her arrival, she discussed with Mama Zhang her suspicions regarding Yu's ulterior motives. "She is undoubtedly plotting something significant. We must remain vigilant." Feeling fatigued, Lin Shishi took a brief rest. Soon, Chinyu delivered news, "Madam. That girl Jiu you asked me to keep an eye on was just slapped by the mistress and fined a month's salary." "What was the reason?" Lin Shishi inquired. "It seems she failed to wash the dishes properly." "Madam, should we bring her here?" Chinyu suggested. "Let's wait a moment," Lin Shishi replied. When Aunt Fong departed, she advised that Jiu should be fetched after some time. "I have realized that she must endure some trials under Yu's supervision before she can be loyal to us in the North Courtyard. A mere contract cannot compel true allegiance." As spring enveloped the estate in blooms, it was evident that the general of the state's residence spanned vast grounds, flourishing with verdant life. Behind Lin Shishi's quarters lay a modest garden, where she tended to the flourishing rose bushes until dusk. "Madam, Aunt Lu is here to see you," Chinyu announced. Her? Though Aunt Lu had never directly wronged her, Lin Shishi preferred not to engage with those from Lu Huaishi's household. Yet, she recognized the importance of not making enemies. "Have her wait. I shall attend to her shortly." When Lin Shishi approached, Aunt Lu sat properly, having lost some weight, yet retaining her beauty, now appearing more delicate than before. "Madam," she rose, attempting to bow. "Aunt Lu, no need for formality. Please take a seat." Lin Shishi observed that Aunt Lu's right leg seemed injured. She had heard that you had beaten her severely, and it appeared the injury still troubled her. Aunt Lu's expression bore hints of both eagerness and melancholy. With Lu Huaishi absent from the estate for several months, her circumstances had evidently grown quite dire. Chapter 72. "You must take responsibility, Lady Lu. Please speak candidly," Lin Shishi urged. Lady Lu forced a smile, struggling to articulate her plea. "Madam, could you assist me? My leg remains untreated by the physicians in the manor, and every movement sends excruciating pain through me. I lack the means to consult a doctor outside. I am not yet 30, and I dread becoming a cripple." Her pitiful demeanor stirred Lin Shishi's thoughts. Lady Lu was a thorn in the eyes of the Yu family. Perhaps it was time to drive that thorn in deeper. "Is there still a chance for your leg to heal?" Lin Shishi inquired. Lady Lu nodded vigorously. "Yes. The manor's doctor mentioned that if I could find a bone-setting doctor, there is hope. However, it requires a significant amount of silver. Lady Lu, the mistress of the house will not tolerate your well-being. If I assist you, she will hold it against me. Lin Shishi interrupted. Madam, I will forever be grateful. In the future, you will find a need for my assistance. I know you are searching for Jasmine. Perhaps I know her whereabouts? Lady Lu's eyes gleamed with earnestness. You know where Jasmine is? Lin Shishi responded, surprised. Madam, as you know, I hail from that realm of flowers. When Jasmine departed, I pointed her in a direction. I cannot be certain, but she had no other place to go. Perhaps she sought livelihood where I suggested. If she remains in the manor, the mistress would surely seek her life. Return for now, Lady Lu. I will send you the silver shortly. It would be best if you returned with a sorrowful expression. Lin Shishi instructed. Lady Lu understood her implication. Thank you, madam. I came at night to avoid troubling you. With a limp, Lady Lu departed. That evening, when Lu Chong returned, Lin Shishi shared the lead with him. Such places were indeed unsuitable for her to investigate. Unfortunately, when Lu Chong dispatched someone there, he learned that Jasmine had indeed stayed briefly, but had soon slipped away. Jasmine is still quite guarded. Finding her will not be easy, Lin Shishi mused. As Lu Shanshan's health gradually improved, her spirit remained low. At the slightest inconvenience, she would spiral into hysteria, causing her servants endless distress. You observed with growing concern. Is all that Wang Jichuan's doing? I must confront him. After yet another episode where Lu Shanshan refused to eat, Yu was infuriated and suddenly declared her intention to seek Wang Jichuan. Shanshan, I will confront him. You must focus on regaining your strength. He has ruined your engagement, and he must take responsibility. Lu Shanshan, eyes closed, remained silent. Shanshan, I will find him. You focus on your recovery. He has disrupted your future, and he must be held accountable. Lu Shanshan opened her eyes, conjuring the image of Wang Jichuan. Mother, will he even acknowledge this? Will he not? He is a mere impoverished scholar from afar. If I wish to marry my daughter to him, it is a matter of respect. If he is ungrateful, I will take drastic measures, banging the drum of justice, accusing him of forsaking a virtuous woman and ruining his prospects. Let's see if he trembles at that. Lu Shanshan sat up, her voice a whisper, Mother. Eat well, do not jeopardize your health. I will handle this matter. The residence of the flower prodigy was easily inquired about, with many visitors seeking his acquaintance. You swiftly located Wang Jichuan and Appo's abode. Upon opening the door, Wang Jichuan was greeted by a middle-aged lady. Though she bore a smile, her demeanor was formidable. Typically, it was men who sought him, even those wishing to offer their daughters in marriage. Madam, have you come to the wrong door? Wang Jichuan inquired. You scrutinized him from head to toe. Despite his humble attire, he possessed an extraordinary grace. She felt a sense of satisfaction. No wonder Shanshan had taken a liking to him. Young Master Wang, you are the one I seek. Will you not invite me in to speak? You and Appo's tone softened, her frustration eased by his striking appearance. Wang Jichuan, though filled with suspicion, courteously invited her inside. My home is modest, and the tea is plain. I hope you do not mind, he said, as he poured tea himself, lacking a servant. You examined the small room thoroughly. It was indeed bare, yet impeccably clean. Had she arrived days earlier, there would have been no benches to sit upon. But recent visitors prompted Wang Jichuan to procure a few. Do you know who I am? You asked, not touching her tea, waiting for him to settle. Wang Jichuan looked up again, shaking his head. Please, madam, speak plainly. I am the mother of Lu Shanshan, and I have come to discuss your engagement. Since the two of you have mutual feelings, I am inclined to consent. Wang Jichuan and Appo's eyes widened in surprise. Madam, you must be mistaken. I have no such intentions towards Miss Lu. I have heard she is already promised to a son of the Yongding Marquis. Young Master Wang, that is entirely my fault. I pressured Shanshan into that betrothal with Master Mao. Her heart belongs to you, and she threatened to take her life if I did not annul the engagement. I have but one daughter, and if she loves you, despite your humble background, I am not so inflexible. I will consent, and perhaps offer a larger dowry. As she spoke, she scrutinized him. Wang Jichuan could no longer remain seated, springing up from his chair. Madam, you are mistaken. I hold Miss Lu in the highest regard, and I assure you, We harbor no such intentions. Please, reconsider your words. Regard? When you accepted the purse she crafted, you accepted her affection and thus must take responsibility. Do you believe, as a flower prodigy, you can aspire to higher status? Let me tell you, should you dare mistreat my daughter, I will seek justice and expose your betrayal to the world. You threatened. Wang Jichuan gazed at you, his eyes clouded with uncertainty, and remained silent for a long while. You assumed he was intimidated by her. Young Master Wang, do not let your thoughts wander. Shan Shan is the only legitimate daughter of the general of the state. I am only considering her deep affection for you. Wang Jichuan and Appo's lips curled into a cold smile as he reflected on her words, realizing the source of Shan Shan and Appo's disillusionment. Madam, I stand by my words. I have no intentions toward Miss Liu. If there is nothing else, I must ask you to leave. He began to usher her out. He had traveled far, and though impoverished, he possessed a certain dignity. Otherwise, how could he have come this far? You dare forsake her? I shall bang the drum of justice against you. You exclaimed, taken aback by his attitude. Do as you wish. I have a clear conscience, Wang Jichuan replied coldly. You found his unpredictable demeanor perplexing. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside. Madam, someone is here. I must answer the door, Wang Jichuan declared, striding away from her. Two middle-aged men arrived bearing gifts. Young Master Wang, I shall take my leave for now. I will return to discuss the date. Seeing that Wang Jichuan was unimpressed by her tactics, you felt reluctant to create a scene. Her daughter's reputation was already tarnished. Thus, she decided to adopt a more gradual approach, albeit with some bitterness, and departed with her maid, Lu Yu. Chapter 73. The Unheeded Toast on the Carriage. In a moment of courage, June asked, Madam, will you truly go and strike the court drum? You cast a disdainful glance at her and retorted, Fool. How could she genuinely dare to lodge a complaint? It was merely a tactic to intimidate that impoverished young man. Not only was she unable to withstand the punishment of a few lashes from the drum, but even if she were to present her case before the emperor, he had not committed any grave transgression. Upon returning home, faced with Lu Shanshan's hopeful gaze, you refrained from revealing Wang Jichuan's stance. Shanshan, this matter is not entirely without negotiation. Today he had guests, making conversation inconvenient. I shall visit him another day. You must eat well and nurture your health. Lu Shanshan, though skeptical, felt a glimmer of hope. Exhausted, you returned to the Furong courtyard, burdened by an abundance of recent troubles. Today, concubine Lu had gone out. A servant informed her, Do not concern yourself with her, you replied. Concubine Lu is but a grasshopper in this household. I have no interest in her. Days passed, and you sought out Wang Jichuan once more, this time embellishing her family's background. Does Master Wang not aspire to enter the Hanlin Academy and realize his ambitions? She coaxed. Yet, Wang Jichuan remained as unyielding as stone, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Frustrated, you finally snapped, Do not spurn my goodwill. You shall see what awaits you. With that, she stormed off in anger. Upon her return, Zhuang Mama noticed her foul mood and reminded her, Madam, tomorrow marks the end of the 3-month mourning period, and the master shall return. You smacked her forehead, realizing how swiftly time had passed, nearly forgetting such an important event. He will not linger a day longer. Have you prepared everything? Zhuang Mama confirmed that everything was ready, but hesitated. Madam, must we truly involve the second master as well? You frowned. She wished to avoid it. Yet without doing so, Lu Chong would never take the bait. One cannot catch a wolf without sacrificing a child, she lamented. Zhuang Mama remained silent, recognizing the truth in her words. If Lu Su were present, it would disarm all defenses, who would demean their own son. Thus, Zhuang Mama made the necessary arrangements. The next day, just before noon, Lu Huaishi returned in coarse mourning attire. He could hardly endure another moment away. His face was unkempt, and he appeared gaunt, aged by a decade. Master, you have endured much hardship. You are truly a devoted son, you said, her heart aching for him. Bathe. I need to bathe. Lu Huaishi waved his hand, longing for a comfortable wash. Go inform the eldest master that the master has returned, and ask him to come and keep the master company this evening, you instructed a servant. Upon hearing of Lu Huaishi's return, Concubine Lu sent a maid to peek around the entrance of the Furong courtyard. Zhuang Mama spat, "Do not taint our eyes here. Return and have your mistress wait patiently. The master may yet remember and come over." After Lu Huaishi had bathed, Yu personally tended to his appearance, ensuring he looked presentable. "Home is truly comforting. It feels as though I have returned from prison," he remarked. Naturally, master has suffered greatly. The table was laden with delectable dishes, and Lu Huaishi indulged, crumbs adorning his lips. As night fell, Lu Huaishi urged for the evening meal to be served. Yu resisted, insisting they wait for Lu Chong and Lu Su to return and dine together. "That boy is always busy outside. Why wait for him? I can eat alone," Lu Huaishi protested. Yu replied, "If you do not let them accompany you, how will they know of your suffering these past 3 months? How will they feel for you?" Realizing the wisdom in her words, Lu Huaishi decided to bide his time. Knowing his father had returned, Lu Chong arrived late in the evening, followed by Lu Su. "You too, your father has endured much these past months. Sit with him for a meal. As for this fruit wine, though it is not allowed during mourning, indulge him a little. After all, we are in our own home, and no one will gossip," Yu said warmly. Lu Chong and Lu Su complied and sat down. "What are you waiting for? Come, eat with your father," Lu Huaishi urged. Seeing his father's emaciated form stirred something within Lu Chong, and he sat down earnestly to keep him company. They decided against having anyone serve them, choosing instead to enjoy a simple meal together. As they ate, Lu Huaishi shared trivial stories, and the three of them relished a rare moment of familial ease. Yu sent a maid to the northern courtyard to inform them that the eldest master would be dining with the master that evening. As the hour grew late and Lu Chong still had not returned, Lin Shishi felt a pang of unease and dispatched Chunyu to check on them. He did not object, allowing Chunyu to peek through the door. Seeing the eldest master and second master engrossed in conversation with the master, she returned with the report. Upon hearing that the father and sons were happily conversing, Lin Shishi thought little of it, leaving a lamp lit and lying down to sleep. However, in the dead of night, chaos erupted in the household. Murder. The eldest master has killed someone. Lights flickered on throughout the estate. Half awake, Lin Shishi was roused by the commotion. Upon realizing the eldest master was involved in murder, she rushed to the Furong courtyard without even putting on her shoes. "Where's the eldest master? Where is he?" she inquired of the maid June, who pointed towards the adjoining room. Lu Chong, with disheveled hair and bloodstains on his clothing, stood there, clutching a dagger as he coldly gazed at the woman draped in silk upon the floor. "Lin Shishi, Lu Chong has gone mad. He forced the maid in my courtyard, and when she resisted, he attempted to take her life. You pulled Lin Shishi back. He will not allow us to enter. Anyone who dares step inside, he will kill," you cried, dabbing her tears with a handkerchief. Lin Shishi glanced at Lu Chong, whose eyes were bloodshot and teetering on the brink of madness as he struggled to maintain control. Without hesitation, she stepped inside and closed the door behind her. "Husband," she called softly. The moment she entered, Lu Chang's gaze followed her. "Wife, I'm under the influence of a drug. Take me away, take her too," he gritted through clenched teeth. "All right, hold on a moment longer," Lin Shishi replied, retreating swiftly. "Mother, where are the master and second master? Were they not with the eldest master?" Lin Shishi asked you with a stern expression. "The master, he is..." Resting, you blinked, attempting to evade the question. "Call the master and second master over," Lin Shishi insisted. "The master is with concubine Lu. How can we disturb them now?" "Brother Su, the couple is already asleep. Do not disturb them. You must go in and seize his dagger, so we can save Bai Lu. Lives are at stake," you urged. Lin Shishi glanced back to see a crowd gathering, including Anqing and Anong, both skilled in martial arts. She breathed a sigh of relief. "Those in the northern courtyard and Furong courtyard remain. Everyone else, quickly leave," she commanded, her gaze sharp and voice commanding, startling many into retreating. Chapter 74. "The poison has come upon me, madam," you urged. Shishi, quickly go in and make him put down the dagger." Lin Shishi disregarded her and commanded Anqing and Anong. "Anqing, take the master away. Anong, remove the maid on the floor." As Madame Yu attempted to intervene, Lin Shishi seized her arm. "Mother, do not approach, lest you cause unintentional harm." Zhuang Mama, Chunyun and Sierra stepped forward, creating a standoff with the people from Furong Courtyard. Anqing and Anong, skilled in martial arts, swiftly took the individuals away right under Madame Yu's nose. Lin Shishi, what do you intend to do? You've taken Bailu. Are you seeking her life? Someone summoned the clan leader. The household is in turmoil. Madame Yu shouted. Mother, do you truly wish to call the clan leader? Once the matter is investigated, it is no trivial issue. If mishandled, it could lead to imprisonment. Lin Shishi coldly replied, her gaze piercing. It was the first time Madame Yu had seen such intensity in Lin Shishi's eyes, sending a shiver down her spine. Following behind, Lin Shishi entered the northern courtyard and firmly locked the door. Madam, they have taken everyone away. What shall we do? Asked Grandma Zhuang. What of it? So many witnesses saw it. Tomorrow morning, let the news spread that the master, during the matriarch and oppos, as mourning period, cavorted with maids in my courtyard. Someone will surely condemn him. Lin Shishi declared. Grandma Zhuang felt uneasy. Could this really be concealed? In the northern courtyard, Lin Shishi tended to Bailu and oppos as wounds. Meanwhile, she and Anqing placed the semi-conscious Lu Chang into a tub of icy water. Lin Shishi retrieved 2 Niohuang Qingdu pills from the medicinal box and dissolved them in water, administering them to Lu Chang. Anqing, your master has been poisoned. Give him this and keep him submerged in cold water for a while. He should be fine. Stay vigilant. Anqing glanced at Lin Shishi, contemplating that such matters could easily be resolved between husband and wife, yet he dared not voice his thoughts. Lin Shishi then approached the adjoining room to check on Bailu, who had finished bandaging her wounds and was sobbing. Chunyun was scolding her. How can you be so shameless? Do you think you are worthy of the master? Look in the mirror. Can you compare to the eldest lady? Bailu, overwhelmed, wept even more bitterly. Lin Shishi walked over slowly. Chunyun pulled a chair for her to sit and sternly addressed Bailu. The eldest lady is here. Raise your head and answer her truthfully. If you continue to cry, I will cut off your ears. Trembling, Bailu lifted her head, her fox-like eyes revealing a hint of beauty. Bailu, if you do not speak the truth to my satisfaction, I shall hand you over to the guards in the northern courtyard for judgment. They can do as they please, and your life would be of no consequence, Lin Shishi stated, her eyes devoid of warmth. Bailu fell to her knees, begging, Eldest lady, I will tell everything. It was the madam who arranged this, saying that if I served the master well tonight, I would be made his concubine. I was blinded by greed. The master did nothing to me. Upon seeing me, he stabbed me, and then he wounded his own arm. Bailu confessed everything she knew, aligning closely with Lin Shishi's suspicions. Eldest lady, please save me, I beg you. Regardless of the coercion you face tomorrow, you must stick to this account. Given that you have not succeeded in anything, I can arrange for your departure from the household afterward. But should you dare to betray me at this crucial moment, your life will be of no use to you. Lin Shishi warned before leaving with Zhang Mama and Chunyun, leaving a crippled servant to guard Bailu throughout the night, instilling fear in her that prevented her from closing her eyes. The next day, upon seeing Lin Shishi, Bailu crawled over, hugging her knees and swearing allegiance to the eldest lady. Early in the morning, Zhang Mama went to visit Lu Yinyang, waking Lu Huaishi from his sleep to inform him of last night's events. Master, the madam has poisoned both the master and the second master, and she intends to frame the master by claiming he has lascivious intentions, she reported. Lu Huaishi broke into a cold sweat, realizing the implications. No wonder it happened thrice last night. I thought it was due to my 3-month mourning period. His legs trembled as he steadied himself against the bed. What of Lu Su? The second master is with the second madam. Go summon Madame Yu, he commanded, his anger threatening to erupt, though his voice was weak and feeble. Master, you wore me out last night. My legs can hardly bear it. To think the madam would scheme against even her husband and son. This is a plot to end lives. Bring me a ginseng soup. Lu Huaishi trembled. Before Madame Yu could spread her narrative, she was summoned to Lu Yinyang and oppos, as Peony Courtyard. Lu Chang and Lin Shishi, along with Bailu, arrived in full force, filling the small Peony Courtyard to capacity. Madame Yu, has your head been struck by a mule? You dare to poison me. Lu Huaishi scolded. Bailu entered with her head bowed. Sensing the situation was amiss, Madame Yu's eyes darted. What nonsense is the master spouting? How could I poison you? June mistakenly served you the dear whip wine meant for your recovery. I was so pained to see it wasted, having been brewed for a year. Lu Huaishi frowned. What I drank yesterday was not dear whip wine. Madam, will you speak the truth? I will only ask you this once. To harm your stepson and jeopardize your own son. Your actions leave me both amused and disgusted. Madam, you refused to concede, knowing that admitting guilt would spell her doom, confident that no one held evidence against her. Bai Lu, tell us how the madam instructed you. Lin Shishi pressed. Bai Lu kept her head down. The madam said that if I served the master well, I would be made his concubine. Otherwise, I would be sold to the pleasure district. You lie. I never spoke such words. Who prompted you to frame me? Who promised you anything? Speak again, and I shall beat you to death with family law. Madam, you threatened fiercely. Madam, Bai Lu's contract is in your possession. How could she dare to frame you? Lu Yingyang interjected. Lu Yingyang, this matter does not concern you. Madam, you shot a harsh glare. Madam, the master has previously drunk dear whip wine at my place, perhaps once, but last night he had 3 servings. I nearly lost my life to satisfy him. Such extraordinary vigor cannot be attributed to mere dear whip wine. You lowly creature, how dare you speak? The master is still in mourning. Your words could lead to his downfall. Madam, you exclaimed, both angry and flustered. Chapter 75. I can still manage many unmarried maids were left blushing from the words of Aunt Lu. You are aware that I am still in mourning. Why then do you engage in such antics? Lu Huaishi reprimanded. My lord, I never intended such a thing. It is all a misunderstanding. You feebly defended herself. Father, my mother once drugged me, and attempting to do so again would be exceedingly difficult. Hence she has manipulated you and my younger brother. Who could I possibly guard against when some hearts are so dark? Mother, your actions are merely following the clan leader and Appo's. Words that upon father and Appo's return, he would be consulted regarding the establishment of me as the heir. The mere title of heir does not hold any significance for me. Yet you have repeatedly sought to entrap me. With this, Lu Chong elucidated the situation for all present. However, you remained obstinate, refusing to acknowledge any wrongdoing, insisting that she had no such intentions and that Bai Lu had maliciously spread rumors. As the matriarch, none dared to impose punishment upon her, and any formal action was even less likely. If this scandal were to spread, Lu Huaishi's reputation would be tarnished, as he was the father of Lu Su, his own son. Lu Huaishi gazed at you, sighing in exasperation, feeling the weight of the predicament. Observing Lu Huaishi and Appo's hesitation, Lu Chong spoke sternly. Father, it is truly absurd that I cannot even dine peacefully in my own home. If this matter remains unresolved, who within the household could ever feel secure? I shall summon the clan leader to intervene. At the mention of the clan leader, Lu Huaishi felt a wave of dread. That old man had chastised him in his youth. Should he learn of the family's disgrace, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of scorn. He quickly waved his hand, saying, There is no need for that. I am still capable of handling this matter. He fixed his gaze upon the foolish woman before him, articulating each word with gravity. You have grown old, and your capabilities have diminished. Your management has been lax. Go to the ancestral hall and reflect before the ancestral tablets. From this day forth, the authority of the steward shall be entrusted to my eldest daughter-in-law, Ahem, and the second daughter-in-law as well. They too should learn their duties. As for Bai Lu, let the eldest daughter-in-law interrogate her thoroughly and administer appropriate consequences. Considering Lu Su, Lu Huaishi begrudgingly allowed you to save face. Moreover, should this affair become public, it would disgrace the entire household of the general of the state. Thus, he downplayed the situation, attributing it to U.S. age. Yet the punishment must not be lenient. Otherwise, the first branch would never be satisfied. He had suffered greatly the previous night and needed to vent his frustrations. Regarding the heir, it was indeed time to establish one. Since mother had left instructions in her lifetime, I shall obey her wishes and submit a formal request to the court for Lu Chong to be recognized as the heir. Upon hearing that she was to kneel in the ancestral hall and stripped of her authority, you felt as if struck by lightning. The notion of Lu Chong being declared the heir was beyond unbearable. My lord, you cannot treat me this way. I bore you children and managed the household for 20 years. How can you do this to me? You lamented, rushing over to clutch Lu Huaishi's arm. Despite having consumed some ginseng soup, Lu Huaishi felt utterly drained, unable to recover quickly. When you tugged at him, he stumbled and fell from the bed. Lu Chong reacted swiftly, taking a step forward but then retreating silently. You foolish fish, do you wish for my demise? Lu Huaishi exclaimed, struggling to rise. His face bruised as he pointed accusingly at you. My lord, are you unhurt? Madam, why take such measures? It is merely kneeling in the ancestral hall. Do you not often require us to kneel? Aunt Lu interjected, supporting Lu Huaishi while reproaching you. You was filled with a desire to silence her. However, Lu Huaishi, now thoroughly disgusted with her, laid down an ultimatum. She could either kneel in the ancestral hall or leave the general and amp, oppose, as household and return to her family. After years of familiarity, she understood this man. He preferred peace but could unleash fury if provoked. Eventually, the assembly dispersed, and you, left with no choice, tearfully made her way to the ancestral hall. Lu Chong returned to change into official attire, needing to attend to his duties. Lin Shishi caught him, wishing to tend to his wounds properly. It is of no consequence, merely a small injury. My lord, you did not sleep at all last night. Might you take a day off today? He had endured a cold water soak to expel the heat within him. No need to worry. It was my oversight, and I inadvertently caused you trouble last night. It is no wonder, my lord, to dine with one's own father at home. Who could have anticipated such an episode? It must be said that some individuals are truly despicable, Lin Shishi remarked. Lu Chong felt a warmth in his heart, grateful for her adept handling of the situation. He did not request her to rebandage his wounds, but asked her to assist him in donning his official robes, stating that he had matters to attend to. And he hurried away. Once he departed, Lin Shishi, feeling fatigued, instructed the maids to keep watch over the doors before lying down for a brief rest. Shen Yujiao, having endured a tumultuous night with Lu Su, awoke to discover she had been drugged, her face darkened with indignation. Lu Su, too embarrassed to face the world, secluded himself all day. However, there was good news. She would be co-managing the household with Lin Shishi. Her personal maid, Tinghua, pondered aloud, Second Madam. Should we not visit the ancestral hall to see the madam? What is there to see? What is so remarkable about her? Shen Yujiao replied, her expression dark. The matriarch was utterly useless, not only inept, but also shameless. As the elder sister-in-law, and soon to be the wife of the heir, would she not overshadow Shen Yujiao in this household? Yet, she was merely the daughter of a merchant, hardly fit to uphold the dignity of the general's estate. The more she contemplated, the more discontent she felt. You had knelt in the ancestral hall for 2 consecutive days, unable to bear it any longer. Lu Su pleaded with Lu Huaishi twice before he consented to allow her to return. At her age, you could hardly withstand such torment, her knees swollen. She required a sturdy maid to carry her back, wailing and cursing the ungratefulness of others along the way. Lu Shanshan visited you in the Furong courtyard, finding her unable to move and confined to bed, momentarily at a loss for words. The following morning, she set out with Honke, who believed Lu Shanshan had finally come to her senses and was willing to take a stroll. Happily, she helped her dress and supported her out of the estate. Yet, not far from the exit, Lu Shanshan instructed her to dismount the carriage to inquire about Wang Jichuan's whereabouts. Miss, this cannot be. You must not seek him out again. The madam will be displeased, Honke exclaimed, startled and unwilling to leave the carriage. Lu Shanshan grasped her arm tightly, scolding, You little minx, dare you meddle in my affairs? Will you go or not? Honke, suppressing her pain, nodded reluctantly and disembarked to ask for directions. Chapter 76. Miss Lu, please maintain your dignity. Half an hour later, Lu Shanshan arrived at Wang Jichuan's doorstep, accompanied by Hong Quebec young Master Wang. This garment is crafted by my own hands for you to wear when you socialize. She presented the attire she had secretly completed at the Lin residence. Wang Jichuan, clad in worn coarse cloth, furrowed his brow. Miss Lu, please maintain your dignity. I cannot accept such kindness. Tears began to well in Lu Shanshan's eyes, for her feelings for him were genuine. Young Master Wang, why? Everything was fine between us. Please give me a reason. Why did you return the purse? She sobbed. Miss Liu, I have been presumptuous. I am aware that we do not belong to the same world. I implore you to leave this place soon, lest others misunderstand. His icy demeanor seemed to envelop him in a layer of frost, denying her even a glance, exuding an aura that sent shivers down her spine. Watching his frigid attitude, Lu Shanshan felt a profound sense of loss and grievance. Things were well before. My interactions with young Master Mao were forced upon me by my parents, she explained. Yet Wang Jichuan remained indifferent to her words, repeatedly urging her to depart. After an extended entanglement, his patience waned. I have matters to attend to. Please excuse yourself. Miss Liu. With that, he closed the door to the inner room and left. Lu Shanshan, unable to pursue him, fumed as she stomped her foot in frustration. She returned to wait in his house, but no matter how long she lingered, he did not return. Miss, we have been out for quite some time. Let us return. On que pleaded. I will come again tomorrow. From that day forward, Lu Shanshan frequently visited, blocking his door, much to Wang Jichuan's annoyance. Occasionally, when guests arrived, Lu Shanshan took on the role of a hostess, directing Hong Kei to serve tea, leading some to believe she was Wang Jichuan and Appo's, as favored companion. Do you truly wish to be with me? Wang Jichuan finally asked her one day. Lu Shanshan thought the clouds had parted, and she nodded earnestly like a chick pecking at grain. If that is the case, then I kindly ask you to return home. I shall make preparations and send someone to you. Truly? Young Master Wang, you must not deceive me, she replied, her heart swelling with joy. A gentleman's word is his bond, Wang Jichuan affirmed. Very well, I shall return home. I do not wish to trouble you, Lu Shanshan said, her earlier despondency replaced with elation as she made her way back. She knew Wang Jichuan was a man of his word. Should he renege, she would have all the more reason to pursue him. Upon her return, she promptly shared this delightful news with Yu Shi, who expressed mixed emotions. You foolish child, he is merely playing hard to get. What is a mere poor scholar that you should lower yourself for him? Yet, recalling Wang Jichuan's handsome demeanor, Yu Shi refrained from further admonitions. After a 10-day wait, Lu Shanshan's patience was waning, and she considered sending Hong Kei to inquire. When at last a young servant arrived bearing a letter. Shanshan, this is a letter from young Master Wang, Yu Shi said, handing it to her. Lu Shanshan eagerly took it, her heart racing to uncover its contents. County Magistrate of Suaning? Mother, where is Suaning? Her complexion paled, and her hand trembled slightly as she held the letter. Yu Shi leaned in for a closer look, discovering that Wang Jichuan had indeed gone to Suaning as county magistrate, inviting Lu Shanshan to visit him if she was inclined. What a deceiver! He is nothing but a great fraud, Yu Shi exclaimed, tearing the letter apart. Suaning lay adjacent to Haining, a place where land and water met, while Suaning itself was a desolate location, often assigned to exiled offenders. Mother, he would rather ruin his own future than be with me, Lu Shanshan lamented, squatting down and weeping. Yu Shi felt a mix of pity and frustration. Lu Shanshan returned to the coral courtyard, her spirit drained, as if vitality had been siphoned from her. Her already pallid complexion grew frail and haggard. Lin Shishi visited her once, and upon hearing of Wang Jichuan's actions, she sighed, pondering whether his life had truly altered in this existence. Seeing Lu Shanshan so dispirited, Lin Shishi left her in peace. Meanwhile, Lu Huaishi took decisive action, directly petitioning the court to appoint the heir. The court approved, and a date was set for the clan leader to officiate the ceremony, establishing Lu Chong as the heir. However, due to the ongoing mourning period and the peculiar circumstances at home, no banquet was held, nor was there even a family meal. Yu Shi feigned illness to avoid attending. While Shun Yujiao returned to her maternal home, Lin Shishi paid little mind to the absence, and after the ceremony concluded, she distributed generous red envelopes to the servants, who were all pleased. Whose garment is this? How has it been ruined again? Yu Shi scolded, pointing to an unfolded piece of clothing. Granny Zhuang looked over. The garment had already sustained damage during a previous visit to the north courtyard, and it had nothing to do with the maid tasked with washing it. Madam, this was the old lady's servant, Jiwer. I shall summon her, Granny Zhuang replied, understanding that whenever Yu Shi was in a foul mood, she sought someone to vent her frustrations upon. When Jiaoer was brought forth, she greeted Yushi, but did not kneel. Kneel at once, Granny Zhuang urged her. You are complete. Yushi hurled a teacup at her. Do you know how to work? Have you ruined my garment? Can you afford to pay for it? Jiaoer glanced at the clothing, but did not argue, recalling how she had been rushed when the garment was delivered to her. She had sought out Lu Yu for clarification, but Lu Yu had claimed that there was nothing wrong with it upon delivery. Just wash it. The madam may not wear it again, she had advised. To accuse someone without justification is easy enough. Jiao and Oppos responded calmly, Madam, please do not be angry. It was my carelessness. The old lady and Oppos, as clothing was all cotton, and I am unskilled at handling silk. If you cannot wash a garment properly, then you must pay for it. Did you not say that the old lady is generous to those in your position? Granny Zhuang interjected, calculate the cost of this garment and let her compensate. With that, she tossed the clothing onto Jiaoer. Madam, even accounting for depreciation, this piece is worth at least 10 taels of silver. Jiaoer, considering you did not intend to cause harm, you should provide 8 taels. This is for your own good. You will be more careful next time. Madam, Jiaoer's family is poor. Although the old lady may give some rewards, Jiao and Oppos monthly wages and bonuses go to her parents for medical expenses. 8 taels, let alone 8,000, is beyond her means. Your poverty does not justify your actions, Granny Zhuang reprimanded. You consume my provisions, reside under my roof, and yet you ruin my belongings. Do you take me for saint? Yushi brandished a wooden ruler against Jiaoer until her hand grew weary, before cursing her way inside. Once Yushi's ire had subsided, Granny Zhuang cast a glance at Jiaoer, whose body bore the marks of her punishment. Let this be a lesson for you. Return home and rest. Jiaoer painfully rose, feeling utterly alone. With the old lady gone, Fanggu and Mo Li also absent, and another maid bound by contract. She realized that venting her frustrations had to be directed at someone. If she did not comply, the storm would only intensify. Chapter 77. I can help you read. Lu Chong was appointed as the heir, and the Yu family relinquished their control over the household, naturally elevating Lin Shishi's status within the residence. Upon learning that Jiaoer had been cruelly beaten by the Yu family, Lin Shishi recognized that the opportune moment had arrived. Taking advantage of her newfound authority, she arranged for Jiaoer to be placed in the northern courtyard, providing her with a room to recuperate from her injuries. Lin Shishi conferred with Shun Yujiao, suggesting that since the authority was shared between them, they could each manage it for half a year. However, Shun Yujiao disagreed, insisting that they should work together and consult one another. The household servants rushed to report matters to the eldest mistress before heading to the second mistress. If they spoke only to Lin Shishi and Shun Yujiao found out, reproach would surely follow. Complaints echoed throughout the manor. Lin Shishi reviewed the household and Oppos' income and expenditures, finding little surplus, with merely 3,000 taels of silver in the accounts. Upon inspecting the storeroom, she discovered over 5,000 taels in the treasure chest, presumably set aside for Lu Shanshan and Oppos' upcoming marriage. Whenever a servant came to report to Lin Shishi or was sent on an errand by her, she would casually reward them with a few silver coins. Gradually, the servants began to speak of the eldest mistress's generosity, noting her frequent visits to the northern courtyard. Shun Yujiao, upon learning this, scolded her in private, claiming that a merchant's household was indeed short-sighted, as these servants would never be satisfied. Lin Shishi, feigning ignorance, continued her independent ways. Despite Shun Yujiao and Oppos' criticisms, she couldn't and Oppos' help but feel uneasy seeing everyone fawning over Lin Shishi. Time passed, and Lin Shishi suddenly claimed to have injured her back, delegating all matters to Shun Yujiao and transferring the accounts to her. After that, she withdrew from public view. A few servants, unwilling to give up, lingered at the northern courtyard in Oppos' entrance but soon stopped coming after being met with closed doors. Shun Yujiao rejoiced upon hearing this, declaring that Lin Shishi deserved it, and that even heaven could not tolerate her actions. Shun Yujiao had now become the undisputed head of the household. Tinghua, do you not feel that these maids and matrons present one face to me and another behind my back? Without Lin Shishi, Shun Yujiao still felt a sense of discontent. She even rolled her eyes at a matron who left her presence, calling the woman back and striking her twice. Second mistress, the household says you are too strict. They fear you. Strict? I provide them with food and clothing. Must I also watch their expressions? Tinghua, meekly nodding, dare not say more. Despite her words, Shen Yujiao altered her usual demeanor and began employing a gentler approach with the servants, imitating Lin Shishi's methods by distributing rewards. After several days, she expected to receive widespread acclaim, but the servants merely accepted the money without genuine gratitude. She even overheard a maid suggest that she was merely putting on an act, advising caution. Enraged, Shen Yujiao punished the maid severely. After that, she abandoned the pretense. As the legitimate daughter of a minister, must I bow to the whims of the servants? From now on, whoever dares to gossip shall face my wrath. I am a master here. Shen Yujiao resolved to be true to herself, dismissing Lin Shishi and Amp Oppo's as approach. Everyone came to understand that the second mistress was not to be trifled with. When they approached her, they did so with utmost caution, which greatly satisfied Shen Yujiao. Lu Shanshan remained in a daze. The Yu family initially believed she would recover in time. However, not only did her condition fail to improve, but it also worsened. Given her frail health, the Yu family, concerned about the potential impact on her overall well-being, decided to send Granny Zhuang to summon a doctor. After the previous incident, the Yu family hesitated to seek Lin Shishi and Oppo's as assistance again. After consulting 3 doctors without any noticeable improvement, the Yu family turned to Shen Yujiao for help in bringing in an imperial physician. After taking the imperial doctor's medicine, Lu Shanshan indeed showed significant improvement, though the physician cautioned that recovery would take time and she must not dwell on her troubles. Shen Yujiao generously arranged for the physician to visit every half-month, with all expenses covered by the household. The Yu family plotted to reclaim control over the household, but a certain Lu concubine constantly whispered in Lu Huai's ear, and he now paid her little attention. Nonetheless, seeing that the head of the household was his own daughter-in-law brought him some comfort. Yu Jiao, while the one in the northern courtyard is unwell, seize control of the household affairs and also check on the estate and shops outside. If you have any questions, come to me. The Yu matriarch spoke earnestly. Do not worry, mother. During my time at home, my mother taught me well. The affairs of the minister and Oppo's residence are not 100 times more complicated than here. Shen Yujiao replied with a hint of pride. Upon returning to her maternal home, some relatives had subtly mocked her for marrying down and being controlled by others. Now, she had finally become the one in charge of the household. The Yu matriarch concealed her displeasure and smiled, saying, "That is good. The minister's residence certainly taught you well." Lin Shishi remained at ease. Eldest mistress, the second mistress now commands the household with absolute authority. Even the maids around her walk with an air of importance. Chunyu reported to Lin Shishi. We shall see if such authority can be maintained until the new year. Chunyu did not quite comprehend, but was thoroughly convinced of Lin Shishi and Amp Oppo's wisdom. Lin Shishi instructed her to avoid conflicts with the second branch. When Tinghua had deliberately bumped into her on the road, she had to sidestep. Jiu'er had healed from her injuries and was now Lin Shishi's second-ranked maid. Lin Shishi privately assessed her. She spoke little but was steady in her actions and quite dependable. Grateful for Lin Shishi's rescue, Jiu'er held deep appreciation. Shi'er was clumsy yet honest and straightforward. Chunyu had been with Lin Shishi for many years and was trustworthy, being talkative yet lacking cunning. Lin Shishi still sought a capable and reliable individual, waiting for the right opportunity to promote Jiu and Amp Oppo's to first-ranked maid. Lu Chong had vanished for over 10 days. Returning home one evening, just as Lin Shishi was about to retire. The master has returned. Lin Shishi, reclining on the bed with a book in hand, was taken aback and delighted to see him, eager to rise. Do not move, Lu Chong said, approaching to hold her down. Lin Shishi gazed at him with her dark, expressive eyes, puzzled. My dear, I heard you injured your back. Is it serious? Upon his return, the gatekeeper and Dong had informed him of Lin Shishi's injury. Lin Shishi smiled knowingly, intending to disclose her pretense, but instead said, I twisted it accidentally. It is much better now. Wait for me a moment. Lu Chong turned and went to the washroom, where the sound of splashing water soon filled the air. Moments later, he emerged in a thin white undergarment, still seemingly enveloped in steam. Lin Shishi had shifted to the inside of the bed, still reading by the light. "Dear, do not read for now, lie down, and I shall massage your back," Lu Chang said as he stood by the bed. Lin Shishi looked on in confusion. "I learned this in the military. Let me help you with a massage, and you shall feel better in the morning. With a back injury, you must rest and not lean too much. Since you enjoy reading, I can read to you afterward." Gently, he took the book from her hands and set it aside. Chapter 78. The Secret Training Base. Lin Shishi, in a state of confusion, obediently turned over and lay on the bed. It was summer, and she wore only a thin satin nightgown. A warm hand rested on her waist, prompting Lin Shishi to let out a soft sound. "It won't hurt. Don't be afraid," he gently reassured her. His touch was just right, and the gentle massage made her feel exceptionally comfortable, leading her to think that deceiving him earlier was indeed the right choice. "All right, let us sleep for the night, and you can see how you feel in the morning." After a moment, he withdrew his hand. Lin Shishi looked up to find him wearing a serious expression, which brought a smile to her heart. She deliberately turned over with some effort and lay down. "Do you need me to read to you?" Lu Chang asked, picking up a book. No, I'm sleepy," Lin Shishi quickly replied, not wishing to share the romantic tales within. Upon hearing this, Lu Chang closed the book and set it aside. "Then sleep," he said, and with a flick of his hand, the lights went out. The next morning, Lin Shishi awoke to find Lu Chang still there. He usually left while she was still asleep. "Aren't in damp. Oppos, do you go into the palace today?" she inquired. "I will go shortly. How is your waist?" Lu Chang approached and bent down. Suddenly, Lin Shishi remembered her waist. She hurriedly sat up, slowly got out of bed, and gently twisted. "Sir, it seems my waist has healed." "Really? I knew it would be effective." He smiled, his lips curving upward. Lin Shishi let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Let us have breakfast together before you leave." "All right." Zhang Mama and the maids were all delighted, bustling about to bring the food, as Lu Chang rarely had breakfast at home, leaving them with little opportunity to serve him. After the meal, Lu Chang presented Lin Shishi with a wooden box. "Open it and take a look," he said, gazing at her with what seemed like starlight in his eyes. Lin Shishi felt her cheeks flush. Though the box was not exquisite, if it were a gift chosen by him, she would be pleased regardless of its contents. Under his watchful gaze, she happily accepted and opened it. Inside was a stack of land contracts and similar documents. "What is this?" Lin Shishi raised her head in confusion. "Didn't I mention before that I would hand over the estate left by my mother to you? My uncle sent these over. From now on, you can manage them. How does that sound?" "Oh." While it was worth its weight in gold, Lin Shishi couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. "What's wrong?" Lu Chang noticed her sudden shift from joy to indifference. "Sir, I'm afraid I won't manage it well. Perhaps you should handle it yourself," Lin Shishi said. She and T had decided whether to take charge of his assets. "Don't worry. You can manage it however you like, even if you incur losses. It's no matter." Lu Chang had no intention of reclaiming it. "I'll leave it to you. I must go to the palace now." Lu Chang turned to change his clothes, and Lin Shishi followed to assist him. Despite his insistence on leaving the documents with her, once he departed, Lin Shishi carefully examined them. Her uncle was indeed meticulous, with all accounts recorded clearly. Since her rebirth, she had begun to handle accounts and was now quite adept at it. Lin Shishi remained in the courtyard for nearly a month before finally venturing out. Accompanied by Jiao, and Chunyu, she visited Shun Yujiao's Qianghua courtyard. Shun Yujiao, noticing her grand arrival, assumed Lin Shishi intended to reclaim half of the household authority and greeted her with a lukewarm attitude. "Has your waist injury healed?" Shun Yujiao inquired. Lin Shishi adjusted her waist and replied languidly, "It and oppos. It's nearly better." "Nearly?" "So in an oppos. It's not fully healed yet. The waist is very important. If it's not well after you give birth, that would be problematic," Shun Yujiao remarked. "You're right, sister-in-law. I've been cooped up in the courtyard for too long, feeling a bit stifled. I thought a walk might help me heal faster. I feel guilty for leaving everything in the household to you," Lin Shishi expressed apologetically. "Don't mention it. There haven't been any pressing matters lately. I can manage just fine on my own. You shouldn't worry about these things if you're back isn't well," Shun Yujiao hurriedly assured her. "Then I'll trouble you, sister-in-law." I can barely manage my own shop, and I'm grateful you're overseeing the household matters. You truly are capable and wise. Coming from a prominent family, Lin Shishi complimented Shen Yujiao. Seeing no intention from Lin Shishi to reclaim authority, Shen Yujiao's demeanor became more amiable. Just focus on recovering. Take care of your own affairs. If I become overwhelmed, there's always mother to help, she said. Indeed. Lin Shishi had indeed been busy managing the inheritance from Lu Chang's mother. One day, news arrived from her uncle, requesting her to return for a visit. It had been over 2 months since she last went there. Lin Shishi instructed Chunyu to prepare gifts, and the next day, she returned. Sure. The reason I called you here is twofold. First, there's some new development from your uncle's side. Second, next month is your grandfather's 60th birthday, and I plan to take Nan back to Haining, Lin Ju stated directly. He handed Lin Shishi a letter. This is a message from the assistant I left there. Take a look. As Lin Shishi opened the letter, she was immediately captivated by its contents. Young men have been recruited from various regions for years, and there exists a secret training base in the mountains. After training, they are sent to other branches of the Tuyun escort agency. But it seems the demand from the escort agency isn't that high. Sure, this might involve other issues, but it doesn't concern us. What we need to know is whether there are any problems in the dealings between your uncle and aunt, right? I will write to Yu Xiang, advising him to steer clear of those matters to avoid getting embroiled, Lin Ju suggested. Lin Shishi was quite taken aback by this discovery, realizing why her aunt, Zhou, had mentioned that her uncle was working with people beneath the 8th prince. Such grand undertakings could only be orchestrated by someone with substantial backing. In her previous life, the 8th prince had plotted rebellion. Perhaps this was part of his scheme? She had to inform Lu Chang. Only he could investigate this matter thoroughly. Her uncle and aunt, Appo's reasoning was sound, advising Yu Xiang to prioritize safety and not take risks for information, yet the news he brought back could prove invaluable. Lin Ju nodded in agreement. Sure, I will return in a month at the earliest, or 2 at the latest. I've entrusted everything here to your aunt. Zhang Mama will come monthly to settle accounts. Regarding the matters with manager Luo, he has been managing here for many years, and I have been hesitant to replace him. However, taking advantage of the upcoming birthday celebrations for the old master, I've arranged for him to leave early with his goods via water route. Now, Manager Xin is in charge. Lin Shishi had previously mentioned to Lin Ju her suspicions about Manager Luo, but lacked sufficient evidence to prompt Lin Ju to replace him. In her past life, Manager Luo had betrayed her during a critical moment. Perhaps he was coerced, but that was irrelevant. She could not allow a potential threat to linger nearby. Lin Shishi felt that Lin Ju had chosen the timing perfectly to discreetly replace him. At that moment, Pan entered with Lin Nanan. Nanan appeared to have grown considerably since her arrival in the capital, almost matching Lin Shishi in height. Lin Shishi smiled. You've grown quite a bit since you first came to the capital. The two shared a resemblance, with Lin Nanan having a rounder face while Lin Shishi possessed a more oval visage. Nanan grinned and moved closer to sit beside Lin Shishi. Is your uncle returning by boat this time? Lin Shishi asked. I still have to meet a few friends along the way, so I'll be taking carriage back, which will take a bit longer. Traveling by land to Haining will take us through Suining, where Wang Jichuan has gone to serve as the county magistrate. Chapter 79. Will you protect me? Lin Shishi recounted the matter of Wang Jichuan becoming the county magistrate in Haining. Upon hearing this, Lin Nanan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Was and Appo's Wang Fuji the one who achieved the title of flower of the examination? How could a scholar of such caliber end up in such a remote and impoverished place? Lin Ju found it peculiar. Although Suining was not completely desolate, many locals sought livelihoods in Haining. A mere Jiren, or a successful candidate in the imperial examination, would suffice for the position of county magistrate in such an area, and a top scholar ought to serve in the Hanlin Academy. Even if he chose not to remain in the capital, he should at least go to a prosperous region or a political stronghold. It was said that he had voluntarily requested the assignment due to some troubles he encountered in the capital. Gold will shine wherever it is placed, Lin Shishi explained, and perhaps Suining will undergo a transformation after his arrival. Lin Ju expressed his curiosity. The news had reached Lin Nanan. The rest was up to her. After returning home, Lin Shishi retrieved a 1-foot-tall blood jade guanyin from the storeroom, a precious item her father had purchased years ago at a high price from an auction house. Her mother cherished it dearly and intended to keep it as a dowry for Lin Shishi. In her previous life, she had given this guanyin to the Yu family. Now that her father had passed, she decided to use it to honor her grandfather's birthday on behalf of her father. Lin Shishi carefully wrapped the guanyin and had Chunyu deliver it to the Lin residence, instructing Lin Ju to bring it back to their grandfather. That evening, when Lu Chang returned, Lin Shishi showed him Yu Xiang's letter. As he read, his expression grew increasingly grave. "Is there something amiss, my lord?" Lin Shishi inquired. "My dear, this news may be related to the investigation I am currently conducting. I shall dispatch someone to look into it immediately. What prompted you to send a scout to observe your uncle?" Lu Chang set the letter down, visibly agitated. Since the passing of the old matriarch, they had shared many experiences, deepening their bond and trust. Lin Shishi no longer felt the need to conceal her thoughts. "My lord, I find a recent fire in our residence suspicious, so I discreetly asked my uncle to help investigate and see if we could uncover any evidence. Yu Xiang unexpectedly discovered these matters, and I fear they may be significant. Hence, I sought your counsel." "That is your uncle. How could you suspect him? Moreover, why would he burn down his sister's courtyard?" Lu Chang's confusion grew as Lin Shishi expressed her doubts regarding Yu Wenming's connection to the fire. "My lord, you may not know, but he is not my biological uncle, and Yu Yuefu is not truly my aunt. They may be the offspring of my grandmother's maid." Lin Shishi sighed and revealed what she knew. Lu Chang remained silent for a moment, his understanding of the situation completely overturned. "When did you become aware of this?" he asked, astonished. "Since the incident at our secluded residence, I felt something was amiss with my aunt's behavior. So, I conducted some inquiries with Mama Zhang. Traces are often left behind." Lin Shishi could not divulge that she was a reincarnated soul. "Is that so? So this was her elaborate scheme against you. I had thought she was targeting me," Lu Chang murmured, unconsciously stepping closer to grasp Lin Shishi's delicate hand, which was warm and soft. "My lord, will you protect me?" Lin Shishi lifted her gaze. "You are my wife. Naturally, I will protect you." "Thank you for sharing this with me," Lu Chang replied earnestly, gazing into her moist eyes. He wrapped his arm around her shoulder, holding her gently. In that moment, Lin Shishi felt an unprecedented sense of security. As they prepared for bed, Lin Shishi cautiously leaned toward him, but Lu Chang remained rigid, unmoving. In the dead of night, he rose from his slumber. Men and women are different. While a woman may seek warmth through tender words, a hug, or a sweet kiss, a young and robust man like Lu Chang felt an overwhelming desire. The slightest touch from her could dismantle his defenses. He was preoccupied with the perilous matters at hand, wishing to shield her from worry. They had only recently completed the mourning period. As Lin Shishi drifted into sleep, Lu Chang found it increasingly difficult to suppress his feelings. Unable to endure any longer, he decided to leave. Under the moonlight, he donned a dark outfit and rode away. As the master encountered an urgent situation, Anqing followed closely behind, desperately trying to keep up. The next morning, Lin Shishi awoke to find the pillow beside her empty, feeling a pang of loss. His gaze had been gentle, no longer cold as before, yet in certain matters, they remained distinctly separate. Throughout the morning, her spirits were low, food lost its flavor, and she felt no desire for tea. Mama Zhang entered several times before finally asking, "Madam, one of you must take the initiative. It has been so long, and you Haven and Amp, Oppos, tea even called for water once. Between husband and wife, how can this continue?" Though it was easy to face criticism during the mourning period, who was guarding her chamber, taking contraceptive measures would prevent pregnancy. Countless couples manage this way. "Mama Zhang, it is he who lacks intentions in this regard," Lin Shishi replied. Feeling embarrassed, Mama Zhang sat down, observing Lin Shishi, who had blossomed in beauty since their marriage. It was indeed miraculous for a man to resist temptation when lying beside such a charming woman for months without any physical contact. "Madam, could it be that the master has some ailment that requires medication?" Chunyu ventured confidently. Both Mama Zhang and Lin Shishi turned to her in surprise. "What do you mean by that look?" "I am merely speculating," Chunyu stammered, retreating in embarrassment. "Madam, do not be shy. You must consider this matter carefully. Regardless of his thoughts, you must ensure his physical well-being, Mama Zhang spoke frankly. Lin Shishi bit her lip, her brow furrowed. She recalled the bloody appearance of Bai Lu. If she were to throw herself at him, would he also turn against her? Mama Zhang, I understand, Lin Shishi finally replied vaguely. Mama Zhang, sensing the gravity of the situation, produced a sheet of rice paper with 2 large footprints drawn on it. This was done as per your instructions. I measured the master and amp, Oppo's, shoe size. Madam, perhaps it would be better to delegate this task to the servants. You have only ever stitched flower shoes. Making shoes for a man is quite demanding, she suggested. Lin Shishi and Oppo's delicate fingers would surely suffer blisters from tackling such a task. The master does not lack material possessions. He seeks a token of my affection. I will make them myself. He will surely appreciate it, Lin Shishi insisted. Mama Zhang, Jiao is skilled with a needle. I will bring her along to assist. Mama Zhang sighed, knowing that her mistress preferred the arduous route when an easier one was available. She worried that Lin Shishi's affection might lead to more personal suffering. With a resigned expression, Mama Zhang brought a basket and summoned Chunyu and Jiao to help. In a well-lit courtyard, Lin Shishi led them to the pavilion to work. As the 3 became engrossed in their tasks, a voice called from the entrance. Second madam is here. This was Shun Yuyao and Amp, Oppo's first visit to the north courtyard. What did she possibly want? Lin Shishi was filled with suspicion as she set down her needlework, and Shun Yuyao stepped inside. Chapter 80. The banquet at the Princess and Oppo's residence. Shun Yuyao delicately held an invitation card, her lotus-like steps swaying as she entered the courtyard. Sister-in-law, are you making shoes for elder brother? Shun Yuyao gazed at the freshly cut shoe soles on the octagonal table, astonishment evident in her voice. Lin Shishi chuckled lightly in acknowledgement and invited Shun Yuyao to sit. Seemingly unheeding, Shun Yuyao approached to examine the shoe soles and satin fabric, a wave of bitterness rising within her. This couple appeared to share a commendable bond. She too could craft shoes for Lu Su, but he always irked her, and even if she had the inclination, her annoyance would compel her to wish to prick him with a needle. All of this stemmed from the woman before her, whom Shun Yuyao inwardly resented. Lin Shishi observed her in silence. After a moment, Shun Yuyao remarked, Sister-in-law, Princess Jiamin is hosting a banquet for the little county princess's first birthday in 3 days. She has sent an invitation, specifically requesting both you and me to attend. With that, she handed the invitation to Lin Shishi. Upon opening it, Lin Shishi found the names explicitly inscribed, inviting the esteemed ladies of the Zhangguo General's residence, Lin Shishi and Shun Yuyao, to the event. Princess Jiamin, the biological daughter of the current Empress Dowager and the elder sister of the 8th prince, held a status that overshadowed even that of the esteemed Princess Jinghe, the emperor's sister, and was said to command considerable authority within the palace. The Zhangguo General's residence receiving such an invitation was not merely a stroke of luck. It was a testament to Lu Huaishi's position as the prince and Oppo's tutor. Prior to marrying, the prince, Qibai Su, had been instructed by Lu Huaishi, and their rapport had blossomed during this period, with Qibai Su occasionally inviting Lu Huaishi for drinks. Typically, such a celebration for a child's first month is attended solely by the women of the household, so the invitation being extended to them was not particularly surprising. However, Lin Shishi had no prior acquaintance with Princess Jiamin. Why would she specifically mention her in the invitation? Contemplating the card, Lin Shishi felt a swell of uncertainty. She rarely mingled with the high-ranking elite of the capital, leaving her feeling apprehensive. Sister-in-law, why are you silent? Do you not wish to go? Or are you afraid? This represents our family's attendance. As the elder sister-in-law, it is your duty. Moreover, the princess has issued a decree that cannot be disregarded. Shun Yuyao pressed insistently. Dear sister-in-law, I never said I would not go. There are still 3 days left. Why the haste? Lin Shishi replied. Just ensure you prepare in advance. This is the princess's residence, where only those of stature frequent. Shun Yuyao insinuated with a hint of derision. As the legitimate daughter of the minister's household, Lin Shishi had encountered Princess Jiamin before, having attended her wedding as a child. Many of the noble women present were familiar with her mother. She was curious to witness how Lin Shishi would fare in such an esteemed gathering, perhaps even subjected to ridicule. Indeed, sister-in-law, I am but the daughter of a fourth-rank official. Naturally, I must maintain a low profile, Lin Shishi remarked, irritated by Shen Yujiao's haughty demeanor. You. Fine. Consider it my good intentions gone unreciprocated, Shen Yujiao retorted angrily, feeling the sting as she recalled that her own Lu Su was merely a seventh-rank official. Departing in a huff, Shen Yujiao left behind a sense of relief among the maids trailing her. Yet, Lin Shishi felt a pang of unease regarding the invitation. Why would Princess Jiamin specifically desire her presence? Surely, she could not have taken note of someone of her standing. Madam, you do not even know this princess. Perhaps you should decline and claim to be unwell, Chun Yu suggested, noticing Lin Shishi and Appo's distress over the invitation. Lin Shishi did not respond, pondering the impracticality of such a retreat. Madam, during my time with old Mrs. Dong, she possessed a manuscript detailing the influential families of the capital. However, the manuscript is at least a decade old now. Perhaps you could inquire and acquire a more recent version, Jiu Er interjected. Lin Shishi and Appo's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Having never had the opportunity to step into high society in her 2 lifetimes, she felt lost amidst its intricacies. Her previous attendance at a palace banquet had been a blur, as most attendees were unfamiliar to her. As Lu Chang's wife, she would inevitably encounter such social engagements in the future. Thus, it was prudent to prepare rather than shy away. Gratefully, she smiled at Jiu Er, recognizing the value of the maid left behind by Aunt Fawn. Lin Shishi resolved to visit Jean Bao Lu the following day, seeking the assistance of Manager Xin, promoted by Lin Ju Xin, to procure this information. Jean Bao Lu catered to high-end jewelry, attracting clientele from reputable families, thus promising valuable resources. Upon learning of the banquet at the princess's residence, Yushi implored Shen Yujiao to take Lu Shanshan along. Yujiao, Shanshan has faced such significant distress. Perhaps a change of scenery will revive her spirits. Shen Yujiao understood Yushi's intentions at such gatherings. It was possible for a lady or young gentleman to take an interest in Shanshan, a far more effective approach than having a matchmaker advocate for her. Feigning hesitation, Shen Yujiao remarked that Shanshan was not in good spirits and would be better off resting at home. She has been so withdrawn. She can hardly converse with anyone. For Mother and Appo's sake, please take her out for a while. Mother has some fine items to send you later, Yushi insisted. Mother and Appo's generosity is appreciated, but I cannot accept anything from her. If you believe that taking Shanshan out will benefit her, I shall comply. As her sister-in-law, I naturally wish for her well-being, Shen Yujiao replied with a smile. However, when Yushi sent a white jade porcelain vase to her, Shen Yujiao graciously accepted it, harboring some discontent towards Yushi. Since her marriage, none of the promises Yushi had made had been fulfilled, leaving her embarrassed to visit her family. Thus, it brought her some satisfaction to see Yushi seeking her favor. Chapter 81. Golden Pavilion upon returning home. Lu Chang was attended to by Lin Shishi as she helped him change his attire, during which she informed him of the invitation from the princess and Appo's residence. Do you wish to decline, my dear? Lu Chang hung up his outer robe. I have had no prior acquaintance with her. Her direct invitation strikes me as somewhat peculiar. Lin Shishi voiced her concerns. Indeed, Lu Chang replied, furrowing his brow. It is rather awkward to refuse such a direct invitation from the princess. Whether it is a blessing or a curse, one cannot evade fate. I shall simply exercise caution when the time comes. Lin Shishi feigned nonchalance. Very well, Lu Chang responded, still frowning. After a moment, he continued, my sister-in-law's family has ties to Princess Jiamin, who once played a role in their marriage arrangement. The princess is favored by the Empress Dowager and tends to be quite demanding. It is best for you to keep your distance from her. Lin Shishi stiffened slightly. Today, Shen Yujiao did not mention any of this. You need not fret excessively. I shall have Anqing wait outside for you that day. As my wife, you will inevitably encounter such gatherings in the capital. You will grow accustomed to them in due time. Lu Chang reassured her, noticing her troubled expression. Thank you, my lord. Lin Shishi replied, attempting to ease his worries with a bright smile. Early the next morning, Lin Shishi, accompanied by Mama Zhang, proceeded to the Golden Pavilion. Nestled on the bustling Linglong Avenue of the capital, the Golden Pavilion was an elegant four-story structure adorned with traditional architecture and distinctive green glazed tiles. The first floor showcased affordable gold and silver jewelry. The second featured exotic imports. The third was dedicated to bespoke creations and rare treasures. While the fourth floor housed a VIP room reserved for distinguished guests. The establishment was well known for its young proprietress, yet no one had ever laid eyes on her. Clad in a dark veil and supported by Jior, Lin Shishi was guided in by Mama Zhang. Mama Zhang, you have come in person, a staff member greeted, casting a curious glance at Lin Shishi. Take us to the fourth floor and summon the manager, Mama Zhang instructed firmly. The staff member complied without hesitation. The VIP room on the fourth floor was exquisitely decorated in a traditional style, with ornate wallpaper adorning the walls. Jior assisted Lin Shishi in removing her veil. Manager Xian approached briskly, led by a staff member. Upon seeing Lin Shishi seated regally in a chair, adorned in gold-embroidered silk and bedecked with fine jewels, he was taken aback. Greetings, Mama Zhang, and to this esteemed guest, my sincerest apologies for any oversight. Manager Xian bowed respectfully. Lin Shishi observed Manager Xian, who appeared to be in his 30s, possessing thick brows and bright eyes, his smile warm and devoid of the calculating demeanor often associated with merchants. She nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Mama Zhang rose to offer her seat and cheerfully introduced, Manager Xian, this is the esteemed proprietress of the Golden Pavilion, the eldest lady of the Liu family. Manager Xian's surprise was palpable as he quickly stood again, bowing deeply. It is an honor to finally meet you, esteemed proprietress. As they engaged in casual conversation, Manager Xian shared that he had been with the Golden Pavilion for many years, during which Lin Ju had tasked him with fostering connections in the capital to revitalize the Lin family business. After Manager Luo returned to Haining, Lin Ju entrusted this pivotal position to him. Upon understanding Lin Shishi's intentions, Manager Xian hesitated before inviting her and Mama Zhang into a more secluded room. He produced a thick book and handed it to Lin Shishi. Esteemed proprietress, this volume contains insights into the relationships within the upper echelons of the capital. Apart from myself and Manager Luo, even Mama Zhang is unaware of its contents. I have trained the staff on these matters. When guests come to our establishment, knowing their residence and status allows us to gauge their preferences and temperaments, even delving into personal grievances when necessary, ensuring we cater to their tastes and avoid causing offense. As Lin Shishi perused the book, she marveled at some illustrations, realizing the complexity of successfully managing such a business. After some time, however, she found no mention of Princess Jiamin. Esteemed proprietress, we dare not record the details of royal individuals directly. Documenting such private matters could cost us our heads. Manager Xian explained. He then checked the door lock and, ensuring its security, revealed a hidden compartment behind a painting on the wall. Esteemed proprietress, everything is here. From the concealed compartment, Manager Xian retrieved a small booklet, treating it with great care as he handed it to Lin Shishi. The names within were coded, and the records were sparse. If you seek specific knowledge, feel free to inquire. I possess more detailed information than what is documented here. For example, Princess Jiamin is the daughter of the current Empress Dowager, and her husband, Qi Base, is the third son of the Minister of Revenue. Back in the day, Qi Base distinguished himself in the imperial examination, but it was Princess Jiamin who took notice of him during the palace test, back when the late emperor was still alive. Though Qi Base harbored grand ambitions, he was compelled to remain a consort, unable to serve in an official capacity. Such a pity. The princess is a frequent patron here. Before each new collection launch, if she cannot visit, we ensure to send selections to her residence for her to choose from, and some styles she purchases outright, making them unavailable to others. Manager Xian's admiration for Princess Jiamin was evident. I have heard that the eldest lady of the Ministry of War is quite close to her. Lin Shishi inquired. Are you referring to Lady Chong Jinling, the daughter-in-law of Minister Shin? Indeed, Lady Chong is related to Princess Jiamin. They grew up together, as their mothers are cousins. Lady Chong hails from Bingzhou, her father serving as a circuit judge, yet she was raised in the palace. The two often visit our establishment together, both being regular patrons. However, Lady Chong typically accompanies the princess rather than making purchases herself, Manager Xian elaborated. I see, Lin Shishi reflected, realizing the depth of their relationship. Shen Yujiao had mentioned none of this, causing her to furrow her brow. Observing the concern on Lin Shishi and Mama Zhang and Appo's faces, Manager Xian cautiously ventured, I have heard some rumors, though they may not be entirely reliable. I wonder if they might be of assistance to you, esteemed lady. Lin Shishi gestured for him to continue. These two women, while appearing as close as sisters, are not without their rifts. The last time they were in the shop, a disagreement arose over the symbolism of a headdress, stemming from Lady Chong having birthed two sons while Princess Jiamin had two daughters. Manager Xian chuckled. Lin Shishi nodded, acknowledging that even distant relatives could experience rivalry, let alone siblings. Chapter 82. Ostentatious display of wealth. Lin Shishi took the opportunity to inquire about the eighth prince. Manager Xian candidly remarked, our organization of these matters primarily serves our business interests. The circumstances of men are not as clear-cut as those of women. I have yet to interact with the eighth prince, although the eighth princess has visited once. She is the daughter of a military general, possesses a commendable family background, and has a forthright character. It is said that she enjoys martial arts and has little interest in women's adornments. As she prepared to leave, Lin Shishi wished to borrow a large volume for further examination, but Manager Xian politely declined. Madam, should you wish to see it, you're always welcome to visit Jinbao Tower, where you may peruse it in the esteemed guest room for as long as you desire. However, taking it away is not a matter of distrust. The outside world is fraught with complexities and unforeseen events. If this volume were to come to the attention of outsiders, it could lead to trouble for you. This was indeed a valid concern. Any individual mentioned in that tome belonged to the influential elite of the capital, and having their preferences recorded could easily lead to unfounded accusations against one. Within Jinman Tower, though it appeared to be a marketplace, it was actually heavily guarded, and its staff included no one lacking in martial prowess. Lin Shishi did not press the issue, instead growing to trust Manager Xian even more. Noticing her youthful beauty, he instructed his staff to present her with several sets of the latest jewelry for her selection, which would naturally be accounted for later. Amidst the dazzling array of adornments, Lin Shishi ultimately chose a set of pink pearl hair ornaments entwined with gold threads. When adorned, they accentuated her delicate complexion and flowing hair, exuding both elegance and charm. Observing her lack of further requests, Manager Xian felt an increased fondness for her. Women of her age often entered Jinman Tower, torn between choices, lamenting their financial constraints, and many would resort to credit. 800 taels of silver were swiftly noted down by Manager Xian. After instructing his staff to package the items, Lin Shishi declared she would wear them home. She descended the stairs and departed in a carriage through a designated VIP passage. Upon returning to the general's residence, Lin Shishi chose not to seclude herself in the northern courtyard. Instead, she strolled about the estate and soon encountered Tinghua, the maidservant of Shen Yuyao, who attempted to sidestep her. Lin Shishi approached warmly, greeting, Tinghua, you have truly worked hard assisting your mistress lately. Tinghua glanced up, momentarily blinded by the glimmer of Lin Shishi's exquisite pink pearls. Gee, great madam, she stammered. I'm not tired. Lin Shishi smiled and observed her for a moment before inquiring, what are you looking at? Do you find my new headpiece to your liking? I think it's beautiful. Just purchased from Jinman Tower for 800 taels. I shall be attending a banquet at the princess's estate the day after tomorrow. What are your thoughts? Tinghua nodded vigorously, though her expression was one of conflicted emotions. I also think it is beautiful. Well, you carry on with your affairs. I shall take a stroll in the back garden. Come, cuño. With a radiant smile, Lin Shishi turned and walked away. Tinghua, watching her retreating figure, forgot her original purpose and hurried back to report to her mistress. Second madam, I just encountered the great madam on the path. She wore a brand new pearl headpiece, each pearl rounder than the last, and she mentioned it cost 800 taels. Tinghua gestured dramatically. 800 taels? Is it not stunning? Upon hearing the sum, Shen Yuyao sprang from her seat in astonishment. She had been preoccupied selecting her own attire and jewelry for the upcoming event. Tinghua nodded eagerly. It is indeed beautiful. I am consumed with jealousy. Alas, I have never even had the fortune to touch such treasures. She has gone to the back garden? I shall go see, Shen Yuyao declared, dashing out, eager to witness the splendor of the 800-tael adornment. Fearing Lin Shishi might leave, she hurried along, causing servants along the way to speculate whether another unfortunate soul had incurred her wrath. In the octagonal pavilion, Lin Shishi was relishing a moment of leisure. From a distance, Shen Yuyao spotted her and slowed her pace, sashaying over. "Oh, sister-in-law, what a delightful mood you are in today. What brings you here for a respite?" Her gaze, however, fixated on Lin Shishi's opulent attire, adorned with a plethora of pearls and a necklace that subtly graced her neck. Lin Shishi lifted her hand, revealing the pearls on her wrist, each one glistening with a lustrous sheen. Truly exquisite. No wonder it cost 800 taels. How fortuitous, sister-in-law, you have come as well. Lin Shishi responded, remaining seated and leisurely regarding Shen Yuyao. Jealousy ignited in Shen Yuyao's eyes. This woman, with her delicate charm and radiant allure, was no wonder a lingering memory in Lu Su's mind. Sister-in-law, what troubles you? You appear rather displeased. Has someone offended you? Lin Shishi inquired. Snap back to reality. Shen Yuyao feigned a smile. It is nothing, just some thoughtless servants who often provoke ire. Is that so? No wonder you seem weary. In my opinion, it would be wise to return the management of the household to our mother. Father is merely reacting in the heat of the moment. Our mother is advancing in years, and we should share her burdens instead of shirking them due to minor inconveniences. Shen Yuyao hurriedly agreed. You speak wisely, sister-in-law. It was indeed my lack of tact. With a smile, Lin Shishi replied, Ah, it is nothing. Tinghua, standing nearby, mused to herself about how the great madam had previously inquired about her headpiece, yet now seemed to avoid the topic entirely. Sister-in-law, I must attend to the embroidery for the masteress' shoes, so I shall leave you to your tasks. Lin Shishi announced, standing up with an air of cheerfulness, gracefully gliding past Shen Yuyao. The pink pearls adorning her were particularly eye-catching. For the first time, Shen Yuyao felt a pang of envy. Indeed, wealth brought its own privileges. Second madam, with her appearance at the banquet, won't she steal the spotlight? Tinghua remarked, gritting her teeth. We shall see whether she garners admiration or ridicule, Shen Yuyao retorted, her tone laced with bitterness. Despite her words, on her way back, she found herself uncharacteristically drawn to the coral courtyard of Lu Shanshan. Lu Shanshan had grown thinner, her complexion paler, reminiscent of a wilting willow, her large eyes devoid of spirit. Shanshan, are you ready for the banquet at the princess's estate the day after tomorrow? Shen Yuyao asked, taking her hand with concern. Sister-in-law, what preparations are necessary? Lu Shanshan queried. There is no need for anything extra, but you must select your attire and adornments carefully. Many distinguished guests will be in attendance, Shen Yuyao advised. Lu Shanshan understood well what was expected of her at such an event, yet the competition was fierce. Beneath the calm surface, currents of rivalry surged. In the past, she could always rely on Lin Shishi to assist her in preparations, but now, Lin Shishi was as tight-fisted as a clamp. With considerable medical expenses each month, it had been a while since Lu Shanshan acquired anything new. Chapter 83. Complete the silver for me, Shanshan. You seem a bit unwell. Would you like to go out and buy some new rouge? We should discuss this with mother. After all, we can't let your sister-in-law take all the attention, Shen Yuyao urged Lu Shanshan. Buying rouge and powder? What girl doesn't have a fondness for such things? Lu Shanshan felt a flicker of interest. Shanshan, now that we are married, it matters little whether we dress up or not. However, you, being an unmarried girl, should indeed make an effort to adorn yourself as you seek a suitable husband. With just a few words, Lu Shanshan was persuaded, and the two set off to find Madame Yu at the Furong courtyard. Shen Yuyao followed closely behind, prompting Lu Shanshan to speak. Mother, for the banquet the day after tomorrow, I would like to dress up a bit. It has been a while since I added anything new to my wardrobe, and I wish to go out with my second sister-in-law. Madam Yu remained non-committal. Shen Yao interjected, "Mother, the harvest from the estate has just arrived. Shouldn't we let Shan Shan buy a few things? We can't let her go looking shabby." She refrained from mentioning her own desire to purchase items. Madam Yu gazed at Lu Shanshan's pale face, feeling a pang of sympathy. If Shanshan wished to socialize, as a mother, what was there to withhold? "Yu Yao, you are quite thoughtful. Very well, you two sisters-in-law may go out." "Thank you, mother. Thank you, mother." Madam Yu was pleased that Shun Yu Yao took the initiative to seek her permission. "Shanshan, it is quite late today. Let's set out early tomorrow. Do not dwell on worries that would trouble your heart. Listen to your sister-in-law and rest well tonight." "Yes, thank you, sister-in-law," Lu Shanshan replied obediently. Early the next morning, the two set out together and returned only as the sun was about to set, content with their purchases, while their maidservants were burdened with numerous packages. "Shanshan, it seems we bought quite a lot. What if mother finds out and scolds us?" Shen Yu Yao inquired. Lu Shanshan glanced at the heap of items the maidservants carried and replied, "Sister-in-law, everything we purchased was necessary. Besides, you are in charge now. If you do not mention it to mother, how would she know the details?" "That's true. You are quite clever, Shanshan," Shen Yu Yao chuckled. Just as they were about to return to their respective courtyards, Lin Shishi appeared, fanning herself. "Sisters-in-law, I have been waiting for you. So, you went out shopping, did you? My, you bought quite a bit. What? Is it only permissible for the elder sister-in-law to buy things? We cannot do so." Shen Yu Yao rolled her eyes. Lu Shanshan remained silent, filled with animosity towards Lin Shishi at that moment. "Why are you angry, sister-in-law? When did I say you couldn't go shopping? I spent my own silver yesterday. The things you bought today were also from your private funds, correct?" Shen Yu Yao was momentarily speechless, trying to argue, "But that's different. We went out with mother's consent. You spent your own money willingly. Is that how it works?" Lin Shishi retorted, "If father has entrusted you to manage the household, how can you privately spend the silver? Shall we call mother over to clarify this? If that's the case, then it should be me who manages the household." Lin Shishi was not one to coddle her. Seeing the two sisters-in-law on the verge of an argument, Lu Shanshan, fearing that a confrontation would summon their mother and lead to a scolding for their expenditures, hastily intervened, smiling at Lin Shishi. "Sister-in-law, please do not be angry. Second sister-in-law did not mean it that way. We actually wanted you to join us, but we heard you had already bought what you needed. Moreover, your waist is not quite well, and we did not wish for you to tire yourself. We can share these things among the three of us. How does that sound?" Shanshan is quite considerate. "I am not so petty. I simply cannot abide by unreasonable behavior. You two decide how to share it fairly," Lin Shishi said. "Sister-in-law, let us go to second sister-in-law's place and discuss it further inside." The three women clustered together, heading towards Shun Yu Yao's quarters. Her courtyard was situated in the southern part of the residence, commonly referred to as the South Courtyard. Once they placed their items down, Shen Yu Yao wore a displeased expression. Why should she share the items she had purchased? Besides, they had bought items meant for two, yet now they were to divide them among three? Out of her displeasure, she remained silent and made no move. Lu Shanshan hesitated as well. Lin Shishi sat down, glancing at the various items, determined to be the one who would stir the pot. "Sister-in-law, how can you be so brazen? Do you truly intend to divide our belongings? Are you going to smash the rouge and share it as well?" Shen Yu Yao could no longer contain herself. "While what you say has merit, do we not use the household's silver for our purchases? Shouldn't I be entitled to a share? If the items cannot be divided, simply reimburse me the equivalent amount. You must understand that the elder brother's salary is also contributed to the household," she added. "Second sister-in-law, why not just give sister-in-law the silver?" Lu Shanshan suggested, nudging Shen Yu Yao's arm. Ultimately, the two realized they were in the wrong. After calculating the expenses, they found they had spent a total of 847 taels of silver. "Sister-in-law, I heard you spent 800 taels on a set of accessories yesterday. We have bought so much from head to toe for only 947 taels. You have plenty of money. Is it really appropriate for you to be so calculating with us?" Shen Yu Yao attempted to argue further. They had taken 1,000 taels of silver with them and had not even spent it all. After all, she was a legitimate daughter of the minister's residence. Meanwhile, Lu Shanshan rarely dared to spend so extravagantly, Her confidence stemmed from Lin Shishi's lavish 800-tael headpiece. If she can spend 800 taels, what is wrong with me purchasing a 200-tael headdress, a 100-tael bracelet, or 50-tael rouge? We all reside in the same household. Lin Shishi found her words amusing and could not be bothered to argue further. Since you find me stingy, perhaps we should summon father and mother to settle the matter. In the end, Shen Yuyao, left with no choice, withdrew 450 taels of silver from the communal funds to give to Lin Shishi. Sister-in-law, you cannot possibly hold a grudge over the remaining 47 taels, Shen Yuyao remarked. Do not jest, sister-in-law. You are younger than me. Giving you the 47 taels will not harm me. Let us all remain harmonious. Lin Shishi accepted the 450-tael banknote, her expression one of delight. Sister-in-law, is there anything else? Or might I take my leave? Shen Yuyao wished for her to depart immediately. Lin Shishi raised an eyebrow, suddenly recalling something. Sister-in-law, thank you for the reminder. I almost forgot why I came to find you. Have you prepared the gifts for the banquet tomorrow? We shall all go together, and naturally, we only need to prepare one gift. As they were all from the general's residence, it sufficed to prepare one gift under their name. With the expenses covered by the communal funds, the offerings to the royal family could not be too meager. Shen Yuyao felt overwhelmed. This was yet another concern she had not accounted for. Sister-in-law, being raised in the minister's residence, you surely understand this aspect well. Lin Shishi laughed. Everything is naturally prepared. There is no need for sister-in-law to worry, Shen Yuyao stammered. Thank you for your efforts, sister-in-law. I must take my leave now. I have matters to attend to in my courtyard. You two carry on. Lin Shishi floated away, clutching her banknote. Chapter 84. The Plastic Sisters. Once Lin Shishi departed, the unease in Shen Yujiao's heart intensified. She had already spent nearly 500 taels that day. Shan, after a long day of shopping, you should return home early to rest. Let's leave the items here. We wouldn't want mother to see them and get upset. I will have Tinghua deliver them to you later this evening. After sending Lu Shanshan away, Shen Yujiao hurriedly took Tinghua to the storeroom, where she opened a thick wooden chest and retrieved a yellow rosewood box, approximately half a meter in length. This ivory carving appears to be quite exquisite. I shall present it as a congratulatory gift to Princess Jimin. It is of no use simply lying here. With everything in place, Shen Yujiao felt a sense of satisfaction. That wretched woman wishes to see me humiliated. Tomorrow, I shall see whose laughter it will be. She gritted her teeth in resentment. As night fell, Tinghua stealthily delivered Lu Shanshan's belongings. Her furtive demeanor suggested she was engaged in some clandestine activity. Second, madam, the silver in our accounts is dwindling. If the madam finds out, might she become angry? Tinghua remarked upon her return. Naturally, we must keep her unaware. However, it is time to tighten our household expenses. I recently reviewed the accounts and noted that our expenditures have surpassed previous amounts, despite my stringent oversight. Shen Yujiao expressed her confusion. She longed to reprimand the servants daily, yet the household expenses only increased. Little did she know that these experienced individuals had 100 ways to embezzle funds. For instance, when candles burned halfway, they would replace them with new ones, secretly hoarding the remnants. If you are harsh with them, they will protect one another. When I return tomorrow, I shall rectify the situation. These disobedient servants deserve a reduction in their wages, Shen Yujiao declared. The following day, the three women adorned themselves impeccably and set off in a carriage toward the princess's residence, driven not by the household coachman, but by Anqing. Lin Shishi, already strikingly beautiful, appeared like a graceful swan today, overshadowing the carefully curated appearances of Lu Shanshan and Shen Yujiao. Jealousy brewed within them, and they deliberately engaged in intimate conversation. Isolating Lin Shishi. Sister-in-law, the weather grows increasingly warm. It is time to utilize ice, Lin Shishi remarked, fanning herself. Using ice incurs significant expenses, much like coal in winter. You, my sister-in-law, are indeed a delicate flower, Shen Yujiao retorted. The moment she finished speaking, she too could not help but wipe the fine sweat from her brow. Upon arriving at the princess's residence, the servants carried in the gifts, and a voice at the registration desk boomed from the general of the state's residence. A set of 10-year-old ivory carvings. Nearby, someone gasped. Ivory was a rare commodity, especially from a 10-year-old adult elephant. How extravagant! Shen Yujiao beamed with pride. Lin Shishi leaned slightly toward Lu Shanshan, whispering, "Did not mother say this ivory was to be reserved for your dowry? With no engagement in sight. Is the dowry now forfeit?" Hearing the registration clerk's announcement had already raised Lu Shanshan's suspicions. Lin Shishi's words drained the color from her face. Her gaze filled with sorrow as she looked at Shen Yujiao, who wore a triumphant smile. Was this approved by mother, or did she act unilaterally? Anxiety gripped her heart. She was aware of the household's circumstances. Fortunately, her mother had prepared her dowry in advance, and this ivory was a crucial part of it. Shanshan, Gulme, I shall introduce you to Her Highness the Princess. Shen Yujiao called back to Lu Shanshan. With a forced smile, Lu Shanshan followed. The courtyard of the princess's residence featured a tranquil pond and an artificial hill, leading to solemn eaves that signified the unique status of its master. Lin Shishi kept her gaze straight ahead, trailing behind. Upon entering the reception hall, they found it already bustling with guests. Princess Jiamin sat regally at the head, chatting and laughing with a woman seated below her. As the trio entered, all eyes turned toward them, smiling. Madame Shen Yujiao, paying respects to Her Highness the Princess. Miss Lu Shanshan, paying respects to Her Highness the Princess. Madame Lin Shishi, paying respects to Her Highness the Princess. The three women formed a line, curtsying in unison. No need for formalities. Please, sit and converse, Princess Jiamin gestured. Thank you, Your Highness. The three took their seats at the arrangement of the palace maids. Yujiao, since your marriage, you have grown distant from me. You haven't come to visit, Princess Jiamin remarked to Shen Yujiao. With her name called, Shen Yujiao, naturally filled with pride, quickly approached and affectionately replied, Sister Jiamin. Now, that is more like it, Princess Jiamin replied with a fond smile. Although there was space beside her, she did not invite Shen Yujiao to sit, exchanging pleasantries before sending her back. While they conversed, Lin Shishi seized the opportunity to observe Princess Jiamin more closely. At 30, she appeared no older than 25 or 26, slender and striking, with elongated eyes that conveyed a sense of authority. Which of you is the matriarch of the General of the State and Appo's residence? Come forth, so I may see you, Princess Jiamin addressed Lin Shishi. Realizing she was being summoned, Lin Shishi quickly rose and stepped forward, bowing, Your Highness, she. Lift your head, so I may see you, Princess Jiamin lazily instructed. Lin Shishi complied. Ah, indeed a beautiful countenance. Lord Lu is fortunate. Jinling, take a look. Her husband is a middle general of the right Qianyou Guard, while your husband is a middle general of the left Qianyou Guard. Just the other day, Lord Shen mentioned his desire to take one of my maids as a concubine, which I declined. I told him that Lord Lu holds the same rank and has but one wife. Well, you have a concubine already. How could there be any outside interest? It seems I was mistaken. What lady so beautiful would look outside her marriage? Laughter ensued, directed at Chang Jinling, Shen Yujiao and Appo's sister-in-law, seated to Princess Jiamin and Appo's left. Shen Zai, Shen Yujiao and Appo's brother, and Lu Chong held positions before the emperor, one in the right Qianyou Guard and the other in the left. Princess Jiamin and Appo's remarks, made in front of the gathered crowd, clearly belittled Lin Shishi, but the brunt of it fell upon Chang Jinling, revealing the superficiality of their childhood bond as sisters. Laughter erupted, tinged with discomfort. Your Highness, you flatter me, Lin Shishi replied, forcing a smile. Princess Jiamin waved her hand dismissively, signaling her to step aside. As Lin Shishi turned, she caught a glimpse of Chang Jinling, whose plump figure and striking features were marred by her pursed lips, revealing her displeasure. Anyone subjected to such mockery would be hard-pressed to remain cheerful. As their eyes met, an unspoken tension lingered. Chapter 85. Not someone you can flatter. Although Chang Jinling felt displeased, she did not dare to argue, and wore an awkward smile on her face. The other women began to introduce different topics to cover the awkward atmosphere, and soon the room was filled with amiability once more. The lady of the Lu State Duke arrived, announced by a palace maid at the door. Princess Jiamin raised her brows and, leaning lazily against the back of her chair, straightened herself. After a while, the lady of the Lu State Duke entered, accompanied by a young girl of about 15 or 16 years. Lin Shishi observed her. After more than half a year, the lady of the Lu had not changed much. Her eyes were bright and spirited, and her steps were steady, certainly not resembling a woman nearing 60. The girl in pink beside her was charming, with a pair of jet-black eyes twinkling with delight. She showed no signs of shyness when the crowd gazed at her, appearing quite endearing. Princess Jameen had already risen and walked over to greet them. "Esteemed lady, what brings you here in person?" She smiled as she approached. "Your Highness," the lady of Lu was about to bow, but was gently pulled back by Princess Jameen. The lady of Lu was not one to be modest. She turned to the girl beside her and said, "Wei and Oppos, why haven to you greeted her Highness?" "The humble servant Lu Lingwei greets your Highness," the girl responded. After receiving a courteous nod from Princess Jameen, who extended her hand in a gesture of support, she remarked, "Lingwei has grown so much. You are truly blossoming." Princess Jameen held her hand, examining her fondly. Following this, the lady of Lu took her seat beside Princess Jameen, with Lu Lingwei sitting closely next to her. The atmosphere in the hall shifted. Princess Jameen no longer appeared as casual or domineering as before. The lady of Lu, being perceptive, noticed that the guests present were primarily young ladies and their mothers, with those of her own age likely still en route. After sitting for a while, she suggested a stroll in the garden at the back. Princess Jameen quickly arranged for a palace maid to lead the way. As they passed by Lin Shishi, the lady of Lu noticed her. Lin Shishi greeted her with a smile and prepared to rise, but the lady of Lu merely smiled faintly and turned her head away, seemingly uninterested in rekindling old acquaintances. Lin Shishi continued to smile as she watched her leave, remaining seated. Shen Yao shot Lin Shishi a glance of disdain and taunted sister-in-law. "The lady of Lu is a highly esteemed lady of the court, not someone you can simply flatter." The Duke of Lu still commanded a regional army, and with both of her sons holding important positions in the military, no one dared to look down upon their household. Lin Shishi smiled calmly, offering no explanation. After the lady of Lu departed, Princess Jameen excused herself for a moment, leaving the others to their own devices. Subsequently, several waves of guests arrived, among them Madame Yin, the Vice Minister of Revenue's wife. Once Princess Jameen left, the atmosphere in the hall became lively and relaxed, with acquaintances shifting positions to chat. Shen Yao pulled Lu Shanshan over to meet Madame Yin, whose husband had once been a subordinate of Shen Yuyao's father, making them naturally familiar. "Madame Yin, did you come alone today?" Shen Yuyao inquired with a smile. "Yu Jiao, it has been a long time. Zheng accompanied me," Madame Yin replied with a round face, brimming with warmth. "No wonder my mother always praises young Master Zheng for his filial piety. It is indeed true," Shen Yuyao remarked, deftly navigating the conversation and quickly introducing Lu Shanshan to Madame Yin. Madame Yin exchanged a few pleasantries with Lu Shanshan, praising the good relationship between Shen Yuyao and her sister-in-law, which was quite rare. Lu Shanshan, linked arm in arm with Shen Yuyao, appeared very close. Though she still pondered the matter of the ivory carving, she felt grateful for Shen Yuyao's help in bridging connections. As Shen Yuyao turned around, she noticed Lin Shishi sitting alone, sipping tea, and felt a surge of satisfaction. "I've heard there's a small hill in the princess's back garden. A rare gem. Today we are fortunate to be here. Can we go take a look?" someone asked. The guests inquired with the nearby palace maid, who left to consult Princess Jameen and soon returned with permission, leading those interested toward the back hill of the estate. Lin Shishi was also eager to explore the estate, taking Jiao and Oppos along with her as they followed the crowd. At this point, Shen Yao had joined her natal sister-in-law, Chang Jinling, while Lu Shanshan closely accompanied Madame Yin, appearing very attentive. The estate was adorned with extraordinary flowers and plants, attracting bees and butterflies, a sight to behold. Upon reaching the back garden, a verdant hill emerged before them, with a peculiar 2-meter-high stone standing at the front and stone benches for resting scattered in the shade of trees. There were both female and male guests present. A youth of 17 or 18 approached Madame Yin, asking, "Does mother wish to climb the hill?" Madame Yin looked at him affectionately and replied, "This is Miss Lu." The young man bowed to Lu Shanshan, "Greetings, Miss Lu." Lu Shanshan shyly smiled in response. Zheng'er, go off and play. Mother can take care of herself, Madame Yin insisted, dismissing her son. As Lu Shanshan watched him depart, she felt a pang of regret. Having only exchanged a brief greeting. Every day he hovers around me. I find him bothersome, yet it would be nice to have a girl who is considerate. Alas, I seem to lack such fortune, Madame Yin remarked with a smile to Lu Shanshan. Lu Shanshan smiled back, though her enthusiasm had waned significantly. If Madame Yin were truly interested in her, she should have allowed her son to accompany her for a while. If not, then keeping her close like this only wasted her time, especially with so many guests present today. Lu Shanshan looked up, scanning for Shun Yuyao, but instead spotted Lin Shishi. Sister-in-law, she called out warmly, beckoning Lin Shishi over. Lin Shishi, having little to do, approached to introduce herself to Madame Yin. Lu Shanshan excused herself, claiming a need to use the restroom, leaving the two women together. Madame Yin, being open-hearted and kind, initiated conversation by recalling how she had attended Lu Shanshan and Appo's wedding to Lord Lu, thereby fostering a bond between them. Lin Shishi, noticing her overt friendliness, responded courteously, as she had no companions here anyway. Few truly ventured up the hill. Most men did so, while women remained at the base, finding stone benches to sit and chat. Palace maids frequently passed by to replenish tea. Madame Yin and Appo's maid approached and whispered something to her, and Lin Shishi caught the words young master and Miss Lu. Madame Lu, I have some matters to attend to. I must excuse myself, Madame Yin said apologetically. Lin Shishi nodded, indicating she did not mind. Madame Yin hurried away, and Lin Shishi noticed her heading up the hill. A musician began to play the guzheng in an open space at the foot of the hill, drawing a growing crowd. Vibrant with flowers and greenery, creating a lively scene. Lin Shishi pretended to listen attentively to the performance, yet her eyes frequently wandered towards the path leading up the hill. Suddenly, a splash of tea landed on Lin Shishi's skirt. I'm so sorry, Madame Lin. It was unintentional. The palace maid apologized, her eyes cast down. It seems to me that it was deliberate. If I hadn't intervened, wouldn't all that tea have spilled on my lady? Jiu'er glared at her. Chapter 86. Narrow roads for rivals. Lin Shishi glanced up at the palace maid, adopting a demeanor of submissive grace. Not far away, Shun Yao was intently watching the performance of the musicians, while Tinghua turned her head to scrutinize the scene. Upon noticing Lin Shishi's gaze, she quickly averted her eyes. Lin Shishi rose and adjusted her skirt. My lady, I did not intend any offense. Allow me to escort you to change into another dress, the palace maid urged earnestly. Lin Shishi's attention had been focused on the path up the mountain, but she had specifically instructed Jiu'er to be vigilant of their surroundings. Moments ago, Jiu'er had witnessed the maid approaching with a tray of tea, and with a swift push, she had accidentally spilled some onto Lin Shishi's skirt. How do you know I am Lady Lin? Lin Shishi inquired, her tone measured, yet her gaze piercing. The palace maid recoiled slightly, stammering, I overheard others addressing you thus, and remembered. Oh, I see. You have a good memory. You may go, Lin Shishi replied dismissively. However, the maid insisted on leading her to change her attire. Where shall I change? I have not brought any spare clothes today, Lin Shishi replied, her expression inscrutable. My lady, the manor has garments prepared for guests. Please follow me, she insisted, her eagerness palpable. Tinghua continued to glance over in their direction. Suddenly, Lin Shishi's expression turned cold as she addressed the maid. A wise person would not become a tool for others. The maid's complexion paled, her mouth opening and closing in silence before she bowed her head and departed. Lin Shishi resumed her gaze towards the mountain and spotted Lady Yin descending, accompanied by Yu Zheng, with Lu Shanshan trailing behind. Upon seeing Lin Shishi, Lady Yin approached with warmth, her grip firm around Yu Zheng's wrist. Lu Shanshan greeted them briefly, mentioning her intention to find her sister-in-law, before heading towards Shun Yuyao, visibly relieving Lady Yin. Lin Shishi glanced at Yu Zheng beside her. The youth appeared innocent. Captivated by the sound of the guzheng, Lin Shishi couldn't help but smile inwardly. Princess Jameen has sent envoys to announce the birthday celebration for the young princess. Everyone is invited to proceed, she whispered to Jiu'er, instructing her to keep a watchful eye on Tinghua. Jiu'er, feeling uneasy, received reassurance from Lin Shishi. I shall remain with Lady Yin. With that, Jiu'er turned her attention back to Tinghua. In front of the hall, the ceremonial items for the birthday celebration were already arranged, and a crowd had gathered to witness the festivities. Even the princess's daughter was not exempt from tradition, as she was to partake in the customary selection. Lin Shishi stood on the periphery, catching sight of Princess Jimin and her consort from a distance. Beside the princess stood a tall man clad in a python robe, the very same man whose behavior had been so conspicuous during the previous palace banquet. Lin Shishi's heart sank. The presence of any prince here could only indicate that he was the 8th prince, the brother of Princess Jimin. Truly, what a twist of fate. Lin Shishi shifted her body slightly, attempting to conceal herself among the throng. A multitude of spectators craned their necks, akin to townsfolk eager to behold a spectacle, all awaiting the young princess's choice. When the young princess grasped a peony, the official presiding over the ceremony proclaimed loudly, "A peony, a symbol of wealth and prosperity. The young princess is born of nobility. Congratulations." Laughter erupted, and the crowd gradually returned to their seats. Lin Shishi looked ahead, observing the young princess cradled in her consort and Appo's arms, while Princess Jimin wore a somewhat strained smile. A peony of all things. Among such an array of choices, gold, silver, books, pins, she had chosen a mere flower, a rather unambitious choice. As a woman, she already faced numerous limitations, yet she remained the most enamored of her femininity. How could Princess Jimin feel joy in such a moment? Previously, at the second son of Minister Chang Jinling and Appo's birthday, he had seized a sword. How infuriating! The 8th prince, however, seemed indifferent, effortlessly lifting the young princess from her consort's embrace, allowing her to play with the jade pendant around his neck, exuding affection. Lin Shishi, seated towards the back, lowered her head, hesitant to look forward. Below, women fond of children clapped for the young princess, who erupted into delightful giggles. The 8th prince approached, displaying the child to each table, eliciting smiles from the young princess, whose cherubic face showed no signs of shyness. As he neared her, Lin Shishi felt a surge of anxiety, yet escape was no longer an option. He had spotted her, the corners of his lips momentarily freezing in place, his gaze burning with intensity. Lin Shishi feigned ignorance, politely waving at the young princess. Thankfully, the presence of many others kept the focus on her. Finally, he moved past her. Lin Shishi exhaled a breath of relief. Jiu'er returned, standing behind Lin Shishi, her eyes brimming with unspoken words. Tinghua had also returned to Shin Yuyao and Appo's side. Before long, a steward arrived, inviting everyone to dine. The female guests were to remain, while the male guests were directed elsewhere. Amidst the commotion, Jiu'er and Appo's leaned in to whisper to Lin Shishi, succinctly recounting what she had just overheard. Jiu'er had been shadowing Tinghua and had seen her slip away from the crowd into a secluded courtyard, where she had overheard a conversation. "Songya, you have greatly disappointed our mistress. You couldn't and Appo's to even manage this simple task." Tinghua and Appo's voice was sharp. "I apologize, Tinghua." The maid by Lady Lin and Appo's side was ever watchful. "I finally found an opportunity, but she remained vigilant," Zhong'er replied. "I only managed to spill a bit of tea on her skirt." "Then why did you not take her to change?" "We had everything arranged," Tinghua snapped. "You know how challenging it is to operate within the princess and Appo's estate. I suggested she change, but it seems she had anticipated my intentions and did not trust me. I truly did my best. You failed to accomplish your task, and are still worried about what we promised you? What are you thinking? Tinghua, if I become Master Shen and Appo's concubine, I will assist your young mistress in whatever she desires." Tinghua did not respond immediately, taking some time before she finally said, "I will report this to our mistress. Just wait." As Jiu'er and Appo's noticed their discussion drawing to a close, fearing exposure, she swiftly departed. Lin Shishi, having overheard everything, glanced at the tea stain on her skirt, feeling a chill in her heart. "My lady, shall we sit together?" Lady Yin suggested, pointing to an empty seat beside her, smiling warmly. The two women had grown quite familiar. Lin Shishi readily accepted and took her place beside her. Shen Yao, Chang Jinling, and Lu Shanshan occupied the adjacent seats, while the wife of the Duke of Lu, accompanied by Lu Lingwei, sat at the head of the table. Musicians performed in the front. Though the princess was not present initially, after a while, she arrived with her consort to toast the gathering. The consort, visibly flushed, seemed to have indulged in quite a bit of drink. He looked at the monotonous tunes played by the musicians and suddenly remarked with disdain, "Only playing the zither with no dance is quite dull." Princess Jimin laughed, and the crowd treated it as mere jest, paying little heed. Yet, unexpectedly, Shen Yuyao interjected, "Your Highness speaks truly. The Grand Lady of the General and Oppo's manor possesses remarkable dancing skills. Might we invite her to perform a piece to enliven the atmosphere?" Chapter 87. The princess's residence. Princess Jimin and her husband paused their departure, sensing an unusual atmosphere in the hall. Those familiar with Lin Shishi turned their gazes towards her, while others inquired among themselves about the identity of the esteemed lady from the General of the State and Oppo's residence. Lin Shishi was taken aback by Shen Yuyao and Oppo's shamelessness. Resorting to such self-destructive tactics in a bid to undermine others felt rather lowly. Everyone awaited Princess Jimin's response. Holding her wine cup, she gently caressed its surface, seemingly deliberating her thoughts. She might reprimand Shen Yuyao for her rudeness, or perhaps she would dismiss it with a smile. However, nobody anticipated her to say, "I must say, Lord Lu is indeed fortunate. Not only is his wife beautiful, but she is also skilled in song and dance. Lin, my lady, would you honor us with a dance in the princess's residence?" Immediately, others echoed Princess Jimin's sentiment, urging Lin Shishi to take the stage. The majority, however, remained neutral, opting for silence. As the wife of a fourth-rank military officer, even during a banquet, the emperor would not permit a minister's wife to perform. It was no wonder that Princess Jimin exhibited such audacity. Lin Shishi rose, feeling embarrassed, and replied, "Your Highness's kindness overwhelms me. I fear I have indulged a little too much in drink, and now require assistance even to walk, thus disappointing your Highness and Oppo's gracious intentions." Her demeanor remained calm, showing no signs of inebriation. The crowd understood that she was politely declining and providing Princess Jimin with an exit. "Sister-in-law, you haven't touched a drop of alcohol. How can you claim to be intoxicated? Our father is the tutor to the prince. Please do not act so distant," Shen Yuyao interjected. Among the noble ladies present, disdainful glances began to be directed at her. The daughter of the Minister of War, indeed, wielded her influence with impunity. "Madam Yin, has my sister-in-law partaken in any drink?" Shen Yuyao pressed. Madam Yin hesitated, recalling that Lin Shishi had indeed not consumed any alcohol. Yet she murmured, "Why must you force her into a corner? My dear sister, there is no need for such words. One can be drunk without wine. Since you are so keen on song and dance, why not take the stage yourself?" Lin Shishi replied, wishing to extricate others from the situation. "Your Highness, is this banquet to be transformed into a performance? I am quite famished." The Duchess of Lu interjected with a thunderous voice, surprising Princess Jimin, who stood beside her. "Madam, my apologies. Please, allow me to attend to you." Princess Jimin responded warmly. "Bring the dishes," commanded the maid behind Princess Jimin, directing the servants to serve the meal. The Duchess of Lu and Oppo's expression turned sour, unwilling to cast another glance at Princess Jimin. The princess faintly heard her mutter, "What a chaotic affair." Princess Jiamin nudged her husband, using the opportunity to refill their cups, and they departed with their attendants. The topic of dance was no longer broached, as the musicians on stage continued to play their dreary tune. Shen Yuyao found herself the one lacking dignity, suffering a significant loss of face. Grateful for the Duchess of Lu's covert assistance, Lin Shishi sensed that the Duchess preferred not to make their alliance public, restraining her urge to express her gratitude. During the banquet, the Duchess of Lu and her granddaughter departed early, leaving the rest hesitant to follow suit. Once the formidable presence of the Duchess had faded, Shen Yuyao exhaled in relief, knowing her father, Shun Cheng, would have scolded her mercilessly had he known she had drawn the ire of the elderly lady. Sister-in-law. Shen Yuyao nudged Chang Jinling's sleeve. Chang Jinling, embarrassed by her antics, remained silent. As the banquet concluded, guests began to take their leave in small groups, some bidding farewell to Princess Jimin, while others addressed the steward. Lin Shishi urged Shen Yuyao and Lu Shanshan to hurry, but Shen Yuyao requested a moment more. Madame Yin, ever thoughtful, stayed by Lin Shishi and Appo's side, insisting on accompanying her as they departed. Finally, Lin Shishi said to Shen Yuyao, "If you have matters to attend to, please remain. I shall take my leave." Sister-in-law, we arrived in the same carriage. How can you leave first? Moreover, parting separately is quite impolite, Shen Yuyao protested. Lin Shishi, unwilling to engage further, declared, "Since you refer to me as sister-in-law, I shall decide this matter. You may choose to accompany me or remain as you wish." Ignoring Shen Yuyao and Appo's protests, she proceeded with Madame Yin to bid farewell to the steward, followed closely by Shen Yuyao and Lu Shanshan, who grumbled behind them. Just as they thought they could depart swiftly after addressing the steward, he politely informed them, "Ladies, the princess has requested your presence to convey your farewells personally." Madame Yin did not leave, casting concerned glance at Lin Shishi. "My lady, I shall accompany you," she offered. Lin Shishi expressed her gratitude with a nod, and together they made their way to find Princess Jimin. The maid outside instructed them to wait. As guests departed in waves, they were finally called inside after the last had left. "Why is Madame Yin still here?" Princess Jimin inquired, surprised. Madame Yin smiled. "I feel a kinship with Lin Shishi and wish to accompany her, so we might converse on our journey." Princess Jimin, with a forced smile, replied, "How unfortunate. I require the company of the two ladies from the general's residence to partake in a game of leaf cards, so Madame Yin must reschedule." Lin Shishi felt a sudden jolt of apprehension as Madame Yin exchanged a troubled glance. "Lin, since the princess has retained you, I shall take my leave. Let's plan to meet again soon." Lin Shishi, feeling awkward, did not call out for her to stay. Instead, she nodded and instructed Jiao and Appo's, Jiao and Appo's, "Please see Madame Yin out." Jiao complied, escorting Madame Yin away, though another palace maid followed them, leaving Lin Shishi uncertain if Jiao understood her intentions. "Miss Lu, you may return and inform the residents that the two ladies are with me. I shall arrange for their carriage shortly," Princess Jimin instructed Lu Shanshan. Lu Shanshan envied the special treatment afforded to her sisters-in-law, but remained silent. After acknowledging the command, she turned and left. "Lin, are you unwilling to join me in some leisure?" Princess Jimin scrutinized Lin Shishi once the others had departed. "Your Highness, I am not worthy. I fear my skills in leaf card games are lacking and might disrupt your enjoyment," Lin Shishi replied respectfully. "Not all," Princess Jimin reassured her. Soon, Lin Shishi and Shen Yuyao were led into a bright, exquisitely designed room filled with a square table, several chairs, a low couch, and some tea. Clearly a dedicated space for playing leaf cards. Shen Yuyao, evidently unaware of the arrangement, looked around in confusion, yet her expression was one of delight. During her visits home, she had frequently complained to her sister-in-law, Chang Jinling, about Lin Shishi, and had even confided her intentions to confront her during the banquet. It seemed her sister-in-law had taken her concerns to heart. As the maid lifted the beaded curtain, Princess Jimin and Chang Jinling entered hand in hand, appearing quite close. Lin Shishi and Shen Yuyao promptly stood to greet them. Princess Jimin glanced at Tinghua and Jiao, and the maid nearby quickly stated, "Sisters, the princess prefers a more intimate setting when playing cards. Please wait for us outside." Chapter 88. The king's oppression. Jiao and Tinghua were both taken aback. "Tinghua, you may leave," Shen Yujao said briskly. Lin Shishi, feeling helpless, could only let Jiao accompany her out. The four of them sat around a table, with only a palace maid serving tea nearby. Lin Shishi seldom played card games, having only done so during her childhood with her mother. Her skills were rusty, and coupled with her distracted mind, she fumbled through the game, losing 200 taels in no time. "Did they keep me here just to make me lose some silver?" She pondered silently. The other three took turns winning, their laughter ringing out joyfully. If it were merely for money, she would not have minded losing a bit. And her heart gradually settled. Just as they were enjoying the game, Chong Jinling clutched her stomach and said, "Oh dear, this troublesome matter. I must go to the restroom." With that, she hurriedly left. Lin Shishi paused her game, hoping Princess Jameen would announce the end. However, no such words came. 3 players short, a man in a brocade robe entered. It was the 8th prince, his 4-clawed dragon sashaying across his shoulder. Lin Shishi tightened her grip on her cards, a feeling of foreboding rising within her. Shen Yuzhou and Lin Shishi stood to pay their respects, but the man merely glanced at them before addressing Princess Jameen. "Sister, shall I join you for a round?" he asked with a smile. The princess, appearing somewhat fatigued, cast a meaningful glance at the 8th prince and pointed to a seat beside Lin Shishi. Obediently, the 8th prince sat down, his tall frame inadvertently creating an atmosphere of pressure that made Lin Shishi feel inexplicably uneasy. Words seemed inappropriate in the moment, amplifying her discomfort. Reluctantly, Lin Shishi resumed her game, hoping to endure a couple more rounds before excusing herself. After 2 rounds, she lost 7 or 800 taels. "Your Highness, my head is muddled. If I continue playing, my husband will surely scold me upon my return," Lin Shishi quickly interjected during a lull. "Oh, but we haven and oppose. He played long. Perhaps soon it will be your turn to win." "No more gloomy talk," Princess Jameen replied, her gaze fixed on the cards. "Indeed, sister-in-law. Just look at the pearls on your head worth 800 taels. Surely, you don and oppose. Do mind losing a little silver to us?" Shen Yuzhou chimed in from the side. "Is it that your mind is elsewhere, Mrs. Lin?" The 8th prince squinted, his hand brushing against Lin Shishi and amp, oppose, as she grasped her cards, an action he had repeated before. Lin Shishi was now sweating profusely, while Shen Yuzhou watched with delight. Beneath the table, the 8th prince's foot subtly brushed against Lin Shishi's embroidered shoe, causing her to instinctively withdraw her foot. "Ha ha! What a splendid hand!" The 8th prince suddenly burst into laughter. "With you beside me, my luck is exceptionally good. Sister, next time, I must invite Mrs. Lin to my residence for more games, ha?" He laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. Shen Yuzhou watched with amusement, while Princess Jameen regarded the 8th prince with a fond smile. Lin Shishi, drenched in cold sweat, contemplated escape. "Chong and oppose has been gone for quite a while. Why hasn't an oppose? She returned?" She thought, feeling dizzy. "I must apologize, Your Highness and the 8th prince, but I cannot continue today. I feel unwell and must return home for some medicinal remedy," she hastily declared, her nerves causing her to sweat even more profusely, giving her a somewhat sickly appearance. "You seem unwell, Mrs. Lin. Surely, I cannot simply ignore your state," the 8th prince remarked, discarding his cards and producing a handkerchief from his pocket, reaching out to offer it to Lin Shishi. Lin Shishi quickly turned her head, fearfully replying, "Thank you, Your Highness, but this is an old ailment of mine that will suffice with some medicine at home. I truly apologize, but I must take my leave. Does Mrs. Lin think the physicians in my palace cannot treat your ailment? You come to a banquet, and I allow you to leave ill? That is hardly the way to treat guests," Princess Jameen retorted with a feigned smile. "Rest for a moment. I shall summon a physician. Yuzhou, take good care of your sister-in-law." With a meaningful glance at Shen Yuzhou, Princess Jameen walked out. Shen Yuzhou smiled at Lin Shishi, saying, "Sister-in-law, you seem unwell. I will fetch your maid." With that, she too exited the room. Once Shen Yuzhou left, only the 8th prince and Lin Shishi remained. Quick-witted, Lin Shishi seized Shen Yuzhou's arm, saying, "Thank you, sister-in-law. Please take me outside for some fresh air." As Shen Yuzhou attempted to shake her off, Lin Shishi hurriedly stepped out of the room, with Shen Yuzhou chasing after her. "Gio and amp, oppose, Lin Shishi called out into the distance. "Sister-in-law, what are you doing shouting here? In an oppose. That's quite inappropriate," Shen Yuzhou hastily admonished as Lin Shishi stood on the corridor, calling for Gio and oppose. The 8th prince followed closely behind, watching with amusement from a distance. "You and oppose, You and oppose, Lin Shishi continued to call. "Sister-in-law, please refrain from shouting. You wouldn't oppose. Do you want to upset the princess?" Shen Yujao urged as she rushed to cover Lin Shishi and amp, Oppo's mouth. Anger flared within Lin Shishi at the sight of Shen Yujao, and in a moment of frustration, she slapped her across the face. You dare strike me? On what grounds? Shen Yujao demanded, holding her cheek in shock. Wherein and Oppo's, to you the one wanted to hit me? I have no time for your antics now. You and Oppo's, Lin Shishi shouted again, moving towards the entrance of the estate. The eighth prince stroked his chin, choosing not to pursue. After all, he was the prince. Mrs. Lin, cease your shouting. I shall fetch Miss Gio and Oppo's. For you, a palace maid finally approached. Then do hurry. I shall wait here, Lin Shishi instructed. The maid hurried away, and Lin Shishi stood alone in the courtyard, ignoring the palace maid's attempts to persuade her to sit inside. Shen Yujao followed closely, pouting, Sister-in-law, what is this commotion? This is the princess's residence. If you offend her, how will you explain it to your parents upon your return? Lin Shishi paid her no mind. Why should she care? By striving to curry favor with the princess, would Shen Yujao truly gain her own reward? After a long wait, Jiur rushed over, her face filled with concern. Madam, are you well? Although she was reluctant to leave Lin Shishi's side, she had been pulled away by others. Jiur, come with me. We're going back, Lin Shishi said, feeling weary. Jiur supported her as they walked forward. A palace maid chimed in, Mrs. Lin. The princess has summoned a physician for you. Please see the doctor before you leave. Lin Shishi shook her head in refusal, continuing to walk outside. Lord Lu, do not go inside. I shall call Mrs. Lin out for you. Oh dear, Mrs. Lin is currently playing cards with the princess. The plump steward of the princess's residence shouted from behind. Suddenly, a tall and familiar figure appeared, radiating an ethereal glow as if a deity descended, standing before Lin Shishi. Chapter 89. Fortunately, no indecent acts were committed. Lord Lu Chong approached swiftly, his sword at his waist, adorned in official robes, his steps steady, followed by a sword-bearing guard. My lady, I have come to escort you home, he said, casting a reassuring glance at the perspiring Lin Shishi. All right, Lin Shishi replied, her heart easing, though her legs felt somewhat weak. Due supported here closely. Meanwhile, Shen Yujao trailed behind, her expression darkened by envy, as Lu Chong had not spared her a single glance, igniting a tumult of emotions within her. As they advanced a few paces, they spotted Princess Jimin, accompanied by an elderly man carrying a medicine box, emerging from the side. Your Highness, Lu Chong greeted, taking the lead and bowing. What brings you here, Lord Lu? Are you here to escort Lin Yangzi? She inquired, seemingly surprised. I happened to be passing by and thought to escort my lady home. I apologize for the intrusion, Lu Chong replied in a neutral tone. Princess Jimin scrutinized him and then the guard behind him, saying, Oh, did Lord Lu specifically bring a sword along? Her tone bore an accusatory edge, as her residence was not a place where one could simply bear arms. The plump steward behind her quickly interjected, Your Highness, Lord Lu entered without permission, and we had no choice but to follow. Indeed, for guards from the estate trailed behind him, all looking somewhat flustered. Lu Chong placed a hand on the hilt of his sword and stated solemnly, This is a royal sword, one that is worn in the imperial palace and in the presence of the emperor. Can your Highness's residence be more exempt than the palace itself? Lord Lu has misunderstood my meaning. I am chiding my servants for their lack of hospitality. Since you are here, why not join us for a drink before departing? Princess Jimin suggested. No need. My lady is feeling unwell, and I shall take her home immediately, Lu Chong declined firmly. It is my oversight that caused Lin Yangzi discomfort in my residence. Since the doctor is here, let him examine her before you leave, Princess Jimin insisted. Lu Chong turned to Lin Shishi, who promptly said, I appreciate your concern, Your Highness. I simply lost a considerable sum of silver during a game and felt a bit flustered. It is nothing serious. I'm fine now. Oh, my lady lost a significant amount of silver? Lu Chong remarked, looking down at Lin Shishi, who nodded vaguely. Not to worry. You may send someone to collect it from my residence another day, he added, appearing indifferent to the specifics of the amount. It was merely a game for amusement. Do not take it to heart, Princess Jimin chimed in with a smile. Your Highness, I take my leave, Lu Chong said, foregoing further pleasantries, and with a respectful gesture. He strode away, Lin Shishi and Shun Yujiao hurrying to keep up. The group passed Princess Jiamin and the plump steward, making their exit. The steward wiped the sweat from his brow, attempting to ingratiate himself. Your Highness, they say Lord Lu is quite unyielding, yet he dotes on his lady dearly. We could hardly stop him just now. What would you possibly stop? You might as well gain a bit more weight, Princess Jiamin retorted disdainfully. I shall lose weight. I shall lose weight. The steward hastily replied, eager to appease her, nearly bowing low enough to touch the ground. Upon returning to the rear parlor, Prince Junyi was sipping tea, an ice basin beside him, while maidservants fanned him with fans. Junyi, you seem rather leisurely. Do you know who visited my residence just now? Luckily, nothing improper occurred, Princess Jiamin remarked as she took the cup from his hands and set it on the table. Sister, why are you upset? I have my measures. Today was merely a test. I would not cause you trouble, Prince Junyi replied with a grin. Princess Jiamin sat beside him, casting a helpless glance at her younger brother, who was 6 or 7 years her junior and had always been quite mischievous. Junyi, if you possess grand ambitions, you must behave more seriously and not waste your thoughts on women. I will not assist you with such matters in the future. Lord Lu is a man of stature, a military commander with 30,000 troops in the northwest. Do not provoke him until you are certain of your footing. Prince Junyi and Appo's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glint of menace. Seeing his demeanor, Princess Jiamin jested, fortuitously. The fierce matron of your residence is not in the capital at the moment. If she knew, I would be in for quite a tumult. Sister, consider it my trouble to you. Tomorrow I shall send gifts as an apology. I must take my leave. The court is closely monitoring Taiyuan, and I must keep watch, Prince Junyi said, reluctant to engage in further discussion with Princess Jiamin. Junyi, will you not assist your brother-in-law? He constantly brings trouble to my residence, she implored. Prince Junyi yawned and frowned. How can I help him? While our father was alive, he was forbidden from entering officialdom. Now that our father is gone, do you truly believe the emperor would permit him to serve? He would rather suppress him completely. Cannot you find him a position? Sister, did I not just say that the Tuoyin headquarters is under scrutiny from the court? You are unwilling to part with your distant relations. Moreover, if you were to work beneath me, it would expose my affairs to the world, Prince Junyi replied, his brow furrowed. Princess Jiamin frowned, seeing her discontent. Prince Junyi